Outside the city, on a picturesque meadow, there was a secret laboratory. It was used to conduct certain kinds of experiments. Right now, they were working with one subject. He was told that from now on his name would be Zero. They continued to introduce new information into him, in particular, that the embryo organization is his home, his homeland, and now he had to forget about his past. He had to make sure that he became the most loyal member of the organization, do everything for the sake of the organization's interests. He doesn't have to hide anything from them. From now on, his existence is to carry out the organization's orders. The guy sat chained to a chair. His head was tied with wires. He was being told that he must be ready to give his life in the name of the organization. Laboratory workers were instilling new habits in him. It didn't matter to them how Zero would carry out the orders given to him by the organization. They told him that even if he had to become a scarecrow, he was still obliged to fulfill any order. The boy replied dejectedly that his name was Han Xiao. Before he was transferred here, he was a game booster. After all these impositions, the leader Hell came closer to Zero and asked him if he knew who he was now. Han Xiao used to lead a carefree life, working online from home, playing games. He had his regular customers and found new ones. He was a powerful player. Among other players, he earned the nickname Godless Booster. Everyone hated him because of the level of play he was doing. On the one hand, he was doing this to support himself. It was his main source of income. On the other hand, he really loved to play. In that game, Han Xiao had his own nickname under which he was mega famous, the Crazy Gamer. He really liked communicating with virtual fans. He was crazy about the admiring glances of other players. This time, while walking through the streets of the virtual world, he met a reporter from an electric bus who asked him to give him a short interview. Han Xiao's face lit up with a big smile. He was extremely pleased to hear such words. And he, of course, agreed to his fans' request. The reporter was shocked that his hero agreed so quickly. He did not expect it to be so easy. Never before had such a mysterious fighter agreed so easily. The reporter thought Han Xiao would not be so open. He was in such a stupor that he even forgot that he wanted to do the interview. It was Han Xiao himself who began to bring him back to his senses and remind him that he wanted to ask him something. The reporter began to frantically recall all his questions. He began by saying that Mad Lover had finished 47th in today's tournament. Everyone knows that those who took the first 100 places are the strongest and most skilled participants. And the first question in that interview was whether the hero had any plans to join the military, to which the Mad Hatter easily replied that he did not. This surprised the reporter. He thought about this answer and continued to ask if he could find out the reason for this decision. The hero simply replied that it was a secret, and he added that he had something else to tell him, and then they could talk about his plans. And he came closer to the cameraman who was filming the interview and started looking for a better angle. After that, the Mad Ladies man began to advertise himself, addressing potential clients. If they still don't know how to get into the top 10 in the arena, if they are tired of resurrecting a corpse every day, then they are welcome to a professional booster. It offers gold grinding, leveling up, revenge on enemies, and raising turnips. And all this for a small price. There are also discounts. The guy continued to advertise himself. He was about to reveal his ID, but the reporter suddenly stopped filming because boosters are prohibited by moderators, and they cannot show it live. The crazy womanizer stuttered in mid-sentence, and the reporter finally realized why there was no information about this player. This had always offended Han Xiao. He did not want to accept that a booster was something bad. After all, he was better than any professional. Over the past year, he has boosted more than 10 accounts. He even managed to get into the top players. The game in which Han Xiao worked as a booster is called Starry Sea. More than 10 million bored people play it. You can get into space, to the Earth, and to other locations of the endless Star Sea using virtual reality gaming devices that immerse the player in full. Han Xiao is one of the first testers of the Star Sea game. He liked the game immensely and became a fan. He has been playing it for over 10 years. He knows every task, every location. Heck, he knows where the smallest crystal is. The Star Sea is more real to him than the sad world outside. That day, Han Xiao was sitting at his computer as usual. He received another paid order from a newbie. It was a task he could easily handle. He readily put on his virtual reality glasses and started working. At that moment, he thought that his life would be as simple and boring as ever. He activated in the game in a new role. He headed for the main city. In the laboratory, someone's voice was heard giving the order to inject the Valkyrie serum into the 24th test sample. And they began to observe the reaction 2 minutes and 45 seconds later. Han Xiao opened his eyes and tried to get up from the chair in which he was injected with the serum. So he appeared to be alive. However, he immediately heard the sound of a fire siren, which is activated when a disc or fire is detected somewhere. There was also the smell of burning. Han Xiao held his head because it was hurting him so much. He did not understand why and did not know where he was. He saw a lab worker running out of the room as fast as he could, shouting to tell Miss Hell that the sample had come back to life. The boy wondered if he was the one they were talking about. The worker started shouting on the radio to call security and immediately take control of the sample. Han Xiao saw armed guards running toward him. This surprised him greatly because he thought he was starting to play a game, and then such a strange beginning. The guy did not understand what had happened at all and decided to run away from that place as quickly as possible. And since he was not tied to the chair, he just got up and ran. On the way out, he ran into the guards, who used their weapons against him. Han Xiao defended himself with his hands because he was unarmed. He was very surprised why he felt 100% pain because the limit in the game is 40%. He realized that in such a situation, he should disconnect from the game as soon as possible. But Han Xiao did not manage to escape. They caught him, took control, and put him in a cage. Then the guards reported that the danger was eliminated. The guy was thrown into a small room with bare walls right on the floor. He was massaging his arm because it was still very painful. He could not understand what was happening to him. Han Xiao had paid 300 to the game's developers, and it was broken. Something was clearly not going according to plan. He was angry because the developers had also given him a 6-month warranty, and then this happened. Nevertheless, he decided to start the game all over again, because his account was still newly created. He looked at the screen and saw only the usual information about the game's characteristics, but he couldn't find the logout button. Han Xiao was surprised that the game model was NPC, the first version before the game was opened. But that was more than 10 years ago. However, he saw that the character's face was very similar to his own. He was looking for an explanation. He thought that he himself had physically moved to the Star Sea. Suddenly, the door opened, and a whole team of some people stopped on the threshold, whom Zhang Xiao could not see well. An armed woman with a luxurious uniform stood in front. She asked if this was the live specimen. Then she introduced herself to the boy. She said that her name was the head of hell, and she threatened Han Xiao that if he tried to escape again, he would be killed. Han Xiao remembered who she was. He called her the Red Viper Hell. She was the boss killer of the newbie version 1.0. In the game, she was called the Fighter Sister. She ordered him to take the boy for a blood test as soon as possible because she needed the results immediately. On the way to the lab, Han Xiao recalled all the information about Supervisor Hell. She was the lady of the aquamarine star. Now he also noticed the NPS suits. They were the uniforms of the embryo organization of the original versions of Star C. Now Han Xiao finally understood completely where he was now. This was Valkyrie's laboratory. It was here that the plan to develop superpowered warriors was created. It was a crazy organization whose goal was to overthrow the government. According to the scenario, Han Xiao is a model. He will be sent for an autopsy or brain cleaning, and then he will be sent to the battlefield as a trash. The guy was pissed off that he was transported here in such a strange way, and why the game started so shitty. Then he had a blood test, which revealed no abnormalities. The lab worker Han Xiao saw waking up, before he tried to escape, said that, in his opinion, the boy's period of short temper had already passed. He continued his report to the head of hell. He said that the main effect of the essence was to stimulate brain activity. He suggested opening Han Xiao's skull, as he believed that analyzing the boy's brain would give them much more information. Han Xiao was nervous about this, but Dr. Hell objected, saying that it was wrong to do so. That's because Han Xiao was the first specimen to come to life, and there was no point in destroying it without studying it. The lab worker agreed and said that now they just needed to observe the sample. Supervisor Hell added that they needed to be extremely careful, and for everyone's safety, the sample should be sent for brain cleaning. Han Xiao was very annoyed by this decision, as he had guessed that he would be sent for brain cleaning. Now, he had gotten his wish. He thought to himself that he was now only a first-level weakling, and he was surrounded by guards of at least the 5th level, and some of them even the 8th. The worst part of it all, however, was that Hell's boss was right there, and this reduced his chances of escape to 0. So there was no point in even thinking about escaping. He had to think about how to avoid being brainwashed. Han Xiao began to think hard about it. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a shelf of books. He found a list of literature for lab technicians. Abruptly, he freed his hand and grabbed the book with the list. Immediately, the guards who were leading him to the brainwashing pointed their guns at his head and ordered him not to move. A lab worker who had been watching all this closely stopped the guards and said that they needed to find out what their revived sample was trying to do. This was exactly what Han Xiao was trying to do. He wanted to show himself to be a complete weakling and a moron. The first successful sample was his own body. The guards lowered their guns and just watched the guy open a book and read something. Han Xiao opened the book to the page where the section on the basic concepts of mechanization began. So he started studying these basic concepts of mechanization and realized that everything in the game was working as it should. Although he's now an NPC, he has a player system. This means that he can level up like a real player. Manager Hell and the other employees were watching Han Xiao's actions closely, and the guy realized that now he can do anything he wants, and it will be perceived by everyone as the features of the training model. It was very convenient for him. The employee immediately noticed this. He decided that the serum injected into the specimen had enhanced his learning ability. Hell's supervisor also noticed these unexpected successes. She thought that their sample could become a brilliant warrior. Then they would be able to produce many such warriors, and their cannon fodder would increase in value. She then asked if they had prepared equipment for brainwashing. The guards replied that the system was already fully prepared, and then turned to Han Xiao, telling him to stop reading and follow them. Han Xiao asked to wait a bit longer, as he was almost finished reading. But the guards snatched the book out of his hands, calling him just a stupid specimen. However, the boy was lucky. He managed to finish reading it and was able to acquire the skills of a mechanic. The mechanic's tree of knowledge was now open to him. He received the profession of a novice mechanic, and also rewards: Chi energy +10, intelligence +1, endurance +1, empty attributes +2. They can be spent on other attributes. In the room where Han Xiao was brought, there was a huge screen with a picture of a brain. A lab worker approached the supervisor Hell with a statement that they could start cutting the brain. The employee thought to himself that it was a pity to clean this unusual specimen. After all, they could ruin everything. He asked his supervisor Hell if he really couldn't perform the autopsy before he started cleaning the specimen's brain. Han Xiao was very worried about this, because the lab worker insisted on performing an autopsy to examine the brain. It made him look like a pervert. Supervisor Hell told the employee to talk less and trust more. It was time to start the procedure. The employee agreed and added that sooner or later the sample would end up in his hands anyway. He pressed some buttons on the machine's panel and wished the sample good luck. The brainwashing process began. Danger alert. Brainwashing is starting. The device requested a decision. Han Xiao's intelligence as a player was 5 units. His low spiritual plasticity was +3, and his free determination was 8 units. This was too little for free decision-making, and therefore his brain had to become completely clean in 15 seconds. Han Xiao knew very well that in order to avoid brainwashing, he needed at least 10 units in free determination. He was very happy for himself that he had managed to raise his level. He immediately decided to add 2 free attribute points to his intelligence level, and then the decision that the sample was supposed to make was restarted. It was only a matter of time. In the end, Han Xiao successfully managed to avoid the brainwashing. He experienced some terrifying moments, but he managed to get his way. Now he realized that from now on, he just needed to play along so that no one would guess anything. Supervisor Hell and the lab worker saw that the brainwashing process was complete. Han Xiao would now have to play a new role to fool everyone into thinking that everything had gone well for them. Supervisor Hell leaned in close to the boy's face and told him that from now on, his name would be Zero. She went on to tell him right in his ear that the embryo organization was now his home, his homeland, and that he must now forget about his past. Hell's supervisor said that from now on, he could not hide anything. He had no right to hurt any of the organization's members. She was so close to him that it took his breath away. He noted that she was very beautiful, and he had passed her by so many times before. He realized that this was no longer a game. He looked at her forms while the Red Viper kept telling him what he had to do now, and that the only thing he should care about is doing everything for the greatness of the organization. That was his destiny now. Here Han Xiao stopped himself from thinking that it was in vain that he was looking at the Red Viper now, because the situation was very dangerous for him. He ordered himself not to look, not to move, to be patient, and not to reveal himself. The laboratory worker thought about the procedure. Something alerted him. But he had done everything as usual, according to a certain procedure. Han Xiao looked up carefree and said his new name, Zero. The lab worker said that the Valkyrie essence had enhanced Zero's learning abilities. The essence's side effects would possibly worsen his emotional connection to his environment. Hell's supervisor suggested that perhaps the experiment was a failure, to which the lab worker replied that on the contrary, they were a huge success. Hell's supervisor and the employee continued to discuss the implications of the procedure they had performed on Zero. They talked about why cannon fodder needs feelings. Now he heard and understood everything perfectly. Mentally, he was glad that he had managed to avoid brainwashing and knew that he would not become the usual cannon fodder of this organization. Hell's supervisor ordered Zero to be taken to the break room. However, the guard said that the break room for experimental specimens was not yet ready. The Red Viper replied that in that case, let them take Zero to her room, because the management had placed him under her care. Han Xiao did not like this idea very much. He didn't understand why he would be taken to the manager's room. She was so tempting that his thoughts were directed at one thing: seducing her. However, he tried to push them away. He realized that living with such a girl in the same room was beyond his patience. Just thinking about her made his pants tight. Meanwhile, Hell's supervisor was reporting to the higher-ups that Zero's condition had been normalized. She was asked if the brainwashing was complete. Hell replied that everything had gone well, that she had personally been there. Then she asked what plans they had for Zero. She heard that Valkyrie's goal was to raise a warrior and was ordered to start training him. And then the leader added in a hushed tone that she really wanted to finally see her sister. Zero heard all this perfectly, and he heard Hell's request to see her sister. He remembered that the Red Viper had a sister. Hell received a sharp answer to her request over the phone, saying that this was not their agreement. She was allowed to visit her sister once every 2 months, and let her not cross that line. Hell hung up the phone and was very depressed by the answer. It made her very angry, and she slammed her fist against the wall. Zero could see how upset Hell was. The Red Viper allowed herself moments of weakness that Zero saw, and he forgot for a moment how strong she really was. Tu Han Xiao saw that Hell was beginning to take off her armor and weapons. After that, the beautiful woman took off all her clothes. The boy did not know where to go. His imagination was playing tricks on him, and he could see her approaching him completely naked. Han Xiao told himself to keep his temper in check, because if Hell realized that he had not been brainwashed, then big trouble would happen. After Hell undressed, she went to her bed. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief that this time he had managed to avoid any problems and that Hell didn't find out about anything. And then he saw that there was only one bed in the room and a beautiful naked woman was already lying on it. He wondered where he should go to rest, but since he did not see another bed anywhere, he had to lie down next to the head of the Hell. It was very difficult for him to restrain himself, and he was worried about how the night would go. In the end, Han Xiao didn't get any sleep at all. He could hardly wait until morning so that he could finally not lie next to Hell, who was naked, because it was so hard to control himself. In the morning, Hell's supervisor took him to the training pavilion. She told him that starting today, he would begin training in his combat skills, specifically hand-to-hand combat and shooting. Then she threw him something for protection and ordered him to put it on immediately. Han Xiao didn't even have time to do anything before he was kicked, and as he spat out his own blood, he thought that Hell was very fast. After the first kick, he fell to the floor. The Red Viper came up to him and ordered him to get up immediately and continue the fight. As soon as Han Xiao got up from the floor, he immediately received another elbow to the face. Then Hell kicked him in the stomach and then kicked him in the chin. After all this, the guy lay exhausted on the floor, completely beaten and defeated. In the end, this was exactly what he expected, because the Red Viper was extremely strong. Han Xiao realized that even though his system was like the NPC system, he could still level up and learn new skills as a player. He became a player with the NPC system. Meanwhile, Supervisor Hell left the training pavilion and Zero lay on the floor alone for a while. Then the door opened again and another member of the embryo organization entered the pavilion and ordered the boy to get up. He introduced himself as his shooting instructor. He was also the deputy head of the base and his name was Baluoda. Baluoda gave Zero a gun and told him that it was loaded with 10 bullets. The mentor told the boy to aim at the target directly at his head. Zero saw that the targets were constantly moving. He wondered why he was given such a difficult task at the very beginning. After all, only Olympic champions can handle such a task. Han Xiao was disappointed with his training because he never hit the target. But this was not unusual because he was not yet strong enough and his performance was still quite low. Suddenly, Zero felt a sharp pain from the stabbing. His mentor had stabbed him in the left shoulder. He twisted and gritted his teeth in pain. Blood poured out of his shoulder. Han Xiao thought that Baluota was a bit crazy for allowing himself to stab his student. Licking the blood from the blade, the mentor said that he needed to repeat the training. He added that until his student achieved the task, he would punish him with a dagger. Han Xiao thought to himself that Baluota was a deranged bastard. He decided not to let him do this to him at any cost. He thought that right now he would be able to overcome him. NPCs don't respawn. This means that he has only one life. But the boy realized that for the sake of his future, he would have to endure those trials now. He resolutely took up his revolver and started shooting at the moving targets again. Unfortunately, there was no hit again, and his mentor started laughing at him, showing that his dagger was always ready. This annoyed Zero, and he thought, let Baluota laugh while he can because soon he will make him cry. The other members of the embryo organization were watching the shooting practice. They said that Baluota did not appreciate such an unusual specimen as Zero. A laboratory worker said that it would be better if Zero was given to him for experiments. However, the head of Hell objected. She said that the organization would never agree to his demands. The lab worker just huffed and said that the organization would give him Zero after they had sucked out all the value they needed from the boy. He looked at Zero with a special look because it was his light hand that created such a creature. After training, Han Xiao returned to Hell's room, where he was temporarily housed. The Red Viper was sitting on the couch, wrapped in a towel because she had taken a shower earlier. She told him in a disgruntled tone that today's training had been extremely unsuccessful and that he had performed poorly. Looking at his half-naked mentor, Zero ironically wondered how judgmental the environment was and whether Hell was going to punish him for such bad behavior with her knife. Meanwhile, Hell got up from the couch and ordered the boy to come to her. He frantically wondered why she couldn't at least get dressed since he was here. Hell ordered him to undress. Nearby was a bathtub with warm water. Han Xiao stood motionless, afraid to move. He wondered if Hell would invite him to take a bath together, but that was too much. The Red Viper asked why Zero was hesitating. Couldn't he follow such simple orders? Then the boy undressed. The mentor came closer to him and began to examine his shoulder, barely touching it with her gentle hands. Zero thought that maybe she was testing him in this way, but let her do nothing because he was still a virgin. The gentle touches of her naked torso began to drive the boy crazy. He silently endured all this and realized that it was a violation of the rules because no one could resist in his place. Hell's supervisor stepped away from him, sighing, and said that Zero looked quite cowardly. She went into the water herself and, holding the boy's hand, invited him to her bathroom. At the same time, she said that if he wanted to live, he had to try. Otherwise, the organization would decide that they didn't need him at all and would give him to Lin Weixiang for analysis and brain dissection. But Han Xiao knew that this would not happen soon, if at all. Hell said that the bathtub was filled with regenerating fluid. Let the guy lie in it for at least an hour, and by morning, all his wounds would be healed. The boy was disappointed by this turn of events, because he would have liked to take a bath with a beautiful woman like Hell. But she calmly got out of the tub and told him to feel at home. Sitting alone in the bathtub, Zero pondered his fate. He understood that he had become a successful experiment for the organization, but this did not mean that he would live forever, because the organization will continue to conduct experiments and create new instances. So he had very little time left. He just needed to get stronger and raise his level as soon as possible. Hell met Lin Weixiang in the corridor. He said that tomorrow he would go to the management and demand permission to open Zero's body. He was quite confident that he was unlikely to be denied this time. Hell's supervisor suggested that he wait a little longer since the organization had refused him only last week. It was a little too soon to ask again. Lin Weixiang was still wondering why the organization needed this scumbag, and then he asked Hell if maybe she was too used to their pattern. It was also possible that she had developed some feelings for him. The Red Viper replied that this was completely impossible. Then Lin Weixiang told her to mind her own business with her suggestions, because he knew better than to act in this situation. Manager Hell and Zero were sitting together in the dining room at the table. Zero kept cleaning his gun. Hell noticed this and said that he should stop cleaning his gun. She added that the gun had long since been ruined and was constantly malfunctioning. In general, it would be better to throw it away. Hell said that you shouldn't play with a gun like a child. Unusable things are garbage, and garbage should be thrown away. Then she added that Zero needs to grow up. If he doesn't, he will become useless and will be thrown away. But by repairing his revolver, Zero completed his mechanical restoration, basic. In this way, he earned 69% of the performance. He remembered that disassembling any items could bring him extra experience points. It's a pity, though, that there aren't many of them, but he can try to get more different mechanisms to disassemble. Just then, Hell noticed that Zero had fixed his revolver. This surprised her greatly. After a while, the supervisor said that she had reported to the higher-ups that Zero had repaired his revolver, and the higher-ups had given him access to the armory. She could see that he liked to tinker with different mechanisms and weapons, so perhaps the armory was the right place for him. Han Xiao was very pleased with this decision, because collecting and restoring various mechanisms would allow him to gain experience, which is exactly what he needed. He never dreamed that he would have the opportunity to get into an armory. So Hal and Zero went to the armory of the base where they were stationed together. Seeing so many powerful weapons, Zero was incredibly surprised to find out if this was the same combat training of the embryo. The guy's eyes were darting around. He saw an incredible amount of weapons and realized how much experience he could gain here, and thus, he would be able to raise himself several levels up. Hel reminded herself that the boy had once liked a book about mechanization. She told Zero that she had found a few more books on mechanization and that he could read them whenever he had free time. And then she left the armory, leaving the boy to deal with all the mechanisms on his own. After Zero worked at the armory, he returned to Hel's room, where he was temporarily placed. It was a surprise for Hel. She was outraged that Zero had come to her room. The mentor said that the armory had a specially allocated restroom for the guy, and from now on he would sleep there. After all, he is a man, and it is considered unacceptable to share a room with her. Zero laughed to himself as he wondered if she had thought of that now. Hel opened the door and told Zero to get out of her room and go to the armory immediately. The guy was a little disappointed because his time with such a beautiful woman was over too soon. She said that starting today, he would be training every morning in the training pavilion, and she would be waiting for him right there. Zero dejectedly left the room that he had taken such a liking to his mistress, and Hel handed him a revolver and told him to take it with him. She added that it was his now because he had repaired it. Taking the revolver from his mentor's hands, Han Xiao walked alone down the hallway to his room, which was located in the armory. Looking after him, the head of the Hell looked at him and wished her student to survive. At the armory, Zero did not sit idly by, nor did he do nothing. He knew he had very little time, so he immediately set to work on himself. He took any mechanism and disassembled it, studied it, and reassembled it. As a result of his hard work, Han Xiao rose to a higher level, and it gave him plus 12 strength, plus 1 intelligence, plus 1 endurance, and plus 2 empty attributes. How much does leveling up give you? In 2 days, the guy got the 3rd level. He calculated that it would take him 6 months to get out of there. He noted with satisfaction that by that time no one would stop him here. The training continued. They took place every day. Zero did everything politely, listened to his instructors. Hel could still easily beat him. She wondered why such a capable student had not achieved visible results. After all, 3 whole months had passed. As Zero fell once again from his mentor's blow, he thought that he would not reveal to anyone what he had actually achieved. Hel reached out to her student and told him that Lin Weixiang had contacted the management again and asked to be allowed to investigate Zero. However, the organization is not in a hurry to grant that permission yet. She then turned more sharply to her student and asked if he really thought the organization would continue to allow him to spend their money because he didn't look good. She asked him directly how much longer he thought he could last this way. Han Xiao knew that sooner or later he would be asked such questions. But no matter what, the guy continued to gain new levels and gain fresh experience. This is all he needed to make his escape. One day, he saw that one of the surveillance cameras in his room had been turned off. This indicated that the organization was no longer interested in watching him 24/7. On the one hand, this was a positive development for Zero. On the other hand, it meant that he was in danger of falling into Lin Weixiang's hands. The boy also noticed that disassembling and reassembling mechanisms did not bring him as much experience as before. He decided that it was time to try to strengthen the items. He was confident that his experience would be enough for this. But he also realized that when he reinforced the items, he had to return them to their original form. Otherwise, the organization would find out about all his new skills. This complicated his work a bit. He simply hid some mechanisms so that no one could find them. In this way, he tried to gain new experience for himself. At a regular meeting, Zero was told that the organization was disappointed in him and had cut his funding by 80%. Zero looked at the clothes of the person telling him this and saw the number 1. This is how he realized that this was the second specimen to survive after him. Specimen number 1 defiantly approached Zero, telling him that he knew he was the first surviving specimen created before him. He added that the organization had spent a lot of resources on him. He also shamed him for the fact that Zero is still just disassembling and reassembling mechanisms in an arms depot. He concluded his speech by saying that Zero was a failed experiment for the organization. Sample number 1 said that the organization decided to put him in his predecessor's place, and he believes it was a very good decision. Han Xiao noted that sample number 1 underwent a complete brainwashing, and the embryo organization is a whole universe for him. It is his everything. He realized that he shouldn't interfere because he might give himself away. Since Zero's funding was cut almost completely, he was deprived of his place at the arms depot. The entire operation was run by the number 1 specimen. Valkyrie Laboratory expected exactly this when creating new samples. Those samples had to have combat talent, be strong in body, and have a high learning curve. They had to be real fighters. The lab workers mocked those specimens that failed to reach a certain level of fighter, calling them useless insects. Those samples were used for experiments, and now they will become ordinary cannon fodder. In addition, they have been completely brainwashed into obedient fighters. In this case, it is better to just leave the world. Another employee told his colleague not to talk too much about all this. The talker asked what difference it made to him what and how much he said. He added that all the specimens had been brainwashed anyway, so they couldn't think and wouldn't understand what they were talking about. But all this was very well heard by Zero, who listened carefully to every word of the workers. He was insanely annoyed by the fact that all the workers looked at the subjects as if they were ordinary cattle. After all of Zero's belongings were taken out of the armory, specimen number 1 shoved him in the back, telling him that he was just a failed experiment. Han Xiao realized that for the embryo organization, all of his samples were just cannon fodder, just living weapons. He continued to disassemble and reassemble the weapons he had full access to. Zero smiled slyly as he thought about how interesting it would be when the organization's own specimen destroyed itself. It would be interesting to see the look on their faces then. Senior management got in touch with Zero's mentors. They turned to Lin Weixiang in particular and allowed him to finally conduct an autopsy on the sample. Lin Weixiang bowed in reverence, sincerely thanking them for the permission he had been asking for so long. He continued to stand in a respectful bow. Baluota was dissatisfied with this decision because he was interested in working with the Zero model. He was a toy that he had not yet had time to play with. It was time for morning training, and Zero arrived at the training pavilion as usual. There was something about today's training that worried him. Right now, he was undergoing self-defense training. He noticed that Hell was too aggressive today. She kept yelling at him to defend himself and counterattack her. She punched him in the face with all her might, expecting a decent response. Then very quickly, the mentor used kicks, hitting Zero everywhere she could. She hit him so hard this time that he fell to the ground and bled. He still didn't understand why Hell was being so aggressive today, what he had done wrong. While he was coughing up his own blood, his mentor started attacking him again, yelling at him to counterattack her. She was yelling at him why he was fighting back so weakly. Hadn't he eaten breakfast today? Zero wondered what was wrong because usually everything goes much easier. She even let him rest for a while. He decided to follow the order and counterattack his mentor. Hell managed to grab his arm, but Zero still struck her. However, the Red Viper noticed that this blow was too gentle for a fighter. She sharply pushed him away from her with a powerful punch and shouted, wondering if this was all his awareness and desire to survive. The mentor was about to strike her student again, and he was wondering when it would all stop. He fell weakly to the floor and realized that after another such blow, he would simply not be able to get up. Completely beaten and defeated, Zero lay on the floor in front of his mentor, who ridiculed him for being so weak. She said she expected much more from him. Hell said it was over. She added that now he could go to his room, have a good rest, sleep, and tomorrow there would be no more training. The boy asked what was wrong. It was difficult for the mentor to tell him the organization's decision because she was attached to the boy. However, she decided to do it and, leaving the training pavilion, said that tomorrow they would take him for an autopsy. Hell added that nothing could be changed. The decision had been made. Now Han Xiao realized that this day had come, and this explains all the aggression with which his mentor was training today. He thought that she couldn't bear to watch Lin Weixiang poking around in his brain, so she beat him to a pulp herself. He explained this as a strange behavior of women. Zero also noted that during the 6 months he spent in the organization, only one Hell treated him like a living person. All the others saw him only as dumb cannon fodder. All members of the organization mocked and tormented him. After all, they knew that the prototype would never fight back because he had no right to do so. And worst of all, they considered this behavior normal. But Han Xiao remembered every drop of blood shed from such abuse. And did they really think that after that he would just let himself be destroyed? For 6 months, Zero worked tirelessly at the armory, gaining new levels and experience. During this period, He managed to gather a lot for himself. For him, these 6 months flew by like a month of normal life. Although he didn't kill mobs or complete any leveling tasks, he made up for it in the limited realities of the mechanic class. Here, he managed to raise a lot of experience while sitting in the same room. His current amount of experience was 600,000 points. Each character can have an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels, a challenge appears. To continue to level up, you need to complete a special task. The general limitations of the maximum level change with the release of new patches. In version 1.0, the maximum character level is 60, but Zero's personal screen says that his level is unlimited. This means that he has more power than any other player. The guy was sure that the next stage would be gambling drawings. Blueprints are the blue screens used in the mechanics class to create weapons and mechanisms. Creating blueprints is the most important ability in the mechanic class. 60 types of knowledge can be used with each other to create a mechanism. Each connection contains many blueprints, but after connecting the knowledge, only one direction of creation can be learned at a time. Some blueprints have preliminary requirements. Therefore, when knowledge is merged, it is not known in advance how many drawings can be obtained as a result. But when merging knowledge and experience, the player loses points in any case. After all, there is a possibility that another drawing will be created. That's why this stage is called gambling drawings. It was a little difficult for Zero to cope with this task, as there were drawings that he did not need at all. Over and over again, drawings were created that he did not need at all. The experience points he had gained were running out catastrophically. Zero might not have had time to create the drawing that he really needed. Still, he was successful today. He managed to create a light exoskeleton. Han Xiao was determined. He said that today everyone would learn how it feels to create their own enemy with their own hands. The third group of Sova fighters arrived at the laboratory. The team captain introduced himself and said his call sign was Yin Dao, which means Silver Blade. Yin Dao said they had received orders to transport the team's Valkyrie samples. Hell replied to the supervisor, "Let them do what they were told." The woman added that there was an SUV in the garage, but she was taking their helicopter instead. She irritably told them not to waste her time. Every 2 months, Hell leaves the base. Today, she left very early. This was to Han Xiao's advantage because if Hell was at the base, he would have had a hard time. He was determined to leave this prison today. Right now, Lin Weixiang came for him. Today was his last and only chance to escape. Suddenly, he saw a strange white envelope under the table. Opening it, Han Xiao found a photograph of Hell and her little sister Aurora. Aurora also had superpowers, but at the same time, she was the complete opposite of Hell. She has very powerful healing and regenerative skills. She is even able to prolong life, and moreover, Aurora can resurrect the dead. At the end of the 1.0 version of the game, the Embryo organization created a huge amount of Second Life essences from Aurora's body. This made Hell so angry that she started smashing everything around her. At that moment, she was given the nickname Goddess of Death. Han Xiao was very impressed by this photo. He decided to do something for Hell as she had once had great hopes for him. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling to him. He was told to report immediately to the central hall to receive orders. Immediately, the voice addressed the security guards in the central hall to bring the Zero sample to his laboratory. This voice belonged to Lin Weixiang. Han Xiao put the photo back in the envelope, deciding that he would deal with that issue later and that he needed to get out of here first. The entire Valkyrie base was under surveillance. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was very difficult to move around unnoticed. So Han Xiao's first target was the control room. He ran there as fast as he could. It was necessary to exclude the possibility of following him. When Zero got to the control room, he eliminated all the guards who were monitoring what was happening at the base. Thus, the beginning was made. The all-seeing eye was eliminated. Next in line was Lin Weixiang. On the way to his laboratory, Zero didn't hesitate to kill anyone who came across his path at that moment. And 20 minutes later, Lin Weixiang was informed that Zero's sample had arrived at his lab. Lin Weixiang ordered him to bring it to him. The doctor already had a scalpel in his hand, anticipating how he would perform the autopsy on Zero. He had been waiting for this permission for a very long time. He happily greeted Han Xiao with the fact that he had finally arrived at his laboratory. He went on to say that now he would be able to perform the autopsy and would be able to understand how Zero was different from all the other samples. And when he found out what the cause was, the corpse of specimen Zero would decorate his lab with its own effigy. As Lin Weixiang approached his shelf of autopsy tools, he looked at it all with nostalgia and thought that Zero was their first specimen after all. He was so immersed in his own memories that he didn't notice that something terrible had happened. He turned around and saw a bloody guard lying on the floor. He immediately began to shout that this was impossible, because a brainwashed specimen could not possibly kill someone in the organization. Covered in blood, Han Xiao smiled at Lin Weixiang. The doctor could not understand what had happened, because for 6 months there had been no problems with the zero sample. Lin Weixiang was immediately attacked by Han Xiao. He rushed to him with a knife and stabbed the doctor with great pleasure. Han Xiao told Lin Weixiang that he had killed everyone in the control room with his own hands. As the doctor was bleeding, he finally realized that Han Xiao had been skillfully playing the role of someone who had been brainwashed for 6 months. The guy asked him what he thought about what really happened in the lab. Lin Weixiang could not believe it. He said it couldn't be, that the guy couldn't have fooled all the members of the organization. Stabbing the doctor's body one after another, Han Xiao coldly said that nothing is impossible in this world. The guy was just mocking Lin Weixiang, not dealing him a fatal blow so that he would suffer as long as possible. The doctor asked him how he managed to do this to him. After all, he was his creator. When Han Xiao was done with Lin Weixiang, he took his key card to move around the base more freely. He knew very well that only 3 people in the entire base had access to all the doors. Lin Weixiang was one of those people. He began to think about what he should do next. After all, if he went directly to the exit door, he would be immediately stopped by the guards, and the game would be over for him in just 10 seconds. He knew very well that he would not do that. So to begin with, he changed into a security uniform. According to the main plan, he first had to cut off all communication. He had to achieve at least a few hours of silence so that no one would communicate with anyone. The communication equipment is located 3 floors down the wall. The guy would have to use mechanisms to break through the wall. First of all, he had to go back to the 2nd floor and take the prepared mechanisms. He realized that there were several people on the base who might recognize him. They were Hell, Number 1, Lin Weixiang, and Baluota. The first 2 are not on the base. Lin Weixiang has already been eliminated. Han Xiao was also sure that other ordinary employees of the base, the guards, would simply not notice him. He was only worried about whether he would meet Baluota. While thinking like this and walking straight down the corridor, Han Xiao suddenly felt someone's hand on his shoulder and someone's voice asking him which group he was from, because they hadn't seen him anywhere before. And it was Baluota. The boy recognized him so quickly. He turned to his mentor and said that he was new here, from Group B. Baluota looked at Zero suspiciously and asked when the newcomers had arrived, why he didn't know anything about it. And then he added that he had heard that voice somewhere before. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had already turned away to walk on, but Baluota pulled out his revolver and ordered the boy to show his face. Han Xiao said that he did not want to resort to Plan B, and he clutched his trusty dagger. Baluota heard the boy say something and asked him what he meant. Throwing off his cap and taking off his glasses, Han Xiao attacked his mentor with a shout, bringing his dagger over his head. As he attempted to stab him, he shouted that he had long wanted to tell Baluota to get himself checked by a psychiatrist. Han Xiao tried to eliminate his mentor, but Baluota was a good fighter. Of course, the mentor recognized his student Zero. The guards immediately reacted and gave the order to shoot. Han Xiao clearly knew that he would have time to get to the machinery room in 2 seconds. He also knew that it would take 3 whole and 7/10 of a second for Baluota to get up. At the same time, he punched the guards. Han Xiao continued to think, running as fast as he could down the corridor, that the 3 guards would not be able to hurt him in 4 whole and 2/10 of a second, and backup would arrive in 25 or 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Baluota got up and asked if Zero really decided to hide in the room. He said that it was the worst of all options. The mentor continued to chase Han Xiao and said that he was very gentle. So he came to the door behind which Zero was. Suddenly the door opened and Zero's model appeared on the threshold in a magnificent outfit. His very appearance had already caused a list of pursuers. The guy mercilessly began to strike everyone who came within his reach. Baluota was shocked by the way Zero looked now. He did not expect this from his student. After all, he considered him a complete idiot. And so Han Xiao attacked his mentor and said that he could die now. He directed all his hatred at him. After those words, the boy struck a crushing blow to his crazy mentor. Falling exhausted to the floor, Baluota only managed to say how this could have happened. How could their demented specimen, Zero, have become so strong? Han Xiao used his armor to punch a hole through his mentor's body. Baluota had no chance of survival. Zero, having destroyed another of his enemies, had once again won. Now he had to think about what to do next, because he had caused quite a stir at the base. And now he stood in front of his crazy mentor and remembered all their training together. For 6 whole months, During this period, Baluota constantly mocked him and managed to stab him 420 times. And now he would like to hear how his mentor felt when he was finally punished for all his cruelty. But he will not hear it. After a while, armed guards came running to the place where Baluota was lying dead. They were shocked by what they saw. The guards tried to contact the control room, but there was no response. Then the commander of the security team ordered to immediately report the situation to Dr. Lin Weixiang. But he was immediately informed that Group C had found the doctor's corpse in the laboratory. No one understood exactly what had happened at the Valkyrie base. Now all the security guards at the base put on protective masks. Everyone was ordered not to panic and to find the enemy immediately. They were allowed to open fire on the enemy. Group A was sent to the armory. Group B was to check the control room. Group C was sent to the laboratory to protect sample data. And Group D was sent to the main gate. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from somewhere, startling everyone on the base. The team leaders tried to find out what was going on by communicating with each other on walkie-talkies. But the commander of one of the groups could not answer anything. He was eliminated like the rest of his group by a powerful explosion. Instead, Han Xiao picked up his radio and started talking into it, addressing the other teams. He said that part of Group C had been killed as a result of severe wounds. He also said that they had blocked the target in the lab and that the guys had even managed to shoot him. Then Zero urgently called for help there. He received a reply that the others would arrive soon, that Group B was on the way. The men of Group B, fully equipped, were running to the laboratory with their assault rifles set to fire immediately. The group commander stopped and asked what was going on up there. Then he ordered some of his men to stay put and led the rest of them onward. Meanwhile, Zero used the key card he had taken from Dr. Lin Weixiang to open the main gate of the base. The soldiers of one of the groups asked him why he did it, more precisely, how he managed to open the gate, and who he was in general. Han Xiao took off his cap and everyone could see that it was Zero. Meanwhile, the guy ran quickly outside, and when he got outside the gate, he immediately closed it, putting the key card to the lock. The soldiers who ran after him only bumped into the closed gate. They realized that Zero had locked it from the outside, and they let him escape. Finally, Han Xiao was free. He opened his arms to meet the warm sun, which he was so eager to see. Putting his face under its gentle rays, he breathed in the fresh air of freedom. Meanwhile, Hell's supervisor was informed by the higher-ups about what had happened at the base. She could not believe it, saying it was impossible. In response, she heard that it did happen. Zero had escaped. She was then ordered to return to the base. Hell tried to object, because right now she was on her way to see her sister, whom she could only see once every 2 months. But she was immediately interrupted before she could speak and ordered to be silent. And they reminded her that she had no right to bargain. Hell's supervisor thought about the situation, about Zero, and she realized that he had been pretending for 6 months playing the role of an ignoramus. The Sova group also pursued the fugitive Zero. Their car stopped where the road had already ended, so they decided to continue on foot. They were sure that the Zero specimen could not get far. Specimen number 1, who was part of the Owl group, was indignant that they were ordered to catch some petty fugitive. They had sent a whole group of owls for his sake. He added that it seemed as if they were not considered human beings at all. The group commander replied that they hadn't had any missions for a long time, and now they had a chance to warm up a bit. He announced the following order. Whoever catches the fugitive first will be rewarded with half a day of rest. The commander gave 30 minutes to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was hiding as best he could. He knew that 3 cars had been sent to search for him, but he was calm, because under the cover of night, it was quite difficult for them to find him. But then suddenly he saw a bright light shining directly at him. Han Xiao realized that he had been discovered. The pursuers had night vision devices. He had to close the distance between himself and them. He began to think about how to approach them unnoticed. The experience points he had left would have to be spent on close combat. In an ambush among the thickets, one of the pursuers was sitting and trying to find out where Zero was. The fighter opened fire and fired a bullet that ricocheted right at him. The bullet killed the soldier because Han Xiao had successfully used his experience points. In doing so, Zero earned 1,500 experience points and also received 3 hand grenades. It was pretty good. And then the other members of the Owl Special Forces opened fire on him, because they saw that Zero had destroyed sample number 4. But Han Xiao skillfully fought them off, skillfully applying the skills he had acquired. He only mocked them, saying that they had decided to shoot him in vain. After killing 2 more fighters, Zero gained 3,000 experience points. Then someone shouted that they needed to throw a grenade at Zero. Coming closer, the Special Forces fighters saw another of their colleagues destroyed by Zero's pattern. Immediately, they started shooting at them. Some were also immediately killed, while others began to shout that they needed to take cover. Han Xiao was only satisfied to count the fighters of the Sova special group he had destroyed and was gaining more and more experience. The group commander was saying to himself that the Zero specimen was just an ordinary fighter, just like all the other soldiers. He could not understand how the guy managed to destroy his entire squad, and then in the midst of the thicket he saw Specimen Zero approaching him, holding a weapon. Han Xiao made a little report to himself to see how he was doing now. He saw a disappointing picture. The armor of the light exoskeleton was reduced to 10, and he was almost out of ammunition. He realized that he would soon run out of energy as well, and he needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Suddenly, he was attacked by the commander of the Sova Special Forces, trying to deal him a crushing blow. But Han Xiao sharply counterattacked him, and the commander failed to realize his plan. The guy noted that it was quite difficult to fight the commander, and the commander began to blame himself for underestimating Zero. And that's why the guys of his group died. He began to feel guilty that he would no longer be able to live in peace in this world. He pulled out his dagger and shouted to Zero that he would send the guy to hell with his own hands. The commander of the special group rushed at Zero, but the boy skillfully defended himself with his shield. Having repelled the attack with his dagger, he lowered his shield, looking at the attacker with anger. The commander's dagger was stuck in Han Xiao's shield. He could not get it out. Zero immediately struck him with a crushing blow. The commander did not have time to defend himself. Zero was awarded 5,000 experience points for killing the commander of the special forces. He became even stronger. Han Xiao was pleased with himself. After all, he had just dealt with an entire special forces unit that had been sent specifically to capture him. But after all these battles, the guy's exoskeleton had completely collapsed. His equipment was destroyed. However, I was glad that he had the blueprints with him. This meant that as soon as he had the right material, he could create a new exoskeleton for himself. Han Xiao was well aware that Embryo's reinforcements would soon arrive in the area, so he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The forest he was in looked immense. The guy had no idea which direction to take. Of course, first he had to find a place where people lived, create a map and move on. Meanwhile, an important emergency meeting was held in the main hall of the Embryon organization. The head of the base was very unhappy that the Zero specimen had managed to escape. He shouted that one failed experimental sample had managed to eliminate as many as 30 armed guards. In addition, he destroyed the laboratory's data, completely destroyed the Sova Special Forces, and he also deprived Lin Weixiang of his position as the leader. And finally, he managed to escape unharmed. He scolded his wards and told them not to tell him fairy tales. One of the wards reported that the Valkyrie serum injected into the body of Zero's sample had led to side effects that no one had been able to prevent, and that Zero had gained a talent for mechanization and an incredibly high level of intelligence. The supervisor asked if he meant to say that the brainwashing did nothing for the Zero specimen, did not affect him in any way. The ward made excuses, saying that this must have been the case. I would also add that Zero's sample did not show any abnormalities for the first 6 months. Perhaps he was pretending, but in fact, he was developing his plan to escape from the base. That's when Hel entered the conversation. She said that she was well aware of Zero's combat power, and that he could not have become that strong so quickly. Accordingly, it seems to her that the Zero specimen managed to awaken special abilities. The head of Embryo was tired of hearing all this. He was irritated by all these explanations and told the department heads to stop making excuses. He clearly ordered that until they had completely eradicated all the abnormalities of the Valkyrie serum, they were not allowed to create any new samples. He also ordered that all other samples be brainwashed, and he added that he did not want any more new appearances of Zero. This decision was taken very negatively by sample number 1. He was annoyed that his loyalty was being questioned. Therefore, he stepped forward decisively and, beating his chest, told his supervisor that he was ready to lead a new squad to destroy Zero. The leader agreed. Lighting another cigarette, he gave the order to find Zero and bring him back to the base. It didn't matter if he was alive or dead. It had been 7 days since Han Xiao had made his successful escape from the Embryo organization's base. He had already run out of food and water, but he was glad that at least his wounds had not become inflamed. And this was all thanks to the fact that he had a lot of points in endurance. Now he was calmly cooking poultry meat over the fire. As he tasted it, he wondered when he would finally be able to get out of that forest. He wasn't Bear Grylls to survive in the wild forest. He wanted to get to people as soon as possible and eventually get himself cleaned up. After a good meal, Han Xiao moved on. And then he suddenly fell into a trap. Someone threw a large net over him and then came closer, pointing a gun at him and ordering him not to move. Han Xiao was lying on the ground, bound by the net. He saw a guy in field clothes with purple hair demanding that he give him everything of value and get out. After standing up a little, Han Xiao realized that he was trapped by a common thief. Meanwhile, the robber shouted at Zero to stop just looking at him. But Han Xiao was not so easy to catch. He stood up sharply, throwing off the net, and hit the robber hard, so hard that his mouth bled. Then Zero got to his feet holding the thief's gun. The robber, falling to his knees, began to apologize to him for not recognizing him as a real fighter. Now he begged for mercy. He added that he felt very guilty. Picking up the rifle, Han Xiao asked why he had only now decided to confess. He said that the muzzle of his gun was crooked. And how could he use such a gun to rob people who were out in the woods? After all, if you shoot it, you can easily set your face on fire. The thief, on his knees, continued to apologize, calling himself very guilty of what had happened. Finally, Han Xiao asked him what he was guilty of. The thief tried to explain. He weakly asked Zero if he should have taken another gun. This made Han Xiao laugh a lot. Then the thief tried to run away and said that if the master was no longer angry with him, he would leave, or rather crawl away, because he knows how to crawl best. But Zero grabbed him by his clothes and asked him how he could just run away now, if he had caught him in a net before. This did not suit him at all. He ordered the thief to tell him where the nearest town was. The thief began to answer that there was a town not far from here, just 1 kilometer to the east. All kinds of vagrants gather there. And again he began to ask Zero to forgive him and let him go. Of course, Han Xiao let the poor robber go. He said that he was not as strong as he seemed. After that, Zero continued his journey to the east, hoping to come across the town that the thief had told him about. He eventually reached the place where the tramp's camp was located. As soon as he entered the area, he was bombarded with various offers. One merchant urged Han Xiao to come over and inspect his high-quality products, which he sold in barter, and promised that everything would be fair, no cheating. Zero liked this offer because he was not exactly broke, so a barter deal was his way out. He started digging through his backpack, saying that he needed a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilograms of food, dried meat or bread. After searching through his backpack for anything of value, Han Xiao pulled out a few rounds of ammunition and said he could pay with this. The vendor said that those bullets would not be enough for everything he ordered. He added that he could agree to give what Zero wanted for 150 rounds. Han Xiao disagreed and said that the merchant was overcharging him a little. The trader defiantly replied that he didn't care because there was no other camp within 50 kilometers of that area. Therefore, if the guy doesn't have enough, he doesn't have to buy anything. But then another vagrant named Hu Hongjun came up to them and asked the trader, whose name was Kalo, why he was cheating the people again. He added that it was hard for people to survive in the forests and that he shouldn't behave like that. This turn of events was a surprise to Han Xiao. The trader, scratching the back of his head, said that he had almost made a deal. Hu Hongjun told Zero that Kalo was an old speculator and not worth doing business with. He added that Han Xiao must have been wandering in the forest for a long time. He offered him to stay in his tent tonight. He had a place to live and food there. He also said that what the boy needed did not cost any money, and in the evening he would prepare everything for him himself. Han Xiao could only thank him modestly for his kindness. He thought to himself that Hu Hongjun did not look like a scoundrel, but even if he is a scoundrel, he is not scary at all now. Afterward, the two of them went to Hu Hongjun's tent, where his wife An immediately served them drinks. Han Xiao greeted her politely. Anne smiled kindly at the guy and said that all the food they had was homemade, so she didn't know how much he would like it. Then Anne added that the guest should eat and stay overnight. Han Xiao sincerely thanked her for this offer. He was very hungry, as he had not eaten for 3 days. Anne brought many different dishes to the table and Zero started eating. He praised every dish he tasted and thanked the hosts for their hospitality. All this raised his level of well-being, and Hu Hongjun only teased his guest's appetite and asked him to eat more. The evening came. Han Xiao and Hu Hongjun were resting on the couch, and Han Xiao was interested in the tent owner's rifle. He asked if he had served before. Hu Hongjun just smiled and said that this gun had protected him for many years. Zero noted that his weapon was in very good condition. Hu Hongjun replied that he was now an old man and would hardly need this gun. He said that his homeland had been invaded by another great power after the armistice. But he wasn't going to explain anything. He just said that a hillbilly like Zero wouldn't understand it anyway. He would not be able to understand embryo's cooperation with 6 countries. But let me tell you what Hu Hongjun definitely does not want anymore. Namely, he no longer wants to fight. He likes a quiet, measured life. Here he interrupted his thoughts and said that it was late, let Zero go to bed, and in the morning he would continue on his way to his business. The boy agreed and went to bed to rest, and early the next day he was ready to go on his way. He sincerely thanked Hu Hongjun for such warm hospitality. And then he saw the thief who had caught him in his nets a few days earlier. Han Xiao asked the tent owner if he was his son, but Hu Hongjun denied it. He said it was his nephew, whose parents had died in the war. Hu Hongjun added that his nephew had come back very late last night, so he sent him to sleep in the car. He said that the kid was completely naughty. Zero noticed that the thief was behaving rather suspiciously. Han Xiao said goodbye to his benefactors, thanked his brother Hu once again for his warm welcome, and expressed his hope that they would meet again. Hu Hongjun wished Zero a safe journey and added that next time they would drink a bottle of something stronger. And then a group of pursuers from the embryo base arrived at the tramp camp where Han Xiao had been so warmly received, led by the #1 specimen. They realized that there were no other camps within a 50-kilometer radius. So, Zero must have been here. They started asking the camp residents about what they were interested in. Sample #1 showed a portrait of Zero and asked if they had seen this guy. When he received no response, he repeated the question, asking if anyone here had seen this guy. Hu Hongjun took the liberty of answering the question and said that they had not seen the guy in the portrait in their camp. Sample #1 got angry, thinking that they had taken the wrong road, and ordered everyone to get in their cars and leave. However, he suddenly noticed that Hu Hongjun's nephew was very excited for some reason. So he ordered his soldiers to grab the boy and take him with them. The soldiers did just that. Sample #1 approached the boy and ordered him to be searched. During the search, they found a gun under the boy's clothes. Sample 1 immediately recognized the gun. It was the kind of weapon used by the Sova Special Forces. After Zero destroyed them, he took the gun for himself. Exemplar 1 asked the boy where he got the gun from, if he claimed that Zero was not in the camp. He pointed the loaded gun at the little thief and ordered him to confess everything. Sample #1 added that if the kid didn't confess, his men would shoot everyone here. Kalo turned to Hu Hongjun in fright and said that he had hosted the very guy the embryo squad was looking for in his tent that night. He asked why Hu Hongjun was not telling the truth, and he began to insist that he tell everything, because no one here wants to get into trouble. Sample #1 repeated that he should be told everything immediately. There was no point in denying that Zero was in their camp. His patience was running out. He said that they should have told him everything at once. He added that he didn't like the fact that they wanted to play him for a fool, and now he would have to pay for his audacity. Han Xiao continued on his way, but he began to feel a strange sensation. It was so painful that his eye began to twitch. He thought that someone was touching his backpack. So he sat down on the ground, opened it to see if all his things were in place. All his equipment from embryo was there. He realized that if at least one thing was left in the camp, then all the residents would be in big trouble. He began to count everything in his backpack, namely 300 rounds of ammunition, 10 pistols, and then he noticed that one pistol was missing. He remembered how strange his brother Hu's nephew had been acting in the morning. So it became clear that the little thief had stolen one gun from Han Xiao's backpack. Zero decided to immediately return to the tramp camp, and when he got there, he saw a terrible picture. All of its inhabitants were killed and lying on the ground, bloody. He exhaled a disappointed breath because he was late. He turned around to leave, and then suddenly someone's hand grabbed his leg. Someone asked him not to go. It was Kilo. He said with the last of his strength that it was an embryo unit. He also said that they did not turn him in and paid for it with their lives. Kilo asked that Han Xiao, on behalf of Hu Hongjun and in the name of his hospitality, take revenge on embryo for the crime. But then Hu Hongjun's young nephew spoke up. He told Zero not to believe the traitor Kilo. The boy said that Kilo himself had handed over his uncle Hu Hongjun to the embryo fighters. And Hu Hongjun didn't say a word until his last breath about where Han Xiao was going. Zero fell to his knees in front of his already lifeless brother Hu and saw that his hand was pointing in the opposite direction from where he had gone. So he abruptly stood up, picked up a gun, and pointed it at Kalo's head. Kalo began to ask the guy to wait and not shoot him, but to give him a chance to explain everything. However, Han Xiao was relentless. He said that Hu Hongjun did not turn him in until his death. He wouldn't give up a guy he had known for less than 2 days. And Kalo stopped choosing his words and told Han Xiao that a real man died because of him, a scumbag like him. Zero only said that Kilo would have the opportunity to apologize to his brother Hu in the afterlife. Han Xiao knew very well that the path Hu Hongjun pointed out led nowhere. This meant that the embryo squad would soon turn in the opposite direction. Therefore, he decided to stay in the camp and ambush them. He activated a Class E mission, that is Revenge. This task was to destroy the sample squad. 15,000 experience points would be the reward for this. Zero really wanted to avenge his friends. To take revenge, Han Xiao even took the rifle of his deceased friend Hu Hongjun. He was determined. His revenge would be terrible because innocent people had died. After preparing everything properly in the camp, Zero went outside the camp and took a comfortable position to be able to see the road leading to the camp. Driving through the area where Hu Hongjun had directed them before his death, the embryo fighters finally realized that Zero was not there. That means he's in the other direction. Specimen number 1 was thinking how far Specimen 0 could escape. Suddenly, the car they were traveling in stopped abruptly, and the driver reported that the tire must have exploded. The squad leader started to get angry. He asked how a low-pressure tire could explode. He added that it was most likely an attack. He ordered everyone to duck down in the vehicles and follow the armored cars, and when they got close to the target, they were to immediately get into the jeeps. Han Xiao heard all of these orders and was very pleased with the decision of his opponents, because this was exactly what he had expected. The strategy adopted by model number 1 was correct, but very easy, and Zero easily figured it out. That's why he launched a surprise attack on the embryo squad and immediately killed several fighters. The soldiers scattered wherever they could, but the trusty bullets caught up with them and did not allow them to escape. Zero's revenge was in full swing. Feeling his weakness, the number 1 specimen began to get very nervous. He screamed furiously, demanding that the one who dared to attack them show himself. Han Xiao came out of his ambush holding a rifle, and everyone was shocked to see him. Specimen number 1 couldn't believe that a weakling like Zero was able to single-handedly eliminate an entire specimen squad. He kept saying that he didn't believe it. Han Xiao only laughed, saying that he had heard this phrase used in his direction before. He added that the person he had heard it from was already 2 meters underground. Zero was referring to Baluoda. Then the head of the embryo organization intervened in their conversation. He offered Han Xiao to return to embryo. He said that he would guarantee him the safety of all his memories. He also promised him a high rank and that he would definitely not be an ordinary model anymore. The guy asked how the manager knew he would want to work for them. The manager continued his story. He said that their organization is all over the world. They do great things, and it is natural to work for them. If the guy refused the offer, the world would not be so big for him, and definitely not safe. Han Xiao only replied that he would destroy them all, and he immediately shot the Valkyrie specimen number 1. In doing so, he earned another 900 experience points. The revenge mission was completed, and an additional 15,000 experience points were earned. However, Han Xiao knew that his current strength was no match for embryos. Therefore, he would have to rely on his own knowledge and join forces with a force that could withstand the entire embryo organization. With that, Han Xiao decided to go to the Star Dragon Empire. The journey was long, but this journey was worth the result. There was no turning back. Han Xiao continued to gain knowledge. Apart from the embryo organization, only 6 nations in the world possessed advanced knowledge. This meant for the young man that joining the 6 nations was imperative to complete the task. He has now started a factional relationship with the embryo organization. Embryo's goodwill has dropped by 1,000. The embryo organization is hated. Another minus 1,000 points. Han Xiao received a Class A mission, the fall of embryo. In addition, he received advice. The mission will be long. The reward for it will depend on the progress of the destruction of the embryo organization, directly or indirectly. Currently, the progress was 0%. Han Xiao realized that since embryo was constantly expanding and evolving, he was required to destroy 20% of it to complete the task. Thinking about it, Han Xiao came to the conclusion that he could not complete the task alone, but he still made the choice to accept the task as he considered it his main mission at the moment. Finally, after a long journey, he arrived in the western capital of the Star Dragon Empire. Since Han Xiao was now being searched for everywhere by the embryo organization, the Star Dragon Empire should have already received all the information. This meant that he was unlikely to be lucky enough to pass through the checkpoint, but he loved such challenges of fate and thought to himself that such a trifle would not stop him. He was well aware that players from the Red List, who were wanted by their people in their past lives, could not pass the checkpoint, but that is until they find the hidden NPC in charge of smuggling and give him some money. Then he will smuggle them into the city. That's what Han Xiao was counting on. He found the hidden NPC and asked him to take him to the city. And of course, he offered a fee for the service. The smuggler liked Han Xiao's fee, and he showed the guy where he needed to hide so that he could safely transport him to the city. The Star Dragon Empire is one of the 6 planets of the Aquamarine Nation. During the previous war, the Embryo Organization signed a secret treaty with the enemy Star Dragon Nation and organized several large-scale terrorist attacks on this territory. Thus, the Empire surrendered its position among the 6 nations and began to feud with Embryo. Han Xiao remembered everything here well, and now he saw that this place had not changed at all. He began to remember where he would get to if he walked through this neighborhood and another 2 kilometers to the east. There, at the end of the road, would be an inconspicuous repair shop. This is a hidden plot point. Han Xiao knows about it from the files of other people in his past life. Now he had no rivals, so he could outrun anyone. In his past life, he didn't have such a chance, but this time he will definitely use it. As Han Xiao approached the repair shop, he peered through the window and saw the person he was looking for at the table. He was playing a board game. There was a fierce struggle going on. The game was not easy. Everyone wanted to win. Han Xiao went inside and began to watch the game that interested him closely and saw that the blacks were facing off against the whites. He could see a very strong tension during the game. The boy wondered why so much noise was being made from an ordinary board game. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice apologizing for his interference. A cute young girl in a black suit with yellow headphones came up to him and asked what he needed to repair. It was strange for Han Xiao to see a girl in this place. He had been here many times before and had never noticed her. By the way, he noted to himself that the girl was quite cute. The guy apologized for his interference and asked if the workshop accepted students for training. The girl happily replied that of course they do. She walked closer to Han Xiao, took his arm above the elbow, and told him to come in and not to get cold. He asked if the word freeze meant sunstroke in their dialect. The girl showed him a device and said that it was a mobile terminal and that it had been broken for a long time. She added that this would be a test task. If Han Xiao could do it, he could become an apprentice in the workshop and stay on to study. The boy agreed without any problems. Suddenly, one of the 2 old men playing Go at the table stopped the game and told him to wait. He turned to Han Xiao and asked him why he should start studying at the workshop. Han Xiao was a little worried that the old man knew who he was, but that was impossible. He needed to calm down and collect his thoughts. Finally, he said that he was just looking for a job. And then the girl who had first started the conversation with Han Xiao intervened. The old man who asked the boy questions was her grandfather, so she told her grandfather to cut him some slack. That the boy was just looking for a job. She added that they finally had a student. He shouldn't be scared away because she already had a lot of work. The old man introduced himself as the owner of the workshop. He told Han Xiao that in order to work here, he needed to pass a test. Han Xiao wondered what kind of test the workshop owner would give him. He said he was ready. The owner liked the boy's confidence and courage. He told him to listen very carefully, and he began to announce the task that Han Xiao had to do. To begin with, in 3 hours, he had to make another old man a mechanical prosthesis. And if his rival liked the prosthesis, Han Xiao would be able to stay working in the workshop. Immediately, the old man's rival began to object, asking why he should be involved in all kinds of tests. Suddenly, the rival looked closer at Han Xiao and said that he remembered him. The granddaughter of the workshop owner reproached her grandfather for saying that planning and drawing alone could take several hours, and to completely make a prosthesis in 3 hours is simply unrealistic. The grandfather told his granddaughter Lu Qian not to interfere. He said that Han Xiao had to show something worthwhile if he wanted to work in the workshop. Then he turned to the boy and said that if he was scared, he should get out of here before it was too late. But Han Xiao is not the type to give up so quickly and without a fight. So he agreed to the test. Lu Qian only said that he was crazy because it was impossible to do it in the time allotted to him. Han Xiao immediately set to work. He could use everything he needed in the workshop to complete the test task. Lu Qian came to him and offered to help him create a drawing to save time. To do this, she brought a pile of paper with her. In return, she asked Han Xiao to tell her about his plan. Han Xiao just smiled and replied that he didn't need to draw a drawing. He had already thought of everything in his head. Lu Qian's mouth dropped open in surprise. She couldn't believe that it took 2 minutes to come up with the blueprints for making a prosthesis. Then the grandfather interrupted their conversation and told the boy to stop showing off. He, like his granddaughter, said that it was unrealistic to come up with a complete drawing in just 2 minutes. even for a professional mechanic like himself. That's why he asked Han Xiao how he could do it, and he added that it was all hogwash. But the guy stood his ground. He only said that they would see for themselves later. The owner of the workshop was still wondering what the boy had thought of so quickly, but Han Xiao was not wasting his time, because he already had a lot of it. He was completing his test task, and the prosthesis he was ordered to make was already beginning to take shape. The owner of the workshop decided to watch the boy's work. He carefully examined all the parts Han Xiao had prepared to assemble the prosthesis, and saw that there was not a single missing part. It was hard for him to believe that the boy had really thought of all this in his head and not drawn a drawing. The old man saw Han Xiao already working on the folded prosthesis and kept repeating that it couldn't be. And his granddaughter, who was also watching Han Xiao perform the test task, told her grandfather not to move the boy. Finally, Han Xiao finished his work, picked up his piece, turned to the owner of the workshop and said that everything was ready. A friend of the workshop owner came into the room and asked Han Xiao to make the prosthesis for him. All three observers were shocked by the speed of the boy's performance, and Lucian could not believe that Han Xiao had completed the test in just 2.5 hours, not 3. The friend of the workshop owner took off his clothes to try on the prosthesis he had so kindly offered him. After putting it on, he immediately began to test the prosthesis, bending it at the elbow, clenching it into a fist, and was pleasantly surprised by the skillful workmanship. It was hard for him to believe that the prosthesis could be so mobile and that it was as functional as a real arm. Moreover, it is very smooth and does not irritate the arm at all. Han Xiao, crossing his arms over his chest, told him that if he liked the prosthesis so much, he could have it. The old man thanked him and said that he was now indebted to the boy. Then the owner of the workshop intervened in their dialogue and sternly told him that all the materials used to make the prosthesis belonged to him. So, his friend would be indebted to him. He also remarked to Han Xiao that he had not even asked the old man's permission, and the guy said that in that case he was asking for permission now, and he asked the workshop owner if he was skilled enough to stay in the workshop. The workshop owner allowed Han Xiao to stay. He added to himself that he would be interested to see how long he could stay here. The guy needed it, because now he would at least have a place to live. He also realized that sooner or later he would get all the mechanical drawings he needed from the master. A friend of the workshop owner, whose name was Buddy by the way, said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other later. But Buddy was very annoyed about something and said goodbye rather rudely, telling him not to come back here. Han Xiao was glad to be accepted as an apprentice in the workshop, because here he would be able to improve his level faster. He could also have a good rest. Meanwhile, Buddy's friend, the owner of the workshop, went to his car where his personal driver met him. Suddenly his phone rang and the driver handed it to him. Already sitting in the car, he answered the call and said over the phone to inform the intelligence that Zero, who was wanted, had entered the Western capital. Immediately, this information was delivered to the address. It was received at the 13th Division of the Star Dragon Territorial Strategic Defense Headquarters. 2 intelligence officers were taking the elevator. One of them, a man, said that Zero was a deserter wanted by Embryon. There is a $150,000 bounty on his head. This means he is either a genius or extremely capable. The threat he poses is incalculable. The woman replied that they had been instructed to act carefully. The man added that they had to be prepared for any outcome. He ordered her to provide protection to the informant, and they also had to hide his presence in the Western capital from Embryon spies. They got off on the floor they needed, went to the room where the grid monitoring group was working, and the man ordered them to intercept all messages that somehow mentioned Zero's whereabouts. He also told them to make sure that no information was leaked. Han Xiao came to the Clow landfill in the 7th District. In particular, he needed the head of the 7th District's Gray Zone Leopard, who, lighting a cigar, asked the newcomer who he was and why he was looking for him. Han Xiao replied that it didn't matter who he was. In his opinion, the leopard would not mind working with him. At the same time, he played with a gun he had just stolen from one of the guards. Zero continued to announce the purpose of his visit and said that the arms trade is very profitable today, and he offered that he could cut costs, and in return he asked for only a small reward. The leopard was surprised to hear that the boy could make firearms. He was very interested in the offer, so he put down his cigar and asked what kind of cooperation the guy had in mind. Han Xiao replied that he would present the list later. He would need materials and parts from Leopard, and he would handle the production and assembly. He also added that he would work there for 2 hours a day. Han Xiao asked for $230 for each pistol, and he would be able to take any mechanical waste he wanted from the dump. The leopard replied that all the materials here belonged to him, and he could only pay Han Xiao $150. Han Xiao, leaving the premises, said that he was satisfied with the price. He added that leopard should prepare the equipment and materials, and he would return tomorrow. In the meantime, he was going to the dump. Zero was putting various mechanical garbage in a big bag and thinking that the production of mechanisms costs a lot of money, and he would miss the salary from the workshop. But then he added that he didn't have to worry about money now. The 13th Division would easily guess that he was working for Leopard to earn extra money. He realized that they knew how good a mechanic he was, so they would definitely come after him sooner or later. Finally, Han Xiao returned to the workshop where he was met by Lu Qian, who asked him where he had been for so long because he had been gone for a long time. The guy replied that he had been digging in the dump. Lu Qian said that a landfill is a very dangerous place. She warned him not to go there too often. Han Xiao told her that he would listen to her, so she shouldn't worry. The girl told him to wash his hands and go downstairs to eat. The guy was thinking about the fact that the task to level up to the 20th level requires mastery of 5 mechanical bases, and he still didn't have a weapon base or a book of basic materials. But he knew that old Lu had the entire collection. He just needed to find a way to get it. So when Han Xiao went down to the dining room, he immediately asked Mr. Lu to let him use his books on mechanics. Mr. Lu angrily replied that the boy shouldn't even think about it. He said arrogantly that he didn't have any books for boys. Han Xiao laughed back and told Mr. Lu not to be so greedy. He suggested that he should think of this request as an investment in the youth and also as training a potential employee. This made Mr. Lu even more angry, and he said that the guy was very arrogant, even more impudent than the old man thought at first. He added that he would never give the boy his books. And then suddenly Mr. Lu's granddaughter Qian came up to him with a pile of books and said that her grandfather was just joking. It was nothing special, and she handed those books to Zero. Mr. Lu was shocked by his granddaughter's prank because he did not want to share his books with the boy. Han Xiao just took those books and thanked Lu Qian. The boy immediately opened the book and started studying. He decided to invest his potential points in the weapons-based training and the book of basic materials. He had now learned the 5 mechanical bases of the arm branch, mastered new skills such as basic cleansing and reloading, and obtained a new robot ranger blueprint. Han Xiao knew that in the battle against Embryo, using others was commonplace. But what was really important was his own abilities. Now, enriched with knowledge, he closed the book, thinking that time waits for no one and he needed to start preparing. Late in the evening, when it was getting dark, a man in a hat and a long cloak came to the workshop and said that the target had been found. A tired Lu Qian yawned, stretched, and said that it was quite hot today, and that was why things were not going well. She asked Zero what he was doing there for so long. He replied that it was nothing special, just some work, just for fun. Lu Qian just said that Han Xiao was very hard-working. She added that it was no wonder why he was so skilled. The next day, a man dressed in a classic suit and carrying a diplomat came into the studio. Han Xiao immediately noticed him. Lu Qian ran to meet him and asked what he wanted. The man replied that his car had broken down nearby, at an intersection. The girl said that she would take a look at the car without any problems. Han Xiao tinkered with some mechanism. He overheard old Buddy looking at the car and saying that it had a very dirty engine. He suggested that his new employee and apprentice take care of it. Meanwhile, Zero noticed that the man who asked for help had strong and steady feet. This means that he is trained, and most likely from the 13th Division. Lu Qian was offended that her grandfather did not offer to repair the car. She said that he really thought she was afraid to get her hands dirty. And what kind of stereotype is that? Han Xiao told her to take it as an opportunity to relax and let him take care of the car. Zero then went with the man in the suit to his car. The man in the suit asked the boy a strange question about whether he was still young. Han Xiao lifted the hood and began to inspect the car. He told the man that he was 30 years old. The man continued to ask questions. This time he asked the man's name. Han Xiao replied rather sharply that the man should introduce himself before asking the other person what his name was. The man in the suit was a little flustered, but said his name was Feng Jun. As Han Xiao fussed over the car, he simply replied that the man had a nice name. Then he looked up at Feng Jun and said that he had misunderstood him. He was just waiting for a cigarette. The man, of course, gave the boy a cigarette, and he told him his name, Han Xiao. Feng Jun continued to ask Zero new questions. This time he was interested in whether the guy was local or not. Then he asked a more specific question, namely where Han Xiao came from. Meanwhile, the guy finished repairing the cars, closed the hood, and said that everything was ready. He explained to Feng Jun that a hydraulic pipe in the car had broken, and quoted a fee of $9 for the work. Feng Jun agreed with this fee, but he still had some questions he wanted to ask Han Xiao. So he said that the guy was quite capable, and he wondered where he had learned to be a mechanic. Han Xiao replied that he was self-taught. Feng Jun, taking money out of his jacket, admired the fact that he had acquired such abilities on his own, and asked again where he came from. Han Xiao decided to play dumb and told the man that he was from the village. Then he asked if he expected a discount for the repair. Feng Jun handed the man some money, and Han Xiao started to make fun of him, saying that he already thought the man's wallet was in the deepest pocket he had ever seen, and he thought that Feng Jun would take forever to get him. Feng Jun then contacted someone by phone and reported that preliminary surveillance showed that the target was a mechanic and that the danger from him was not yet established. It is only known that the target calls himself Han Xiao. On the other end of the call, he was asked what the analysis of the target's personality was. Feng Jun was thanked for using the services of the workshop and wished him success. Han Xiao worked well and responsibly. One day, Lu Qian told him that customers kept coming to their store, and if this continued, they would be able to expand their business. She also added that she did not know the reason for this, but that their customers often asked her about him. Han Xiao replied that he does his job well and does not try to push a so-called membership card on customers, so it's not surprising that customers like him. But the girl was surprised to hear that everyone who was interested in the guy was a man. She added that Han Xiao shouldn't worry about anything, because she wouldn't change her attitude towards him no matter what. But Han Xiao was outraged at this, and said that she was misunderstanding everything. It was not what she thought it was. He was really angry at Lu Qian's remark. He thought that girls are too crazy nowadays. Meanwhile, Han Xiao did not waste time, but tried his best to improve his level. He had already managed to assemble the last element of the Ranger. Then he had to assemble it, so he finally made a crawling Ranger. He got 5,000 experience points, plus 5,000. The Ranger's basic attributes are as follows: armor value, 800, defense, 18, engineering energy rank, 58, top speed, 23 kilometers per h, height, 118 m, weight 65 kilograms. Han Xiao liked his work and decided to name his creation Ranger 1.0. Now Han Xiao got a new task. He had to escape, but he didn't understand how he could be chased if the western capital was heavily guarded. He realized that this was planned by the 13th Division to see how strong he was, so he accepted the task and thought, let them see what happens. Han Xiao then put the Ranger 1.0 on a cart, covered it, and told Lu Qian that he had somewhere to go, so he was taking the day off. Lu Qian was a very kind and compassionate girl. She thought that Han Xiao was in some kind of trouble, so she offered him her help without hesitation, not knowing what it was. Han Xiao replied that he was fine, so she shouldn't worry for nothing. Not far from the workshop, a beetle was parked with two men hanging around. They were watching Han Xiao. One of them was surprised to see a guy who was being promised $1 million for his life, because he looked like an ordinary boy. And those men were watched by others who knew that they belonged to the Stinging Bee Squad and were pursuing a target. Meanwhile, Han Xiao headed for the dump. He specifically headed there because he realized that if they had to fight, they could harm ordinary people in the city, and here it should be better. The guy approached Leopard and told him that he had come to get materials. The Leopard said it was almost time for dinner and invited the boy to join him. Han Xiao agreed, noticing how the Leopard smiled slyly afterwards. Over dinner, the junkyard owner said that he had spent a lot of money while he was finding out who the boy really was, where he was from, and he did not expect to get such information. He said that he found out that Han Xiao was just a traveler who had just arrived in the western capital. Han Xiao asked Leopard if he had ever thought that the source of his information might not be telling the truth. Leopard, while pouring drinks, said that for his own good, he should tell him everything he knew about weapons manufacturing. Then he added that he hoped for cooperation, otherwise he would have to get the information by force. Han Xiao asked why Leopard was so confident that he could easily deal with him. The Leopard just laughed and said that the guy was just a traveler, so what could he do to him? Han Xiao replied that it was obvious that the landfill owner's informant did not have complete information about him. He then suggested that Leopard open a computer and look up the price for his head on the darknet. The landfill owner did not relent. He told the guy that many such assholes had bluffed him before, and the last one hadn't even been given a funeral. Han Xiao pulled something out of his backpack and asked Leopard if their conversation was over. Immediately he felt the muzzle of a revolver pressed against the back of his head. He just exhaled a tired breath. Han Xiao stood up abruptly and immediately started shooting at his attackers. Before any of Leopard's guards could fire a single shot, They were immediately killed. Leopard watched with fear and could not understand what was happening. He immediately began to call all his guards who were outside. He ordered them to run to his aid and kill Han Xiao. One of the guards said that it was just one guy, so why should they all run to help him? The other agreed with him, because he didn't understand how those guards who were near Leopard couldn't handle one young man. And then a civilian mercenary organization, the Stinging Bee Squad, arrived. This was not good for Leopard at all. Han Xiao just laughed at them all. The squad leader said that they were in the Star Dragon capital, so they needed to keep a low profile and finish the job quickly. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had already escaped through various bunkers, of which there were many, and this was saving him. The commander continued to give orders to his men. He ordered Group A to open fire in order to delay the guy and get closer to him. Then the commander ordered Group B to hold the boy from the rear. Some group managed to capture the target. Han Xiao had to urgently change his position. Meanwhile, Leopard's bodyguards were shouting in frustration, wondering where the mercenaries had come from. Leopard assumed that they had been following the guy. Han Xiao was frantically thinking of a plan on how to proceed. He pulled out his laptop computer from his pocket, but he was glad that he had guessed this situation and was therefore prepared for it. The squad leader saw the robot, Ranger 1.0, which Zero had put in his defense, so he immediately ordered the guys to open fire and destroy it. Han Xiao saw that he had only 27% of ammunition left. He realized that his Ranger 1.0 would not last long. He had to finish off the mercenaries here. The commander of the Stinging Bee Squad saw some success in their cause and continued to order his men to keep firing. The Leopard calmly watched the battle, lit a cigarette, and noticed that the robot had just temporarily diverted the attention of the pursuers. He immediately ordered his henchmen to use the chaos around them to their advantage and catch the fugitive. When the mercenaries got closer to the robot, Han Xiao noted with satisfaction that this was exactly what he had expected. He immediately pressed the self-destruct button. The program began to load. Having already run too close to the robot, the mercenaries noticed that something was wrong with it. It was too late. The robot exploded. The blast wave was so powerful that it even knocked out the Leopard and the guard who was next to it. The landfill owner was shocked that Han Xiao had blown up his robot right in the city. It was crazy. The people who were monitoring the Stinging Bee Squad heard that explosion. Their superiors had given them a request for a covert operation, and now it would be on all the front pages of the news. They decided to get out of there as soon as possible, but they were immediately detained by officers of the 13th Division and ordered to stay still, put their hands behind their heads, and surrender immediately. From his hiding place, Leopard Park saw the 13th Division soldiers. He did not want to cross paths with them. He feverishly recalled what Han Xiao had told him at dinner. He could not believe that the guy was telling the truth, so he decided to take the guy's advice to look into the computer and check all the information himself. And there it was stated that the guy's name was Zero. The bounty on his head was $1 million, and the Embryo organization was looking for him. Zero is now a deserter from Embryon, the 13th Division, and the Star Dragon. Leopard, after reading all this shocking information, said he had enough. Then the 13th Division came for him and his bodyguard and arrested him. The commander of the Stinging Bee Squad and his men who survived the robot explosion were also arrested by the 13th Division. Han Xiao did not like what had happened because the whole operation had gone down the drain because of those mercenaries. However, he could not allow the 13th Division to steal his skills. So he opened fire on the prisoners and hit the commander of the Stinging Bee Squad. Immediately, a fighter of the 13th Division shouted, who authorized him to open fire. He said it was the last warning and ordered Zero to put his weapon on the ground and surrender immediately. The computer told Han Xiao that he had completed the assault class task and received 10,000 experience points for it. He also received a secret condition to kill all the attackers. Therefore, he received a basic skill upgrade card. There was an offer to accept the reward, but the guy realized that it was not the right time. All the arrested were now interrogated in the interrogation room. There was an intelligence officer from the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Division sitting there. He told Han Xiao that this was not the first time they had met and asked if the boy remembered him. Han Xiao happily said that of course he did, because the officer was the man in the business suit who had asked for help at the workshop where the boy worked and who had a very deep wallet. Another officer of the 13th Division did not like Zero's casual form of communication at all. He sharply ordered to stop all jokes. He immediately turned to the guy directly and asked for an explanation as to why Embryon had put a $1 million bounty on his head. And if he didn't know why, he asked him to give him all the information he had. Han Xiao continued to joke and said that the man looked very scary. He added that if they wanted him to cooperate with them, they should show him at least a little respect and let him talk to someone competent. He told his two interrogators in no uncertain terms that he was not going to talk to them about anything, and all because he did not consider them competent. Then the officer stood up from his chair and clearly stated that he was the chief of intelligence of the 13th Division. He asked whether Han Xiao considered him competent enough to conduct the interrogation. Now the young man agreed to answer the questions. The intelligence chief started the interrogation again. He asked whether Han Xiao was a member of the embryo organization. He said that he was. The officer then asked what position he held in that organization, to which Zero replied that he was a logistician who studied mechanical weapons. The intelligence chief started to get a little nervous. He said that Embryon would never put a $1 million bounty on some logistician. Let the guy not deceive them. He added that they have many methods to make him tell the truth. The guy just sighed. Han Xiao continued to give out information. He said that the date in the notification log was June 4th, 687, according to the galactic calendar year. Signal location, the planet Aquaria. Destination, the 8th base of the planet Dark Star. And the content of the message is top secret. The interrogators looked at each other because they did not receive the basic information. The intelligence commander asked if the guy was sure of the information provided. From this question, Han Xiao realized that the officer had called his bluff. He replied that if he hadn't seen the message with his own eyes, then how would he have known about the Dark Star? According to the game's settings, the interstellar forces of the planet Aquaria are still under a huge secret. The interstellar forces that have come into contact with Aquaria's advanced civilization, the Vasanas, are called the Ketelis. The Dark Star was originally part of Ketelis, but later broke away from them. Now they are at odds. If Embryo gets in touch with the Dark Star, all 6 nations will be in trouble. Han Xiao realized that in that case, he could quickly capture the attention of the Star Dragon if he simply mentioned this magazine. He asked again if they could now move on to the plan for their cooperation, and he agreed to it. He did not care what would happen to Embryo afterwards. Then he started marking on the map the locations of Embryo's secret bases in the Star Dragon. He added that the officers should consider this his way of showing respect for their cooperation. The officer asked the young man if he only knew about the 3 secret embryo bases. Han Xiao replied that of course he knew more, but first he would wait until they checked the information he had already provided, and then they would discuss the next one together. The intelligence chief asked the young man clearly what his conditions were. Han Xiao replied that he just wanted to work with them on the embryo case. The officer said he would report their conversation to his superiors. He added that, unfortunately, the guy would have to stay here for now. Han Xiao warned them not to force him to stay here for too long because he had only taken 1 day off. The officers went to a meeting with their superiors and said they had reason to trust Han Xiao and cooperate with him. Another officer said that he could not be trusted under any circumstances, that perhaps the guy had given false information. He was rebuffed, saying that this was unlikely. Han Xiao is a fugitive from Embryo, and he can only rely on them to survive. Therefore, there is no reason to doubt his veracity. A quarrel broke out between the council members. Another one said that he insisted on detaining the guy and asking him for all the information, because the 13th Division does not need to negotiate with anyone. He has already been told that this is nonsense. Han Xiao has already shown them his honesty, and they should not push away anyone who wants to help them. The officer who did not want to cooperate with Zero insulted the one who favored Han Xiao, calling him a coward. In return, he said that he was being completely unreasonable. The chairman of the meeting replied that they could both cooperate with the guy and control him at the same time. He added that it would be useful to have him join their division. This did not sit well with the officer, who did not want to negotiate with Han Xiao. But he said that if the director insisted on it, then they should send the boy to the logistics department. That way they can maximize the benefits of him and at the same time keep a better eye on him, since no one from that department is allowed to go outside. The director said that they would get something out of the guy anyway. Han Xiao has experience in battles. In that case, it would be better to send him to the covert operations department and let him fight against Embryo. That way, they can really trace his true intentions. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the 13th Division, they were investigating Han Xiao's mechanism. They saw that this hacked mechanism has 4 levels of encryption, and so whoever made it is simply incredible. The member of the meeting who opposed Zero asked the lab worker if he could do it or not. That is, whether he could break this mechanism. The lab worker replied that there was nothing special about the mechanism. The encryption itself is very well done. Most likely its creator is an ordinary villager for whom any garbage has some value, that's all. A member of the meeting laughed at the employee, asking him which of the incomprehensible things he had made himself was better than the mechanism he was currently researching. A sticky bomb covered in clay, or a mechanical gun that can't hit the target. He continued to mock the employee, listing his not-so-successful works. Among them are fake breasts with nipples that release poisoned games. He reminded him of the 2 agents who got stuck with their own needles because they wore the wrong breast. Those poor guys are still in the hospital. Meanwhile, the officer who had been protecting Han Xiao reported over the phone that he would make sure the guy got to the covert operations department. He was on the phone with an informant, the same man Han Xiao had made the prosthesis for. He was asked if he was sure that the boy was really worth all the trouble. The informant replied that the boy could not only provide them with the information they needed, but he had a feeling that he would play an important role in their fight against Embryo. Everyone was angry about how the Embryo organization had dared to set up a secret base in their country. They decided to destroy it. They sent several teams there. The first group was to target the Embryo base. The commander ordered to show the members of the Embryo organization what they were made of. The Embryo guards were caught off guard by a sudden, unexpected visit from the 13th Division. They wondered how the Star Dragon could have known their location. It happened on the territory where Embryo's secret base number 45 was located. In the Special Agents Department of the Star Dragon, the agents were outraged because they were supposed to be resting while their captain was recovering from his injuries, but they were suddenly called on an urgent mission. They said that their superiors didn't take them for human beings at all. There were 3 special agents, and they had to get inside the base. To do this, they had to break the access key. During the penetration, they were identified. The system began to initialize the format. The alarm went off at the base and a message was sent that the main security system had been hacked. There was a call for all units to immediately go to the main room. A female special agent yelled at her colleague Lin Yao to move faster. Lin Yao managed to get in. He needed another 3 minutes, but the enemies would get there in less than 1. Then they pulled out the new equipment from the bag that their commander had given them before the mission. Lin Yao asked if they were sure this thing wouldn't explode, because the R&D department was full of idiots. The girl putting the gear on herself said that they had no choice anyway, and if the data was damaged, all their efforts were in vain. All hope was in the hand, which was their equipment. Once she was dressed and prepared properly, she took a breath and ran as fast as she could. She hit the door with all her might and made a hole in it with her new equipment. It was a very powerful blow. It was unexpected for them. Lin Yao shouted that he would hack into the enemy's database and let his colleagues cover him. The enemies had already arrived. The fight began. The special agents skillfully fought them off. Lin Yao got to the main system and worked on the database. He formatted everything and started the self-destruct system. The girl asked him if everything was ready and received an affirmative answer. Now they could get out of there. It was already quite late. At one of Embryo's secret bases, they were still awake. A member of the organization reported to his supervisor that base number 45 had been destroyed. When the supervisor asked by whom, the short answer was that it was the Star Dragon. The leader asked how Star Dragon could have known about the existence of that base. He was told that it was unknown, but they suspected that Zero had provided the information. The supervisor asked how an ordinary test subject could learn about something as secret as the location of the base. He let his reporter go. The supervisor immediately decided to act. He logged on to his personal line of communication. He ordered his agent to secretly check everyone who had access to information about the location of the base and immediately inform him if he found anyone suspicious. He added that it was time to clean up the organization. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon special agents returned to their base, having done their job well. Their supervisor said that this time they got a lot of relevant information. Their superiors are very pleased with them. He added that the equipment they had taken with them needed to be returned to headquarters. Then he asked how they liked the mechanical arm. The girl replied that it was thanks to that mechanical arm that they were able to evacuate quickly. And she asked the leader who made such a wonderful equipment. The leader said he could not answer her question. The girl also asked if the headquarters would continue to provide them with this arm for missions. Meanwhile, in the workshop where Han Xiao was working, Lu Qian was having dinner with her grandfather and was missing Han Xiao because he had been gone for 3 days. Her grandfather told her that she should be optimistic and that Han Xiao might already be dead. The girl tearfully asked her grandfather to do her a favor and asked someone to help her look for a boyfriend, to which her grandfather replied that she should let her dream about it. He reminded her that when she had stolen his books to give them to Han Xiao to read, in defiance of her grandfather, she had not remembered that she was his granddaughter. Lu Qian then said that in that case, she would sell all of her grandfather's wine, which he kept hidden under the floor in his bedroom. The grandfather pretended not to know what she was talking about and asked if she really thought he was that petty. He added that if Lu wanted to find Han Xiao so badly, she should rely on him. He would help her with it. Mr. Lu called his friend and asked why they had taken his student and employee. The answer was that the guy just wanted to work with them for a while. Mr. Lu said that they should send the guy back immediately. Otherwise, his granddaughter would destroy her grandfather's entire wine collection. His friend replied that he couldn't do that because the rules didn't allow it. Mr. Lu replied that this was all nonsense, and he knew very well who made up all the rules. He doesn't care about their rules, just let them send the guy back. He reminded him that his friend still owed him for the last time. Han Xiao returned to the workshop. Lu Qian immediately attacked him with reproaches, saying that he had been missing for so long and that they were very worried about him. Then she cried and said that he was not from their country and something unpleasant could have happened to him. And she and her grandfather were about to go to the police about his disappearance. Finally, the girl shouted loudly where the hell he was. Han Xiao replied that he was just out for a walk. Lu Qian grabbed him by the ear, started pulling and scolding him for coming up with such an illogical story. The guy was still trying to justify himself somehow. Then, catching him, she put her hand on Han Xiao's shoulder and said that she had watched the news on TV yesterday, and they showed the shootout that took place at the dump. She lowered her head and said that she was very worried that nothing bad would happen to him. Han Xiao thought about her words. He hadn't even thought about her worries and was kicking himself for not thinking to at least call her. Then Mr. Lu came out to meet him and said that he thought the boy would not come back alive, and he was sorry for that. Lu Qian looked at her grandfather reproachfully. After that, she told Han Xiao that she would buy him a phone so that he could always be in touch. The boy said that he didn't need a phone because he already had one and pulled his phone out of his pocket. Mr. Lu was surprised by this turn of events. Looking at it, he said that it was a phone with a 13th division code. So he asked Han Xiao if he had joined them. The guy replied that he was an important suspect and that the 13th Division had given him this phone to keep an eye on him and contact him whenever necessary. Han Xiao must carry that phone around with him 24 hours a day. Mr. Lu grabbed the boy by the collar and asked him if he thought the 13th Division would have told him if they wanted to spy on him. He explained that there was no escape from joining the 13th Division, and he needed to leave immediately. Mr. Lu immediately suggested that perhaps the boy could stay in his workshop as he was interested in his granddaughter. Lu Qian blushed with shame. Han Xiao began to make excuses that Mr. Lu had misunderstood. This disappointed the old man. He said that he did not understand the feelings of young people very well, and his granddaughter is not a little girl anymore, and he really wants to hold his great-grandchildren in his arms, so let the boy try harder. Lu Qian turned away from them and covered her face with her hands. The old man left, and Han Xiao began to comfort her by saying that her grandfather was just joking and that he had misunderstood. Lu Qian had a mixed reaction to this explanation. Finally, Han Xiao retired to his room and thought about how old people who want grandchildren scare him. Then his computer beeped. It was a notification. The guy thought that it was not in vain that he had sent the report to the 13th Division. The computer showed his progress in completing the A-class task, the fall of the embryo. At the moment, it was 1.6%. It turns out that the intelligence connection was recognized by the system as an indirect penetration. Han Xiao also realized that it was better for him to fight Embryon directly. Embryo is definitely strengthening its forces now, so the guy needs to take risks to get new blueprints and improve his equipment. Han Xiao managed to develop new mega-explosive bullets. This was enough for now. But this is an entry-level weapon. You can't use it too powerfully. The guy heard a noise. It sounded like a car pulling up. It was a vehicle of the 13th Division. Han Xiao approached the car, from which an agent got out, and the boy asked him why he had come. The agent replied that the report he had submitted to the 13th Division had been verified, and now they have reason to trust him, his truthfulness and their cooperation. The agent extended his hand to Han Xiao and said that the leadership had decided to accept him into the 13th Division. The guy smiled to himself with satisfaction. This was exactly what he had planned. The agent continued to speak. He said that the leadership decided to send him to the Covert Operations Department, and then he would be assigned to some unit. They shook hands. From that moment on, I started building a reputation with the new faction. The favor of the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Department increased by 300 points. Han Xiao realized that this way he could directly attack Embryo. Now the agent said that if he had no more questions, then let him get ready, they would go report to the division. Meanwhile, Lu Qian couldn't calm down from what her grandfather had said. She sat on the floor with her knees together, hugged her pillow, and thought about how she just felt a little respect for the guy, not admiration. She also wondered what if Han Xiao really had some feelings for her. Suddenly he came up to her and said he wanted to talk to her. The girl recoiled from him in fright and said that he was a really good person, and then she fell silent. The guy asked himself what she was thinking. This made Han Xiao very happy. He said that since he was such an incredible worker, the country wanted him to become a civil servant, and of course he couldn't refuse them. And then he added that he would definitely help with the workshop because he didn't want the business to suffer. Lu Qian calmed down. She was proud of Han Xiao and told him to be careful. And then she added sternly that he should remember that he had promised this, so he must keep his word. If he didn't, she would cut his salary. Han Xiao agreed to this, and he exhaled, saying that perhaps there were no more misunderstandings. Meanwhile, in the logistics department of the 13th Division, as usual, the current work continued. A special agent who had recently stormed one of Embryo's secret bases came in. She asked which of the employees was named Liu Xiang. All the guys in the department looked at the beautiful girl with 2 turquoise ponytails. One of them said that was his name. He asked who she was. The girl briefly replied that her name was Li Yalin. Then she said that she had heard that Liu Xiang was an ace in the logistics department. The guy was embarrassed and replied that he was not that good. But Li Yalin went straight to what she was interested in and asked if he was the one who created the mechanical arm. Liu Xiang laughed and asked what was wrong with that arm. He continued that it was not surprising that such a simple man had made this hand. The girl objected and said that she really liked the mechanical hand, so she came here to make a personal order. Liu Xiang was very excited because he did not invent and assemble this hand. Li Yalin got angry and asked him why he didn't tell her that he didn't create the mechanical arm. She had just wasted her time. The guys around him laughed, but Liu Xiang said that the new guy who created the arm would most likely be sent to their department, and then he would take care of him properly. Han Xiao came to the Covert Operations Department of the 13th Star Dragon District. The other special agents were already waiting for him. Li Yalin was the first to approach him and ask if he was the new recruit the director had assigned to their team. The guy introduced himself to his new colleagues. He said he was a mechanic. The first person to answer him was a guy with short green hair, hacker Lin Yao. Next, Lambert, a sniper, introduced himself in a sharp and stern manner. Li Yalin continued. She asked Han Xiao why he was wearing a mask, why he was hiding his face. Did he not trust them? Han Xiao replied that it was his personal privacy. This made the girl think. She wondered why this mechanic was hiding. So she asked if he was the same mechanic who created the mechanical arm. Han Xiao asked her how she knew. Then the girl walked up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and asked him kindly if he would mind creating another such arm just for her. Han Xiao said that any whim was at her expense. And he thought that he didn't even know her name. The girl seemed to read his thoughts and told him her name. She said she was a melee fighter. Han Xiao asked if there were only 4 of them in this unit. They replied that there were 5 in total. There is also a captain, a fist fighter. Right now he's in the hospital. The mechanic was tense because even the captain himself was injured. He speculated that the unit performs quite complex and dangerous operations. Li Yalin replied that the captain was in the hospital due to poisoning. Suddenly, a notification came to the computer, and Lin Yao went to read the message. He said that a newcomer had just joined their squad, and the management had already dropped a new task on them. They needed to catch a black spider that was hiding in the western capital. Li Yalin asked if he was a well-known bounty hunter. She said that the last time their agents failed to catch the black spider, he even managed to blow up 2 streets. Now Han Xiao has a new task, to destroy the black spider. For this, he will be able to receive a reward of 9,000 experience points. In addition, he will receive a special reward of 4,000 points or a mind stabilizer. The boy thought that this was too small a reward, but still better than nothing at all. Meanwhile, Li Yalin continued to talk about the black spider and suggested that he would not dare to stay in the western capital any longer. Lambert asked when they would be leaving for the mission. Li Yalin replied that they didn't need to rush because the intelligence department had already spotted the black spider's location, so they would go there at night. The night came. The squad arrived at work. Everyone except Han Xiao got out of the car. Since this is his first job with them, he was given the task of simply getting to know the area. He will be the eyes and ears of the squad and must gather all the information. They are relying on him. Han Xiao agreed. He thought it should be a pretty easy task, but he really wanted to kill some mobs. The squad climbed to the top of one building, and Li Yalin pointed to a small building ahead. A black spider was supposed to be hiding there. The sniper pointed his rifle there. The girl continued to say that the black spider was on the third floor, and he must be very careful now. She warned them to be as quiet as possible. Tu Hanxiao radioed to them that they shouldn't be too quiet because the black spider had already spotted them. Li Yalin sharply asked where he got this information from. Suddenly she noticed that they had already been spotted by the enemy. She adjusted her earpiece. And then armed men from the Black Spider Squad began to attack them. The hacker Lin Yao shouted that the information given to them by their superiors was false. On the other hand, the Black Spider himself pointed the muzzle of his rifle at them. He shouted at them that they dared to put their paws on him again. If they did, he would destroy them. The moon illuminated his face, and it became clear that he had a spider painted on his cheek. He ordered his squad to destroy the agents of the 13th Division. Li Yalin told her colleagues to take care of the Black Spider Squad. She decided to take care of their boss personally. She pulled out her sword and began to attack the Black Spider with anger. The Black Spider quickly realized where the girl was going to strike and jumped away. The Black Spider confidently said that he respected her courage, but he would quickly destroy her. Li Yalin asked how he could be so sure. The Black Spider abruptly raised his machine gun and fired a shot to say goodbye to the beautiful girl. However, the girl managed to dodge the shot with lightning speed. The Black Spider realized that she was very skilled in close combat and fist fighting, so it would not be easy to deal with her. While he was thinking about it, Li Yalin quickly attacked him and struck him on the head, which was uncovered. This inspired the girl because she realized that the Black Spider did not have good melee skills, and now she has a very good chance to defeat him. So Li Yalin jumped towards it once again, sharply stabbing the Black Spider in the neck with her sword. Her sword had the ability to elongate at certain right moments. The wounded Black Spider fell to the ground, holding its neck. He was surprised by the ability of his opponent's sword. He noticed that the girl was very good at fighting. He immediately asked her angrily if she thought that this was enough to destroy him. He confidently stated that she would not succeed. Falling completely convulsing to the ground, the Black Spider still said that it could not be destroyed. Finally, he completely lost consciousness. Li Yalin radioed Han Xiao that he had created a wonderful knife. The mechanic told her not to let her guard down because the Black Spider was still alive. But the girl claimed, looking at her opponent's eyes, that he had already been eliminated. Han Xiao said that the Black Spider is a superhuman. It is not easy to destroy him. He doesn't have ordinary strength. He suggested that she take off his mask so that she could see for herself. Li Yalin just laughed at this suggestion. She decided that the newcomer was trying to prove himself in the best way possible, so he was making up all sorts of tall tales. The girl continued to laugh. She said she knew better how to proceed, but Sniper Lambert decided to listen to the boy's words and still take the mask off the Black Spider. So he came closer, took off the mask, and saw a face that was not human at all. Han Xiao immediately told them to tear off the Black Spider's head and remove the masks from his entire squad. When the agents began to remove the masks from all of the Black Spider's fighters, who seemed to be lying dead on the ground, they saw that they all had no faces. Han Xiao told them that in 3 hours, this corpse, which the drone he had launched now, would come back to life. To prevent this from happening, he needed to cut off its head. The other corpse was supposed to come back to life in 4 hours. The drone was guided from one to the other. Some corpses were supposed to come back to life in 5 or 6 hours. Han Xiao guided his fellow squad members from one corpse to another, and the agents took turns cutting off their heads. Finally, there was only one corpse of a Black Spider left, and everyone wondered what to do with it. They heard his voice asking them not to destroy him. Then he got up and began to run away. Han Xiao suggested breaking his arms and legs so that he could not move. He started talking feverishly about how he could not be killed. Let them not waste their energy, because they would not be able to destroy him anyway. However, Lambert knocked him down, threw him face down on the ground, and began to break his limbs. The Black Spider shouted, asking how they knew about his power. Han Xiao replied that he had the ability of parasitic copying. This means that once in a while he can create copies of himself without a face. The clones he creates follow him within a fixed radius. In this way, he can reincarnate endlessly into nearby clones. There are only 10 of them here. The rest of the stragglers he has scattered around the world. That's why they are his secret trump card. The Black Spider could not believe that someone had found out about his secret. He shouted out who the hell he was. The computer informed Han Xiao that Black Spider's E-class task was completed. He received 5,000 experience points. The secret condition, capture the Black Spider, is fulfilled. Now he can choose his special reward. 4,000 points or the mind stabilizer. Han Xiao was unhappy with the offer of so few points. The mind stabilizer is only useful for psychic attacks. There are few other uses for it. The next day, Han Xiao went to the workshop, where he was greeted by Lu Qian. She told him that the workshop's permit was almost ready and that they would soon be able to use the new premises. She was very grateful to him for that. Han Xiao received a lot of orders from agents for the switchblade knife and was very happy about it because he could get rich quickly. There was a heated discussion in the logistics department of the 13th Star Dragon Division. One agent was indignant that the new recruit Han Xiao was unwilling to share his blueprints. He said that he thought that without those blueprints, they would not be able to do anything. And he ordered to find an agent who could buy a switchblade from Han Xiao. So the management sent one agent from the office to buy a throwaway knife from someone. He said they could name any price they wanted. Li Yalin said menacingly that they all understood that the management just wanted to copy the blueprints of that knife. She added that you can't do that to people. So all the special agents turned around and walked away, leaving the one sent by the management with nothing. Li Yalin could not calm down. She was indignant that the management could not do anything themselves, so they wanted to steal from others. They would be ashamed of themselves. They understood her well, but knew that it could not be otherwise. Then one agent pulled out his knife and decided to sell it. Others said that Han Xiao could easily create a new weapon, but that he shouldn't sell his knife. But the agent didn't care and asked for a price of 30,000 for the knife. The seller and the buyer agreed on that. The knife was sold for 30,000. After receiving the knife, the management handed it over to Liu Xiang from the logistics department. He examined the weapon and saw that it was made rather crudely and had no code. So he decided that he could easily reproduce the blueprints of the knife. The manager said that he was counting on him in this case, and he promised that if Liu Xiang coped with the task, he would no longer have to serve in this department. He would promote him to the research and development department. Li Yaling immediately called Han Xiao and informed him of what had happened. She said that all the agents had refused to order the knife because the R&D department had copied the knife's drawings and was now mass-producing it. Han Xiao had by then managed to create a considerable number of knives to fulfill orders. He was extremely unhappy with this turn of events. He decided to turn the tide in his favor, and the leadership of the 13th Division would definitely not like that. He went to the 8th District with his designs, in particular to an underground weapons store. The guy was told that his product was quite good and asked if he could supply it on a regular basis. But Han Xiao had his own proposal for this. He asked the head of the company, to whom he was showing the throwaway knife, if he was interested in buying the blueprints for that weapon. He offered his selling price, 5,000 for each of the 1,000 throwaway knives and 1 million for the blueprints. The head of the firm asked if he could expect a lower price, to which Han Xiao replied with a firm no. The day before, they confirmed the report of the R&D department. Now the switchblade belongs to them. The agent who brought the news thanked them for their trust in him. The executive director, however, was not so positive. Apparently, he was worried about how Han Xiao would react to all this. That's what the director of the R&D department thought, but the guy had no intention of joining the 30th Division, so there was no need to pay attention to it. Then the executive director began to slowly pull out an envelope. For some reason, the director of the R&D department became very excited, realizing that the envelope might contain information that was negative for him. The executive director asked him directly why the agent had used his position and his capabilities to resell the division's weapons. He summarized that he was extremely disappointed with his work. In the office of the 13th Division, they started talking about an inspection of the director of the Research and Development Department. They say he was selling weapons illegally. They also said that Han Xiao must have set him up. Others said that the guy must have enlisted the support of the top brass. Suddenly, everyone fell silent when they saw Han Xiao coming. All the agents noticed that even the executive director was being very polite to Han Xiao, the mechanic. They wondered who he really was. The CEO personally invited Han Xiao to a meeting. He invited him to his office. The guy was extremely surprised to see who was there. It was the old man with the mustache whom Han Xiao had once met in the workshop and for whom he had made a prosthesis. The boy thought that the old man still thought he didn't know anything about him, so he decided to play actor. He took off his mask and asked in surprise who he was. The old man replied that the boy shouldn't worry, that he was just taking an active part in the life of the 13th Division. While smoking a cigarette, the old man asked Han Xiao what he had to say to resolve the situation. Han Xiao, without hesitation, angrily said that he demanded compensation. The director of the Research and Development Department said that the guy had already made enough money by selling the blueprints. and he had just been searched. Isn't that enough for him? Han Xiao attacked him and said that if he hadn't stolen his blueprints, he would have earned much more. It was his own work from the very beginning. After that, don't let the director call it compensation. He added that if the director hadn't stolen the drawing from him, he might have sold it to the division. All he had to do was ask. The director was caught off guard by this turn of the conversation. The executive director intervened and asked Han Xiao what his terms were. The man replied that he hoped this would not happen again in the future. The man with the prosthesis assured him that it would. Han Xiao then added that he wanted to take a look at the knowledge of advanced mechanical engineering. He thought to himself that it was a very good idea to ask. After all, the 6 nations in embryo have completely different information. He knew very well that only very reliable and trusted people have access to that knowledge. This would determine his future success. He realized that if he failed, it would take him too long to get a security clearance. The man with the prosthesis crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back, saying that he would grant Han Xiao such access. But then the director of the Research and Development Department interrupted the conversation and objected to the decision, saying that advanced knowledge required a 5th level of security clearance. This would be completely against the rules of the division. The man with the prosthesis said that he only intended to have a look and ordered that he be given 1 hour to do so. Now Han Xiao was taken to the underground headquarters of the 13th Division. The man with the prosthesis and the executive director were with him. They stopped in front of the entrance. The executive director said that before the guy went in, he needed to read out the rules. So the underground headquarters is monitored around the clock, so let the mechanic not even think of doing any pranks there. The entrance to the headquarters will automatically close in exactly 1 hour. Han Xiao mentally told himself that an hour was too long. He could learn everything in 1 minute. He was looking for advanced knowledge of weapons, in particular, the shockwave and lightning fist fighting skills. The Star Dragon has only one advanced material, but it is very powerful. Han Xiao found it. The synthesis of the advanced material began. A request for its study was created. The guy clicked on approval. The study began. It was impossible to pause it. After a while, the computer indicated success in the study. The advanced mission was complete. Now it was necessary to choose one of 3 options: gunsmith, mechanic, or mechanical wrestler. Of course, Han Xiao chose the mechanic because in his past life he was the best at it. So he got a new class, mechanic apprentice, and also strength plus 30, dexterity plus 1, endurance plus 1, intelligence plus 3, 3 more attribute points and 1 talent point. The guy felt as if his whole body was filled with energy. The man with the prosthesis and the executive director watched him closely. The latter asked why their mechanic was smiling so much. Han Xiao closed his eyes in bliss and was happy that he had succeeded. After leveling up, his aura began to emit magnetism, which is quite unusual for the mechanic class. Aura is the main power of superhumans. After learning the techniques for pumping his aura, his strength would begin to grow extremely fast. Han Xiao sat down on the floor. The computer informed him that he had pumped the aura technique. His degree of perfection is 81%. Aura plus 3. It's a pity that training requires experience and stamina points. Since he still needs to work on his weapon crafting, he will be able to train twice a day. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a message from Li Yalin. She wrote that the captain had been discharged from the hospital and urgently asked everyone to gather. Meanwhile, the Secret Service Department of the Star Dragon gathered for a meeting. One of those present said that Han Xiao would no longer sell him weapons. The other laughed and said that he didn't care, because Han Xiao was just a useless mechanic. If he really needed it, he would pay someone to resell it to him. But they were all still very concerned about something. At a meeting of the squad, which included Han Xiao, the captain finally had the opportunity to meet him personally. Hacker Lin Yao told their mechanic that this was their captain. In general, they can only hire new people if the captain agrees. Lin Yao whispered in Han Xiao's ear that the management was looking out for his candidacy because their captain was undergoing medical treatment at the time. So, the captain might be a little unfriendly to him. He also told him not to worry because their captain, although strict, was a very kind man. The captain decided to introduce himself in person and said his name, Zhang Wei. Han Xiao smiled slightly behind his mask. He was amused by the captain's name because it was very popular in China, and they often joke that if someone is called that, then their parents are completely indifferent to their child. Meanwhile, the captain continued that there would be 5 of them in the team, along with the mechanic. He ordered him to take care of the rear and supply. He frankly told the boy that he had no experience and had absolutely no faith in his abilities. The captain peeled a tangerine and said that he would memorize all Han Xiao's instructions, and the boy is obliged to follow them carefully. But if he fails to live up to the captain's expectations, he will immediately kick him out of the squad. It wouldn't matter to him who made the mistake, and the captain defiantly threw the tangerine peel into the trash. Jiang Wei thought that the guy had gotten into the squad by paying a lot of money. Even the Secret Service Department can now be accessed through acquaintances. No one thinks about the safety of their wards at all, and this made him very angry. He said that money can't buy everything. This offended Han Xiao quite a bit. He was uncomfortable with being perceived as a person with a lot of connections. Suddenly, the hacker Lin Yao noticed that they had received a fresh message on their computer. Their superiors had sent them a new urgent mission that had to be started immediately. The captain was worried about what had happened. Lin Yao read out the news that Ma Qingyan's squad had been ambushed while preparing to surprise attack the embryo base. Therefore, their squad is asked to provide urgent assistance. The hacker said that he would provide the rest of the information on the plane. Everyone quickly gathered their equipment and set off. The captain ordered Lin Yao to take care of the rear. Han Xiao was told that he was still new, so he should learn from Lin Yao. Jiang Wei then added that it was hard to accept change at first. He told him to fight to make himself useful to everyone. Han Xiao only briefly replied that he agreed. He surprised the hacker with this answer. Then he asked for a moment of attention. Everyone stopped and turned to him. He opened the black case he had brought with him. There were 12 red bullets in it. Han Xiao said let them take it as a gift from him. Li Yalin looked at the new development of their Mahonic with admiration. Han Xiao warned them not to use it too much just yet. Now they all went out to the airplane. Han Xiao received a new E-class mission, to the rescue. The mission description is to help a covert operations team that is being pursued by the enemy. His role is to help the team complete the mission. Main task: successfully assist Ma Qingyan's team. Reward: 8,000 points. There are no special rewards. The hacker Lin Yao walked up to Han Xiao, put his hands on his shoulder, and calling him Brother Han said that the captain has nothing against him or anything like that, and let him not take it to heart. Han Xiao gratefully replied that he understood everything. The secret base of Embryo that Ma Qingyan's squad was supposed to attack was located in a vast desert. The ambushed unit was eagerly waiting for help. They could not do anything on their own. Immediately, a team from the Covert Operations Department landed from a helicopter to help those trapped. They all gathered together and were ready to continue their mission. Captain Jiang Wei reported on the radio that they had arrived. He was told that Ma Qingyang's unit was 13 kilometers away. There are 15 armored SUVs and another helicopter headed straight for them. Lin Yao said that the rendezvous point is 3 kilometers away on a hill. Their goal is to stop the enemy and successfully rescue the squad. The hacker has already sent them the coordinates. He gave everyone an order on the radio to get ready. Watching all this, Han Xiao saw that they had a prototype of an armored combat suit. This is the only one of the basic copies of Aquaria version 1.0. He copied this model for himself. It was incredible. The embryo fighters were ready to attack a unit of the 13th Star Dragon Division that had been ambushed. Their commander gave them the order to open fire. An attack on the ambush began from all sides. They fired to kill. The soldiers of Ma Qingyang's unit were glad to see the arrival of the Secret Operations Unit. The commander of Ma Qingyang's unit told Jiang Wei that there were too many embryo fighters and that they should retreat. An order was given for everyone to take cover. A psychological attack was used. They are superhumans. Han Xiao knew that the commander of the soldiers who ambushed Ma Qingyang's unit was Red Viper Hell. Commander Jiang Wei gave the order to retreat immediately. He shouted at Han Xiao what the hell he was doing. The melee master Li Yalin received a personal order and immediately began to execute it. Melee martial artist Li Yalin received a personal order and immediately began to execute it. She left the ambush and ran to attack the embryo fighters. Li Yalin attacked the embryo's combat commander, namely Hell. A close fistfight broke out between them. Li Yalin realized that the difference between them was too great. Even a close fight would not give her much of an advantage, so she knew she would lose anyway. She asked Han Xiao to come up with something immediately. Han Xiao gave her recommendations that she try to find a way to use a mechanical arm. Then he told Lambert to shoot immediately when the enemy opened up a little. Sniper Lambert crouched down on his knee and readied his rifle to fire. He aimed directly at the temple of Red Viper Hell, the embryo's combat commander. The two girls, Li Yalin and Hell, entered the fray. Li Yalin was about to attack again. Suddenly, the Red Viper angrily asked the girl what her relationship was with Zero. Li Yalin did not understand who she was being asked about. She didn't know any Zero. She asked who he was. Han Xiao then told his commander Jiang Wei to take Li Yalin and immediately flee, that they shouldn't linger for a moment. The commander immediately accepted the order from the rear and ran to take Li Yalan. Approaching the girl, Jiang Wei took her on his shoulders and quickly carried her to the car. In the car, the squad leader Ma Qingyan was waiting for them, ready to move immediately. He said that Embryo's cars were slower than theirs and that the superhumans were quite badly injured. Therefore, they would not be able to pursue them. If they make it to the plane in time, they will be able to escape safely. As the commander was preparing to leave immediately for the plane, he exhaled that everything should be fine now. But Han Xiao replied that they shouldn't forget that the enemy still had a helicopter on alert. Lambert was ordered to shoot the enemies in the helicopter. But the sniper replied that he had run out of armored ammunition and that regular ammunition was unable to penetrate the target. Would they really all die here? Han Xiao then reminded his colleagues of the gift he had given them before the mission. The friends opened Han Xiao's black case and began to take out red ammunition. The squad leader, Ma Qingyan, asked what they were doing. Han Xiao only briefly replied that they should try it and then see what would happen. The commander driving the car said that their enemies were afraid and ran away. Lin Yao said that their plane was almost there. They had to hurry. The squad leader, Ma Qingyan, was still asking what kind of ammunition they were using. They can pierce even an armored helicopter. He asked where the mechanic got them. Finally, the help mission was completed. Han Xiao received 8,000 experience points, and also plus 100 reputation. Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Agency. Red Viper Hell reported to her boss that they were on the trail of Zero. The covert operations team returned to the base. Hacker Lin Yao told Han Xiao that he was very cool. Han Xiao, laughing, asked if Lin Yao had just realized it. Suddenly, their squad leader told the boy to forgive him for doubting him before. He added that without his command and new equipment, they simply would not have survived. He extended his hand to Han Xiao. He said that he was happy to welcome him to their ranks. Han Xiao replied that there was no need to apologize for such trifles. They shook hands. The mechanic added that he was a noble man after all. It sounded quite sarcastic. Now they all gathered in a room. The squad leader, Ma Qingyan, came to see them. Jiang Wei asked him why he had come to them since his squad was in a meeting. The commander laughed, scratching his head with his fingers, and said that he wanted to ask if the cool ammunition they used at the very end of the mission was for sale. The squad leader of the Covert Operations Department put his arm around his mechanic and asked him what he thought. Han Xiao replied that of course they were for sale. 1 round will cost 50. The squad leader, Ma Qingyan, folded his arms and said that he wanted to order 200 of them first. Of these, there should be 20 for the small caliber pistol, 150 for the submachine gun, and 30 for the sniper rifle. Han Xiao replied that they could pick up the order tomorrow. Immediately, Li Yalan tapped their mechanic on the back and said that from now on, she would bring customers to him for a discount for herself. Coughing up the surprise, Han Xiao said that he would accept a 20% discount and no more. He thought he could make a lot of money selling the shells in bulk. Fortunately, he has a lot of experience in making them. As long as there is a demand for them, he can forget about the need for money for a while. Meanwhile, in the logistics department, Liu Xiang was trying to figure out Han Xiao's new invention, even though his boss hadn't allowed anyone to study the flammable ammunition. He laughed to himself that his boss was just afraid of Han Xiao. He thought that you were giving away that those cartridges were actually made at a military factory far from the western capital, and he was going to report to his superiors, and Han Xiao would be in trouble for that. So he separated the main part of the cartridge from the rest. Now he could examine its components. Liu Xiang thought that if everything went according to his plan, the management would start looking at him differently. They would appreciate him more. Suddenly, the fire alarm went off. The fire started in the workshop department of the headquarters. The director of the R&D department, the executive director, and the security guard immediately arrived. They asked the guy what he was doing here. While examining the main part of the cartridge, Liu Xiang handled it carelessly, and an explosion occurred. Then his supervisor saw the shattered head of the flammable cartridge. He shouted at his mentee how he dared to disobey his order not to study such shells. The executive director angrily turned to the director of the Research and Development Department to explain what was going on. The director of the Research and Development Department denied that he knew anything about it, that no one had asked him for permission to do so. Meanwhile, the guards began to extinguish the fire. The director of the R&D department asked Liu Xiang if he had anything to say in his defense. The executive director intervened again. He said he remembered the guy. He remembered that he was from the logistics department. He sharply told him that he could get out of his position. He was fired. An employee approached the covert operations department with a request to sell him flammable ammunition. Li Yalan, squinting, said that Han Xiao had said that he was on his blacklist. Therefore, he does not want to have anything to do with him and will not. Then she added that he didn't need an apology either. The employee then approached his colleague, who had just bought some ammunition he was interested in, and asked him to resell it to him. He was willing to pay 200 apiece. The employee pulled away from him and said that he absolutely would not sell any ammunition. Another added that he should forget about trying to buy the ammunition because reselling it to him would be tantamount to insulting Han Xiao. And this is not worth his money. After all, no one knows how many other cool things he has in there. In the logistics department, meanwhile, they were putting everything in order after the fire Liu Xiang had caused. Now everyone was making fun of him, but he was silently taking his things out because he had been fired. Only now did Liu Xiang realize what his desire to stand out in any way had led him to. He felt very sorry for himself because he was still very young and already had such bad references. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place at one of Embryo's bases. They were discussing the situation in the desert. Special Agent Star Dragon had a strong arm like Zero's, and the 13th Division managed to destroy their secret base. Only Zero could give them the secret of their location, but he didn't have the authority to get access to this kind of confidential information. Nevertheless, everyone in the Embryo organization remembered Zero's words that he would cut them all down to the root. They could not understand who he really was. The leader issued an order for a fresh set of new recruits. Then they would be sent to the Star Dragon to watch for Zero. And if they manage to find any clues, they will need to send Nose to deal with him. Han Xiao was immediately informed that Embryo's spies in the western capital had sprung into action. They are looking for him, and it seems that they have already guessed that he is working for the 13th Division. Han Xiao had already guessed that he was wanted here in the Star Dragon, but the 13th Division reassured him not to worry, because he would always have a guard by his side. Han Xiao asked if he could get 2 Crazy Eagle pistols from their weapons warehouse, which was granted. Han Xiao had been waiting for the Embryo spies to show up for a long time and decided to prepare more thoroughly now. A new sunny morning came. Han Xiao woke up, had breakfast, and went to work in the workshop. He began detailed preparations for self-defense against the Embryo fighters, who would sooner or later come after him and start a new battle. Using all his skills as a mechanic, he began to work on creating something new and powerful. He managed to create a wonderful platinum alloy, and for this he received 3,000 experience points. The guy was pleased with himself because he had created an alloy of good quality, and rare minerals pay very well. Han Xiao then created a sophisticated saber of high-quality platinum with a green class. An additional effect of the saber, strength. The admixture of alloys reduced wear. Note, a one-handed weapon whose blade can act as a shield. Suddenly he received a notification that he had been given the go-ahead to issue a Crazy Eagle pistol. These pistols would be left for him in the department of his squad. Han Xiao continued his regular training in the training room. Now Li Yalan was there with him. She asked the mechanic about the newly created saber, whether it was an updated version, and asked to be allowed to evaluate it. After trying to simulate stabbing several times, she liked the saber. It was as sharp as a razor, much better than the previous version. Meanwhile, Han Xiao practiced shooting. He fired the Crazy Eagle and noticed that the gun had a lot of power. When Li Yalan gave the boy the saber, she said that she was very sorry to part with it and asked Han Xiao to bring it back next time. The boy, of course, did not refuse her. In the evening, Han Xiao returned to the workshop. Now he had enough weapons to meet the Embryo people. Suddenly, he felt that his level had risen again. Given the current development dynamics, he would surpass the first group of players by many levels by the time the open testing began. At this point, it was planned to open-close testing. The data was collected, and the time frame was set, namely 12 days. Han Xiao wondered why the testing would be closed. Apparently, this is because it will be held for a limited number of players a week before the open test. 1 day in reality is equal to 6 days in the game, so in terms of game time, there are more than 40 days left before the open test begins. Han Xiao wondered if the game clock could work differently while the service was disabled, and he came to the conclusion that it probably does. In real life, it takes several days for each version update, but in the Starry Sea universe, the time span is calculated in years. In this case, with each update, the guy will have much more time for development than the players. Now he wondered if he should think about his overall lifespan. The computer informed him that the NPC functions were unlocked. The player forum was also unlocked. Han Xiao did not know what the NPC features were, so he decided to look into it. As for the forum, he decided that he would definitely need it. He decided to register and try to log in. The computer gave him an error. Attempting to connect to Immersion Pod, Player not detected, registration failed. Han Xiao remembered that accounts can only be created with the user's unique immersion capsule ID. He realized that he would not be able to register on the forum. He yawned, stretched, and thought that when the players showed up, then he would think about how to find a way to get access to read the forum. For now, he got the character ID of Raging Sword. The usual settings were selected. The character creation is now complete. Race, carbohydrate life form, yellow. Based on his wishes, he will appear in the newcomer zone on the planet Aquamarine. The random selection of the place of birth has been completed. The starting point was the village of Bighorn. The coordinates for the appearance of the character Raging Sword were 24.152, 182.644. The character had reddish-brown hair, purple eyes, and elven ears. The birth began. We had to wait. A character named Raging Sword was created. He successfully appeared at the place of coordinates. In this area, newly created characters began to appear here and there. Star Dragon, a gathering place, Bighorn Village. One of the characters suggested that this was a village of newcomers. He started thinking about what to do with himself. The other one was also trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly they saw an old man with a stick approaching them. He addressed them all, calling them foreigners. He was an old man with almost no teeth. He said that if they wanted to eat, they should find work, because they, the locals, did not need lazy people. The old man went on to say that their village needed to harvest the crops, and the tailoring and armory workshops in the south needed experienced workers, and a shipment of goods had just been delivered to the central gate. It needs to be unloaded. In conclusion, the old man added that all the newcomers should work hard, so that no one would die of hunger. The swordmaster knew that the newcomers' village had very few resources. Closed testing would not last forever. So if he wanted to get ahead, he needed to develop his strategy as soon as possible. As he walked through the village, he was going to explore as many places as possible and set up shop as profitably as possible. First, he decided to buy a map of the area. It cost 3,000. The map showed the territories of the Star Dragon Empire. The city closest to him was the western capital. Violent Sword decided to inspect everything in order, looking for resources along the way. Near the western capital of the Star Dragon Empire, a long line of people had formed in front of the checkpoint. There was also a cafe nearby to take a break, have something to drink or eat. Han Xiao was sitting at a table drinking a drink from a can. He was waiting for someone. Meanwhile, Swordfire had used the map to reach the checkpoint to the western capital. He had already reached the second level. Then he thought that he had a feeling that someone was watching him. He noticed Han Xiao at a table and realized that he was the one who was watching him. Their eyes met. The Violent Sword felt a mortal danger to himself in that look. He was afraid of this because he thought it should be safe in the city, so he decided to pass by unnoticed. He did not want to die at all. But then Han Xiao called out to him as he passed by. He reproached Swordfire that it was extremely unethical to examine someone whom he was seeing for the first time. Swordfish took a defensive stance, made his fists, and stammered and asked Han Xiao what he wanted from him. Han Xiao replied that he needed help, and he asked if the Violent Sword had some free time. A bunch of chaotic thoughts immediately appeared in the mind of the Violent Sword. First, he thought that Han Xiao was an NPC. Then he wondered if the chance had come to him so quickly. Would he be given a hidden mission? Perhaps the heavens had chosen him. This is great news for him. How wonderful he is. Meanwhile, Han Xiao said he needed a piece of bread. He asked if Sword of the Storm could help him with this. That is, get him some bread. Swordfish was happy that he had already been given his first task. But he was surprised why a high-level NPC had such an easy task and accordingly, why the reward was so small. The task was to give Han Xiao a piece of bread. The reward, 1 aquamarine dollar. Violent Sword knew that if the NPCs were high class, then the task should be appropriate. He thought it would probably be a chain of missions, and after completing one, he would get the next one. For some reason, he was sure that this would be the case. He was pleased with his wit, because the years he spent playing different games were not in vain. They helped him understand their logic. When he started the first task, Swordfish took out all the bread he had with him and offered it to Han Xiao, which surprised the latter. Now he was looking forward to the next task. Immediately, a new task appeared, to hit 10 passers-by on the backside. For this, a reward of 1 aquamarine dollar was offered. Kicking all the passers-by left and right in the soft spot, the Raging Sword eventually had to run away from those who intended to give him a fight. The next task was to take off the patrolman's pants at the post. The reward was the same 1 aquamarine dollar. Raging Sword was shocked by each subsequent task. Then he had to dance like a ballerina. While dancing, he thought that his NPC was somehow too slutty. He turned to his computer to find out who the NPC was. He opened his shop to see what he could buy from him. Han Xiao was offering a folding saber for $30,000, flammable ammunition at $100 apiece, a Wasp 73 traumatic pistol for $15,280, a Jackson assault rifle for $35,000, and a bayonet rifle for $38,000. Violent Sword saw that these were all very cool things but too expensive for him. Han Xiao was also offering the basics of hand-to-hand combat, 100 experience points, for 100 aquamarine dollars, the basics of weaponry, 500 experience points, for $100, and the energy training technique, 10,000 experience points, for 3. Violent Sword remembered that the basics of weaponry were from the mechanical faculty's curriculum. Now he looked at Han Xiao as if he were a mysterious supervisor. He thought that this was his great chance as well. He immediately calculated that if he studied with him, he would overtake all the players in no time. The computer asked him if he wanted to become a mechanic. Sword Rage realized that if he neglected this chance, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Han Xiao went on his way, and Swordfish asked where he could find him later. He received a note with an address, and it was clearly written, Block 5, House 46, Repair Shop. Swordfish decided that he needed to keep this NPC hidden from other players. In this case, during the closed testing, Sword Rage would be able to outrun any player. Han Xiao, meanwhile, thought to himself that Swordfire was quite a busy person. He reminded himself that he had once been one of the top 20 martial artists who had made it to the semifinals in China. And now he was a mechanic. At first, this class is unremarkable, but if he sets a goal, he will thank it in the future. Han Xiao saw many other new players in the city. Here and there, they offered their help to various workers in order to gain new levels. He concluded that many of the players must have already completed the story of the newbie village. Suddenly, he saw a homeless old man sitting on the ground with a hat turned upside down in front of him, asking him to throw money into it. Han Xiao saw that most of the players were obsessed with their own gain. They did not care about the game itself. The players were ready to do any task for money. Han Xiao thought that perhaps those players could become his main support in his fight against Embryo. He decided to turn to them, so he called out to those who were near him. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that he needed their help. One player immediately suggested that Han Xiao looked like a high-level NPC, so they responded to his request by asking what he needed. Han Xiao knew that there was a limit to the possible number of rewards, and he could not set the amount of points to exceed that limit. He still couldn't add the task, Destroy the Embryo Organization, to his list. The difficulty level of this task, A, his reward point limit is not enough. He also can't make the limit public on his own. The guy needed to find a way to increase that limit. The players who responded to his request became nervous and said that if he had a job for them, he should tell them what it was, because they had enough on their plate. Then they received a new assignment. They started reading it with interest, and they all saw a mocking task, to give a piece of bread for $1 in reward. All the players went back to their previous jobs because they didn't want to do such an easy, cheap task. They preferred laying bricks. Here the players read that refusing a task would spoil the relationship. They were dissatisfied because they saw it as stingy NPCs. Time passed. The violent sword was constantly hovering around Han Xiao. Lu Qian noticed and asked why he was hanging around the mechanic every day. She asked if he was a stalker. Then she added that it seems like this guy is not a bad guy. Maybe Han Xiao should give him a chance. Han Xiao, meanwhile, came up with a new task for Swordfish and told him to go outside and pretend to sway like a seaweed for 10 minutes. In the meantime, Swordfish had already reached the 3rd level. Han Xiao said that things are not what they seem at first. Performing various, not entirely adequate tasks, Violent Sword thought that the God Family Guild paid well. Han Xiao, who was watching him from afar, saw him looking at the computer and thought that he had come to read the forum. The Violent Sword sometimes dreamed about how to find Zero. Han Xiao recalled that it seems that the first time the B-class task appeared after the open test, he didn't understand why it was given out this time. The first B-class task, to learn Zero, appeared on the screen. To do this, he had to provide any valuable information and receive a monetary reward. The contact details were also listed here. Below were 1,000 red envelopes that were to be distributed randomly to those who responded. The red envelopes contained a monetary reward as a gift. Han Xiao realized that his presence changed the course of the game. So far, the players did not pose any threat to him, but he could not let his guard down. Just then, Lu Qian came out to him and said it was time for lunch, but Han Xiao replied that he had to go to the workshop immediately. The girl thought to herself that the same thing happens every day. She concluded that workaholism is a very scary thing. The computer showed the guy that he had provoked a new, unexpected task, a secret murder. There was a hint that the killer would appear soon. He was required to survive, and there would be an unknown reward for completing this task. Han Xiao thought that the assassin had managed to hide from the 13th unit. He was sorry that old Lu was not at home right now. But before he could worry about the players who would join the embryo organization, he had to deal with his killer. Lu Chan is still in the workshop, so in theory, she should be safe. So wandering the streets of the city, Han Xiao wandered into a deserted alley. It was a great place to fight. Suddenly, he saw a black bird fly right overhead. This alarmed him greatly. And then there were many more birds. They all began to circle around the boy. Han Xiao was not prepared for this turn, for a battle with birds. He saw that his enemy was not so simple. He could not escape the trap he had fallen into here in this deserted alley. He wondered if this was just another illusion. There was a powerful level here, just like hell's. The boy saw that the more he resisted, the tighter the ropes tied him. He couldn't get free anymore and was frantically thinking of some way out of this shitty situation. Immediately, he read in the computer that he was under the influence of an illusion. But since his intelligence level was above 50, he could definitely resist these effects. Therefore, Han Xiao immediately used his intellectual abilities and managed to completely destroy all the ropes that bound him. As soon as the fog of illusion cleared, Han Xiao saw that the muzzle of a gun was pointed at him, the owner of which said goodbye to him. He pulled the trigger, and the corresponding sound was heard. Han Xiao used his sliding shot skill, so the bullet flew on without hitting him anywhere. The killer was shocked how Zero managed to dodge that shot at such a close distance from him. Han Xiao now activated his supercharge ability and started firing his 2 pistols in the direction of his killer. The guy saw that his killer had the same defense as Hal. This was not an easy opponent. The killer had mentioned information that, according to intelligence, Zero's abilities were at best at the level of a special agent. But in reality, he is much stronger. The killer saw that the information he had been given was inaccurate. Now he had to retreat and think over his plan to destroy Zero anew. Once again, the blackbirds appeared and began to circle Han Xiao. The same illusion was used again. The boy's computer also told him that it was an illusion, and he was able to resist it because his intelligence level was above 50. He quickly reloaded his pistols with flammable ammunition and began to counterattack. The killer could no longer understand why he was not succeeding in destroying Zero. Drowning in the flames, he shouted that he recognized Zero's powerful strength. Han Xiao replied that the same techniques would not work on him twice. Suddenly, a car with Han Xiao's bodyguards pulled up, and a special agent ran out of it, apologizing for arriving so late. Then he asked if the guy was okay. Han Xiao pointed to the fresh wound on his cheek and asked if it was unnoticeable that he was not okay. The special agent lowered his head and began to apologize, saying that he was very sorry. He was delayed, and that was why they were late. Han Xiao calmly replied that he shouldn't blame himself, because the killer was an officer in the embryo organization and the best killer who always finished his work. The special agent shouted in shock if it was Nosa Kriku. Han Xiao replied that it was indeed him. He was still tidying up his body after a tough battle. The special agent ran up to him and asked him if he was really able to overcome Nosa even after he unexpectedly attacked him. So he is incredibly strong. Han Xiao replied by asking if it was not obvious that he was. Han Xiao got into his car and looked at his computer. There he received a message that he had completed the unexpected task of secret assassination. He received a challenge card from the character. It was a nice gift from Embryo. The special agent said that they would first stop by the general headquarters and report on the overall situation. Han Xiao said that if Nosa had found him, it meant that Embryo had information about his location. The special agent denied that this could be an incorrect assumption, as hackers from the intelligence department control the network and track any information about the boy. He added that the messages referring to him were not getting through. Han Xiao asked with disbelief whether this was really true, whether he was sure of his words. The special agent replied that Nosa would not have gone AWOL. He had definitely passed on information about Zero to other spies in the capital, and they, in turn, talked to each other through a closed network, or they could have personally left the capital to report to their superiors. Han Xiao pushed the special agent out of the driver's seat. He said that at this rate, Embryo would soon find out where Zero, who was wanted by them, was. The guy himself, unbuckling his seatbelt, told the special agent to ask the management to close the entire city. The special agent angrily told him to behave calmly. No one knows who exactly is a spy. In that case, who is he going to catch? Han Xiao just laughed at the words about not knowing who the spy was. He got behind the wheel and immediately drove off. The guy knew very well who the embryo spy and his killer were. He immediately contacted Li Yalin and told her to go to the 8th district. He had already sent her the coordinates. He asked her to get there as soon as possible. The girl wondered why they had to go to such a slum. Han Xiao replied that she shouldn't ask any more questions and should immediately go to the place where he asked her to go. He himself had already reached the 8th district. There was an abandoned church in that district. There he met Li Yalin. She asked the mechanic what was going on, what was the rush. Han Xiao just said, as he passed her, that she should follow him. He abruptly opened the door, entering the abandoned church. Everyone who was there turned their heads toward the exit. Han Xiao was sure that there was an embryo liaison among them. After looking around the church, he did not find the person he was looking for. So he grabbed hold of a monk and asked him where Lugorn had gone. The monk replied in fright that he had not seen him all day. Han Xiao then pulled out a sketch of Lugorn and asked him again clearly if he had seen this person here today. He looks exactly like the person in this sketch. That person's eyes are wide set, his nose is crooked, and he has a short haircut. Han Xiao and Li Yalin left the church without finding any answer to their question. The guy gave Li a sketch of Lugorn and asked her to send it to the bureau. Let them contact all the posts and check if he has left the city. And he himself would go to the nearest post and check it personally. After all, anything can happen. While they were on their way to the nearest post, the bureau had already received a reply that the person depicted in the sketch had not left the city. Han Xiao warned the girl to hold on tight because he was driving very fast. Li Yalin was outraged by this remark. She said, crossing her arms over her chest, that Han Xiao should not underestimate her. After all, she was a warrior. She was not afraid of his speed. Han Xiao thought about the fact that Lugorn could not have left earlier than an hour ago, because he had received the information only recently. He definitely had to head to the nearest post. Most likely, it would be the northwest post. Suddenly, Li Yalin shouted for the mechanic to slow down immediately because a train was coming in front of them. She asked the guy, frightened, if he was tired of living. Han Xiao was deep in thought and he was trying to drive very fast, so he wasn't paying attention to the road. Finally, they arrived at the northwestern post at the exit of the western capital city. Here they saw a huge line of people who were indignant about why the exit from the city was blocked. Some were shouting to be released immediately because they had to go on business. Others stood with their children because they had come to take a walk around the city, and now they were returning home, but they were not allowed to leave. The post was blocked. Lugorn was also standing in line near the exit. He was frantically thinking about why the post was blocked. He couldn't believe that Nosa had lost the battle with Zero. Han Xiao told the guards at the post that he was a special agent of the 13th Division. He was immediately asked to show his personal documents. This request also applied to Li Yalin, who still couldn't recover from the near miss with the train. Han Xiao just laughed at her. She had claimed to be a warrior, and here she was suddenly vomiting from such a trip. At the post, all the guards already had a sketch of the person they had to catch, so they had no problem with that. Han Xiao got there just in time. He immediately shot Lugorn right when the guards were tying him up. The guards were shocked by the special agent's actions. Han Xiao received 3,500 points for killing Lugorn, level 12. He knew very well that he had poison in his teeth and under his fingernails. They still wouldn't be able to stop him from killing himself. On the border of Star Dragon and Haya, there was another secret embryo base called the Black Crow Valley Base. The organization's fighters carefully studied the new information. They read that the clue to the task they were performing had changed slightly. The map had shown them that Zero's location was Star Dragon, the western capital. Now the search area has narrowed. Now after the open testing, let the organization send people there. They will surely be able to find Zero there. The soldiers were lively discussing the fact that the reward for completing such a B-class task would allow them to leave other organizations far behind. Once again, the name Zero came up. Embryo could not get rid of him. The head of the organization was in no way going to give up. Even though Zero now had defenders, he was no longer fighting against their organization alone. The leader gave the order to find Zero's exact location, even if he was hiding in the headquarters of the 13th unit. He ordered to send 200 OWL agents and 5 commanders there and finally destroy their enemy. He even authorized the use of short-range guided missiles. The leader intended to stop at nothing to eliminate Zero. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 13th Star Dragon Division, Han Xiao sat in front of his computer at a general meeting. The closed testing had already ended for the moment. The countdown to the open test had begun. 122 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes. The guy was right about the fact that the real time does not match the game time when updating. Then the executive director came to him and asked him menacingly why the mechanic was wagging his finger in the air. He asked the guy how much secret information about the embryo organization he knew. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was deep in thought. He was worried that the embryo fighters had discovered that he was in the Star Dragon. They didn't know the exact location, of course, but they knew it was somewhere in the western capital. The guy was nervously twiddling his thumbs. He was well aware that Embryo would send more assassins here again. Since Han Xiao still hadn't answered the executive director's question, he asked him again what he was going to do next. Han Xiao suddenly pulled off his mask and said that he would no longer hide and would openly oppose Embryo. The CEO frantically argued that this would not be a good idea. You can't do that, it's too dangerous. Han Xiao now showed on a map exactly where the Embryo's Black Crow Valley base is located. It is located near Haiyang. The base itself is very large and not at all like the 3 bases he had already dealt with. The guy added that he would personally take part in its destruction. He has already received objections from the executive director here. He said that it would be a big foolishness because Embryon would definitely use this opportunity to end Zero. Han Xiao replied with a smile that he could create one trinket with which he could change his image. He got a good creation of that trinket, and they decided to return to that topic later. Han Xiao knew that the Star Dragon leadership would mostly agree to attack the base in the Black Crow Valley. This base was located quite close to the loading point for newcomers. By destroying it, the number of players who would join Embryo during the open test would be reduced by several times. Returning to the workshop, Han Xiao saw that old Lu was at home. This was exactly what he needed. He immediately addressed him, affectionately calling him Uncle Lu. Han Xiao bluntly stated that he wanted to use Mr. Lu's library and read books about mechanics. While drinking wine, Mr. Lu asked why the boy wanted his books on mechanics. Han Xiao knew that this would not be easy. Asking Mr. Lu for something was very difficult. Now he had to come up with a decent answer. But the old man, without waiting for any answer from the boy, got up from the couch and ordered him to follow him. He led him to his office, pointed to the bookshelves and said that the books he was interested in were there. He gave Han Xiao permission to choose the books he wanted, but in no case should he spoil them. And then he left the office. The boy only managed to shout a big thank you after him, wondering why Mr. Lu was so cooperative today. Mr. Lu also asked the boy not to tell his granddaughter Chun that he had led the killer away from the workshop, and he personally thanked him for it. Han Xiao immediately began to study new information about mechanics. He mastered the following sections: basic energy, basic biochemistry, basic optics, basic laws of electromagnetism, basic laws of mechanics, basic digital electronics, basic mechanical engineering, basic weapons, basic equipment, advanced material synthesis, and others. The guy was pleased to note that all his mechanical skills had risen to the same level. Now it was time to create a drawing of the thing he desperately needed to survive the battle with Embryo. Basic knowledge, which covers as many as 3 sections, has strict requirements for the level of knowledge. In addition, only a mechanic is able to perform the merger to obtain the necessary drawing. The fusion was successfully completed. Han Xiao managed to create a smart optical mask. He was pleased with himself, as he had definitely created the best optical mask that existed at the moment. Meanwhile, the following was happening in the secret department of the 13th Division of the Star Dragon. The hacker Lin Yao was working at the computer, with their leader Zhang Wei standing next to him. Lin Yao had just sent a report to the secret department. Han Xiao was also present. Suddenly, the executive director came in. He immediately turned to the mechanic and told him that he had already warned him that it was too dangerous for him to take part in the operation against Embryo. He asked if the guy had already created a thing with which he could change his image. The guy replied that, of course, he had already created such a mask. He just let the CEO wait a moment and turned his back on him. Now Han Xiao turned to face him again and asked if the changes in his image were noticeable. And if so, could he join them? The executive director came closer, took a closer look at the mechanic, and said that the guy really didn't look much like himself. Then he said that the optical mask was quite a good thing, and if Han Xiao could sell them the blueprints for it, the guy replied that it was just an ordinary mask. So why would they need the blueprints? They could make one themselves, couldn't they? The executive director replied that they could. Han Xiao exhaled because he did not want to sell the blueprints for his new creation. This mask not only changes the external image, but also scans the faces of other people, keeping their features in memory. But he realized that it was better to keep silent about this function of the mask. After all, the time would come when it would play into his hands. Leaving the room, the executive director gave permission for the mechanic to join his squad for this task. He added that since there was still half a month to go before the task was to begin, they should all prepare for it thoroughly. Immediately, Li Yalin rushed to Han Xiao and asked him to let her try out the newly created optical mask. She really wanted to play with such a cool thing. But the mechanic told her not to make any noise now, because he had a very important thing to tell his colleagues in the squad. First, he asked Captain Zhang Wei to send him his prototype armor later. The guy was going to correct it. This made the captain very happy, because his armor had long been in need of some improvement. Han Xiao said that he wanted to improve its energy efficiency, adjust the power mode, make it a little lighter, and add an endoskeleton to make it easier for Zhang Wei to move around in it. Then he will check the fire tracking and control system so that the captain's long-range weapon will have homing capability. And before all that, if there is still time, he will install basic melee weapons on the armor. The captain was incredibly pleased with what he heard. Han Xiao summarized that if there were no more questions, he would pay for the assembly first. The captain said it was no problem and asked how much he should pay. I told him the price. It was 360,208. The guy added that they would agree on a price of $360,000. The captain was incredibly shocked by this offer and asked why it was so expensive. He recalled that it had been a little cheaper before. Han Xiao asked him if his parents were still alive. The captain replied that they had died a long time ago. The mechanic continued to ask questions. He asked if the captain had any brothers or sisters. Zhang Wei replied that he was the only child in the family. Han Xiao then asked if the captain had a wife or girlfriend. The captain sadly replied that he was all alone. The mechanic summarized all his questions and asked the final question, why would Zhang Wei need to save money in this case? This brought the captain to sincere tears. Lambert approached his commander to comfort him a little, and Han Xiao finally got ready to prepare the necessary equipment. From behind the closed door, everyone heard a voice telling him not to be disturbed in the near future. 10 days passed in this way. All this time, Han Xiao worked diligently in Old Lu's workshop to perfect what his squad would need to successfully complete the mission. He did not answer any calls or messages, and Li Yalin had sent him several messages. She wrote when Han Xiao would finally get in touch. Then she wrote that she was being stormed by customers. Finally, she wrote to ask if their mechanic was still alive in his workshop. And Han Xiao was creating new interesting projectiles and improving the existing ones. He was carefully preparing for the big battle with the embryo. He also developed the Cloud Swallow hang glider. He modified it. Han Xiao did everything possible to maximize their chances in the fight against embryo. In the end, everything he had planned was ready. Now they could go to battle. The gathering was announced at the train station of the western capital of the Star Dragon. Not everyone had arrived at the meeting place yet. The captain of the squad, Ma Qingyan, asked Zhang Wei on the radio where his men were. And then the members of the covert operations unit arrived in a fancy car. Then a military man with a mustache and glasses named Qi Baijia addressed everyone from the train on the platform. He introduced himself to them and said that he would be leading their squad on this mission. He immediately offered to discuss all the details. So, they would work together with the Haiyang Military Intelligence Department. The Haiyang Military Intelligence officers are already at the border and ready to go at any time. The task of their squad is to enter the enemy's territory unnoticed, determine the location of the guards, and report back. Qi Baijia went on to say that the Haiyis sent them a map. It shows that the terrain of the Black Crow Valley makes it impregnable, hiding it in a dense forest. Because of this, the exact location of the embryo base could not be determined from the aerial photo. The task leader added that since they did not know the exact coordinates or the level of the enemy's military power, they would have to make a ground invasion of the enemy's territory. While sipping her drink and listening attentively and analyzing this information, one of the girls from the squad said that, according to all the data, the embryo base was heavily guarded. It was Special Agent Disusu of the 13th Star Dragon Unit. She asked if the forces of the Haiyang squad would not be enough. The leader, Qi Baijia, shook his head and replied that they would not agree to that. Here, Li Yalin attacked Disusu out of the blue. So why is she asking such ridiculous questions? And if she has specific suggestions on how to proceed, then let her voice them now. Meanwhile, Qi Baijia continued to talk about the offensive plan. Next to the Black Crow Valley is the village of Crow Forest, which is home to many travelers. Since this village is located very close to the embryo base, there are already scouts from the valley there. It will be possible to find out the information they need from them. Qi Baijia pinned the portraits of 3 people to the board and said that they could be approached on the spot as excellent informants. Their main leader's name is Pan Quan. He has E+ martial arts training and uses a blade called the Soul Blade. He is a large, burly man with red eyes and a huge scar on his right cheek. There's almost no information about his deputy, GG. He is an interesting-looking guy with blue eyes. He wears a monocle on his left eye. The head of security, Do Mung, is fluent in various types of small arms. He is a very well-trained special agent. He has a different stern look and brown eyes. Chi Baijia said that Haya sent their special reconnaissance team. When they arrive at the site, they will join them. The head of the Covert Operations Unit asked if he understood correctly that the two special agent teams would work together. Li Yalin also interjected to ask if they would not interfere with their mission. She wanted to add something else about the two squads, but suddenly the train stopped very abruptly, and she almost hit her head on the seat in front of her. Now she wondered why they stopped so suddenly. Perhaps they had already been attacked and needed to prepare for battle. And then a huge black monster burst into their wagon and began to destroy everything around them. It was a black earthworm. Its level, 48. It has an unknown amount of health. It has extremely strong armor, an attribute of darkness, and deals extra damage to metal surfaces. Han Xiao just wondered why such a heavy monster was on their way. The monster began to devour everyone who came across it. The order was given to open fire, but ordinary bullets did not penetrate the earthworm's armor. Li Yalin decided to join the battle. She was a master of close combat, so she decided to try to defeat it that way. She thought that in close combat, she could somehow pierce the earthworm's armor. Meanwhile, the rest of the group should come up with something else to destroy the monster. Disusu suggested setting it on fire, as all worms are extremely afraid of fire. Sniper Lambert agreed to try this option. Li Yalin exhaled and thanked Lambert for his help. It was good that he was here. They were rescued, and the train moved on to the mission site. Finally, they arrived at the train station in the country of Haiyu. The train had been badly damaged by the battle with the black earthworm and needed to be repaired and restored. The newly arrived guys were surprised to see that the girls were wearing bikinis and the guys were topless. It looked quite relaxed, quite free customs. A man in a straw hat and flip-flops greeted them. His name was Yi Fan. He was from the Haiyang Intelligence Department. Now they had to send a report to the command center. It was an easy procedure, but it had to be done. They went up to the colonel's office, and Yi Fan reported that the agents from Star Dragon had already arrived. The colonel, observing the fish in the aquarium, ordered the new arrivals to rest out of the way and make sure they didn't wander too far around the area. The hacker Lin Yao expressed his observations that the high soldiers did not look at them in a friendly manner, and the colonel did not pay them any attention at all. But it turns out that there were reasons for that. In the past, the Star Dragon and Hai Yi had a very tense relationship. That's why they're not liked here. Lin Yao said sadly that all they could do was just focus on doing their job well, so it is better to have a good rest now, while there is time for that. Han Xiao, who was in the same room as the hacker, told his friend that he was going out for a smoke. He saw that his computer had issued a group task. He activated the task, Operation Black Crow Valley. Brief description: it was a small military operation. As a member of the 13th Unit and a participant in the operation, he should pay attention to what he can do. There was also a hint here. The task is one of a series of group tasks. Upon completion, he would be able to receive certain rewards. Han Xiao liked this very much. He received his first group assignment here. The following items were mandatory: behead the head of security, Du Meng, behead the deputy head, Ji Ji, and behead the head, Pan Quan. At the end of the task, a reward would be given based on individual statistics. Usually this reward is very generous, so you need to do very well and get more rewards. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who was passing by. She asked him if he had come from Star Dragon. The boy replied briefly that he must have been. Suddenly the girl tried to attack him and put a knife to his neck. She was very surprised that the guy didn't even try to dodge the attack. Han Xiao confidently replied that he saw no need to dodge. The girl asked if he really thought she wouldn't dare cut him. Han Xiao then stretched out to his full height and told her to try to use her knife against him. However, he immediately had a trusty pistol in his hand, and it was already pointed at the girl's stomach. The girl stepped back and introduced herself. Her name is Vina. She is a special intelligence agent. The guy briefly replied that his name was Han Xiao. Then the girl left the place where they met, saying she would remember him. The leader of their Star Dragon squad, Chi Baojia, saw this strange encounter from the window. He was pleased to note that their meeting did not confuse Han Xiao at all and did not aggravate the relationship. The boss saw that the boy was very strong and performed well. Meanwhile, Winnie returned to her unit. There she was asked how the meeting went. She replied that Han Xiao was a pretty tough guy. Ye Fan said that when everyone was finally assembled, they could start the mission. They already have a reliable stronghold in the Crow Valley. He then asked the leader Chibaijia, pointing to one car, if this was their rear service car. He added that this vehicle was very remarkable. Chibaijia replied that there were many such vehicles in the Star Dragon. His trainees noticed that their leader was showing off. After all, they don't have any cars like this anywhere near them. It looked very funny to them. But it's good that they have a mechanic in their squad. Li Yalin was sitting in the front seat of the car driven by Han Xiao. He bought a cigarette. The girl said that today he was driving surprisingly calmly. Lin Yao leaned out of the back and said that they had already lost sight of their men. They should have caught up. Han Xiao replied phlegmatically, saying why would they do that? After all, when they saw that they were behind, they would have to stop and wait themselves. Then the car in front of them asked where they had gone. Does Han Xiao not know how to drive? The squad began to complain that Hai's people kept picking on them. But in no case should they give in to provocations. Zhang Wei replied that this was a very reasonable decision and offered to catch up with them. But Li Yelin was afraid of driving too fast. She told the captain that it was not necessary to do so. Zhang Wei asked her what she was afraid of. Was it the first time they were driving so fast? Li Yalin replied that the captain didn't want to stay alive before arriving at the place. But Han Xiao said that he would only speed up the ride a little bit. He confidently pressed the gas pedal and told everyone to hold on tight. Li Yalin shouted to her captain that he would regret suggesting that they go faster. Everyone was very shocked that an ordinary truck could drive so fast. Li Yalin started to have a real hysteria. She shouted that she wanted to get out of the car immediately. The hacker Lin Yao was also slowly getting sick. He asked Han Xiao to drive a little slower. Their truck was moving at an incredible speed, overtaking all the cars in front of them. As a result, they arrived at their destination first. It was the Hai Yi stronghold in the Crow Forest. Li Yalin looked out of the window and vomited all the things that had been wanting to come out of her for a long time during such a frantic ride. She only added that she had warned everyone about Han Xiao's driving, and the mechanic just shrugged, saying that they had asked him not to follow behind, but to catch up with everyone in front. Zheng Wei finally started to come to his senses and asked the guy if he had ever driven a bumper car before. Han Xiao just smiled at this. He replied that he had driven mechs before. Sniper Lambert, who still hadn't gotten out of the car, threatened Han Xiao not to drive again. Otherwise, he was ready to jump out of that car on the move, so that he wouldn't feel so shitty after such a ride. The stronghold was quite unpretentiously built. There was nothing special about it, just a simple place for temporary stay and shelter. Ye Fan invited everyone to a large room with a screen and suggested that they immediately proceed to a briefing before the mission. He said that they had two tasks. The first was to disguise themselves as travelers, sneak into the village of Raven Forest, and get as much information as possible. And the second was to find the sentries in the vicinity of the Black Crow Valley, who were left alone, and interrogate them. Win suggested that they deal with the sentries, and let the people from Star Dragon go to the Crow Forest village to find out information there. Han Xiao noted to himself that Haya's men had given them a difficult task from the start. After all, they were not familiar with the area or the locals of Crow Forest, so they risked not only returning empty-handed, but also falling into the hands of the enemy. This was very mean of the Haya people. Everyone from the Star Dragon squad understood that it was much easier and safer to catch a sentry who was alone. But they all remained silent because they were well aware of the benefits and costs of each of the two tasks they were about to perform. Ye Fan summarized his briefing by saying that if everything is clear and suitable for everyone, if no one has any objections, then we can start performing the tasks. For support, he suggested leaving 4 people from each unit at the base. The events will now take place in the travelers' village of Voronyachi Lis. Desusu said that everyone in the village would immediately pay attention to the newcomers. Therefore, she suggested that they first find a place where they can settle down. Han Xiao, as always, stayed in the rear to direct the actions of his colleagues in the squad. He radioed them that it was quite normal for travelers to be curious about the situation around them. If they deliberately hide, they will, on the contrary, arouse unnecessary suspicion. The leader, Chibaijia, said that ideally, it would be great to start acting tonight. Crow Forest Village was quite large. The people from Star Dragon who had gone there to gather information didn't know how to track down the embryo organization's scout. Han Xiao said that there was a casino in the south of the village where a bald man was supposed to be. It was from him that we would need to find out information about the Black Crow Valley. So our people went to the south of the village of Crow Forest. We arrived there in the evening. There was indeed a large casino of travelers there. So they agreed to go inside because there was no turning back. The casino was living its own life. People at the big tables were placing bets, winning and losing money. Desusu, looking at all this from the height of the balcony, said that in such a place you can really find out a lot. Li Yalan suddenly shouted that she saw the bald man they were probably looking for. He was sitting on the couch in the company of two half-naked beauties with rabbit ears. She quickly ran down the stairs and attacked the bald man. The girls jumped aside in shock and did not understand what was happening. Han Xiao said that everything seemed to be going according to plan. He asked Lin Yao to take over his post because he wanted to get some sleep. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Haya's squad moved quickly through the Black Crow Valley in search of the lone sentry. Of course, they quickly accomplished their task, as it was quite easy to accomplish. The firewall of the Valley of the Black Crow was broken. They got full access to the information. Once inside, they copied all the information for themselves. Winna smugly said that the results of their work would far exceed those of the people from Star Dragon. Meanwhile, at the Embryo Organization's secret base in the Black Crow Valley, it was restless. They realized that their secret network had been hacked. Now they needed to find out what data had been stolen. The organization's agent frantically began to report that the coordinates of the base's location, its schematic, and the laboratory log had been stolen. GG, sipping his drink, calmly replied that it was nothing. They just took the bait. Now they just have to wait for the fish to bite. He then went to talk about the situation with his manager. He said that their external fake server had been hacked. Apparently, it was the people from Haya. It is likely that they will be attacked soon. Mr. Kwan asked him what he thought they should do in that situation. Gigi thought about it. The people from Haiyang had stolen fake information, but the existence of the base itself had been exposed. He recommends that the boss start evacuating, taking all the equipment and information. But first, he suggests defeating the enemy. The chief fully agreed with him. Pan Quan, the chief executive of the Embryo Organization, said that if he needed to join the battle, he should only be told. Han Xiao noted in the computer that their mission had begun. After that, he fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, he asked Lin Yao how everything went last night. The hacker replied that they had managed to find out the specific location of Embryo's base in the valley, but the people they caught were quite low-ranking and did not know any particularly sensitive information. This is the result of their night's work. It was expected. If they had found out something more important, the computer would have shown Han Xiao that the Intelligence 2 mission had also been completed. It was agreed that their agents should return to the stronghold. In the meantime, the men from Haiyi's squad returned. Winna boastfully said that they had managed to obtain top-secret information about the embryo base in the Black Crow Valley. They had successfully accomplished their task. The head of the mission, Chi Baijia, asked if this was really true, if they had really succeeded. Yefan confirmed that Win had captured the prisoner. Accordingly, the mission was completed. He added that their men could now return to the stronghold. Then they would gather all the data they had received and pass it on to the Haiyan military. Han Xiao suspected something was amiss. The panel on his computer saying that the Reconnaissance 2 mission had been completed had not yet appeared. This meant that something was wrong with their data. So he asked the people of the Haya squad if they could confirm the accuracy of the information they had received and tell him about the operation in detail. Win replied that they could easily do so. Han Xiao asked her if she thought the mission had gone too smoothly. Perhaps their data was unreliable. Win replied that nothing suspicious happened to them during the mission. Apparently, the enemy was simply not prepared for a surprise attack. She said with satisfaction that this time the victory was theirs. And he only suspects everyone and everything. She began to hurt him by saying that maybe he just doesn't like to lose, or maybe he had reasons to believe otherwise. Han Xiao briefly replied that his intuition told him so. Yefan interrupted their conversation. He said that distrust is a good thing, but if there is no evidence, then you shouldn't go overboard. In short, he summarized that the task was complete. Tomorrow at dawn, they need to leave the stronghold. Han Xiao said if not, then not. He realized that he would have to figure it out himself. So he took his rifle and went to look for the Embryo Organization's sentries. He managed to eliminate a bunch of guards. Accordingly, he got a lot of experience points. He completed one task after another. He knew that soon the Embryo Organization would have to send people from the base to check the situation. So the guy decided to create a small ambush for the next sentry who would pass by. To do this, he simply threw a rope around the guard's neck. In this way, he eliminated another guard and earned extra experience points. He heard the sound from the radio of the guard he had killed. The other guards took turns reporting on the general situation. When it was the turn of the guard who owned the radio to answer, the others were worried about where he had gone. But Han Xiao took over. He answered the radio and said that he had found a dead guard on his territory. He also assumed the identity of a security guard at the embryo base. He didn't even expect that he would need the function of copying someone else's face so soon. The security guards of the embryo base came to the place and started looking for traces of the opponent, but they failed to find anything. Then the order was given to get back in the cars and return to the base. Finally, everyone arrived back at the base to further decide what to do. The base already knew that 13 sentries in the valley had been killed. Gigi said that their opponents had already gotten the information they needed, but why did they decide to stay and gather even more information? They are being much more calculating than they thought. The secretary replied that it didn't matter how vigilant they were. They still wouldn't be able to tell which information was false and which was true, and so they would very easily fall into the ambush set up for them. Gigi said that their leader has already prepared for the evacuation. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days, then they will retreat. In the meantime, they would prepare a huge surprise for Hai Hai. Han Xiao was already at the embryo base. He could see that the Reconnaissance 2 mission was still not complete. He knew that there must be a secret location somewhere on the base. As he walked through the base, he saw civilians gathering all the equipment, while the soldiers remained on cover. It all looked rather strange. After all, Hai's men had invaded yesterday. That would have been enough time to evacuate, but it was unclear why they hadn't left yet. They talked among themselves about whether everyone had received the evacuation order. They suspected that they had been targeted by Hai's men. Others said that their leadership said that the connection with the scouts in the village of Voronyachi Lis had been lost. Everything is going to the beginning of the battle. Here the guys turned to Han Xiao to tell them if he had noticed anything strange at his post. They were completely unaware that they were not talking to their colleague, but to the enemy in disguise. Now Han Xiao at least knew that the person whose face he had taken on was named Taramand. He replied that there was no optimistic news. He said that the enemy had killed all their sentries. Han Xiao could see that they were just ordinary soldiers, who most likely did not have any secret information about the base. He needed to target the key leadership figures. The soldiers talked among themselves that they envied the civilians because they would be the first to be evacuated from the base. The head of security, Do Meng, approached them and told them to get to work immediately and not to sit around. He ordered them to start carrying things. Han Xiao immediately realized that Do Meng must have some secret information. He told his guys that he was going to the restroom. They just laughed at him, saying that he probably wanted to take a little time off. Han Xiao did not have time to see where Do Meng went. He began to walk the corridors and look for the secret door through which the head of the base's security had disappeared so quickly. He realized that he could not stay in that room for long because someone could come in at any time. Then he would feel very bad. He launched his little search spiders, which he had made just in case, and here he needed them. But he still managed to fix the location of the secret door. Just then it opened and 2 agents came out. Han Xiao thought that those 2 agents must know something. It was time to finally uncover the mystery that shrouded the base. The 2 agents walked out through the outer doors of the base and onto the street. Han Xiao followed them, but was stopped on the way out by a guard. He said that it was strictly forbidden to leave the base without a separate order. But Han Xiao replied that he had just encountered those 2 agents, and they had accidentally dropped their ID card. He said that he would return the card to them and immediately return to the base. The guard allowed him to do so. Han Xiao turned to the 2 black-suited agents and said that one of them had just lost his ID card at the base. The agents thanked him and wondered how this could have happened, but Han Xiao immediately attacked them and tied them to a large tree with a rope. They began to call for help. However, Han Xiao was not very concerned because they were in the middle of the mountains and no one could come to their aid. Putting a knife to one of them's neck, he ordered him to give up all the secret information he had. The agent began to make excuses that they were both ordinary employees and had no access to classified information. However, Han Xiao insisted that he had seen the 2 agents leave the base's secret door in a cell. As a result, scared to death, they told Han Xiao everything they knew about the base. The guy got very excited about his next task. His computer now displayed that the Reconnaissance 2 mission was finally complete. He received 8,000 experience points for it. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon squad was about to leave the stronghold, but they couldn't find Han Xiao anywhere. At first, they thought he had fallen asleep in the car, but since no one got out of the car, it became clear that he was not there. Cheng Wei decided to stay at the stronghold and wait for their mechanic to return. When the captain was asked if it was necessary to wait for the mechanic, Jiang Wei replied that he was the one who had the keys to the car. The Haya squad was told that one of the Star Dragon squad had disappeared, so they decided to stay and wait for him to return. Ye-fan replied that they had actually agreed to return together. He asked who was missing. He was told that the agent wearing the black mask, Han Xiao, was missing. Win thought about it, because the day before, Han Xiao had rejected the data they had received for no reason, and today he had disappeared. It was very suspicious. They missed the idea that Han Xiao was a spy for the embryo organization. Meanwhile, they came to report to the Haiyang Operations Center about everything that had happened. They told the head that one agent from Star Dragon had gone missing all night. He never came back. The leader asked if they were sure of their information. Win replied that after they returned from their mission with the data on the Black Crow Valley, he simply left without telling anyone. Ye-fan added that the guy's behavior was extremely suspicious. The leader said that he would later ask Star Dragon for more information about this guy, but for now, let them tell him what they learned during their mission. They reported that they had captured a prisoner who had already been interrogated on a lie detector. This means that he did not lie to them. They had stolen all the data from the enemy's network so they could fully guarantee its authenticity. The leader said that in this case, it was necessary to attack the embryo base as soon as possible before they had time to change anything. But Ye-fan denied this. After all, if they attacked now, the agents of the 13th Division who remained in the stronghold would be in danger. But the leader replied that in order to achieve the overall goal, it was quite possible to sacrifice a few people from Star Dragon. He added that those people were not one of them at all, so there was no need to delay, much less worry about them. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the stronghold, leading the bound agents from the embryo base, and realized that he must have been late. Now the agents finally realized that he was the Zero their organization was looking for around the world. Han Xiao decided to contact his colleagues on the radio. Zhang Wei began to yell at him about where he had disappeared to for the whole night. He said that everyone had already left, only they remained at the stronghold to wait for him. The guy said that he had infiltrated the Delina base and obtained classified information. He began to tell me that the entire base is divided into internal and external sectors. The inner sector is its core. It is located deep in the mountains. Low-ranking personnel are completely unaware of the existence of that sector. The communication path between the sectors can be closed at any time. In the inner sector, there are many evacuation routes that the leadership can use to get out safely and unnoticed. After hearing all this information, the 13th Unit's squad leader immediately called Colonel Heisei. He calmly got on the phone and asked what was going on. Shibangjia began to report clearly that one of his team members had obtained very important information that he needed to know about immediately. He suggested that the colonel talk to Han Xiao personally. The colonel said he already knew everything. He just wanted to know how he had gotten the information. Han Xiao replied that he had managed to infiltrate the base and take 2 prisoners, who were employees of the internal sector of the base. In the phone, he heard the colonel shouting that he was lying. For some reason, Zaius's people were sure that the guy could never have pulled off such a thing. They did not know that he could change his appearance with the help of an optical mask, and copying facial features is his trump card, which should not be revealed to anyone. But the head of the 13th unit said that they had 2 prisoners from the base as evidence. The colonel ordered to bring them to him. At the same time, the colonel ordered the troops to go on a mission. Their target is the Black Crow Valley. The head of the 13th unit shouted on the phone that he was categorically against this decision because his men were still there. The colonel was putting them in direct danger by his actions. The colonel replied briefly that it was not up to him to decide what to do next. Han Xiao also heard all this. He realized that the colonel wanted immediate results. So he moved on to the stronghold, dragging his prisoners with him. Finally, he got there. He was greeted by his friends and colleagues. He ordered Lin Yao and Lambert to take the ID cards of the prisoners and penetrate the inner sector of the base. They needed to find out more about Embryo's plans for evacuation. Then he asked Li Yalin to take them closer to the base, and he would create masks from the prisoners. Lin Yao was worried because he had no experience in espionage. Perhaps it would be better to let someone else go. But Han Xiao said that he was their only hacker. No one else would be able to handle the task. Meanwhile, at the base in the Black Crow Valley, everyone continued to prepare for evacuation. Lin Yao and Lambert were returning to the base in the guise of prisoners. They were very worried about being discovered. Finally, they approached the main gate of the base and opened it with their ID cards. They were able to enter the base without any problems. Next, they started looking for the cell where the secret door was located. Now they saw that the inner sector really existed. Suddenly, an alarm went off in the cell, but the boys realized that it was not because of them. Gigi told the secretary that he had already heard that the Hai had sent their troops to them. So they were about to arrive there. Then he added that they had already sent an armed group from themselves. They will be able to hold back the enemy for quite some time, and let everyone continue to prepare for evacuation. Our guys here have already reported that the Hayas are going to attack Embryo, so they all better leave the stronghold. Zhang Wei couldn't calm down that the colonel had treated them so badly. As they drove closer to the base, Han Xiao told Lin Yao and Lambert to get out because they might get hurt when the attack started. Suddenly, their car was spotted by soldiers at the base. They needed to get out of that place immediately. They immediately moved forward and were chased by several enemy vehicles. Li Yalin was worried that they were about to be overtaken. She did not know how to drive too fast. But Han Xiao told her not to worry about it, because he had installed a nitrogen acceleration in the car. This did not calm Li Yalin down, but rather made her even more excited. She shouted that they were driving in the mountains, and there was a huge risk that they would crash if they couldn't handle the car at that speed. Han Xiao told his leader Zhang Wei to change into his armor that he had prepared for him. They were about to start the battle. Zhang Wei quickly got involved and felt the full power of the advanced armor. He immediately began to attack the cars that were chasing them. The enemies fired back, but the armor reliably protected the captain from the shells. The captain was pleased with the performance of his new armor. He was glad that he had paid such a huge amount of money for it. The soldiers of the Embryo base tried to eliminate the captain in his powerful armor first. Han Xiao could see that Embryo had a lot of soldiers who were coming closer and closer. Finally, it was time to test his new development, a delayed action projectile. The projectile fully met the hopes of its creator. The soldiers were smashed to pieces. After this battle, Han Xiao received many different awards and a lot of experience points. The next task, called Direct Conflict, was completed. He received an additional 35,000 experience points. All the soldiers were shocked that just one jeep managed to destroy a lot of enemy vehicles, eliminating half of the pursuers. They could not understand what kind of power it was. But the battle did not stop. The soldiers advanced and continued to pursue the 13th unit. The order was to kill everyone. Han Xiao saw that their situation was not good. So he ordered Li Yaling to use the nitrogen acceleration immediately. He realized that the Hayas had decided to simply sacrifice them and blow them up along with the Embryo soldiers. However, they were still alive and trying to escape from that hell. The head of the 13th unit tried to reach the colonel's common sense. He said that he could be charged with war crimes for his actions. But the colonel confidently said that he was just doing his job, and the people from Star Dragon have no right to tell him what to do. He ordered them to take them to the medical center. Han Xiao and Li Yalin arrived at the camp of the Haiyang Logistics Detachment. One of the soldiers had already approached them and said that he had orders from the colonel to take them to a medic to treat the wounds they had received during the battle. Han Xiao suspected that they were just being followed. He calmly told the soldier that he did not obey their colonel's orders. The soldier replied that their superior had also given orders to let them rest and make sure they were okay. Han Xiao thought that perhaps Chief Qi was worried that he would go to the front line again without permission to risk himself. Then he got in touch with the hacker Lin Yao. He asked how he and Lambert were doing and if they were still alive. Lin Yao joked that unfortunately, they were still alive and tried to report to the mechanic what he had learned on the spot while at the secret Embryo base. He said that the outer sector was now fighting off Haya's attacks and that the rest of the staff had retreated. The exact evacuation route has not yet been announced, so for now they just have to wait for everything to become clear. He also said that all the information obtained by the Hayu squad was fake. If they blindly follow that information, they will suffer a lot of losses. Han Xiao asked the hacker if he had already told them about it, but Lin Yao replied that he hadn't told anyone yet. He had only called him first. The mechanic said he didn't need to tell them anything. The hacker didn't understand why, but Han Xiao explained to him that the colonel had deliberately set them up, putting them in direct danger. They all could have died. Lin Yao could not believe it, and Lambert said that if the Hayes did not hide their intentions to kill them, then they would not help them. There was a bloody battle near the base in the Black Crow Valley. The Hai soldiers were confidently advancing, completely unaware of what was coming next. They simply followed the orders of their colonel, who blindly led them to certain death. The Haisi soldiers were somewhat comforted by their small victories. They even said that Embryo's defense was very weak, but this was false information that their scouts had obtained. Then they blew up the outer wall and moved to storm the base. The soldiers were inspired by their small victory and ignored safety rules. Eventually, they ran into an ambush set up by Embryo fighters. Haisi's soldiers were blown up by mines. They were scattered around the neighborhood. The Embryon fighters launched a counterattack. They realized that the attackers had fallen for their bait and opened continuous fire on them. While mercilessly shooting back at the stormtroopers, they also made fun of the situation and invited the Haya soldiers to come even closer to the base. One soldier painfully exclaimed that he would definitely avenge his fallen comrades. In addition to the soldiers, the command post was also occupied by the chief executive officer Pan Quan and his deputy, GG. The soldier sitting at the console said that things were bad. The ambush they had set up for Haiyang's soldiers had worked, but many enemies had invaded the base. He said that not all of their men had evacuated yet. To this, Mr. Quan said that he would join the battle and delay the advancing enemies. Everyone knew that Mr. Quan was a very strong and experienced warrior. His direct involvement in the battle would cause many casualties. Hai's soldiers were ordered to fire at Mr. Quan exclusively. The main performer of Embryo, Mr. Quan without hesitation rushed into the thick of the attacking soldiers. Some of the soldiers were frightened and dropped their weapons. To Mr. Quan, they were all weaklings. Hai's soldiers immediately decided to attack him with tanks. Those powerful machines moved forward together, firing devastating shots. Mr. Quan rushed into the battle despite all the military equipment coming at him. Then he was told by radio that all the employees of the internal sector had already been successfully evacuated. So if he did not want to continue fighting, he should immediately join them. Mr. Quan agreed. Hai's soldiers radioed that the third squad had encountered Mr. Quan. They also reported that the entire unit was dead. Winnie could not believe that one man had destroyed a squad of 200 people. Now she saw that the data on the location of the enemy's defenses was too far off from reality. Yefan finally realized that their information was fake after all. Embryo used their own people as bait. This is very cruel. He realized that his boss Carl was too radical in his decisions. He should have listened to Han Xiao, then they would have been able to save their people. The report that the troops had suffered heavy losses reached the leader. Yefan told him that the information they had received earlier was somewhat unreliable, so they should listen to Han Xiao. The leader just snorted and said that the result justified all the losses. He ordered the soldiers to carefully check the base wall, and if there was an inner sector, let them destroy it to the ground. Hai's soldiers entered the base and began to explore it. They were looking for a secret passage. 2 hours had passed since they had been carefully examining the base, meter by meter. If the passage existed, they would have found it by now. They reported back to the commander that no secret passage had been found. Then the leader gave the order to bring Han Xiao to him. Now he wanted to talk to him. The soldier replied that the logistics unit had reported that Han Xiao had injured 2 guards and was missing. And the people from the Star Dragon who were there said they didn't see him leave. The leader stood on his feet in rage. He shouted that they were all scoundrels. There were so many of them, and they couldn't keep an eye on one person. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was on his way to intercept the Embryo people. He intended to prevent their escape. Mr. Quan and GG were sitting in an armored car. By now, all the important employees had left the base. GG said that it was time for Hai's people to sign for his gift, and he confidently pushed the red button. The leader of the Haya military tried to contact Yefan, but he did not hear a response. Finally, a voice broke through and Yefan reported that the base's internal storage was full of explosives. The base had just detonated. Everyone who was there was killed. The leader turned pale at the news. His soldiers were buried alive. They had suffered great losses. He was angry with himself that the enemy had made all their losses in vain at the last moment. After all, the databases were also destroyed. He also realized that since he personally led the operation, he would face accusations. He immediately ordered to immediately contact the 13th Division. Then he asked Zhang Wei what other information they had about the base. Zhang Wei replied that 2 of their agents had infiltrated the evacuated unit. Therefore, they will know exactly which way everyone went. As soon as they know, they will report back. The leader was worried that the damage from the operation was much greater than planned. He needed the result to be much more significant. Only in this way could he make amends. Intercepting the enemy was a very good opportunity. He immediately gave the order to group the troops, immediately go to the neighborhood and wait for orders there. The Embryo evacuation unit successfully left the dangerous places. GG said that the Hai never doubted their rightness, which is why they were hooked on him. Mr. Quan, however, was not too calm. He said that we must not let our guard down now. Suddenly, the driver interrupted their conversation. He said something was wrong with the connection. And then, ahead of them, they saw the Haiyu squad moving directly toward them. The driver frantically began to radio that they had been intercepted, but all they could hear was an incomprehensible noise. They could not contact the headquarters. However, they had one more way out, the backup communication. Gigi could not understand where Hai's people came from, who could have betrayed them, and told them the details of the evacuation route. Mr. Kwan personally started shooting at the enemy's vehicles. A new firefight broke out. Mr. Kwan saw that there were too many Hai's men. They might not be able to make it alone, and the communication was down. If they were surrounded, they would be finished. There were a lot of Hai's vehicles and men to intercept them. That's why Pan Kwan abruptly jumped out of the car and pulled Gigi with him. He said they had to run. An evacuation plane had already been sent for them. Han Xiao was just looking for them with his binoculars. Finally, he saw the objects of his observations. Mr. Kwan saw the car Han Xiao was sitting in and thought it was a reconnaissance vehicle. He suggested that perhaps they had been followed from the beginning. The head of the embryo base decided to flee through the forest. There they could hide their tracks. He kept telling Gigi to keep up. Han Xiao was looking at a map of the area. He found the only road that could be used, so he began to prepare a trap for his enemies. To do this, he had certain instruments and tools with him. When everything was ready, he had enough time left. Now he just had to wait. He had to wait for the prey. Han Xiao stood among the trees looking for the fugitives from the embryo through his binoculars. He held his rifle at the ready. Gigi was weak to physical exertion, so it was difficult for him to make his way through the forest. Moreover, he was not dressed for hiking. Eventually, he fell to the ground and said he could not run anymore. Mr. Kwan supported him. After all, they were only a short walk to the hangar. But Gigi said that he could only carry him there. He himself was completely exhausted. Suddenly, a bullet flew past Mr. Kwan. It almost hit his face. This shot was made by Han Xiao. He was performing his killing 2 task. 100% of his energy was consumed, and 4,000 experience points were gained. Gigi was eliminated. His body fell into Mr. Kwan's arms. The leader heard where the sound of the gunshot came from, so he ran as fast as he could in that direction, hoping to reach the opponent and destroy him. Han Xiao was sitting in ambush. He watched Pan Kwan run fast, so he readied his rifle. Seizing the moment, Han Xiao fired at Mr. Kwan, but he was able to orient himself and defend himself. He put his sword in front of him. A kind of shield formed which deflected the bullets flying at Mr. Kwan. Han Xiao thought that it was some kind of snakeskin that Mr. Kwan was using to protect himself. Each bullet was deflected by the opponent using his sword. Then Han Xiao left the ambush and ran. Pan Kwan thought he was running away. He told himself that it was too late to run away. Mr. Kwan ran after him, but Han Xiao was only going to trap him. The opponent took the bait. Suddenly, there was a big explosion. It was a trap Han Xiao had set for his enemies. Mr. Kwan was thrown back and mortally wounded by shrapnel. The delayed action projectile dealt 34 points of damage to Mr. Kwan, damage protection included. The next time the time explosive projectile hits Mr. Kwan, it deals 37 points of damage, now slightly burned. The difference between Han Xiao's and Mr. Kwan's levels is very large. The guy won't be able to find out enough information. Therefore, he decided to spend 520,000 points to level up to 28. Now his level has risen. His strength is 514, his armor is plus 10%, his stamina is plus 10%, his dexterity is plus 10%, and his intelligence is plus 10%. So far, Pan Kwan has remained 10 levels stronger than Han Xiao, but he is not in the best shape, so there is a good chance of destroying him. Although wounded, Pan Kwan continued to fight. He attacked Han Xiao using his skills and abilities. He was very annoyed that he could not cope with the guy. After all, Han Xiao defended himself skillfully. He was very fast. The guy suddenly pulled out his gun and shot Mr. Kwan. Everything happened very quickly, but the bullets could not pierce the opponent's skin. His body is very resistant and cannot be pierced by conventional weapons. So Han Xiao decided to replace the conventional bullets with flammable ones. He did it very quickly. Mr. Kwan only noted that Han Xiao had the nerve to reload his gun in front of his face. And then he also saw that the guy had armor around his neck. Mr. Kwan did not understand how this happened. Then Han Xiao, using both of his pistols at the same time, started shooting at the opponent again. As before, the bullets bounced off to the side because the man was protected by strong armor. Mr. Kwan wondered if the guy could put down the flames with his energy. With his level, he would not be able to. But suddenly something went wrong for Mr. Kwan. He got more excited. The head of the embryo base noticed that he was spending too much energy defending himself. He needed to end this battle as soon as possible. His body was on fire in some places. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had run out of ammunition in his magazines. He was distracted for a moment and was struck by Miss Kwan's sword. His mask malfunctioned, and also the strength of his armor. Han Xiao fell to the ground wounded. He realized that he should not be too cautious in a fight with such an opponent. Since the guy's mask was damaged, he took on his usual form. Mr. Kwan immediately recognized him. It was Zero, who was wanted by Embryo. Mr. Kwan launched another attack at the boy, but Han Xiao managed to deflect the blow by abruptly drawing his sword. Mr. Kwan asked if Zero wanted to face him in close combat. Was he upset that he couldn't die? Meanwhile, Han Xiao calculated that the slow-action shells and flammable ammunition had taken about half of Mr. Kwan's health. He knew that he had to keep attacking to take even more of his opponent's health until the right moment came. But Mr. Kwan was an ace in close combat. He taunted Zero. He confidently told him not to even think about stopping him with his weak hands. He powerfully repelled Han Xiao's attack. The guy received a strong blow to his arm. He fell down and was in great pain. If not for the second-generation mechanical arm made of titanium alloy, he would have definitely lost his native arm. But he saw the result of his actions. Mr. Kwan's block was not the same as before. It was clear that he had spent too much effort and was very weak. The guy's attacks had their effect, and his armor would help him hold out for a while longer. It was getting harder and harder for Mr. Kwan to fight. Han Xiao watched his opponent's strength decline and finally realized that his chance had come. And he pulled out his trump card. He activated the launch of the Kino Nose character card. Mr. Kwan was shocked that Zero had used Nose's ability. It was a complete defeat for him. He couldn't accept the fact that Zero was defeating him in close combat right now. His body was stiff, and he couldn't move anymore. Han Xiao knew very well that a martial artist of Mr. Kwan's level could not have more than 50 points of intelligence. His illusion of the nose ability was successfully utilized. Meanwhile, he recovered his mechanical arm and launched a fresh attack on his exhausted opponent. Finally, Pan Quan was eliminated. Han Xiao received 21,000 experience points for this. He managed to kill an enemy 10 levels above his level. Therefore, he received an additional 280% experience and 58,800 points. His individual contribution to the battle is 99%. An additional 58,212, 99% experience points were gained. Beheading 3 is now complete. Mission contribution, 99% experience gained, 79,200 experience points. At this point, a voice came from Mr. Kwan's radio asking if they had managed to evacuate the base. However, Mr. Kwan could not answer anything. The radio had a screen. Han Xiao was seen through it. The people on the other side were shocked by the sight. They asked what he was doing there and whether he had eliminated GG and Mr. Kwan. Han Xiao greeted them and said that it had been a long time. They asked him where he got the information about the Black Crow Valley base. The young man boldly offered to guess how he got this information. The head of the organization asked if Han Xiao really thought that by using such methods, he could harm the entire organization. He added that it was very naive of him to think so. Instead, Han Xiao replied that he had already managed to destroy 4 bases of the embryo organization. The leader was seriously angry. He said he could have crushed the guy with his bare hands. They have many executive directors. The guy will not be able to be blissful forever. And Han Xiao kept repeating the words 4 bases and annoyed the head of the organization even more. Finally, the CEO angrily threw his computer off his desk and smashed it. Meanwhile, someone knocked on his office door. He invited them in. A soldier entered the office and the leader gave him an order. The order was to increase the reward for catching Zero to $5 million. So Han Xiao completed another task, to destroy the Black Crow Valley base. His contribution to the task was 72%, and he received 36,000 experience points. He was done. Reconnaissance 1, Reconnaissance 2, Crow Forest Killer, Direct Conflict, Decapitation 1, Decapitation 2, destroying the Black Crow Valley base. Performance rating, excellent. Han Xiao was pleased with himself because he was given a reward for the excellent grade. Now he had to make a choice. An enhanced body would increase his health points, and an enhanced spirit would be needed to use magic and telekinesis, which he doesn't use at all. Dexterity increases the range of attacks, as well as the speed of reaction. This is exactly what he needs. That's why he chose agility. The main plot of his game has advanced by 1.8%. Now he has another A-class task, the fall of the embryo. He didn't make much progress, but the Valley base was an important supplier of new players for Embryo. Therefore, by destroying this base, the pace of the organization's expansion slowed down dramatically. Squad leader Hai Sai was feverishly thinking about the fact that so many people had died under his leadership. Of course, this would definitely affect his evaluation, so he decided to report that the Star Dragon men were supposedly acting under his personal orders. He thought that the Star Dragon people would not know what he wrote in the general report anyway. Then they were told that there were two corpses lying on the side of the road. They were the bodies of Mr. Kwan and Gigi. It was as if they had been thrown there on purpose. The car stopped and everyone got out to see what was going on. Lin Yao, a hacker, asked if it was Han Xiao's work. Li Yaling replied that of course it was Xiao. No one but him could have handled Embryo's executives in a one-on-one battle. And after all, it's his style. Then she added that it was unclear why he left them by the roadside. After all, a feat is a feat, but the Heisei will take all the credit. Meanwhile, the head of the Haiyang military was very happy about the discovery and decided to take credit for the victory himself. He immediately ordered the soldiers to load the bodies of Mr. Kwan and Gigi into their car. The soldiers lifted one body, then the other, and saw a mine underneath. It could have exploded at any moment. So they ran back as fast as they could, leaving the bodies where they were. But their leader ordered them to return and examine the mine properly. The soldier did not dare disobey the order, so trembling, he approached the mine. He gently picked it up and felt that it was very light. Lifting it up, he shouted to the others that the mine was empty. Accordingly, it could not have exploded. Ye Fan laughed, wondering who could have played such a joke on them, and they were all very scared. The special agents of the Star Dragon squad laughed even harder. They knew who dared to make such a witty joke. The leader of the squad, Hai Yi, was angry that everyone was laughing at him and said that he did not see anything funny in it. But then his speech was abruptly cut short by a gunshot. It was Han Xiao who fired from an ambush. The leader of the Haiyang squad was eliminated. Han Xiao calmly smoked a cigarette because he had gotten even with the leader of the Haiyang squad. You reap what you sow. Han Xiao hid in the Star Dragon from the pursuers of the Embryo organization. While there, he was able to obtain their advanced technology because he is a mechanic. At first glance, you can say that the people of Star Dragon trust him. But the cell phone he was given was hidden with a bug, and now Embryo's attention was focused on the Star Dragon. After all, the wanted Zero was hiding there. Therefore, Han Xiao decided not to return there, because it was inappropriate for him. So he took the listening device out of his phone and walked on. And there were still 3 months left before the open test. The Star Dragon's task was the golden mine. Han Xiao realized that he needed to advance in it as quickly as possible to accumulate more funds. But for now, the funds he had were enough, so he just left. He used the paraglider he had made for himself and flew away. The world is huge, and all the roads in it are open. In the Star Dragon, everyone was gathering in the conference room for a meeting. People were talking among themselves that Han Xiao was going out of his way to attract trouble. At least he hadn't left any evidence, otherwise the high people would never have agreed to reconciliation. Others said that they thought the guy had done a really good thing. So finally everyone gathered in the conference room. The leader asked the audience if Han Xiao's whereabouts were still unknown. One of the executive directors replied that they had traced the signal from the bug in the phone that Han Xiao had been given. But that signal was interrupted 24 hours ago. They assumed that Han Xiao found it and removed it from the phone. He suggested asking the guy's partner again here in front of everyone. So he called the hacker Lin Yao and asked if Han Xiao had contacted him recently. The guy replied that he had talked to him this morning. Lin Yao was asked what Han Xiao had said on the phone. The hacker simply replied that his friend had said he was getting away from sin. The chairman of the council asked if it was because of the murder of Colonel Hai. What he was missing was that Han Xiao was afraid that they would not be able to protect him. But some people thought that the words, away from sin, could mean that the guy just wanted to run away. At the same time, the information about the reward for Han Xiao was updated on the Darknet pages. Now it is 5 times more than before. Obviously, the increase in reward is related to the destruction of the base in the Black Crow Valley. But the question is, how did Embryo find out about it? Is there really a spy among the Star Dragon people? If the reason Han Xiao escaped is that Embryo will come to Star Dragon to settle scores, then his fear is justified. Therefore, while it is necessary to keep his identity a secret, it is strictly forbidden to give out information about him to anyone. An order was also issued to send a search team to find him, and Han Xiao arrived in Haya in the city of Morrowind. He carefully thought about the pile of things that needed to be done before the open testing, which would begin in 3 months. First of all, he needed to identify the players and complete special tasks, which are often passed off as rare skills and abilities. The guy was happy for himself that he hadn't forgotten how to complete such tasks. He sat quietly, drinking red wine. Afterwards, he would need to reinforce the supply chain with parts so that he could complete the tasks while on the road, thus automatically earning experience. He also thought that selling the blueprints for a sophisticated saber would give him a black and gold map of the Fajui group, which would cover the material issue for a while. Han Xiao would also like to find some time to wreak havoc in Embryo. The most important thing for him now is to raise the reward limits for published tasks so that he can use players from the very beginning of open testing. And this will be possible if he improves his reputation. Han Xiao finished his wine and left the coffee shop. His reputation is currently at 0, but if he uses the rules of its accumulation correctly, he will increase it in 3 months before the open testing begins. Now the guy went to the Fajui group. He approached the administrator. He was given a list, and he had to prepare the items on the list. Han Xiao had managed to accumulate a lot of livelihoods in the Star Dragon, so now he didn't have to worry about money. The administrator said that, with the black and gold card discount, the final cost would be $80,000. Han Xiao thought to himself, how wonderful it is to be rich. The administrator added that their specialist would soon deliver the goods to his room. Then Han Xiao said that he also wanted to buy an entrance ticket to the Darknet Blood Pact community. Darknet is an underground world of intelligence relaying that maintains neutrality. The administrator quoted a price of $200,000. This was quite suitable for the guy. The Blood Pact community is an organization that hires killers. If you show them documents, you can become a contract killer. Previously, players called this community the Assassins' Union. Han Xiao has opened up a new reputation for the camp. The easiest way to raise your reputation is to get to the top of some lists. Han Xiao wanted to stay at the Vitalia Hotel in Morrowind. For example, you can get to the top of the Alliance Assassin rating. Hotel Vitalia has branches in major cities in 6 countries. The organization behind it is the Darknet. The hotel administrator told Han Xiao that unfortunately, there were no rooms available. Han Xiao knew that an ordinary person would not be able to rent a room here, but he asked the manager if there really were no rooms available. He put the Darknet Blood Pact community login card on the counter in front of the receptionist and asked him to check for free rooms again. This time, the receptionist bowed and invited Han Xiao to follow him. He led him to an office to check in. The administrator put a questionnaire in front of him and asked him to fill in his details. He also had to choose a codename for himself. Han Xiao decided to write Apostle-level observer hash 9527 of the Cardoon Star Cluster Red Empire as his codename. The administrator, scratching the back of his head, asked if he could shorten his codename a bit. Han Xiao then decided to call himself Black, but the administrator said that this option was already unfortunately taken. So he offered him the codename Mr. Black. It was agreed upon. The administrator summarized by saying that Mr. Black is now a trainee assassin. He has to complete 1 task and then he will get the Scorpion level. The administrator also added that private work was allowed, but in this case, they would deduct 5% of his earnings. Before taking on a task, the guy can read the terms and conditions. Then a hot offer came up. 0 is wanted. He needs to be delivered dead or alive. The reward for this, $5 million. Coordinates, Western Capital, Star Dragon. Another task, wanted Wang Defu, deliver him alive. Reward $2 million. Details can be found in a personal conversation. Han Xiao didn't even know that he was being offered so much for his life. Embryo was still looking for him in the Western Capital. He laughed to himself, realizing that the organization was wasting time and effort. The administrator told the guy that he had received a task. The reward for it, 100,000. Han Xiao thought it was too little. Apparently someone can't afford to hire an expensive assassin and decided to try their luck with a newbie. But he decided that the task should be easy, since it was paid so little. So he decided to give it a try. The administrator told him that the employer wanted to discuss the details of the task in person. Han Xiao went to meet with the employer. He gave him the materials to read. The target is Yue Yuju, located in Morrowind, with 12 to 20 bodyguards with him at all times. Han Xiao said that the payment was not enough for such a task. The customer Chen Shui said that he simply did not have enough money. Han Xiao agreed to take on the task and told his employer to wait for him at the meeting point. The employer thanked him and asked how many days it would take to complete the task. But Han Xiao did not let him finish. He simply said that by the time he finished his lunch, his ordered object would already be dead. Han Xiao's self-confidence confused Chen Shui a bit. He didn't know whether to believe him or not. After Han Xiao left, a man came up to his employer and tapped him on the shoulder. It was another assassin who decided to take up the job and fulfill the order because he had some free time. However, Chen Shui replied that he had already given his order to someone else. The man left with nothing but said that he would be ready to help if necessary. And then he received a call from Yue Yuju. He asked if the man had time for a little work. He replied that he did and would rest later. Then Yue Yuju said that he had sent him all the necessary information. The working conditions remained the same as they were. So the man needed to eliminate Chen Shanshui. The man was shocked by this turn of events. He wondered if there could be such a coincidence. Apparently, the assignment from member Shanshui was to kill Mr. Yue. It was Yuju who was impatiently waiting to hear whether the man would agree to fulfill this task. Since the man had already seen the object he needed to work with, he agreed. Then Yuju began to say that he was sending him in advance, but his head was already in the crosshairs. The next moment, Mr. Yue was gone. His bloody body fell to the ground. Everyone around him was in a frenzy. They saw Mr. Yue lying dead on the ground. No one could understand how it had happened. The man who was about to fulfill Mr. Yue's order realized that something irreparable had happened. Someone had beaten him to the punch. He knew that Yuju had many bodyguards. For the money Chen Shanshui had, he could not hire anyone worthwhile. For such a reward, only a rookie assassin would have agreed to fulfill the order. The man wanted to see the person who had eliminated Yuju so quietly. He wondered who it could be. The police immediately arrived at the scene of the murder. The area was fenced off. The police told everyone not to bump into anyone and not to interfere with the investigation. They strictly forbade taking any photos. There were people who said that the killer would not be able to hide in broad daylight, but Han Xiao, with the help of a copying mask, quietly slipped out of the hands of the police while everyone here was recovering from the resonant event. He returned to his client to report that the job was done. Chen Shanshui was incredibly shocked that it was over so quickly. He said that the guy was really very strong. Chen Shanshui handed him a diplomat and told him that the payment for the work was in there. At the same time, Hai Xiao received 25,000 experience points. The guy said that he would not count them because he did not have time for that. He had to hurry up and do his business. Chen Shanshui wished him a good day. But when Han Xiao left the restaurant, he felt that someone was watching him. Soon he noticed his pursuer, who seemed to be reading a newspaper. The man did not like the way Han Xiao looked at him closely. He felt a very powerful energy in his direction. From this, he realized that the newcomer was very strong and dangerous. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the hotel. He had successfully completed his first task. The administrator said that now the guy has a scorpion level. He will have great powers. And from now on, in Vitalia hotels around the world, he would be treated as a VIP. After that, the administrator began to enter fresh data. He was extremely surprised that someone could raise their level so quickly. He told the guy that he would look forward to seeing his next achievements. Han Xiao just asked where he was currently ranked in the Darknet killer rankings. The administrator replied that only the highest-ranked killers were included in the ranking, so he was currently in the thousands. The man then added that young people are always in such a hurry to rise. Han Xiao, meanwhile, recalled that the top 10 spots on the list should be occupied by assassins at around the 40th level with average abilities. Only 3 of them are relatively serious opponents because their strength is close to the upper limit of version 1.0. The ranking is based on completed tasks and other achievements. The administrator was worried that he had offended the boy and hurt his self-confidence, so he decided to cheer him up a bit, telling him not to lose heart. And he added that judging by the way Han Xiao had handled his first task, he had a bright future ahead of him. He knew that now he needed to complete as many tasks as possible to move up the list, so he asked to see what other tasks were available. The administrator asked if he was interested in something more serious. He handed him the full list and told him to choose what he liked. He also said that beginners are encouraged to do something easier, gradually moving forward. Han Xiao quickly chose a suitable task for himself. The administrator approved of the guy's choice, saying that it was just right for a beginner. But he was being completely sarcastic. He shouted at the guy, splashing his saliva, as if he didn't understand what easier tasks meant. He said that a lot of experienced killers had died on this mission. So why would he, a rookie, take it on? Han Xiao, wiping himself off, replied that he would rather drown in his saliva than be killed by the enemy. He asked the administrator to help him get ready, and he would take care of the rest himself. After formulating the task, the administrator sent him off and said that he had warned him about everything he could. If something happens to the guy, it's not his fault. The sent task information was received by the Central Information Management. An employee of the department entered the data into the general network. The task Han Xiao chose was called Battle Rose. The administrator told the guy that he was registered for this task. It was a C-level task, Battle Rose Bounty Hunter. Information about the task: the Sumal Desert is home to various groups, including travelers and mercenaries. But something about this desolate land attracts so many powerful groups. Perhaps it has something to do with incidents in the past. The contractor needed to explore and investigate the desert area. Han Xiao saw that there was an additional reward for completing this task. This meant that the task would not be easy. The boy realized that he could not act without thinking through a plan. To begin with, he equipped himself properly. He reached the maximum level in his main class. The conditions for promotion this time were simple. To move to the next level, he had to study 20 drawings. But the guy didn't need to spend experience points to create unnecessary drawings. They are not easy to get anyway. In the next task, Han Xiao will not have any partners, so he should stock up on a variety of patronages for different situations. He researched and developed a double-edged piercing cartridge, a high jam cartridge, and a shocklight cartridge. In the battle rows, the entire staff is female. Their base is located deep in the Sumal Desert. They have a lot of enemies and they have their own mechanic. The guy decided to create a guided weapon. Han Xiao began to prepare. He did not manage to create exactly what he wanted, but the sniper would need this thing in the future, so he continued to work and tried again. This time, the combination was successful. Han Xiao discovered the electromagnetic pulse jamming equipment. This equipment would be perfect to resist enemies in the desert. He thought that he would need more mines. He decided to create a drawing himself. A homemade drawing. You need to take the knowledge you have gained and the basics of creating other drawings to create a new one. Han Xiao was satisfied. The drawing was a success. He had created a homemade drawing. Thus, a new thing was created, a burning poison mine. He had created exactly what he needed. And in the future, he will be able to create other drawings specifically for his needs. From here on out, he would be able to create anything he wanted. Finally, all his preparations were almost complete. It was time to set off. First of all, he decided to make a phone call. He had to arrange for a cargo helicopter. Han Xiao was told that the helicopter was only used for large-scale operations. Even though he was a VIP, he would need to cover all the costs. The guy agreed without any problems. The dispatcher began to clarify how many people would be transported and at what time the helicopter would be available. He heard the answer that the helicopter was needed for one person, and immediately, the dispatcher tried to explain to the guy that this was an exorbitant cost. After all, a one-time rental cost $50,000. He tried to appeal to his common sense. But the guy confidently replied that he agreed and paid for the helicopter rental. And now he is flying into the desert to fulfill his mission, having previously studied all available intelligence. Looking over the terrain from the helicopter, he recalled everything he had learned about the base. As Han Xiao flew closer to his destination, he saw that the data he had studied was correct. The Battle Rose base is heavily guarded and impregnable. It would be difficult to get there by storming, but it would be possible to ambush them and lure them out of hiding. Han Xiao ordered the pilot to go down to a certain place and then prepare an SUV for him. After dropping the guy off at his destination, the pilot said that the Battle Rose base was not far away, wished Han Xiao good luck, and flew on about his business. The employees of the base went on their missions, but something went wrong with them. There was no result. Dorothy said that they searched sectors E4, E5, and D4, and there was no sign of the felony there. Wenli and Cecile were killed, and it happened during a battle with the Geddon people. Dorothy was an instructor of the Battle Rose. They had already lost many during the search for this felony. The girls were beginning to wonder if the search was worth all the sacrifices. Then an old lady interrupted the conversation. She asked the girl if she was local. The grandmother told her that once upon a time this place was an oasis, and they all lived in prosperity. But the war changed everything radically. The legend of her homeland says that in the depths of the desert are hidden traces of an ancient civilization and its treasures, which have the ability to control the desert itself. Many military men came here in search of felony, and they, the indigenous people, lost their homeland during the war and became mercenaries for them. They give their lives to find felony for someone else, and in return they receive resources for their livelihood and shelter for their families. Felonia is their hope for the rest of their lives. Han Xiao tracked his prey. He saw where the SUVs were headed and decided to proceed with the task. The girls saw the electromagnetic pulse interference equipment. They were attacked. They thought it was the Gaiden again, but she was surprised because they had never pursued them before. Dorothy gave the order to get out of the cars and get ready to fight. Han Xiao sprayed poison gas on them. As a result, the girls could not defend themselves. The toxic gas made them dizzy and they fell to the ground. Some were just lying there, fainting, while others were trying to get out of the gas zone. The shots continued. The girls tried to understand where the sound of the shot was coming from. They realized that this could not go on. They needed to defend themselves, to protect themselves. They needed to kill their enemy. And then they heard the shot again. Han Xiao did not waste his time. He took advantage of the situation that the toxic gas helped him create. One by one, the girls were wounded. Dorothy ran in the direction where the sounds of gunfire came from. She was very angry. But the boyfriend was ready for such cases and quickly pulled out his gun. Dorothy ran and attacked Han Xiao, swinging her axe at him. The guy skillfully dodged the danger. A fierce battle broke out between them. He was invulnerable. Dorothy was also an experienced warrior. Han Xiao's bullet had not yet hit her. In addition to her axe for close combat, she also had a pistol. When she suddenly pulled it out and pointed it at Han Xiao, he became alarmed. Dorothy confidently said that no matter who her opponent was, he would not survive a shot from such a close range. So she started shooting at Han Xiao almost at point-blank range. She fired a bunch of bullets but did not do any damage to her opponent. The bullets bounced off him. Dorothy could not understand why. What was the reason? Who was her opponent, who had suddenly appeared on their path? All the bullets left a mark on Han Xiao's clothes. However, he was not injured at all. Most soldiers blindly believe that it is easy to defeat a sniper in close combat. An ordinary sniper would definitely be weaker. Dorothy felt a sharp pain and blood poured out of her mouth. Han Xiao eliminated Dorothy. He received 7,500 experience points for this. Her level was 25. Han Xiao was an extraordinary sniper. He was satisfied with his result. The dead girls were lying on the ground. They were all killed by the same weapon. The head of the battle rose and its soldiers arrived at the battlefield. The leader said that she had noticed that the sniper who attacked them was working alone. She wondered if he was another wanted killer. So she called and reported that the battle rose had been attacked again. 20 people had been killed. She asked to have people sent to them to deal with the killer. The leader was gloating that the arrogant and impulsive man who had attacked them would now become someone's prey. 3 professional killers were sent to them, Yoke 3, Yoke 5, and Yoke 7. They asked them to report on the situation. The killers were then told that their enemy was an accurate, well-trained marksman. He went to the southeast. There are only 3 structures in that direction. The nearest one is the base of the Fujian group. Su Li, the Battle Rose's mechanic, noticed shrapnel from the exploded mines. She concluded that the enemy had anticipated their actions and set up an ambush. She was not familiar with the model of his mines. Their bodies were made of Fujian materials. After analyzing all the data, Yarmo 3 said that it was a bad joke to fight a group of these enemies. They could not fight on their territory. He added that the enemy's target was the Battle Rose girls, so they would be bait. Yarmo 3 ordered them to go as usual, and he and the guys would set up an ambush. As soon as the enemy appears, they will finish him off. The head of the Battle Rose ordered one of his subordinates, Gei Hu, to do as the assassin told them. Han Xiao made it to the base of the Fujian group. It turned out that the Battle Rose had outside support. Now it was no wonder why so many assassins died fighting them. The pilot who brought Han Xiao here said that military units in the Sumal Desert have their own sponsors, political groups that clandestinely run killer training camps. The guy's client, the Chisrod's family, is one of them. Han Xiao was surprised that so much effort was put into finding a felony. He asked what it was. The pilot, drinking coffee, calmly replied that he did not know. Han Xiao doubted the pilot's frankness. He thought that the felony contained some important secret that might have a hidden reward for this task. So if the enemy has a patron, he will send reinforcements to them. Han Xiao thought about what he should do in this case. First of all, he needed a driver so that the guy himself could shoot. He told the pilot about it, but the pilot immediately objected, saying that the task was not his, so why should he help? Han Xiao replied that traveling is not easy, so why not let the man go with him to enjoy the beautiful scenery? The pilot pointed out the window at the sad, bare desert landscape and asked the man if he was being ironic. Han Xiao told him to look deeper because in those places you can find mirages and in the mountains, water. The desert in general is an amazing place. The pilot replied unfriendly that he didn't think they were close enough to travel together. Han Xiao then suggested that they become closer friends. The pilot said that if the guy wanted him to take part in the mission so badly, then they would have to share the reward. Han Xiao replied that he agreed with this. He could give the pilot 5%. But the pilot was not easy. He said it was too little because the driver was the first target for the enemy. 20% was not far off. Han Xiao was furious at this proposal. He suggested that the pilot go and rob someone, if he was so eager for almost free money. The pilot, in his typical style, calmly replied that that was what he was doing. Meanwhile, the Battle Rose was preparing for battle. They tracked down where Han Xiao had gone. They found him in Area C. The killers who had come to reinforce the girls were pleased that things were going this way. Han Xiao was wielding a shovel and digging the desert sand. The killers laughed at him for it. Yoke 3 immediately ordered a small decoy squad to be sent there. Han Xiao got into the car and watched the area through binoculars. He saw someone approaching. Then he ordered his driver to drive southwest. The killers also started hunting. They were looking for their prey, and when they spotted it, they were ready to fight. Han Xiao also prepared to fulfill his task. The car was moving quickly through the desert. He opened fire on the car of the girls who were the bait. The Battle Rose girls saw that the one who came to deal with them had only one car, so they decided to catch up with him. Han Xiao was amused by this. They wanted to surround him. He continued to watch the movement of their car. Suddenly, a bullet hit him. It came from a completely different direction than he expected. It was good that he had a protective shield. Now he realized that he had been ambushed. He ordered the driver to drive urgently to his destination. But the driver frantically noted that they were still surrounded. Enemies were coming from everywhere. One of the killers pointed his weapon at their car and said to himself that they were going to hell. He fired a shot. The shell hit very close to the car. The car was thrown upside down, but it still missed them. The driver pressed the gas pedal as hard as he could. The killers were laughing at them that they were going to run away, but there was nowhere to retreat. The killers had planned it that way from the beginning. The driver saw that their situation was far from being good now. They were surrounded. They had been ambushed. Han Xiao analyzed their situation. He saw that they were surrounded by only 2 cars on the south side. Accordingly, the threat from there was the least. The guy had previously set up traps, but the enemies deliberately avoided that area. But on the other hand, they can still break through. He knew that the slightest explosion would trigger the detonation of the mines. Then he would definitely be dead. The driver was very worried about the situation. He realized that the only way out for them now was to escape. However, it was very risky to act so recklessly. Han Xiao ordered the driver to continue south. The driver obeyed without question. He only said that he hoped Han Xiao knew what he was doing. There was another killer waiting to attack them. His machine gun was on alert. However, Han Xiao beat him to the punch. He was the first to do so. The guy fired a stun grenade. It was a painful experience for the killer and did not allow him to shoot back immediately. The killer became even more angry. His eye and head hurt in general. He took up his weapon and started shooting at the car with Han Xiao and his driver. They began to run away as fast as they could. The killers chased them. They fired at the car with powerful weapons. Han Xiao ordered them to push for speed. Their lives were at stake. They managed to get away from the pursuers, although there were many of them. Their car was flying like a rocket. The murderers were still sure that Han Xiao would not be able to escape from them, but the acceleration did its job. Suddenly, the SUV that Yarmo 7 was riding in and firing the guns stopped. Yarmo 7 asked what had just happened, and then all the cars of the pursuers stopped and stalled. No one could understand what was going on. Hey Hu tried to contact the others on the radio, but no one could hear her, and her radio was full of squeaks and noise. She realized that the communication devices were also out of order. It was all because of the EMP, electromagnetic pulse interference equipment. But Yarmo 7 tried to calm everyone down so that no one would be afraid. He said that the enemy had only one car. He ordered everyone to prepare their weapons. The mechanic of the Battle Rose reported that all the electronics in Dorothy's car were burned out. Hey Hu realized that they themselves were now trapped. She shouted for everyone to run as fast as they could, and she ran as fast as she could away from the place. The other girls did not realize it so quickly. Meanwhile, Han Xiao launched a missile at their cars. Hey Hu heard its whistle. She realized that it was too late to run away, but she really didn't want to die. The missile hit its target. The explosion destroyed everything around. Hey Hu was thrown to the ground by the blast wave. It seemed like she could bury herself in it. The flame mushroom from the missile explosion rose high into the sky. The vehicles scattered in different directions. Han Xiao's mines had inflicted 7,233 poison damage on Yarmu. Hey Hu's also inflicted 257 damage. The guy admired his work from afar. Finally, he smoked a cigarette. Then he asked his driver if he was surprised or shocked by what he saw. The driver was also amazed at the sight. He said that he had not seen such a beautiful landscape for a long time. Han Xiao replied that they had now enjoyed it to the fullest. Han Xiao gained a lot of experience for the task. He had eliminated several girls and all 3 murderers. Han Xiao studied the situation and was surprised by the nicknames of the killers. He finished his cigarette, planning what to do next. Suddenly, he saw that there was one more name missing from the list of the dead. Han Xiao turned around sharply, hearing a strange sound. It sounded like someone was about to jump out of the ground. Indeed, Hey Hu's hand appeared from the ground. She was holding a dagger. The next moment, she jumped to the surface completely. Waving her dagger, she rushed to attack Han Xiao. Hey Hu was completely unharmed by the explosion, but she was abruptly stopped by Han Xiao's driver. He caught her arm and slowed her down. Then he quickly grabbed both of her arms and threw her over himself. Hey Hu did not expect such a counterattack. Han Xiao immediately readied his pistol and shot the girl in cold blood at almost point-blank range. That was how quickly Han Xiao and his driver dealt with their opponents. The last person on the task list, Gi Hu, was eliminated. Han Xiao was awarded 9,400 experience points for her. He smiled with satisfaction. One of the tasks was completed. The cars of the opponents destroyed by the missile were burning around. The driver asked what they would do next. Han Xiao replied that they now had to chase the defeated enemy to the Battle Rose base. They have suffered huge losses now. Most likely, the enemy forces will want to use this chance to attack again. In this case, all that remains is to wait until the task is completed by itself. The driver was somewhat surprised by Han Xiao's quick wit. He asked if the boy had planned this for a long time. Han Xiao replied that it was impossible to predict everything in advance. The rivals thought there was only one trap, but the guy was used to always playing it safe. The driver threw his cigarette on the ground and laughed. He praised Han Xiao for having fought brilliantly and coming out of the fight unscathed. He then said that he had to go back and wished Han Xiao continued success. Han Xiao decided to just wait and see how things would work out in his favor. He sat by the window and watched everything as if it were a movie. He could clearly see that the attack on the base had already begun. The enemies began to attack the Battle Rose. They wanted to drive them out of the desert at all costs. The girls fought back with dignity, but they lacked strength. They were sorely lacking in arms. A lot of defensive structures were left unmanaged. The enemy would soon invade their territory. The head of the Battle Rose thought that they were as weak as ever. That is why they have become a target for everyone. While some are holding back the enemy, the rest need to hide. She made a very difficult decision and ordered the mechanic to gather 5 people. They will all go out together through a secret passage. Looking at everything that was happening around them, the base was in flames. They realized that it was time to leave the place. Han Xiao, meanwhile, was waiting for a message about the completion of the mission, but it still didn't come through. He missed the thought that perhaps the main base staff had managed to escape. He pulled out his tablet and started looking for information. He saw the car of the fugitives quickly moving away from the base. Several girls who had secretly left the base, led by the head of the Battle Rose, were trying to get to neutral territory as quickly as possible. Then the head of the group looked out the window and saw that they were being pursued. She looked at the car that was catching up with them and noticed spikes on it, the same spikes. And Han Xiao had already launched his projectile at their car. The head of the Battle Rose was furious. She realized that they had no way out. Choking on the gas, she ordered her girls to run away, one by one. She added that they would not be able to escape the enemy's firepower. Not far from the scene, an old lady and a young boy were walking by. They saw the fighting going on again. The boy was very curious to see the battle, but his grandmother strictly told him not to poke around, because weapons have no eyes. She also reproached him for telling him so many times to focus exclusively on finding the felony. Han Xiao could see that the Battle Rose girls were still trying to get away from him. He continued to chase them, and suddenly he and his car were spun into a huge whirlpool. The grandmother, the boy, and other people who were looking for the felony saw it all. Han Xiao himself was shocked by what was happening to him and looked at his computer. He received a notification that he had found the hidden place, the felony. For this, he received 1,000 experience points. The Battle Rose mercenaries mission was completed. The guy still could not believe his luck. He accidentally detonated a mine in the right place. At the same time, he fulfilled his mission for the Battle Rose. However, some of the girls managed to escape. They quickly left the scene. It was difficult for Han Xiao to catch up with them in his car because it was moving slower than necessary. He knew he could use another of his powerful weapons, which the Battle Rose girls were so afraid of. He was going to use an EMP, electromagnetic pulse interference equipment again. The Battle Rose's mechanic said that their opponent is a madman. He wants to stop them and destroy them with a spike. Han Xiao got out of the car holding his pistol and boldly challenged the girls to a fight. He wanted to end it all as soon as possible. The head of the Battle Rose bravely accepted the challenge and rushed into the attack. Han Xiao arrogantly fired 3 projectiles, but the girl managed to summon a shield to protect herself. It was a surprise for the guy. He saw that the girl's ability was a force field, and it is very difficult to deal with it because it can block the fired projectiles. Han Xiao quickly decided that ordinary shells would be useless in this situation. So he loaded the gun with other special shells and immediately fired them. The head of the Battle Rose again created a force shield in front of her, but it failed to protect her because Han Xiao used poison gas shells. The boy knew very well that the force field ability could not resist poisonous gases. The girl would die soon. The head of the Battle Rose realized that she now needed to close the distance. Han Xiao's projectiles flew by without harming the girl. The guy got worried. The head of Battle Rose was using her force field abilities. This was her strong point. Han Xiao had to avoid the girl's attacks. He had to make a decision immediately. The girl struck after strike. She sincerely wanted her opponent to die. The battle was very hard and intense. The opponents deserved each other. Each of them skillfully used their abilities and skills. Han Xiao had to complete the task, and the head of the Battle Rose was defending her territory and taking revenge for her girls. Han Xiao came to the conclusion that he would have to use force. The girl noticed that her opponent was not very strong in close combat. She decided that this would be the end of him. No one has ever been able to survive the damage from a push. However, Han Xiao was difficult to fight. He had enough projectiles that no one had ever heard of before. Luo Qing was very exhausted from that fight. In addition, she was already wounded. The mechanic of the Battle Rose came to her aid. She saw that her leader was exhausted. Now the girls stood side by side against a common enemy. Their chances of victory had doubled. The melee mechanism is the core around which the skills honed by the mechanics class are tied. Han Xiao noticed that the girl didn't have any weapons in her hands, but she was wearing gloves. Those gloves must be her weapons. Luo Qing commanded the attack to begin, and the girls ran forward. The head of Battle Rose used her force field ability, the Vortex, again. This way she was able to knock the opponent down. Then the mechanic joined the attack. She was supposed to hit Han Xiao with her glove, but the boy avoided the collision. Instead, a huge sinkhole was formed in the ground from the impact of the glove. It was very dangerous. The boy realized that he could not engage in close combat with her. Her gloves were a deadly weapon, so he ran away from her. But then he was met by Luo Qing. She blocked his path. However, the head of the Battle Rose wondered why the opponent was not attacking, but only defending in this battle. Then, after analyzing the situation, she came to the conclusion that he was behaving this way because of Su Li's mechanic. Then she ordered Su Li to crush the opponent's strength. She explained that Han Xiao was avoiding her. Therefore, she needed to distract his attention, and in the meantime, she would prepare the moment for the fatal blow. The girls agreed on how they would attack in the future. The main thing is to act in a coordinated manner. Han Xiao was surrounded. He had to think of a counterattack. The girls were tying him up by his hands and feet. They did not allow him to defend himself properly. Han Xiao had to take a risk. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to emerge victorious from this battle. So he used the ability Electromagnetic Armor, all-around defense. He rushed at Su Li first, wanting to deal with her first, since she was the one who posed the greatest threat to him right now. Su Li did not understand why their opponent suddenly went on the offensive. She and Luo Qing hadn't planned it that way. But the girl oriented herself quickly and deflected Han Xiao's attack with her glove. She inflicted damage on the boy. Damage reduction taken into account. The strength of the electromagnetic armor is 100, 206, 348. Su Li wondered why she was able to deal so little damage to her opponent this time and how he had such a shield. So she continued her attack, striking after striking. However, there was almost no result. Han Xiao remained unharmed. Instead, he counterattacked and grabbed Su Li. The girl coughed up a powerful blow. Han Xiao was about to finish her off, but then the head of the Battle Rose, Luo Qing, came to Su Li's aid. She rushed at the opponent, demanding that he let Su Li go and hit him from behind. Suddenly, Han Xiao pulled out his knife and smiled cruelly. Then he coldly stabbed the Battle Rose mechanic in the back. The girl fell to the ground, bleeding to death. For this, Han Xiao was awarded 11,906 experience points. Luo Qing, seeing her friend dead, burst into tears and cried out her name in pain. Han Xiao stood by the body, clutching a bloody sword. He looked at Battle Rose's head with a sneer. Then he told her not to worry too much, because he would soon follow his friend. Luo Qing rushed at her opponent, saying that she would not spare her life to kill him. The final battle between them began. Everyone used their abilities and skills. Luo Qing sincerely wanted Han Xiao to die. She was furious and motivated by revenge. The rivals clashed. The girl managed to push Han Xiao's hand with the gun away, and the bullet passed her by. But she fought chaotically. She did not control her actions, her strength. She was in a state of affect. Han Xiao pointed the gun at Luo Qing again. Now it will be known what will happen faster, whether the girl's strength will leave her or she will die. Luo Qing was furious and inconsistent. She had no plan, no strategy. She just fought because she was heartbroken over the deaths of her friends. Han Xiao decided to act, first of all, to deplete his opponent's strength. It was as if he was running away. She was frantic and tried to catch up with him on her own. In the end, the girl weakened. Once again, she was unable to create a force field. Han Xiao achieved his goal. His opponent was exhausted, and there was no time to recuperate. This was his chance to win. He abruptly released a fire arrow that pierced through Luo Qing's body. The shot was very accurate. As she was dying, the girl only mumbled words of apology to Su Li that she could not avenge her death. The head of the battle rose fell to the ground dead. Han Xiao received 12,000 experience points for killing it. He was exhausted from the battle. It was a tough one, but now everything was over. He had completed the task. Then he walked over to Su Li's body and took off her gloves. He decided to take this artifact, 2 thermoelectric gloves with incisors, for himself. Now he had to go to the felony. When he approached the place that he had opened by himself, causing an explosion during the battle, he saw many human footprints. He began to slowly descend into the open crater. There were traces of pilgrims all around. Someone had cut a passage in the rock itself. The tracks led there. A metallic odor was coming from the passage. Han Xiao moved further along the cave passages. There were some pipes, hoses, and ropes. He wondered what he would find in the end. Finally, he came to a fork in the road. There were crystals everywhere, and they illuminated the roads a little. The question arose, which way to go next? The tracks led equally to 2 passages. Suddenly, people began to run out of one of them screaming. They were shouting that there was a monster and urging them to run away as fast as they could. A terrible and loud roar of a monster was heard from the depths of the cave. Han Xiao covered his ears. The sound was so loud and piercing. The people who came running leaned exhaustedly against the cave walls and gasped. They said that the monster did not follow them. One old man added that such a vile place as this cave could not be the felony they had dreamed of. However, one of the boys in the expedition suggested that maybe this was the very treasure of the desert that everyone was looking for. The old man was outraged. He said it was impossible because the treasures were magical, and there can't be any monsters near them. After a little rest, the pilgrims began to run away to the exit. The old man called Han Xiao to come with them. He told him to get out of here because there was no felony here anyway. But the boy knew what the system told him, namely the lost felony is located right here. According to the game description, there are no magical items on the planet Aquamarine, only various mechanisms. Perhaps the magical treasures mentioned by the old pilgrim are just powerful technologies. From his experience, Han Xiao knows that pilgrims act as underground guides who inform the player which way the monster is located. Since the pilgrims ran out of the left passage, he needs to go to the right. The guy put on the trophy thermoelectric gloves for additional equipment, although perhaps they wanted him to go to the left. Han Xiao thought about that question. Such uncertainty and the unknown are more frightening than a monster. He decided to go to the right, because pilgrims were running out of the left aisle. As he walked down that aisle, he smelled a terribly foul odor. He had to cover his nose. Finally, on the floor, he saw a huge paw print of a monster. There was also a large stain of blood on that footprint. Then the monster appeared. Its red eyes shone in the darkness. The monster was walking straight toward Han Xiao. It was huge and strong with horns like a bull, fangs like a giant hyena, and a long tail like a reptile. Han Xiao jumped to the side. The monster rushed past him without even hitting him. The boy realized that the monster suffered from chicken blindness. He could not see very well in the dark. And Han Xiao had night vision goggles, which he had prudently taken with him and was now wearing. That's why he was perfectly oriented in the dark passages of the cave. Suddenly he heard something rustling from the ground. He saw a claw that appeared as if from nowhere. The next moment, Han Xiao noticed a whole paw with claws coming out from under the floor. He realized that there were a lot of monsters down there too. It was very dangerous in those caves. He had to run away from there. While running away, Han Xiao came across a room. There was a table and a chair. A skeleton was sitting on the chair, lying down on the table with its body and hand under its head. There was also a notebook on the table next to it. Han Xiao went in, opened the notebook, and began to read. Entry from 13.07. The professor modified Felonius's serum for the 67th time and injected it into a laboratory rat. The effect is amazing. It has exceeded all their expectations. If there are no negative reactions, they will be able to start testing on humans. Update 17.07. The lab rat is dead. This is a failure. The cause of death was that its organs began to fail. The professor is disappointed. He locked himself in his room. An employee heard him breaking things there. The laboratory report on the experiment is missing. Entry from 20.07. The professor insisted on conducting experiments on humans. Higher officials approved the request. This is insane. Perhaps they all forgot about experiment 000. The laboratory report of the experiment was torn up and disappeared. Update 0726. The base has issued a new set of rules. All researchers must turn in their electronic devices. Employees are not allowed to connect to any external networks. Recorded on 5.08. It is the 7th day of the experiment on Human 008. The subject is in a stable condition. There are no major changes. The professor is nervous. Han Xiao has now realized that Felonia is not a promised land, not treasure, but just blood serum. Record from 14.08. Tomorrow they will retreat. They are heading to Base 03 to find shelter. Time is running out. They have backed up all the data related to Felony's serum. The guards are huge ignoramuses. They are trying to blow up the entire facility. The professor took a few serums with him. All the rest will be destroyed. Next, several pages were torn from the notebook. Han Xiao was a little disappointed because it looked like he was out of luck this time, since the professor had taken the serum with him. Suddenly, a large cobweb chest lying on a shelf of the shelving unit caught his eye. A strange green light was coming out of that chest. Without any hesitation, he lifted the chest off the shelf and opened it. Inside, he saw what he was looking for. There were some capsules filled with a liquid. It was Felonia's serum, 3 vials. However, the serum was incomplete. This is a serum with a healing property to improve the physical characteristics of the body. Today's formula is not perfect. A mutation may occur after use, and these were only 3 serums left. Suddenly, a monster entered the room. Han Xiao had been reading so much that he was not quite ready for such a meeting. The monster immediately began to attack the boy. It was several times bigger than Han Xiao. The boy quickly took out his gun and used glancing fire. The monster was wounded. Han Xiao dealt 57 points of damage to Object 002. He has engaged the enemy. Now there is additional information available for his level. He quickly read it. It said that his opponent's level was much higher, but he was in a very bad condition, so the chances of winning are real. Meanwhile, the monster recovered and stabbed the guy in the back in response. It was very painful. Han Xiao jumped up high, drew his sword, and decided that now was the right time to win. The monster stood at its full height. Han Xiao swung his sword, aiming directly at the monster's head. Then he slashed his sword sharply at the monster's head, making a deep cut. He expected the monster to fall to the floor, but it kept moving. It moved with a cut on its head. Then Han Xiao decided to use his trophy gloves in the battle. Perhaps with their help, he could defeat the monster. The monster did fall to the floor on its knees, having received another powerful blow from his opponent. But it was still alive. Han Xiao did not understand what was going on, how he could destroy the monster. He picked up the gun again and started shooting in the direction of his opponent. Finally, the monster fell down dead. Han Xiao received 32,000 experience points for this. He had eliminated an enemy that was 10 levels stronger than him. Therefore, he received an additional 280% increase in experience. So the total experience gained was 89,600 points. His contribution, 23.7%. An additional 21235 experience points were gained. The guy was breathing heavily. He was exhausted. This battle was very difficult for him. And then, right out of the ground, the next monster managed to get to the surface. It looked like a huge red spider. Another monster began to crawl out behind it. Now they were all coming out from under the floor because the passage was broken. Han Xiao realized that the best thing for him would be to run away from that place. Some people were talking on the radio. They asked what the situation was inside. They were told that there were traces of human shoes, paws, and blood on the ground. In this case, it was necessary to urgently call for reinforcements. People exploring the cave inside saw that there was no one there. All the monsters had disappeared somewhere in an unknown direction. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared to them and began to attack immediately. Several armed men were ready to shoot back at the monster. They began to fire at it from different directions with continuous fire. But the monster's armor was extremely strong, and the bullets could not penetrate it. So the group of people decided to retreat. But there were many monsters and they moved quite fast. The monsters began to attack the people. The group of people who went down into the cave was killed by the underground monsters. The monsters crawled to the surface and could not be stopped. The people who had come to the cave but remained outside took up arms and began to go down. The leader shouted to everyone that the first one to find the thing they had come for would receive a reward. And suddenly his eyes came across something terrible. A huge army of monsters, desert termites, was crawling out of the cave to the surface. The leader immediately shouted that these monsters were very afraid of fire. He ordered them to be burned to ashes immediately. The soldiers used fire and scared the monsters away. The monsters scattered and the soldiers continued their attack. When they got inside the cave, they came across a room. Everything around was on fire. Suddenly another monster came out of that room to meet them. The soldiers realized that they had not yet dealt with all the monsters. They began to shoot at it with the weapons they were holding. The soldiers heavily wounded the monster and managed to defeat it. The monster fell to the floor. The head of the squad ordered to move on in search of what they had come here for. They smelled a terrible stench in the room, but continued to search, keeping their weapons ready just in case. It was the same room Han Xiao had recently visited. The leader ordered them to examine everything carefully. Suddenly, one of the soldiers reported that he had found the researcher's diary. He assumed that what they were looking for must be here. But the monsters were attacking more and more often and in greater numbers. The soldiers had to repel the attacks. The leader suggested not fighting the monster, but shooting it in the limbs so that it could not move. One of the soldiers decided to use an axe and hit the monster on the head with it. He jumped high to attack from above. However, the monster quickly realized where the threat was coming from and repelled the attack. The fighter failed to wound the monster in the head. The battle continued. Instead, another fighter was going to wound the monster's lower limbs. The leader of the squad shot the monster directly in the head and blew it off completely. But behind him was another monster, which immediately began its attack on the people. The leader did not have time to reload his weapon. However, the monster was caught in flight by a bullet from another soldier's assault rifle. It pierced his body through and through. Another battle was won in favor of the humans. The monsters were dismembered and defeated, but there were casualties among the humans as well. The surviving soldier told the commander that only the two of them were left. He offered to report the situation to the headquarters. However, the commander ordered them to continue the search, because in the situation they were in now, only by finding the thing they had come here for would they be able to compensate for such numerous losses. Afterwards, they went into the next room, which was also empty, and decided to examine everything there thoroughly. In that room, they saw another corpse of a monster. They realized that someone had already been there before them. Then their eyes caught sight of a suitcase lying on a shelf. But there was nothing in the suitcase. Someone had already taken the serum. Now they had to report that they had been outrun and the serum was not there. The squad leader said that they would figure it out on their own. He asked them to give them another chance. But the head of the staff replied that there was no need to do so, because he already knew who had taken the capsules with the serum. Then he added that what they had already learned was enough. He said that they were no match for the person who had taken the capsules anyway. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the Hotel Vitaglia to report on the task. The administrator met him in a stunned state. He couldn't believe that the guy from the task that took 15 days to complete had returned in 6 days. Han Xiao smugly replied that yes, he had done it faster, and it was a good thing that he had listened to the administrator and chosen an easier task. The administrator praised the boy and said that he was very strong. He admired him. Afterwards, he entered fresh data into the computer, which clearly showed that Mr. Black had completed the new task so quickly. So the task, Bounty Hunter, Battle Rose, was completed. 15,000 experience points were gained. Reputation in the Blood Oath community increased by 550 points. Mr. Black is currently neutral, 551,000. A Scorpion-level assassin. Requirements for the hidden task. Find Felonia have been completed. 25,000 additional experience points have been gained. Received a special reward, medium category mixed gene serum. Han Xiao liked this special extra reward. Felonia's blood serum is a biochemical. It is able to improve performance, but its use does not eliminate the risk of backlash and mutation, and mixed gene serum can reduce these risks. Han Xiao wondered whether he should take the risk with blood serum. He was afraid that he might turn into the monster he had met on his way to find Felonia. If the system gave him a mixed gene serum, it means that it wants him to decide to accept blood serum. The guy decided to do it because there might not be another suitable opportunity for this. So he injected the drug into his vein. He felt incredibly euphoric. He became extremely calm, as if he were relaxing and eating ice cream in the hot summer. Even his thoughts stopped tormenting him, and he had only pleasant feelings. When Han Xiao regained consciousness, he realized that he now needed to be injected with blood serum. When he injected it into himself, he felt terrible pain. Now he used felony serum. Incomplete. Mutation progress, 12%. The result is certain. The chance of failure was reduced by the potion of mixed genes. This was the first result. Further mutations continued. Progress, 46%. Han Xiao twisted on the bed. The progress of the mutation was increasing. He still hadn't lost his human form. The guy felt very bad. He did not know what to expect, but he had already caused himself irreparable damage, and there was no turning back now. Finally, the fusion was completed. Mutation progress, 100%. Compatibility, excellent. He gained +3 to strength and +5 to endurance. He also gained the ability, basic life reinforcement, which converts stamina into additional health points in the ratio of 1 to 15. The guy was completely exhausted, lying on the bed. He liked the ability to transform. It was a useful thing. This time, after completing his task, he received a lot of rewards. After all that, Han Xiao went to take a shower. He currently has 60 stamina points. This means that he can take out 990 points of health from them, thus practically doubling it. He was very pleased with himself. His level is 30th, and he already has more than 2,000 health points. He remembered that Mr. Quan was level 38, and his health points were nowhere near his. Han Xiao was also pleased that after taking the serum, he hadn't turned into a mountain of muscle, but had retained his usual attractive appearance. Combined with his electromagnetic armor and the mechanisms he had yet to create, his enemies would have no choice but to spit blood. Suddenly his phone rang. The receptionist said that an emissary of the Chizrod's family wanted to meet with him. Han Xiao liked this news. He was just ready for the meeting. The Chizrod's family representative's name was Afin. He was the main leader of the team searching for Felonia. He calmly smoked a cigar. Then he told Mr. Black that it was his family who had announced this award for the Battle Rose. Han Xiao, smoking his cigarette, replied that this was clearly not why Afan had come. Afan became angry and shouted that he would ask him directly. He wanted to know if it was Han Xiao who had visited the abandoned base in the Sumal Desert. The monetary reward for the task remained unchanged for 3 years. A lot of assassins went home with nothing. The fact that Mr. Black did it all alone is incredibly impressive. Han Xiao replied that he was flattered by the remark. As he lit another cigarette, he continued that they were like employer and employee. The task has been completed, so there should be a settlement and they part ways. And then Han Xiao angrily added that he had indeed entered the abandoned base in the Sumal Desert. Then he took out one capsule with mixed genes, handed it to Athan, and offered to name his price. Afan was wary of why Mr. Black was being so frank with him now. Han Xiao calmly leaned back and said that if Afan and his family really wanted this thing, they should buy it from him. Afan, without hesitation, announced the price of $1 million, and he looked at the guy with suspicious eyes. But Mr. Black was not so easy to fool. He said that the price he quoted was not at all like the truth. Afan added feverishly that this serum had been stored for several decades. Therefore, it is impossible to say for sure whether it has retained its effectiveness so far. The price offered for it was already too high. Afan wanted to add something else, but Han Xiao interrupted him and said that he was willing to sell the serum for that price. This unexpected agreement made the Chizrod's family representative stiffen. He could not believe his ears and asked if it was true. Han Xiao smiled ironically and said that Afan should consider it a gift to his friend. The representative of the Chizrod's family grabbed the serum capsule and said that the payment would be credited to Mr. Black's account very quickly. At the end of the meeting, Afan added that both the Chizrod's family and he personally expressed their gratitude to Mr. Black. A new side of Han Xiao's reputation has opened up. His credibility with the Chizrod's family has been increased by 1,800 points. Chizrod's family, friendliness, 1,800, 3,000. But finally, Han Xiao asked Afan what this Felonia was all about. Afan said that in the homeland of the research program, which began as a result of incessant conflicts that had been going on for centuries in the Sumal Desert, many different bases for scientific and technological research were established. The serum that Mr. Black brought is one of the products of their developments. Afan continued to walk to his car, accompanied by Han Xiao, and continued to talk. Han Xiao, however, said that he had thought that the magical ruins actually existed. He laughed at that. Although it would seem, where in the world could magic come from? In parting, Afan gave Mr. Black a business card with his phone number and said that if he needed any help, he should contact him. Han Xiao immediately said that he would like to improve his reputation in the Blood Oath community. He asked if the Chizrod's family had a suitable task. To this, Athan replied that Mr. Black had come at just the right time, and he handed him a tablet to look at the assignment. There was a task with a top-secret code. Unauthorized access was prohibited. Afan replied that with Mr. Black's current level, such a task was not available to him, but he could secretly open access. If Han Xiao completes this task, he will receive a dark level. 300 people accepted this task. The difficulty is clearly not low. Han Xiao carefully studied everything. He realized that he would need to avoid fights. He also needed to level up his equipment. He just needed to create another blueprint to level up. The guy was going to combine some abilities, namely basic electromagnetism, level 4, basic energy theory, level 3, basic mechanical engineering, level 4, and basic engineering, level 2. This combination would require 20,000 experience points. Han Xiao began to create a drawing. So far, he was not getting what he needed. Finally, the combination was successfully completed. He researched and developed the electromagnetic boots. For this, he received 12,306 experience points. This was exactly what he needed. The task for the advanced class is completed. The class advancement was successful. Han Xiao has a new class, Trainee Mechanic. He also received Strength plus 50, Dexterity plus 1, Intelligence plus 4, Endurance plus 1, Unassigned Attributes plus 3, Ability Points plus 1. Thorough repair and average improvement were studied. The guy decided to continue pumping attribute points into intelligence and use the rest to level up. His level of glancing fire was raised from the 1st to the 4th. Now it was time to start improving his equipment, and Han Xiao took to his mechanical tools. After much hard work, he finally finished, but he was very tired. He created a second-generation combat rover. It is a robot by type. Its main characteristics: Strength 2,200/2,200, Protection 37, Power 168, Top Speed 83. Next to it were the newly created electromagnetic boots. Their soles create an electromagnetic field that reduces friction, suitable for wearing on different types of terrain. Now Han Xiao needed a combat helicopter to get to the White Seagull City. This city was located in the Star Dragon. He didn't think he would have to return there so soon, and so he arrived in the city of White Seagull in the Star Dragon. A beautiful landscape appeared before his eyes. A river meandered between gentle banks. He approached a building and suddenly a bullet whizzed right in front of his feet. Han Xiao thought that a sniper was sitting somewhere nearby, and a warning shot had just sounded. He started looking around for a place where the sniper could be, and then he realized that he needed to show his ID first. So he pulled out his Blood Pack Community ID card. The sniper clearly saw it. The shot stopped, and Han Xiao took this as an opportunity to move on. Everywhere he went, people started looking at him because he was new among them. A man with an assault rifle approached him and said that Chen Li would be responsible for him. Chen Li himself responded. He called Han Xiao closer to him. On the way, he asked what the boy specialized in. Han Xiao replied that he was a sniper. Chen Li exclaimed that this was great because they needed someone to shoot from a long distance. But Han Xiao said that he hadn't yet fully understood what he was supposed to do. He asked whom they were protecting here and how long it had been going on. Chen Li replied that there had been no orders from above, and the enemy attacks almost every day. Then he pointed to a large building and said that their target was hiding somewhere in that mansion, but hadn't shown up yet. In the end, no one knows if there is anyone there at all. If they failed to contain the attack, he would personally flee the place as soon as possible. Chen Li then asked Han Xiao what level he was at, dark or still ghostly. Han Xiao calmly told him the truth about his level, which was Scorpio. Although he knew very well that he was not welcome here with this level, such a task was simply not yet available to him. This caused great indignation in Chen Li. He shouted at Mr. Black what he was doing here. His qualifications are not enough. Han Xiao again calmly replied that he was already here, and his level was not important. Chen Li realized that there was no turning back. He said that Mr. Black would be good for something. If he could get a bullet into the enemy, that would be good. Then he showed him 3 fortifications and told him to go to the one in the middle. The Dufeng brothers would meet him there. Han Xiao went where he was told. One of the Dufeng brothers actually met him there. He asked the boy his code name, level, and skills. Han Xiao clearly answered that his code name was Mr. Black, his level was Scorpion, and his skills were Sniper. Brother Dufeng covered his eyes and asked why they needed a Scorpion-level rookie. Then he told him to go to the left fortification. There, his duty would be to help the sniper and finish off those they missed. So Han Xiao headed for the left fortification. When he got there, he didn't wait for any questions, but immediately said 3 things about himself: Mr. Black, Scorpion, Sniper. The man who was there told the boy that he would be in charge of the left side, and he would be in charge of the right. When Han Xiao got into position, he noticed that he had a very narrow view. He realized that even with his skills, he would have a hard time here. He called up a chain of tasks: call, defense. Brief description. First, he doesn't need to verify the target's identity to protect himself. Second, he must not leave his post. Third, you must not allow enemies to enter the estate. You must try your best to be useful. Hint, a chain of tasks. You need to act according to the instructions. First round, you need to repel the first wave of enemies. Reward for the first round, 20,000 experience points. Possible reasons for failing the task. The first is unauthorized entry into the mansion. The second is leaving the mansion for more than 2 hours. Han Xiao prepared for the task. He decided to complete the first part of the task first, and then see what the reward would be for the second part. If he didn't like it, he would refuse. The leader of the task shouted that they were under attack, so everyone needed to get ready for battle. Everyone was ordered to hold back the enemy at their positions. A fierce battle began. The enemies had their first casualties. They noticed that there was a sniper on top of the tower. They had to eliminate him first. Suppressive fire was opened. Everyone had to not only repel the attack, but also save their strength. But the sniper was extremely accurate. Therefore, the number of casualties among the attackers increased. They were defeated. The order was given to retreat immediately. They quickly got into their cars and fled. Han Xiao was satisfied with the outcome of the battle because his work here was the best. Even his partner praised him. He said that the guy shot them very well. For this, he was not awarded many experience points, but there were still additional ones. The first round was over. Han Xiao received 20,000 experience points. The task conditions were changed. The task for the second round was to defend the River Valley estate. Duration, 3 days. Reward, 80,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about it. He had been given 20,000 for the first wave and 80 for the second. Based on the proportions of growth, the third would be 320,000. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to go to the delivery department. Maybe he could earn some experience points there. And so he came to the River Valley estate. One fighter asked to have his assault rifle repaired, and the local mechanic, Wang Shi, said he would look at it later because now he wanted to sleep. Han Xiao heard this. He went inside and said that if help was needed urgently, he could help. He works very fast. It was a very appropriate offer for a person in need. The mechanic Wang Shi replied that the guy could not be of any use. But Han Xiao got to work and said that whether he would be of any use or not would be seen after he repaired the machine gun. The soldier liked Mr. Black's approach to the case. He saw that the guy was good at it and behaved like a master. And so Han Xiao completed his first repair in the River Valley. For this, he received 2,333 experience points. The fighter was very surprised by such a quick job. He did not believe that it was possible to repair a machine gun so quickly. And then other mechanics came up to him and started to get to know him. They showed him a bunch of things that needed repair, and they said that they did not have time to fix it all physically. Han Xiao gladly took the job and said that he would be happy to help them repair whatever was needed. As soon as Han Xiao took up the first device, he was able to improve it. The mechanic standing next to him was speechless at what he saw. Han Xiao used all his skills and abilities. He easily coped with the task at hand and fixed everything very quickly. All the mechanics were amazed at his skillful and fast work. Then someone knocked on their workshop and said that the enemy was approaching again. However, the mechanics wanted to watch Mr. Black's work some more. When Han Xiao returned to his position, his partner attacked him for taking so long. After all, the enemies were already approaching and the left side was behind him. Mr. Black immediately prepared for defense. He adjusted his rifle and waited for the intruders to appear. When the attackers were just approaching the fortifications, Han Xiao was already firing the first shots. The enemies began to fall dead. But this time they came in armored personnel carriers, tanks, and helicopters. They started shooting with all their weapons. They were ordered not to retreat. The attackers were talking among themselves that the enemy now had a great sniper. They were in trouble now. Han Xiao noted for himself that this time the wave of attack was much more powerful than the previous one. But for him, the enemies were nothing. He knew exactly what was required of him and what he would do in general. He shot so well that the attackers were ordered to temporarily retreat, and they ran away again with nothing. The second round was over. 80,000 experience points were gained. The task for the third round is to defend against the next wave of attack. The reward would be 150,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about it. After all, if such a reward was offered, then the wave would be severe. But there were many dead and wounded among them. Each successive wave brings more and more damage. The chances that they will cope with the next wave are simply negligible. Only 10%. That's what Mr. Black was thinking. The rain began to fall. The soldiers began to bring ammunition inside the fortifications to keep it from getting wet. Han Xiao shared his thoughts with his partner. He said it was perfect weather for an attack. And if the enemy decided to attack again in the evening, his partner interrupted him, telling him not to jinx it. And then he saw enemy vehicles approaching the fortifications. The enemy immediately opened fire on the positions. A fierce battle began. The guards fired back at the attackers, but they also had to avoid enemy bullets. The first squad reported that they had a lot of losses. Now it's hard for them to keep the defense of their positions. Then enemy attack helicopters arrived and started shooting. The defense sniper was ordered to shoot back only at the helicopters. Han Xiao nervously replied that he should not be rushed. After all, he knew how to act in that situation. Other defenders said they would take over the helicopter. They would aim to shoot it down. However, Mr. Black had already noticed that the glass in the enemy helicopters was shatterproof. This means that conventional shells are unable to harm them. The opponents decided to deal with the sniper first. They were going to blow him up. Han Xiao realized that he was exposed. He had to find a hiding place immediately, but his partner did not understand what was going on. He called out to him where he was running to. As soon as Mr. Black jumped off the tower, there was an explosion. The fortifications were blown up. Someone said to the old friend to be kind in his actions. Han Xiao saw that he could not hurry too much for now. He made his way to the ruins to hide behind. The enemy had dealt many crushing blows, and now they decided to inspect the ruins. Mr. Black and his partner were discovered again. A shell had landed where they were hiding. Han Xiao's partner said without hope that the attackers' helicopters were very powerful. They smashed their fortifications to pieces. It's over. Mr. Black yelled at him to finally come to his senses and look for a place to shoot from. He decided to go for the helicopter. Han Xiao knew that he would need to use special shells he had created to destroy the enemy's equipment. Meanwhile, the attackers were firing more and more shots from the helicopter, destroying positions in the fortifications. The defenders could see that the helicopter was searching for all the hiding places where they were positioned and immediately struck. Thus, the enemy had already passed the second line of defense. Han Xiao saw a very favorable position for himself, ran there as fast as he could and hid behind the ruins. Now he was invisible and struck one of the enemy helicopters from his hiding place. A well-aimed shot crashed the helicopter. The defenders cheered. They saw a chance to win this battle, and they were very happy to have such a sniper. Meanwhile, Mr. Black continued shooting at the helicopters. Now he blew up the second one. He is a sniper on the move. In the course of this battle, the guy learned a new skill called Sniper on the Move. Now he has a decrease in accuracy loss when shooting on the move, as well as plus 2% to the accuracy of shooting explosive shells, plus 1% to the rate of fire when using sniper rifles. It was very timely. In the current situation, we need to try it all out. Han Xiao raised his level with experience points. Finally, he set out to shoot down the third helicopter. It was a little easier with the new skill. Mr. Black coped with the task perfectly. 3 enemy helicopters were destroyed by accurate shots from his rifle. Now the defenders were freer to act, as no helicopter threatened them. They were going to take revenge for their fallen comrades, so they opened fire from all their positions where there were still fighters. The attackers did not have good shelters, and they did not have time to hide behind the vehicles. They were mercilessly shot. The rest of the enemies, who were closer to the vehicles, quickly fled the battlefield with nothing. They suffered another defeat. The defenders breathed a sigh of relief. Their enemies had almost broken through the line of defense. They said they were extremely lucky to have a sniper, but they did not understand how a scorpion could be so skillful and experienced. They all realized that thanks to the newcomer who had just joined them, they had managed to accomplish a dark-level task. Now the third round was complete. Han Xiao had gained 150,000 experience points. The conditions of the task have changed. The conditions for the fourth round appeared: to defend against 5 waves of attacks. The guy was annoyed that he was given a defense task again. He wanted some variety. The reward was 40,000 experience points per wave. All the experience he had gained would not be lost if the mission suddenly failed. Special reward, 100,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about it, because if there is a special reward, the task must be difficult. Mr. Black received an order to gather everyone together, because the one they were all here to protect had finally come out. Now the defenders could meet the one they had been protecting for so long. They were surprised at the occasion. This man thanked everyone for the excellent work they had done, and he began to name those with whom he wanted to talk separately. Bennett Anderson was there. This man is the main character of the planet Aquamarine. The main storyline is built around him. Han Xiao wondered what he was doing here. He is also an instructor of secret abilities. One fighter has already been named. The others encouragingly told him not to forget about his comrades if he was given any rewards. And the last one to be named was Mr. Black. This was the guy he was really looking forward to. Han Xiao called the representative of the Chizrud's family, which surprised him, and asked him for a few things on loan, namely a silver guardian sword and a Lockhawk sniper rifle. Afan replied that he would try to find someone who could help the guy with this and collect everything he needed. He would be able to send it in 2 days. Han Xiao paid minus 300 authority points each for these items. His current relationship status with the Chizrod's family is friendly. Han Xiao decided that since he was lucky enough to meet the main character of the planet so quickly, He absolutely must not miss this opportunity. Now everyone who had been selected for a separate conversation was invited to the Great Hall. They all sat down around the table. The man who invited the soldiers introduced himself. His name was Wang Yuan. He said that he would continue to need their protection. He also emphasized that the doors of this manor would always be open to them if they ever wanted to come here and rest. Wang Yuan then summarized that all those soldiers were the main defense forces of the estate. He would privately pay each of them a fee for completing the task. The soldiers were pleased with this turn of events. They decided to take advantage of the opportunity to rest for a while. Wang Yuan smiled and said that they could go and rest. Only Mr. Black remained in the room. Wang Yuan asked if he needed anything else. Han Xiao pointed to the main character of the planet and said that he wanted to talk to him alone. Bennett Anderson was drinking tea. He asked him if they had met before. Han Xiao replied that he remembered that Mr. Anderson was once a man of legend, the commander of a select group of the Horde. He was called the Azure Devil. Han Xiao continued to tell us that after Bennett Anderson left the Order, a bounty of $15 million was placed on his head. The main character of the planet was only surprised at the guy's knowledge. Mr. Black continued. Bennett Anderson literally disappeared for 2 years, and then having become stronger, he began to help civilians who suffered during the war. He founded a large organization that later became the Darknet. Bennett Anderson asked Han Xiao if he was a fan of his, because he thought so. It was a strange thing for Mr. Black to hear. But since he was pursuing personal motives and was going to ask for help, he didn't need to hurt the feelings of the main character of the planet. So Han Xiao gathered his strength and enthusiastically said that it was so. He had already heard so much about Bennett Anderson's actions that he had always dreamed of meeting him. Bennett Anderson condescendingly replied that the past was in the past. Then he asked the boy why he was looking for him. Of course, it wasn't for an autograph. Han Xiao replied that it was not. And he thought what a smug, self-satisfied prankster Mr. Anderson was. Mr. Black said he had heard that the main character of the planet was one of the strongest people on the planet. Bennett Anderson asked if maybe Han Xiao wanted to challenge him. Han Xiao immediately denied this assumption. He just wanted to learn some martial arts techniques. Bennett Anderson was interested in this request because no one had ever asked him to be a student before. But he said that a sniper doesn't need his techniques. Han Xiao hurried to say hello. He said that in that case, he dared not take up any more of Mr. Anderson's time. Again, the same thing. Until Han Xiao fulfills the preliminary condition, his requests will be rejected. He realized that in order to study with Bennett Anderson, he needed to give a special gift. Fortunately, the boy already had everything ready. Meanwhile, a new girl arrived at the camp, a golden-haired elf. The girl, a mercenary of the Golden Fox, asked what was happening here. She wanted to know the situation. She was told that there were more and more enemies with each fresh offensive, but they were not giving up their positions. The north, south, and northeast defense lines are under Mr. Black's personal command. This means that everything is under control there. The Golden Fox was interested in who this Mr. Black was. He was said to be a scorpion-level assassin, but he was as accurate as hell. But the girl remarked unhappily that it was very reckless to leave the command to a scorpion. The soldier just snorted at her. He said that real strength speaks for itself on the battlefield, and he added that she shouldn't take it on her own. The Golden Fox was a little embarrassed because she wasn't going to deny their choice, and the soldier had reacted too harshly to her remark. Now she was even more interested in Mr. Black's personality. Where did he get such a powerful authority from? A fresh attack on the River Valley estate began. All the soldiers took up their positions. They fired from the back slope of the mountain. Golden Fox was already at her position. She saw that the enemy's armored vehicles were also approaching from the other side. The enemy was sitting on the armored personnel carrier with a machine gun. The girl could see him clearly. The next moment, a bullet hit him right in the head. It was Mr. Black's work. The Golden Fox was amazed at how quickly their commander worked. She now recognized that he was the strongest sniper she had ever met on her journey. The fighters were satisfied with the way the battle went. All the helicopters were shot down, but they did not expect anything less from Mr. Black. Meanwhile, Han Xiao realized that the third wave had begun, and the difficulty of the task was increasing. He knew that he could easily cope with it all, but he still didn't know what he had to do to get the secret reward of 100,000 experience points. Suddenly, he received a notification that a man who claimed to be a messenger from the Chisrod's family was looking for him. Mr. Black was pleased that his request was granted so quickly. He went out to meet the messenger, and the messenger handed him the suitcase he had packed at his request. Han Xiao knew very well that in the game, Bennett Anderson liked to collect vintage items that had already been discontinued, and depending on the gift he received, he would teach the boy various cool tricks. The total number of gifts is limited, as is the number of players who can learn from him. In their past lives, players used to bite each other's throats for various techniques, and he just needs to establish a relationship. So Mr. Black went to the mansion in the evening to meet with Bennett Anderson. Bennett Anderson personally met him and invited him to sit down. He drank tea and asked what the boy wanted. Han Xiao opened one of the suitcases, moved it closer to Mr. Anderson, and announced that he wanted to learn some martial arts techniques from him. Bennett Anderson, putting down his cup of tea, tried to refuse the offer, but he curiously looked into the case and saw a beautiful artifact there, the sword of the Silver Guardians. He cried out in delight, wondering if Mr. Black was going to give him this sword, and how did he finally know about his passion for antique weapons? Then he added that the guy must really be a fan of his. Han Xiao laughed to himself but said out loud that he was. Bennett Anderson said that he was ready to show Mr. Black some cool moves after receiving this gift. His eyes sparkled so happily that Han Xiao involuntarily thought of something else, so he recoiled in fright. Then Bennett Anderson grabbed the case with the Silver Guardian sword and said that he wanted to start training. He asked him if he didn't understand without further ado. Han Xiao was pleased with that visit. Now the deed was done, and he was going to get an additional reward. They moved on to the training room. Bennett Anderson said that in the old days, he had learned many techniques through trial and error to get rid of his weakness. One of them, which he nicknamed Flash of Will, had eluded him. Han Xiao stood there in anticipation, which was exactly the technique he had been trying to learn. The human body has power that it does not use because of the burn of the brain. But if one breaks through the brain's limitations, a person will be overwhelmed by a super powerful force. However, the consequences of such an experiment will be very severe. Mr. Anderson experienced many such experiments on himself, but he kept looking for a way to remove the limitations in combat without harming his health. And finally, he managed to find it. Bennett Anderson taught Han Xiao the Flash of Will technique. Now the boy's intelligence exceeds 100 points, and he has fulfilled the necessary condition for learning the technique. His current progress is 3%. Now they started practicing. After all, it was necessary to consolidate the acquired skill. They sat on the mats opposite each other. Mr. Anderson told the boy to close his eyes and breathe calmly. So the Flash of Will was now 100% mastered. Han Xiao had gained a new ability. The boy laughed, and Bennett Anderson asked him what was so funny and whether he had already learned it. Han Xiao replied that he was always a quick study. Then Mr. Anderson prepared for the fight and ordered Mr. Black to hit him to see if he had really mastered the Flash of Will skill. Han Xiao immediately used his new skill and made a decision. His next attack would deal 136% of the basic damage. He learned the following information. Bennett Anderson, level 60. His condition, hidden injury, reduction of all attributes. Strengths, a happy glow. What he dreams of will come true, and adversity will turn into opportunity. Legendary fighting techniques, 12 attacks deal 40 to 70% additional damage. Skills, strike at weaknesses, level 8, instant shadow charge, level 9. Bennett Anderson abruptly stopped Mr. Black's attack with one hand and told him not to strike him in the face. Han Xiao thought that Mr. Anderson was not the main character of the planet for nothing, because he had excellent characteristics. Now, although he has the status of internal damage, even so, the guy's internal energy level is lower. Bennett Anderson was pleased with his new student for learning a new skill so quickly. Han Xiao bowed his head in gratitude. Then he returned to his defensive position in the fortification, and then he heard someone speaking to him. He turned his head and saw that the golden fox had approached him. The girl asked if he would have some time to teach her marksmanship techniques. She came a little closer to him and enthusiastically said, looking him straight in the eye, that everyone here almost worships him. Han Xiao turned away and unfriendly said that Golden Fox should behave decently when talking to him. The Golden Fox put her hand on his shoulder and replied in embarrassment that she only wanted to consult with him and nothing more. Mr. Black said excitedly that she was trying in vain, because he did not like girls. The girl recoiled and rolled her eyes in surprise. She wanted to clarify something. But Han Xiao abruptly interrupted her and shouted that he didn't like boys either. Then he took up his rifle and added that he was not interested in people at all, and any living creatures as well. The Golden Fox was a little frightened by this answer. She ran as fast as she could from the position where Mr. Black was, and on the way apologized for disturbing him. Han Xiao was pleased with himself. He thought how naive it was of the Golden Fox to pick on him in such a primitive way. After such a busy day, Mr. Black went to rest at the mansion. He was worried about whether the enemy would attack again the next day. Suddenly, he heard a car pull into the yard. He looked out of the window. The car seemed familiar to him. And then he saw a girl from the 13th unit. He wondered why she was brought here. Wang Yuan came out to meet the newcomers. Mo Ran shook his hand and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wang Yuan replied that it had been more than 10 years. Mo Ran is one of the trump cards of the 13th Division, and he is the head of the Darknet. If not for the current situation, it is unlikely that fate would have brought them together again. Mo Ran continued that the Star Dragon Empire has been at war for more than 10 years, and this reflects very badly on it. He asked what they were doing in the end. Wang Yuan replied that their leadership is fighting hard to remain neutral. However, there are some careerist cheapskates who are ready to trade it, and they, the conservatives, are preventing them from doing so. That's why the latter decided to get rid of them. Wang Yuan has already sent Zhen to take action against them. Many of his fighters have already been killed. In the next 2 days, they expect the enemy to counterattack them. Han Xiao heard all this well and calmed down a bit, realizing that the 13th unit had not come to the fortifications because of him. He was a little worried that Di Susu, who had arrived that evening, might recognize him, so he needed to be more careful. Moran ordered Li Susu to take a few people under her command in the fortification and carefully monitor the situation in the battle. Afterwards, he expects a report from her. And so another attack began. The enemies were getting stronger and stronger. The defenders of the fortification suffered more losses. But Mr. Black did not see that the enemies had become particularly strong. It turned out that the hidden condition for completing the task was to prevent the appearance of the 13th unit. If the guy had finished each battle quickly, without causing unnecessary waves, the unit might not have arrived. Meanwhile, the 5th wave of the attack was repelled. The 4th round is over. 200,000 experience points have been gained. The hidden condition to prevent the appearance of the 13th unit is not fulfilled. An additional 5th segment of the task has been activated. Han Xiao was not particularly disappointed because the chances of fulfilling that condition were still 50-50. Then he was informed that Wang Yuan was calling everyone to his office. At the beginning, there were only 4 segments in his task, but the failure of the hidden condition activated another segment. He had no idea what it would be like. Meanwhile, everyone began to gather at the entrance to the mansion. Wang Yuan addressed the fighters that he would need a few defenders to travel to White Seagull to meet with the 13th unit. He then asked Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, and Mr. Black in particular to guard him, with the 5 of them receiving a higher reward, of course. If any of them refused, he would not insist. One by one, the fighters began to accept the job. Mr. Black also said he would join. He realized that if he refused, his mission would be a failure, so he had no choice. The terms of the task were changed. The requirements for the 5th round to keep Wang Yuan company and cope with the impending danger. Failure condition, Han Xiao's death. Reward, 30,000 experience points. Special reward, 300,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about the fact that now the condition for failure was death. They were facing a rather difficult and dangerous enemy. He thought that there couldn't be that many shadows. This was no joke. So Wang Yuan, accompanied by 5 soldiers, arrived at the Star Dragon in the city of White Seagull. Finally, they were brought to the headquarters of the 13th Division. Wang Yuan, getting off the bus, told the soldiers that he would be safe here, so they could take a walk around the city in the meantime. And tomorrow he would be waiting for them in the same place. The guys immediately began to talk among themselves about where to go. Some suggested going to a club. The Golden Fox replied that she would not go to a club personally because she was only interested in handsome men. They asked both of them if they would go to the club. One of the soldiers replied that he wanted to patrol the neighborhood, so he refused to go out. Mr. Black didn't say anything at this point, but he didn't want to go to the club either. Meanwhile, the killer Bai Jing was drinking wine and reading the terms of the assignment he was given. Target, Wang Yuan. Location, Star Dragon, 20 kilometers north of White Seagull City, River Valley Estate. Security, 214 mercenaries, 14 contract killers, Moonlight, Dark, Hunter, Dark, Volcano, Dark, Golden Fox, Dark, Mr. Black, Scorpion. Defenses and firepower are sufficient. Reward, 2 million. Bai Jin snorted. Did anyone really think that he would move for 2 million? It was ridiculous. He repeated once again that he refused to do the task. But they still asked him, explaining that there was a Bennett Anderson in the estate, and only Bai Jing could stand up to him. Then Bai Jin was immediately offered to increase the reward to 6 million. The killer could not refuse this offer. He agreed to complete the task. Han Xiao was surprised that he was given time for personal affairs on the 5th mission. He thought that danger could lurk anywhere, so he decided to be as careful as possible. But he also realized that he shouldn't waste the time he was given. It would be best to complete the task that he would have to do in this city and get the appropriate reward for it. Suddenly, he felt that someone was watching him. He became alert. It could be either a friend or an enemy from the 13th unit. Han Xiao went into the restroom and destroyed the surveillance camera with his mind. After a while, he came out with a slightly different appearance. He thought smugly that his pursuers were still too green to follow him. In the control room of the 13th unit, meanwhile, they were closely watching what was happening in the city. The man who had been following Mr. Black reported that he went into the restroom and then simply disappeared. The surveillance cameras were out of order. The observer also collected data from other cameras in the city, but Mr. Black was nowhere to be seen. Di Susu, who was also in the control room at the time, wondered if they had really found Han Xiao, but she immediately dismissed the thought. She realized that not every missing person could be Han Xiao. She must have worked a little too hard, and she needed to rest. Meanwhile, Han Xiao wandered into Antiquena Street in the city of White Seagull. There he came across a shop. There was a nice shop assistant who admired Mr. Black's beauty. She kindly asked him what he wanted to do in her shop. Han Xiao politely asked her permission to come inside because he wanted to look at the antiques. She opened the door for him, and he entered the shop and asked if she was the owner. The girl shyly answered his question in the affirmative. Han Xiao wondered why she was reacting so strangely to him. He was worried that his new look was too strange. The girl decided to take the customer further to show him more of the assortment. Han Xiao asked her where Tang Shu was. Then he pulled out a gun, pointed it at her, and ordered her to take him to him. That's when the robber Tang Shu appeared. There could be no mistaking it was really him. The seller of unique items is out of this world. He is so elusive that the only opportunity to meet him comes at a time when a task with a prize fund is being conducted in this city. Han Xiao fired a warning shot into the ground, and when Tang Shu was about to run away, the guy warned him that the next shot would be at him. The robber thought that the guy was sent by some jack, so he excitedly began to ask him to wait until the job was done. Only then could he return the money to Jack. But Han Xiao sat down next to him and replied that he was looking for Tang Shu for a completely different reason. The robber calmed down a bit. Then Han Xiao confidently said that he wanted to join the case concerning a certain Jack. Tang Shu did not understand what the guy's goals were, why he was offering him his help, but it seemed to him that the guy was sincerely offering him his help. He said that because Han Xiao was still holding him at gunpoint. Han Xiao used 2,000 experience points to activate the task, return the antique. Brief description. Li Xin's family heirloom was forcibly taken away by the city museum. You need to help return the treasure to its rightful owner. Requirement. Return 10 items of antiques to Li Xin. Number of participants, 1. Accumulated reward, 102,000 experience points. Requirement. The task is 10% of experience for each returned item. Additional requirements. Antiques are very fragile. It is necessary to preserve their integrity and not break them. So the additional task is activated. And then he heard the girl, the owner of the antique shop, address him again. She asked if she had understood correctly that she had to rely on him now. She said that the museum had previously asked her father for permission to exhibit 10 antiques, but when her father died, she took them back. However, the museum management got angry and stole them. Han Xiao put his arm around the robber, Tang Shu, and told them not to worry. Now he would deal with everything personally and return their belongings to them. The guy seriously asked when they would be leaving for the mission. Tang Shu replied that as soon as Han Xiao finished preparations. The robber then asked the boy what he wanted as a reward for his help. Han Xiao briefly replied that he did not want any reward. He wanted to start the task immediately, as he was running out of time. Han Xiao knew that in his past life, the guild had set up a prize pool that eventually grew to a colossal size. The revenue was incredibly huge, but since he would be the first, all the reward would go into his pocket. So at night, the two of them approached the city museum. Tang Shu said the building had 3 floors. That was their plan. Then he was going to suggest something else. But Han Xiao was not going to listen to him. He acted in his own way. This scared the robber very much. He quietly shouted to the boy to wait. He attacked him with the fact that they had to sneak into the museum secretly so that they wouldn't be found out. Han Xiao just laughed at him. He said that the robber was too boring and ordered him to quickly follow him. Immediately, the museum guards came out to meet them and attacked them with guns and shouts of robbery. Han Xiao, without hesitation, ran into the museum, smashed the windows, grabbed the artifacts he needed, and ran away with them. The robber, Tang Shu, simply ran after him, still not realizing how it was all happening. It had all happened so quickly. However, there were a lot of museum guards. They rushed to pursue the fugitives from all sides. Han Xiao turned to Tan Shu and told him that it was time for him to prove himself. Tan Shu was shocked by this. He asked if he looked like a warrior in any way. But Mr. Black pushed him forward and sarcastically said that here was a boost of confidence. Immediately, the guards pounced on the robber, swinging their weapons at him. Tang Shu pleadingly grabbed Han Xiao's pants and said that he would not be able to deal with all the guards alone. Han Xiao offered to show him a spell that doubles combat power. The robber was so naive and cowardly that he believed such nonsense. He sniffled and asked if it was true. Han Xiao looked him straight in the eye and ordered him to repeat after him. Then he pushed Tan Shu again in the direction of the pursuers and ordered him to deal with them. The robber was already beaten up, bruised, and bumpy. But he believed his partner's words very strongly, so he rushed into battle with the museum guards. And he even succeeded in some ways. He slapped one of the guards on the back so hard that he could not get up anymore. But that power was not enough for him for long. He said that he could not fight anymore and asked Han Xiao to use his gun and finish off their pursuers. But Han Xiao was relentless. Again and again he pushed the robber to fight alone. He told Tan Shu that he could support him morally, and of course he could motivate him one more time if he wanted to. Tang Shu decided to fight back with everything he could and everything he could reach. The museum staff only complained that they could not touch the exhibits, which were cultural monuments. But the robber did not listen to them. He just threw an antique amphora at one of the guards. Just then, the police arrived at the museum. Han Xiao and Tang Shu had already run outside. They were running as fast as they could. The policemen quickly got out of their cars and ordered the robbers to stop right there. However, Han Xiao quickly grabbed his partner, put a knife to his neck, and ordered the police to put down their weapons or he would stab the hostage. The police were shocked by this turn of events. They knew that there were two robbers, and then one of them decided to play robber and hostage. Han Xiao let go of his partner and said in disappointment that he had failed in his hostage trick. Tang Shu attacked him with words that he had expected. Didn't he realize from the beginning that it wouldn't work? Han Xiao replied that he had to try. It still didn't make things worse. The robber asked what they should do now. Han Xiao ran away from the scene as fast as he could. He said that they had done their job and that all they had to do was hide. The guy ran very fast. He also pulled Tang Shu with him. The robber was completely unprepared for such speed. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's other two bodyguards, who had gone to the club, were already returning from there. They were very tired. They had also been drinking a bit. They had to go back to the 13th unit in the morning, but it would be nice to get some more sleep. Suddenly, one of them suspected that someone was following them. He could barely move his legs. But the other said he was just imagining things. He had drunk too much at night. Otherwise, no one was watching them. Meanwhile, at the headquarters where Wang Yuan was at the talks, Di Su told him that 3 of his bodyguards had been found dead. All 3 had the same wounds. It is known that they were inflicted quickly with very sharp weapons, piercing either the heart or the throat. Judging by the clues, none of the guards put up a fight. The killer was incredibly strong. Mo Ran asked if there was any footage from the cameras. Di Su replied that there were no cameras in this area. Perhaps that is why they were attacked there. Wang Yuan speculated that it might have been the hidden demon. After all, it was the one with the ability to hide and incredible speed. Mo Ran agreed that the hidden demon was an assassin with an extraordinary talent for becoming invisible. He also suggested that the demon might want to take out all of Wang Yuan's bodyguards first. Wang Yuan then asked Mo Ran to have those who were watching his bodyguards inform them of an immediate meeting. Di Su replied that the Golden Fox was resting in a hotel and Mr. Black had escaped from the observers. Therefore, they do not know where he is now, and there is no way to contact him. Mo Ran continued to say that the hidden demon is a direct enemy of the sniper, but this time he is likely to have problems. Wang Yuan asked that they send people to find Mr. Black. Everything possible had to be done to find him. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was summarizing his evening. He had completed the task of returning the antiques. Current number of participants, 1. Participants who have completed the task, 1. He returned 10 antiques, received 100% of the reward, received 102,000 experience points. That was pretty good. And Tang Shu was exhausted, half lying on the ground. They had managed to escape from the police. Han Xiao calculated that in a few days he had managed to accumulate 700,000 experience points. This was very good for him. And then he felt that someone was following him. Mr. Black realized that his enemy was invisible. He had to be as careful as possible. Han Xiao quickly turned around in the direction where he felt the danger, grabbed his weapon, and fired a shot. But he didn't even hit his opponent. He was extremely fast. It was impossible to even scratch the enemy with a bullet. Han Xiao realized that his new opponent was the hidden demon. A strange battle began between them. The hidden demon was moving super fast, and Han Xiao was trying to dodge his attacker and hit him. There was no turning back. He had to fight him off as quickly as possible. He decided to use an electric shock to somehow be able to detect his opponent. The hidden demon skillfully avoided Mr. Black's attacks, and the guy tried to shoot him with his gun, but he realized that nothing would come of it. The opponent has a great reaction. He is too fast and easily dodges the fired shells. He started to get extremely annoyed by this situation. It was hard for him to control the course of the fight. The enemy was very difficult. In addition, he had to reload his pistol, which took precious time. And unfortunately, Han Xiao was slightly poisoned. Every second he lost 3 points of health, and the poisonous fog lasted for 60 seconds. However, Han Xiao was better protected in this situation than the hidden demon, and the overall situation played into his hands. Mr. Black realized that his opponent would not be able to reach him. Now he was in a winning situation. He tried to take a shot, but realized that he would not be able to do so at this point. He would not be able to hit the hidden demon. It was a stalemate. The enemy could have retreated, but this could not be allowed to happen. So Han Xiao came up with a bluff. He decided to pretend that the poisonous fog had affected him greatly. He would pretend to run away. Then the opponent would most likely rush to catch up with him. That's what he did. He ran away from the place where the poisonous fog was dispersed, and he watched to see if the hidden demon was running after him. Han Xiao received strong and fast blows. The opponent was inflicting considerable damage on him. If not for his electromagnetic armor, he would have lost a lot of health in 10 seconds. Mr. Black was thinking of a strategy on the fly. First, he had to get up to speed. His electromagnetic boots were a great help. He needed speed to dodge the hidden demon's attacks. The average power of those boots could be dealt with by the opponent, but it wasn't very easy, so the hidden demon would have to sweat a bit. At the same time, Han Xiao called Antonio and asked him to send his robot over immediately. The hidden demon continued to chase the boy. Han Xiao already had a feeling that the battle would end in his favor. But suddenly Mr. Black felt that the oppressive aura of his opponent had disappeared. Perhaps he had stopped pursuing him. Han Xiao assumed that the hidden demon had sensed something, became alert, and left while he still had the opportunity to hide. Here he met Antonio, who asked him, leaning on the car and calmly crossing his arms over his chest, where his enemy had gone. Han Xiao, as if nothing had happened, answered directly that his enemy had escaped. He offered to return to the plane. They needed to fix the equipment and try out something new at the same time. However, Antonio was indignant at Han Xiao's request. He said that he was not his driver, and he had no right to use him like that. And the hidden demon not only did not kill the sniper, but also ran away from him. This has already been reported to the 13th unit. Moran was excited by the news. He asked where Mr. Black was now. He needed this information immediately. Di Susu replied that something connected the guy to the Fajue gang, because it was recorded that he is now in their transportation plane. Wang Yuan suggested that Mr. Black was just fixing their equipment. He said that there was no need to call the guy over. Then he asked Mo Ran to send someone to Mr. Black to give him the information to come to the River Valley estate tomorrow morning if it was not difficult. Mo Ran replied that he would fulfill Wang Yuan's request. Han Xiao, meanwhile, was still in the Fazhuang Group's transport plane. He was repairing his armor and weapons. Right now, the power of small arms is clearly not enough in a battle against an enemy with a level above 40. Han Xiao knew that an electromagnetic weapon would do the trick, but he needed to improve his electromagnetism generation skill. The number of ability points currently available was 7. Han Xiao decided to try to create mediocre drawings and make do with prototypes for a while. He also decided to improve the basics of electromagnetism to the 5th level. To do so, he needed to spend 1 ability point and 37,000 experience points. In this way, he would first level up the ability he already had. So Han Xiao reached the 5th level of the basics of electromagnetism and received the blueprints for the new energy battery. He was very pleased. He received a Rubik's Cube. Everything turned out perfectly. He just needed a portable battery. Han Xiao now had the maximum level of basic energy theory, the maximum level of basic weapons theory, and the maximum level of basic electromagnetism theory. His training was complete. Suddenly, Antonio came to him and said that people from the 13th unit had come. They told him that Mr. Black's employer had changed the meeting time. In the morning, the guy has to get to the River Valley estate. Han Xiao liked this. He liked this change in routine. He had a lot of work to do. He needed to get to work tonight and complete the refinement of the weapon. So Han Xiao continued to repair his weapons and equipment. Not everything was immediately successful. He couldn't make the drawing he wanted right away. He rejected many models. Han Xiao was already complaining that he would probably have to stay up all night to make the drawing he needed. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan said that Senna had captured all the traitors. This time the operation was very successful. Not only had they gotten rid of the rebels, but the organization had finally begun to implement its plan. Mo Ran expressed his fears that the war would begin sooner than they thought. He added that it was necessary to prepare in advance. He also said that Darknet's help alone would not be enough. They need to start cooperating with other forces and organizations. Wang Yuan agreed with Mo Ran's plan. He said that probably 6 nations would agree to help them, but he was afraid that a party interested in self-interest would look at their resources. Mo Ran stood his ground. He was convinced that his plan would save many lives. If anyone dared to interfere, he would deal with them personally. The soldiers of the River Valley were ready to meet another enemy. Their opponent came without a drop of fear. He was very tired. It was the hidden demon himself who had escaped from the battlefield with Han Xiao in White Seagull City. The soldiers were talking amongst themselves that Mr. Black was not in the manor right now, and they would not be able to cope with a man who was many times their equal. But it was necessary not to stand still and watch, but to open fire to kill. And the firing on the hidden demon began. From all the positions of the River Valley estate, the soldiers fired shots at the new enemy. 25-21. The hidden demon smiled confidently and said that no one here could handle him. The River Valley soldiers continued to fire, but they were horrified to see that all the shells they fired melted away as they flew toward their opponent. The hidden demon had very powerful abilities. He easily dealt with all the attacks on him. The fighters realized that they were in for an unequal battle, so they decided to escape while they still had the chance. But it was too late. The enemy was too strong for them all. The hidden demon knew how to control electricity. He had just used a smoke bolt to defeat the fighters. Wang Yuan watched the battle from the mansion. The rebels had even decided to hire a high-level criminal. Bennett Anderson huffed and puffed and said that the criminal was just a young man. He decided to deal with the hidden demon personally because the soldiers who were protecting Wang Yuan and him could not stand up to such a criminal. The hidden demon saw Bennett coming toward him. He had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. Since both opponents were very strong and of a high level, their battle was bound to be extremely powerful. Li Susu knew very well who the hidden demon was. She realized that things could end very badly. She shouted out that Bai Jin had a destructive ability. They needed to report to the White Seagull immediately. The fighter who came with the girl said he would report it to Mo Ran. The hidden demon continued to behave with great confidence. He had black smoke coming out of his ears. He had killed many different people in his life, but none of them could compare to the destruction of a strong opponent. The criminal was already anticipating his victory. He was enjoying himself immensely attacking Bennett Anderson. Di Susu had already called her supervisor and reported that Bai Jin had appeared in River Valley, and also that Bennett Anderson had engaged him in a fight. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The shell hit the hidden demon directly. He fell weakly to the ground. Bennett Anderson himself did not understand what had happened or who had opened fire. Then he looked at one of the towers where the shot probably came from and remembered Mr. Black's sniper. Mo ran Di Susu and heard the shot. He asked what the sound was. Di Susu could only mumble that it seemed like Bai Jin had been killed with a single shot. The girl was shocked by what she saw. It was indeed Mr. Black who had fired the shot. He had arrived in River Valley just in time. He dealt Bai Jing, level 48, 200% critical damage to the vulnerable spot. The shot was also strengthened by the use of a flash of will. The game damage is 1.368. He was holding a phantom rifle. He liked this weapon very much. It was a lightweight electromagnetic sniper rifle. Level, white. It had an additional effect, low recoil, which is typical only for electromagnetic sniper weapons. Shooting accuracy is slightly increased. Limitation number 1, power and range are inferior to the full version. Limitation number 2, due to technical imperfections, 10 energy points are spent each time. Limitation number 3, the rifle's components are subject to breakage. Meanwhile, the hidden demon was covering his huge wound with his hand. He could not believe that he could be killed so quickly and right here. He finally got up and bleeding began to move away from the battlefield. Now the criminal realized that he was up against all the defenders of the river valley, a skilled and powerful sniper, and Bennett Anderson himself. The best way out of the situation for him was to run away as fast as he could to stay alive. So Bennett Anderson ran after him. Lightning flashed in the sky one after another. Bai-jin tried to charge himself with those lightning bolts because he knew how to use electricity to have the power to escape. It was extremely difficult for him because his big wound kept bleeding. Suddenly, another shot was fired from the ambush. This time, the perpetrator was hit right in the face. Han Xiao fired at the criminal for the second time, and for the second time, he was very accurate. He was pleased with himself. Bennett Anderson stopped because there was no one left to pursue. Di Susu and the soldier who accompanied her were also impressed by the sniper's actions. Moran kept trying to find out what had happened in the river valley, but Di Susu was still silent. She could not come to her senses. Finally, she pulled herself together and told her boss that Bai-jin had just been eliminated. The criminal was lying in a pool of his own blood. Today's battle was his last. He was killed with 3 shots. The body of the hidden demon was put on a stretcher and carried away. All the soldiers enthusiastically said Mr. Black's name. No one doubted that it was his handiwork. They sat and discussed the battle. Mr. Black was now a living legend for them. Then Mr. Black himself appeared, as always, unperturbed, without a hint of a smile, wearing a black cloak and carrying a rifle in a case behind his back. The soldiers began to greet him, waving their hands. They called him a great man. Bennett Anderson praised him as well. He said the guy had done a very good job. Mr. Black replied that it was a piece of cake for him. He adjusted his rifle case strap around his shoulder. Wang Yuan also applauded the young soldier. He said that the guy is smart beyond his years. He is also an excellent shot. Even he, an old man, is shocked by the sniper's skills. Mr. Black modestly replied that he was flattered. It's just that Wang Yuan was in danger with that criminal, and he did his job. Wang Yuan thanked the man for saving him and invited him to go and rest at the mansion for a while. A table was set for them and they sat down to tea. Wang Yuan told the guy that he had studied his documents, and they stated that the boy had been sent to this task by the Chaserod family. When he called the tea, Wang Yuan said that the boy's level was much higher than that of a scorpion. He suggested raising the boy's level to ghostly. This was very appropriate for Han Xiao. This was exactly what he had expected and what he had been trying to achieve. So he politely thanked him for this gift. The 5th level was complete. 30,000 experience points were gained. The hidden task, to prevent Bennett from entering the battle, was completed. An additional 300,000 experience points were awarded, and no new task was highlighted. Han Xiao thought that the mission was over. He quickly calculated that with the 300,000 experience points for eliminating Bai Jing, he had more than 1,000,000 experience points in total. Han Xiao decided that it was time to give a second gift. So he went to meet Bennett Anderson again. Mr. Anderson was excited to meet Mr. Black. Han Xiao carried a large chest in front of him and told Bennett that he wanted to learn another skill. Bennett Anderson was a little upset and asked the boy if he had any other reasons for meeting him. And then Mr. Black opened his chest. There was an antique weapon carefully hidden in it. Bennett Anderson's mouth dropped open in surprise and admiration. It was a Lockhawk sniper rifle. So he decided not to continue the argument, but quickly closed the chest, took it for himself, and told Mr. Black to follow him. They went into another room together and sat on the floor. Bennett Anderson told me that long ago he had mastered the silent assassin's walk. It was this skill that he decided to teach Mr. Black. Perhaps it will be useful to the sniper. Level D task, Night Stalker class change, has been launched. Brief description. Bennett has taught Han Xiao special skills, but they still need to be practiced in order to improve the goal. To make 5 kills in the dark, no level restrictions. Reward, Night Stalker class. In version 1.0, this class was extremely rare. With its help, it will be possible to improve your combat. Finally, Bennett Anderson finished. He summarized that he had told the boy all the theory. Now it was just a matter of practice. Then he handed Mr. Black a piece of paper with his personal number written on it. He said that if he had any problems, he should contact him. He added that he might need Mr. Black's help himself in the future. Then he asked what he thought about it. Han Xiao was surprised by this suggestion, because this would be his main story task. Han Xiao carefully hid the note in his inner coat pocket and replied that he would be very happy to respond to Bennett Anderson's request. Everyone in the 13th Star Dragon unit was in a great deal of turmoil. The chief of intelligence was told that they had already received the dossier he had requested. The soldier asked for permission to report on it. The dossier was on Mr. Black. His background is unknown. He is currently a serial killer. He has completed only 2 missions, killing the Battle Rose mercenary gang in the Sumal Desert, showing an extraordinary ability to sniper when guarding the River Valley estate, forcing the invisible demon to retreat, and killing Bai Jin with only 3 shots. He is extremely alert and has a great ability to hide. Note, he hid from the agents of the 13th Division who were following him. He has the ability of a mechanic. He wears high-speed boots with a sliding ability and has an excellent ability to kill. Uses a special sniper rifle. The head of intelligence read the dossier and stamped it. He said that a tough guy had appeared again. The soldier asked who the chief was referring to. Moran replied that everyone on the darknet was shocked by the news. Some even think it's a lie. But the darknet list has always been fair. Falsification of facts is impossible here. The head of intelligence continued that among the old blood pack killers, some died, some escaped, and now they want to use the newcomer as their calling card. So he ordered his hacker to find out all the information about Mr. Black. In the meantime, Mr. Black continued to do his business. A truck with a trailer was driving across the desert. Fajwe's company is reliable, but nothing in the world is permanent, especially when it comes to relationships between people. Han Xiao was driving the car. He was driving and thinking about the state of his affairs. He decided that he would definitely need to get his own secret base. So he arrived at the ruins of Grey Metal. This place was familiar to him. It was the place that had been taken away from him by a guild in his past life. He remembered that time with hatred. As Han Xiao got closer, he saw that the equipment there was no longer good for anything. But in the end, he was ready for it. It could not be otherwise. He brought materials from Fai Zhuiyang with him. These materials should have been enough to repair the remaining equipment in Grey Metal. Han Xiao immediately set to work, and soon the secret base was fully restored. The guy went inside with the satisfaction of having fulfilled his duty. There were many robotic assistants on Caterpillar tracks. Han Xiao decided to fix everything inside the base now. The faster he did it, the better it would be for him. He worked on the repairs all day long. And finally, when the sun was starting to set, he breathed a sigh of relief and was satisfied to see that he had finished everything. He stood up from his chair and stretched tiredly. Now he had his own property. Han Xiao has already reached the dark level. He has the task, he has the data, he has worked out the plan of action. Now he just needs to stick to it and finally finish with his goal. The guy intended to completely deal with Embryo. The 13th unit of the Star Dragon was working hard. The head of intelligence was sitting in his office, solving current issues. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered the phone and asked who was calling. He heard a bold proposal to guess who it was. The chief of intelligence expressed his assumption that it was Han Xiao. He abruptly got up from his chair and started shouting furiously into the phone, saying how dare this guy call him. The executive director came running in. The head of intelligence immediately reported to him that Han Xiao was on the phone. The director immediately gave an order to track him down. They needed to find out where he was. When they tried to track where the call was coming from, the monitor displayed a geolocation error sign. An officer from the 13th unit said he could not track it. Han Xiao is a highly skilled hacker. The executive director said he would try to negotiate with the guy and took the phone from the intelligence chief's hands. He started telling the guy that he had left the unit without permission and thus violated the code. He also behaved in an unacceptable manner. Han Xiao defiantly asked if they wanted to hear when he would return. The executive director said that the guy had already figured it out. Han Xiao calmly sat on a rock and smoked a cigarette. He also calmly said that he was not going to return to the 13th unit of the Star Dragon. The executive director asked if he wanted to desert. There was no other way to put it. However, Han Xiao objected. He said that the director misunderstood him. The boy, on the contrary, wanted to cooperate with them, but in a slightly different format. The executive director was interested in what Han Xiao had in mind, but he was extremely angry at what the guy was saying. In anger, he threw the phone out of his hands. The intelligence chief rushed to catch his phone. Suddenly, an employee who was sitting at the computer said that a letter from Han Xiao had arrived. When they opened the letter, they saw a map with the locations of Embryo's bases marked on it. There were several of them, and the coordinates were additionally written. Apparently, this was the format in which Han Xiao offered to cooperate. The head of intelligence and the executive director began to study the map the guy sent them. As a result, the executive director gave the order to stop looking for Han Xiao. They would need him as their special agent. They had to move his data to the archive. The intelligence chief sighed. He said that they were lucky that such a guy was not their enemy. And then he immediately received a call from 5 other countries. The intelligence chief wondered why they were all calling at the same time. We decided to take the call. The head of the 13th unit of the Star Dragon began to ask if he knew who Zero was, for whom Embryon had set such a huge reward. The executive director was shocked by Han Xiao's unexpected behavior. He did not even know what to say to his colleagues. All the leaders of the countries received information from Han Xiao about the location of Embryo's secret bases in different parts of the continent. But all of them are very cautious about information from unknown sources. But the informant added a label at the end of the message. It said that the 13th unit of the Star Dragon could attest to the authenticity of his information. The executive director was even more enraged that Han Xiao had shared information about Embryo's secret bases with everyone, and wanted the 13th Star Dragon unit to act as a guarantor of the accuracy of the data. He shouted loudly, so loudly that it could be heard all the way to the street, telling Han Xiao and his fancy to go to hell. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was quietly taking a bath in his secret base. His personality was actively discussed in darknet posts. They said that Mr. Black was who he said he was, a black ghost. Various rumors followed. They even composed another legend of the planet Aquamarine. The legend says that he appears from the darkness of the night and every time in a new guise. No one knows when he will come. No one knows when he will leave. If someone sees him turning away, it means that death has already put its mark on him in the form of a fresh bullet hole. He pays with a bullet and takes a life. Han Xiao thought that the nickname he had been given sounded rather strange. Black Ghost. Why not White Yaksha? Note: a yaksha is a type of natural spirit. On the one hand, a yaksha can be a completely innocent creature. On the other hand, it can be a man-eating monster, an evil spirit, or a demon. In the forest in the country of Hai, where the traveler's gathering place is located, a dog was sleeping peacefully in the yard. Suddenly he woke up abruptly because his ears heard a strange sound. The dog was barking. The 22nd secret base of Embryo was located nearby. A soldier who was standing guard saw a jet plane taking off through his binoculars. He immediately warned that things were bad. A Haiyu fighter jet took off. We had to immediately raise the alarm, but the soldiers wondered how the Hayas knew where their base was. The next moment, there was an explosion that completely destroyed the observation post of the Embryona base. Following the planes, of which there were already several in the sky, several tanks also moved toward the base. Wang Yuan confirmed that war had broken out again. This time, 6 nations joined forces to destroy the secret embryo base. The unexpected turmoil forced people to become refugees. Whole families fled for their lives. Small children were crying. They did not understand what was happening. And every time they asked their parents how much further they had to go, because they wanted to return home. However, their parents told them that they could not return home. The mother explained to the child that it was impossible to return, and that her father and brother had been taken to the army to fight. The girl cried even more. She wiped her tears with her fists and said she didn't want to do this anymore. Bennett Anderson asked why the 6 nations were acting so decisively this time. In the past, they had failed to get on the trail of Embryo. Wang Yuan replied that Star Dragon has information from Zero himself. Then he added that they might have to develop a plan for hiding, and Bennett Anderson was upset that they hadn't had time to prepare so much. But in the end, he recognized that it would never be possible to be fully prepared. He told Wang Yuan to contact their allies and independent fighters. They needed to put all their forces together. In the meantime, the head of the Embryo organization could not find a place to sit. He was furious beyond belief. No one knew for sure how much information Han Xiao knew, and most importantly, where he got this information from. There was speculation that it was the ability to predict that had awakened in him. In this case, it is clear how he obtained the information, escaped from the laboratory, and hid from pursuit. He had to be eliminated. He's extremely dangerous. If Embryon's agents let him live, they will not be able to hide themselves. The head of the Embryo organization ordered everyone to immediately move all bases. We must not be afraid of losses, and get rid of as many things as necessary. He also ordered to implement the hibernation plan. Everyone had to go underground. The scouts were ordered to carefully check Zero's traces, not to overlook a single detail. The leader said that no matter how much Zero knew, he would not take any chances. Before they find Zero, the full-scale war plan must be stopped, indefinitely. Han Xiao sat in his secret base and watched with pleasure as his main task was being accomplished. The current progress of fall of the embryo was now 13.8%. He saw that the chaos had stopped a bit. Now he had to go eliminate the embryo forces himself, which continued to evacuate in order to move deeper into the building. A new legend of the planet Aquamarine appeared. The mysterious Zero had betrayed the embryo organization, and by doing so, He had single-handedly undermined its strong foundation. No one expected such an outcome. Zero became the organization's main enemy. Perhaps he needed to protect his identity because many people were looking for him. Han Xiao realized that such rumors were spread because he had leaked Embryo's data. This caused great damage to the organization and caused general excitement in Aquamarine. The guy was extremely pleased with himself. He knew how to create problems in the best way possible. It was 23:59 on Earth. The countdown began in the Star Sea. Many colored rays were directed at the Earth's surface, the former location of the Black Crow Valley base. Fighters of different levels began to arrive at this place from everywhere. The whole army began to gather here through the portals. However, the soldiers thought the base was intact, but it had long been destroyed. When the soldiers blacked out, the base was still standing on that clearing, but there was no trace of it. Now they saw that the base in the Black Crow Valley had also disappeared. The soldiers were worried whether their missions had disappeared, but the tasks were still there. The guys exhaled a sigh of relief. Search for Zero, Level A. Zero is a secret traitor. He has done a lot of damage to the organization. It was necessary to find him, and then there is an opportunity to become a great friend of the organization. The fighters also noticed that the level had changed from B to A. They immediately realized that Zero was no ordinary player. At the official introduction to the game, it was said that each star has its own protagonist, and it seems that Zero is the main character on Aquamarine. Two travelers were walking through the forest and carrying oranges. They were approached by the soldiers who had arrived. They asked if the travelers knew where the ruins in the tantalizing side came from. The travelers first asked if the soldiers would buy tangerines. 20 for one. They are sweet. One of the soldiers was tempted and bought a tangerine. He spent $20. Then the traveling merchant told him that there used to be a secret base of the Embryo organization where the ruins are. A few months ago, it was destroyed. It was the Star Dragon and Haya. It was an unexpected turn of events for the fighters. They began to worry if all their previous efforts had been in vain. The head of the squad began to remember what had happened before. He saw that they still had their uniforms, and they still had their Class A mission. They needed to find their comrades so they could return to the Embryo camp. Traveling merchants passing through the village offered tangerines to everyone. But the newly arrived players did not want anything. They were disappointed. Meanwhile, in the western capital of the Star Dragon, the Sword of Violence, who had once come across Han Xiao, was in a hurry. He was running to the workshop where Han Xiao had once studied and worked. The player remembered that Han Xiao had invited him to learn mechanic skills before. Old Mr. Liu was sitting there drinking as usual. He was surprised that someone came here looking for Han Xiao. He told the young man that Xiao hadn't been here for a long time. Mr. Liu took another drink. He also complained that Han Xiao hadn't even said goodbye to him, but had simply disappeared, and it was unknown in which direction. The violent sword was disappointed by this answer. After all, he had hoped to learn from Han Xiao. Now he had no idea what to do or where to go. The Embryo organization had its own laboratories. One of them was located on the continent of Andia. There were men in huge test tubes. Experiments were conducted on them. They were currently being injected with a drug. In one of the tubes, a guy with yellow hair opened his eyes. He was happy with his start. His level was 1, Electrolux. The guy raised his hand, a fire burning in his palm. Professionals in China would be surprised. The laboratory staff noticed that the guy with yellow hair had woken up. The tests were successful. They drained the liquid from the test tube he was in and opened the door. The guy was released, but he was immediately handcuffed. He was taken from one prison to another. The guy was twisted. He tried to resist. He said that he had just woken up. The guards treated him rudely. One of them shouted at him to shut up. Everyone who wakes up is required to undergo 5 stages of brainwashing and then stay under close observation for another month. Only after all that will they be released. The guy was almost in tears. He was worried that he would not be able to raise his level for a month. In that case, the other players would quickly overtake him. Han Xiao watched the whole game closely. The server had been launched. It was time to communicate with the players, that is, to deceive them. He went to the newbie village located near Mount Arcturus. The traveling merchants immediately noticed the newcomer. They were interested in his personality. Han Xiao walked among the players, causing them to worry. The guys were talking among themselves that this NPC had just appeared. They hadn't seen him here before. They decided to look up information about him. The computer showed that a black ghost had come to them, and they didn't know his level. Features are unknown. Danger level. Deadly. The players were immediately afraid that the level of danger was fatal. This NPC was of the highest level. They wondered how a character with this level could be in a village of newbies. Maybe he was the boss, but you couldn't tell by his behavior. One player said that in his experience in the game, he could tell that such NPCs usually gave quests with big rewards. Han Xiao immediately saw that the players had taken his bait. Now he could play with them. All the players here had already begun to see what tasks the newly arrived NPC would give them. So the task was to find the snake venom herb. The reward for completing this task was 1,000 experience points. It was very good. Now the number of rewards for the task has become greater than before. The spread of the rumor has increased Han Xiao's task limit. He can now give D-level tasks. Maximum reward limit, 36.940 experience points. Rank 40, plus 12, 000, plus 300 promotion level cap. Rank D, plus 10, 000. Camps, Embryo, Sworn Enemy, minus 3.000. Unit 13, Friend, 2.130. Blood Pack Community, Respected, 3.950. Chizrod's Family, Friend, 1.300, and so on. Before Han Xiao could look around, he saw a strange scene. A bunch of players had already brought him the snake venom herb. They were waiting for their reward. Han Xiao stood there leaning on his car. He politely thanked the warriors. Then he said that if they wanted, he could give them weapons. The players were shocked by this offer. They thought he was a mysterious traitor. Han Xiao offered the players a light mechanical arm, left. Everyone gasped with delight. This is a unique thing. The main characteristics are striking power 35, 58, defense 13, 17, power level 38, safety margin 370.370. It is very expensive, 20,000. Han Xiao asked if anyone could buy it. Moreover, the requirements for use are 25 power points, level 10. And then he added that small arms are cheap, only 1,500 for a gun. One by one, the players started volunteering to buy a gun. They saw that the gun was of very good quality. And compared to the other NPCs, it's even perfect. 2 players decided to try shooting it. They started shooting randomly and almost hit the other players. They started yelling at them what they were doing. They told them to stop immediately. The players who started the shooting stopped and apologized to the others. The one who had shot realized that without shooting skills, that gun was difficult to use. Han Xiao heard that the player didn't have the right skills to use his gun and immediately offered his services as a teacher. The players were even more excited because the Black Ghost himself offered to teach them how to use the weapon. To do this, you need 5 reputation points to learn 1 skill. And it costs $500. That's quite expensive. Han Xiao rejoiced at what a great merchant he was. He had calculated everything. A girl came up to him. She said that she had enough points to buy a Black Ghost shooting skill. Han Xiao told her to choose one. The girl replied that she wanted to learn the basics for now. The other players were a little outraged. They said that the forum had said that it was extremely difficult to get professional skills. Another player said that he also had enough sympathy points. So he asked the Black Ghost to teach him as well. At this point, all the other players rushed to tell each other that they also urgently needed to acquire some skills in using firearms. They jostled to see who would be first. Finally, everything was somehow resolved. Han Xiao sorted out everyone who wanted to learn the skills. He looked at his computer and saw that his appearance had attracted a lot of attention on the forum. It was written there that this high-level character could be used to buy inexpensive firearms and ammunition of excellent quality. You can also learn basic knowledge if you increase your reputation to at least 5 points. In addition to the usual skills, such as basic shooting and other basic combat skills, you can gain a lot of knowledge in the mechanic class. Mechanic players will be able to immediately start leveling up by learning the basics. Someone wrote that they were excited because they had never seen such a high-level character. Another wrote that since the Black Ghost's danger level is lethal, he wondered if there were any daredevils who wanted to test his strength. He added that if that brave man dies, he will pay him money. He himself was not very rich, so he could only give a small airplane to the one who died at the hands of the Black Ghost. Han Xiao thought to himself that the evacuated embryo troops should arrive in a few days. Now was the perfect time to get to work. One of the players bought a mechanical arm. He immediately put it on to try it out and realized that it was a very cool thing, worth the money. Han Xiao went to rest for a while, sat down and smoked a cigarette. He watched the players flaunt their wealth and weapon level. He would need players like them. Then he turned to them and said that in a few days, an embryo squad would be passing through here. And Han Xiao needs people to help him set traps in the forest. In the end, he asked if they agreed. The Black Ghost sent out a new task to the players. Everyone immediately went to read what it was. Some of them were dissatisfied with the Black Ghost's stinginess, because he offered them only 300 experience points for completing it. However, another player said that you could raise 3 relationship points instead. Several times you need to complete this task, and thus accumulate the necessary points to get high-ranking equipment. The young blonde player resolutely told the black ghost that they would definitely help with setting the traps. Han Xiao was glad that he had thought of everything so well. Using relationship points as bait was a very good idea. Even without any other bonuses, the players would definitely agree to work for him. Yes, it will be hard for them, but they will do it with pleasure. Then the players received the traps and went inside the forest to set them. They were unhappy that they were given some prehistoric traps. They did not believe that such traps could harm the embryo soldiers. Han Xiao calmly replied that they would not cause any harm, but they could definitely scare them. And then the live broadcast from the Luxury Sanctuary Club began. Han Xiao decided to join it. People in the audience asked questions of Mr. Song. One asked if he would switch to the Starry Sea game in the future. Another asked why Mr. Song joined only at the open testing stage, and so on. Mr. Song replied that Starry Sea was the game of the century. Its potential was unlimited. He was sure that it would become a phenomenon. The World Esports Association has already begun preparing the first competition. Not only he, but other players from China will take part in it in the fight for the glory of their country. Another question was asked to Mr. Song. A French player named Lost Angel said that he intends to defeat Mr. Song in the Starry Sea. He was asked what he thought about this. Mr. Song replied with determination and fury that he was not afraid of any opponent. He said that he would succeed in the Starry Sea, become the champion of China, and destroy all his opponents. Many esports clubs have announced their participation in the Starry Sea. Starry Sea is becoming more and more popular. The game is about to open pre-sales. Han Xiao saw that there would soon be even more players. And so newcomers began to arrive in the newcomers' village. Each of them was happy. The game looked as realistic as possible. And then they noticed that those who arrived in the first batch already had weapons. And they were told on the forum that it would be very difficult to get weapons in the game. They decided to ask where they could buy weapons, and they were gladly told that they should never go to buy weapons on Mount Arcturus, but should go straight to the west. There, they would find a high-ranking NPC named Black Ghost. He has cheap guns and can also help with class advancement. Han Xiao's trade was in full swing. They bought weapons and ammunition from him, ordered new quests, and acquired weapons skills. Han Xiao saw that players were telling each other about him. This gives him free advertising and his business is moving forward. He was a bit tired, but finally the players started to leave. Suddenly he heard someone talking to him. It was a girl named Maple Moon, level 3. She was interested in why the Black Ghost was at odds with the embryo organization. Han Xiao thought about how to answer. He saw that Maple Moon seemed to like to understand the plot of the game. He turned around and walked to his car without answering the girl. Maple Moon apologized and said that she probably shouldn't have asked that question. But the Black Ghost lit a cigarette and said that Embryo was a disgusting organization. He went on to say that Embryo uses the grieving people who have lost their homeland to manipulate them and fight for their own personal interests. The organization is trying in vain to start a war to wound this world even more. Maple Moon clenched her fists and said that Embryo was just a terrible organization. Han Xiao looked her straight in the eye and asked her if she wanted to become an enemy of Embryo. The girl, filled with fierce hatred, clearly replied that yes, she did. Her eyes lit up. Now her reputation with the Black Ghost had increased by 5 points. She saw that this was all really part of the game's storyline. Han Xiao told Maple Moon that he could see she was very determined and handed her a cell phone. He suggested that she use this phone to contact him when she becomes stronger. The girl activated a new task, the Black Ghost's invitation. She had to reach the 20th level and then contact the Black Ghost. The embryo troops should have been here by now, according to the Black Ghost's calculations. So he quickly organized a new task for the newly arrived players. The task had a nice prize pool. The task, hunt for the embryo. You had to follow the Black Ghost to attack the squad. The task has a pros fund. The base reward is 35,000 experience points. 500 experience points will be withdrawn upon acceptance of the task and placed in the reward pool. The total reward will be proportionally distributed among the top 5 players, or teams. The players were happy with the offer of 35,000 experience points. This was a lot, as previous tasks had given a maximum of a few hundred. One of the players said that it was impossible to allow other players to accept this task as well. He was asked why he had this opinion. The player said that only 5 would receive the reward, and there were more than 100 players on Mount Arcturus. Instead of fighting with everyone, It would be better to take 35,000 for yourself. If only your guys take part in the task, they will share the reward among themselves. In addition, if they complete the task as a team, each of them will receive a certain number of points more than they would have done on their own. The other players agreed again. They decided not to let anyone approach the Black Ghost for the next 2 hours. Han Xiao realized that the players who had arrived first were up to something. They would not let anyone who wanted to buy weapons or ammunition get near. They said that the Black Ghost was currently unavailable and that he could not be spoken to. Han Xiao guessed that those brave guys had decided to take all the prize money for the task he had sent them recently. So he decided to teach them a lesson. Han Xiao lowered the reputation with the Black Ghost by 10 points for each of those who forbade others to approach him. So, many people now have a reputation with the Black Ghost minus 5 points. And the current relationship, cold. The player who started all this took it upon himself to do so because other players started coming up to him and complaining that they would now not have enough relationship points. He just didn't know what to say to them. The news spread among the players in the newbie village that the Black Ghost had started accepting applications for quests. Almost all of the players ran to the Black Ghost's car and began to beg him to accept 500 experience points from them so that he would allow them to participate in the task. Han Xiao will not allow anyone to appropriate his fund alone. The task should be available to the maximum number of players. Those players who were allowed to participate in the task began to form their teams. A player named Maple Moon also wanted to join the team. She approached them, but they rejected her, saying that they had already recruited the last player they needed. Suddenly, someone put a hand on her shoulder and called her name. The girl turned around. It was the Black Ghost himself. He smiled at her and told her that she would be on the team with him. Then he handed her a rifle and told her she could use it. But it was a real sniper rifle. In order to use it, you needed to have the sniper skill level 1. So Maple Moon sighed in frustration and said that she couldn't use it because she didn't know how. But the Black Ghost surprised her. He gave her his sniper skill. To do so, she had to spend 2,000 experience points. Maple Moon was very pleasantly surprised that the Black Ghost wanted to teach her the sniper skill. The two players, whose names were Azure Sky and Luffa, said that their main rival was the Kill All Guild, which had besieged the Black Ghost. It was this guild that needed to be watched closely. The player who had been on Strata's team still couldn't get over the fact that he had lost his reputation points so badly. Strata shouted at him not to think about it too much. Their first priority was to finish the task. The experience they will gain from it will fully compensate for his loss. The main thing now is not to let Heavenly Territory get ahead of them. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost began training Maple Moon. Stealth was activated. Agility increased by 8%. Her next attack would have the effect of a surprise attack. The steady aim skill was used. Her next shot will have a plus 15% to her shooting power. Maple Moon was only surprised during the training. She noticed that she couldn't even hear Black Ghost breathing as he adjusted his sights on the target. He is a true ace. Han Xiao, meanwhile, remembered how weak he used to be. But now everything is different. Now let everyone see his strength. And then they saw the cars of the embryo organization arrive. And suddenly the driver of the car that was moving ahead of the others stopped abruptly when he saw an unpleasant surprise in the forest. It was a huge booby trap set by the players as part of one of the Black Ghost tasks. If they continued on, they would definitely puncture their tires. The head of the squad, who was traveling in the car, said that they had to be very careful, as there might be an ambush. He ordered the sappers to check the area for mines. So the sappers were the first to get out of their cars and start checking the area. Their metal detectors recorded that the area was mined. It was impossible to move further. The players were already hiding in ambushes and tracking down the embryo fighters. As soon as they were sure it was them, they opened fire on them. The soldiers were ordered to lie down on the ground because they were under heavy attack. Bullets were flying from everywhere. Soldiers were falling to the ground. There were no casualties so far. Soon the embryo fighters realized that their enemy had no experience in fighting. All the shots went somewhere in the air. The squad leader gave the order to get up and launch a counterattack. Embryo's fighters had a lot of powerful equipment, firearms, and they were trained warriors. Gradually, the first casualties among the attackers began. Some were wounded, others were killed. The players were charged a penalty for death. They paid it with their experience points. The goal of the task was to do as much good as possible. It didn't matter how many times they had to die to do so. The leader of that guild gave the order not to be afraid and to keep attacking. They rushed to attack again. The embryo fighters looked at the attackers in surprise. They could not understand why these people were running to their deaths. The squad leader said that they were no match for them and ordered them all to be shot without exception. The players were defeated again. Almost all of them were killed, and again they paid with their experience points. One of them lamented that he knew this would happen and regretted that he had not chosen ranged combat in the first place. The embryo fighters just laughed at them. This battle turned into entertainment for them. One of them decided to give the players an unpleasant surprise. The squad leader only warned him not to get too excited because they didn't have time for that. That fighter attacked the players with his sword. He started swinging it left and right, wounding and killing. His name was Saber. Level unknown. Class unknown. Danger level extremely deadly. The players here were already very scared. They were being attacked by a vice-ranked fighter with a deadly level. The other players looked at Saber and admired his power. Some were already questioning who was stronger, Saber or the Black Ghost. Others told them to keep quiet. Meanwhile, Saber was attacking everyone who came across his path. The players had already begun to beg for mercy. They didn't want to die and be resurrected incessantly. Suddenly, a shot was fired and Saber fell to the ground dead. The players were shocked. They looked in the direction where the deadly bullet could have come from and began to realize that it was the Black Ghost. The players breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could calm down and get some rest. The embryo fighters were still standing there, not moving. They were about to end this meaningless battle for them, but then they received information that Saber had been killed. What shocked them the most was that their powerful warrior was killed with a single shot. The leader of the unit was very worried. He wondered what kind of a high-level sniper must be to be able to kill a fighter like Saber. And then he realized that it could be the Black Ghost himself. The thought made him feel very sick. He started shouting frantically for everyone to retreat immediately. But the soldiers could not move on because they had fallen into a trap that the Black Ghost had prepared for them in advance. It was probably an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse barrier. They had fallen into it and were now under direct fire, and they could not get out. Han Xiao watched the excitement of the embryo fighters with pleasure. He could see how they wanted to escape, but they couldn't. And then he showed them another surprise. In the middle of the clearing, the slabs moved apart and a huge hole formed. A machine gun with firearms suddenly came out of the ground. Similar installations came out of the ground in different places. Terrible shots began to sound everywhere. The vehicles and tanks of the embryo fighters were being blown up. Wounded people were blown away by the blast wave. The players watched all this from their ambush. They were amazed and admired the ingenuity of the Black Ghost. The one who knew a little bit about mechanisms saw that the turrets, those units that came out of the ground, had an auto sight. The mechanics class had never been so fierce before. The explosions came one after another. Embryo's fighters were running away as far as they could to avoid a deadly shell. The players also decided to run away from that place. It was unknown whether they would be hit by the blast wave or not. Suddenly, Maple Moon entered the battlefield holding her rifle. She put it on her shoulder and took aim. The embryo fighter didn't expect anyone to meet him, but it was too late. Maple Moon shot him. Her bullet hit him in the leg, and then the Black Ghost came to her aid. He easily and skillfully shot all the soldiers around them. Having finished shooting, the Black Ghost praised Maple Moon for her work. And then the embryo squad leader finally realized that it was the Black Ghost who was attacking them. Han Xiao walked right up to him, confidently keeping his hands in his pockets. The leader was sitting on the ground next to his dead fighters. He told the boy that Embryo would never give up on him and would take revenge. The Black Ghost made a correction to the squad leader's words and said that he had mixed up something. He was the one who would not let the embryo organization go just like that. Then the Black Ghost pointed the muzzle of his rifle directly at the head of the squad leader. The players who took part in the task and watched the whole battle were shocked that one person could destroy an entire squad. They realized that the mechanic class is very strong. The task was completed. The hunt for Embryo is over. The prize pool is 520,000 experience points. Damage rating, number 1, Maple Moon, solo, number 2, Azure Sky, team, number 3, Lufta, team. Players wondered how Maple Moon alone had outperformed 2 guilds, Celestial Territory and Kill All. They realized that she alone would get 30% of the total reward. They began to envy her. Azure Sky shouted for the players to find this Maple Moon. Maple Moon received a notification that she had taken first place in the embryo hunt task. When everyone saw that the Black Ghost had returned, they quickly ran to him to get a new task. Maple Moon approached Han Xiao. She decided to give him back his sniper rifle. All the players who ran to the Black Ghost saw Maple Moon approaching him and greeting him warmly with a sweet smile. They could see that the Black Ghost was treating her very differently from everyone else. Azure Sky guessed that Maple Moon was going through a hidden storyline in this game. And then the players ran to Maple Moon with open arms and an offer to be friends. The girl was scared of such assertiveness from the other players. She asked the Black Ghost why they surrounded them. Han Xiao told her to hide in his car, and he would drive her to the meeting point. Maple Moon thanked him and got into the car. They drove to the place where the players were scheduled to gather. The forum was again discussing the latest developments, the combat potential of a high-level NPC. The top character was very strong, but he was killed in one shot. They asked if Black Ghost was an advanced NPC from Bighorn Village, what his level was. They wrote that they were very powerful, and apparently this class is very promising now. Someone wrote that he was unfortunately on a planet with magic, and there were no mechanics there. Han Xiao liked the fact that players were starting to show a lot of interest in the mechanic class. They arrived at Mount Arcturus, where all the players were to gather. The Black Ghost had also arrived here. His arrival could not go unnoticed. All the players ran to him like mad. They wanted to become mechanics. They jostled and quarreled over who was the first to come to him. Interested in the Black Ghost class, the players immediately realized that if they wanted to level up their abilities as quickly as possible, they only needed to ask him for mechanisms. Maple Moon wanted to sneak away while everyone was distracted by the Black Ghost. As soon as she stepped away from the car, she heard someone calling her name. It was Azure Sky calling to her. He asked if she had some time. The girl was frightened. She didn't know what the players were planning for her, so she decided to warn them right away that any sexual harassment was forbidden in this game. Azure Sky stopped in surprise. He said that he just wanted to ask how she launched the secret storyline in Black Ghost, but the girl herself did not know how it happened, so she decided to run away from her pursuers. Azure Sky told his comrades to ask around to other players. He was sure that someone must have heard Maple Moon's conversation with the Black Ghost. Finally, one of the players ran to Captain Azure Sky and reported that he had managed to figure it out. He whispered quietly and told the captain everything he had learned. Azure Sky now understood how it had happened. The Black Ghost was sitting in his car when Azure Sky and another player came running to him. Azure Sky immediately asked Han Xiao why he was feuding with Embryo. The Black Ghost only replied that he didn't care. He didn't say anything else. Azure Sky shouted, wondering if Maple Moon had asked the same thing. The other player laughed at the situation, and then the Black Ghost said he had to go. The players began to ask him to stay. They wanted to reach a certain level to be promoted to mechanics. However, he left anyway. After all, the market potential on Mount Arcturus had exhausted itself. The game had just begun, and there were a lot of newcomers everywhere. Han Xiao wanted them to become stronger. Then they will be more useful. The embryo base in the south is just starting to evacuate. The Black Ghost expected to get a lot of A-level tasks there. Violent Sword also came to the gathering place on Mount Arcturus. He heard that Black Ghost was supposed to be here, so he asked the other players where he could find him. However, he heard a less than pleasant answer, namely that the Black Ghost had long since left the area. Swordfire almost cried when he heard this. He was very disappointed about that. He grieved that he had spent so much time searching for the Black Ghost, and he had simply left. The boy walked around the village, through the woods, wondering where the Black Ghost could be now, where to look for him. He was very sad, even crying. He desperately needed to find Han Xiao. So he wandered around, not knowing where to go next. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. The boy was startled out of his sleep. He was a little frightened by this suddenness, because he had been walking around in his thoughts all the time. And it was the Black Ghost himself. He asked the Sword of Violence if it was him he was looking for. The Sword of Violence immediately jumped at him, saying that he had finally found him, and threw his arms around him. As soon as the Black Ghost got out of the Sword of Violence's arms, he shook his head. Then he told him to follow him. Swordfish could not believe his ears. He asked if they were going together and where exactly. The Black Ghost said that he had some evil work to do. He took the tablet, opened the map, and began to trace something. The map showed the Tedramira River. The Swordmaster did not know what kind of place it was, but he looked closely. The Black Ghost said that this place was a battlefield. His gaze became formidable, and his eyebrows drew inward. Military boats were sailing along the Tedramir River. Meanwhile, fighter jets were flying in the sky. One soldier reported that their reconnaissance had discovered the location of the enemy flotilla. After that, the singer of Embryo, Lin Yu, ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. Lin Yu said that they would sink the Star Dragon and Haiyu navies near the sea. He made it clear to the soldiers that if they wanted to survive, they had to break through the blockade and make their way onward. Lin Yu continued that there could be no mercy for the enemy. Let the soldiers not forget that their homeland was wiped off the map by the shelling of 6 countries. Then he raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted that they had no choice but to fight to the death. The soldiers were charged by this speech of the military commander. They all started shouting as one that they would definitely fight. It was their fight for life. On the ship next to Lin Yu was Red Viper Hell. She wondered why their warriors were so confident in their plan. After all, with their ships hoping to break through the encirclement of the Star Dragon, and Haya Navy was utter foolishness. She was very unhappy with the commander's order. She was well aware that only a few would survive such a battle. But for the sake of her little sister, she had to be among them. The blockade line of the Allied forces of the Star Dragon and Haya was located at the mouth of the Tedramira River. The soldiers of these Allied forces had laid underwater mines in that area near the sea and reported to their superiors. The encirclement was now complete. The embryo was now nothing more than a cornered animal. One soldier said he had heard that Li Yalin would take part in the battle. He wanted to find her. She still hadn't paid him back for the money for the flammable shells. This was a task of particular importance. Mistakes are absolutely unacceptable here. Warrior Hao Yue had to see to it personally. However, the soldier easily replied that the commander was too worried. Over the past month, he had never failed in a mission. Li Yalin was hiding somewhere in the bushes. She breathed out a sigh of relief that no one had noticed her, fortunately. And then Hu Yue came up to her and asked the beauty what she was thinking about. Li Yalin snapped back that it was none of his business. However, the guy laughed and said that they were partners, so it was inappropriate to be angry with each other. But the girl got even angrier and told him to leave her alone and not to bother her. Hu Yue didn't want to let her go that easily. He asked her to stay and talk to him about all sorts of things. Completely furious, Li Yalin turned her face to Hu Yue and, kneading her fists, asked him if he was the one who liked to talk. The guy was very frightened by this. Hacker Lin Yao laughed at Hu Yue and said that he was still such a coward. He called him a monkey. Then he added that only his brother Xiao was an example of courage for him. Hu Yue asked who Xiao was. He had never met him before. He thought that soldiers who were not in the squad were singled out from the list. He wondered why no one had taken his place yet. Lin Yao did not know how to answer this question. He began to think of something on the fly. The captain of underscore 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 came to his rescue. He said that Han Xiao had been their partner, but special reasons made him leave the service. Li Yalin just huffed at this application and said, as if nothing had happened, that Han Xiao must have just died already. But Hu Yue said that she shouldn't lie. If he had died, he would have been removed from office. He noted that they talked about him with disgust, but he could hear in their voices that they missed him very much. Li Yalin got angry again and attacked Hao Yue. She shouted that he was tired of living. However, the guy tried to calm her down and offered to make a deal. Then the soldiers who were looking for Li Yalin thought they heard her voice. They went to the place where the sound came from. They wanted to find her at all costs. Li Yalin screamed even louder, accusing Han Xiao of leaving her alone with all this confusion. She threatened him that as soon as he caught her eye, she would kill him for sure. Lin Yao began to calm her down. He tried to appeal to her common sense, saying that those to whom she owed a debt would hear her if she did not stop screaming. Meanwhile, the soldiers were being pushed to fulfill their tasks. The players did not like the tasks. They were not what they expected from the camp of the Star Dragon Empire. They decided that they had been deceived. The tasks were like those of a laborer. Bright Moon said that the server had just been launched, and the difficulty of the main tasks was far beyond their abilities. She added that this game is very strangely designed. The task was called Battle of the Tedramira River. To be done, transport 10 boxes of medicine, kill 10 embryo soldiers, kill the embryo leader, destroy the embryo vehicle. For new players, only point 1 was available. They had to continue to be ordinary ancillary workers for the time being. Embryo started a direct confrontation with 6 countries. Previously, it would have taken place 3 months later, from the moment the open testing was launched. And by that time, the players would have at least been able to do something. But Han Xiao disrupted the course of the main plot by provoking an early conflict. They would not be able to influence it in any way. Mr. Black arrived at the meeting place where they had agreed. The Darknet military also arrived there. They asked the Black Ghost if he needed anything. The Black Ghost replied that he would need the latest information on the evacuation plans for both the embryo and the Star Dragon and Haya. He was promised that the data he was asking for would be sent to his computer as soon as possible. The Black Ghost added that he still needed a helicopter on call near the mouth of the Tedramira River. At the headquarters of the Allied forces of the Star Dragon and Haya, they were carefully preparing for a fierce battle. The leader told the soldiers that the troops were already positioned according to plan. Embryo plans to combine its ground troops with underwater troops. For this purpose, they set up a minefield to delay them. The helicopter units of the Star Dragon and Haya can attack the enemy sappers from the air, and missiles will finish off those who manage to get out of the forest. This way, nothing will be left of the embryo. The embryo's ground support camp reported that an investigation showed that the troops had started to move. They were planning to ambush them in the Cloud Valley. The fighters knew that there was no way to get around Cloud Valley, so they would have to accept a fierce battle. They decided to go there immediately. They decided to show their opponents how ruthless they were. The Black Ghost was also approaching that place. He knew that there must be a place where the battle would take place. He realized that now he had better find some shelter and wait there for it to begin. While he was driving and thinking this way, he received a phone call. The caller asked him if he was planning to join Embryo. It was Bennett Anderson who called him. He emphasized to Black Ghost that the Darknet remained neutral and that the guy shouldn't get carried away. The Black Ghost replied that Mr. Anderson should not worry because he never betrays his partners. And then he added that he would need Bennett Anderson's help in the near future. Raging Sword, who was traveling with Black Ghost, developed severe car sickness. All his attributes were temporarily reduced by 30%. He was really not feeling well. When he got out of the car, Raging Sword bombarded Black Ghost with questions. He wondered where they were going, if they were going to fight Embryo, if they had been spotted, if the Star Dragon would attack them by accident. The Black Ghost reassured him. He said that there was no need to worry. Their truck was covered with anti-radar SUI. They could not be detected, but he did not go into details. He said that Raging Sword wouldn't understand anything anyway. He decided to give him a task so that he wouldn't be bored without work. Swordfish was very disappointed with the task that Black Ghost gave him. It was the same as the one he had received when he first met him. And the task was dancing. The Black Ghost laughed at him and told him to dance while they waited to make it more fun. So, the Raging Sword had no choice but to fulfill the task. At the Star Dragon's command camp, they were preparing for a fierce battle. A soldier came running into the tent and reported to the leadership that the radar had been disabled by strong electromagnetic radiation. The direction of the attack was the route of the embryo's advance. The chief ordered to activate the backup radar, turn off the electronics, and turn it on every 5 to 12 seconds. Meanwhile, a jet plane buzzed in the sky. It was an Embryo Air Force plane. They decided to launch an air attack. There were several planes. They started bombing the territory. The Star Dragon military camp was nearby. The commander gave the order to launch an interceptor missile system. A fierce battle began. Missiles were launched at the Embryo planes. Lin Yu said that the Allies would soon restart the radar, so they needed to break through immediately. He ordered the mine detection machines to start searching. Then he contacted Embryo's executor, Mi Hawks, and told him to wait until they got out of the forest and then lead the strike team. They had to defeat the enemy by any means necessary. At the Star Dragon supply camp, the players work at full capacity. A player named Flash Risotto was very scared of the missiles. He said he thought he was going to die as those rockets flew overhead. Bright Moon suggested that they should focus on supplying resources, as combat missions were not their forte. But one player named Jiang Yuda said she really wanted to try other tasks. A Flash of Ricotta replied that they only had a couple of pocket pistols with them. They would not be able to do anything with them. Bright Moon added that they would just die, and that was that. But Jiang Yuda insisted that she still really wanted to try to fight. Then Bright Moon suggested that Risotto Flash go at least to see what the situation was like. Jiang Yuda was very motivated by this and ran as fast as she could to the place where the fighting was going on. The Black Ghost was watching the battle with his mechanical devices. He saw that the trucks were burning. The Embryo convoy was able to overcome the forest and drive to the plains. Then the Black Ghost looked through his binoculars toward the mouth of the Tedramira River and saw that the battle had already begun. He thought that now would be the right time to prepare a grand welcome for Embryo. So he turned to the Sword of Rage and gave him a new task. The boy had to bury one device that Han Xiao had given him in a certain place in the forest. Swordfish liked the task because it had a very good reward. So he politely took the mines and went to bury them, singing a chorus. He said that he was a master at burying mines. The Black Ghost noted for himself that the tasks of setting traps and other things are perfect for players. Then he took his electromagnetic pulse controller out of the car. It looked like a traveling pillow. The Black Ghost lay down under the tree with this pillow under his head and decided to take a little nap. The Embryo column continued to move across the plain. Their vehicles and tanks were constantly under fire. One of the soldiers told the commander that the shelling was very powerful. They were unlikely to break through. Then Commander Lin Yu ordered them to get together and activate the veil. The Embryo soldiers activated the firewall to break through. Their guns fired uninterruptedly to kill the enemy. The combined forces of the Star Dragon and Haya became concerned that the Embryo would soon break through the defense line. Their planning department had calculated several possible places for the embryo's naval and ground forces to join forces. After looking at those calculations, the chief decided to change the plan. He ordered the blockade ring to retreat and let the embryon troops pass. In the Star Dragon's logistics battalion, the players were completing their tasks. But Jang Yuta still couldn't calm down. She said that she didn't like just watching the NPCs fight. She wanted to take an active part in it herself. Suddenly, a flash of risotto drew the girl's attention to someone approaching them. And it was embryo singer Mihawks. He and his crew arrived on motorcycles. Mihawks, it turned out, was a skilled biker. He had a great command of the motorcycle. The players saw that the embryo squad was ambushing them. The Star Dragon and Haiyu soldiers opened fire on them, but then decided not to shoot at the soldiers themselves. It was better to shoot at the motorcycles on which the bikers had arrived to prevent them from advancing. This is where a new battle began. The Star Dragon and Haya fighters were caught off guard by this unexpected visit. In one deft move, Mihawks jumped off his motorcycle and rushed into the melee. His punching power was extremely powerful. He easily dealt with his opponents. The Star Dragon and Haiyu fighters immediately reported to their superiors that the embryo performer had broken through their blockade. They needed help immediately. And then a sniper bullet hit the embryo performer Mihawks directly. He was thrown back. Mihawks fell to the ground. The bullet hit him in the shoulder. The wound was bleeding. It was the Black Ghost who entered the fray. He stopped Mihawks with a well-aimed shot. The captain of Star Dragon and Haiyu noticed that it was a sniper of an extremely powerful level who had only one rifle. He began to guess that it was the Black Ghost, but he wondered why he was helping them. The soldier sitting next to the chief asked what they should do next, how to act. The commander replied that the sniper did not look like their enemy, so let everyone concentrate solely on fighting Embryo. Meanwhile, Embryo headquarters reported that Mihawks had been wounded. Chief Lin Yu ordered the second squad to take out the sniper who had shot Mihawks. He also ordered them to take several test subjects they had brought with them. The Black Ghost continued to monitor the area and kept his rifle at the ready. Battle on the Tedramira River. Various. The Black Ghost entered the battle between the Star Dragon and the Embryo. As he chose a side, information was offered on how he could help his allies. The Black Ghost knew that this task could not be given less than 300,000 experience points. This time, he would have a very good reward. Right now, he was targeting the Embryo military vehicles that were trying to break through the Star Dragon's defense line. The Black Ghost called out to the Violent Sword to come back to him. The Sword of the Storm had just planted the last mine and was already running back. And then the Black Ghost pressed a button, and launchers appeared from the ground right in front of the column of Embryo tanks. From different places, they began to fire shells to destroy the enemy equipment. The shots were so powerful that the tanks were simply scattered in all directions. The Sword of the Storm saw it all with his own eyes. He was very surprised that the mines he had placed on the orders of the Black Ghost were so powerful that they blew up an entire armored personnel carrier. The mines exploded, the tanks burned, and the convoy was stopped. They could not move further. But the battle continued. The Embryo unit did not give up. They wanted to break through the blockade at all costs. Experimental super soldiers, trained in the laboratories of the Embryo organization, joined the battle. Raging Sword was watching all this with binoculars. He saw those experimental super soldiers. They looked like monsters, and they were very strong. Black Ghost was also a little surprised to see such Embryo super soldiers. He thought that perhaps the Embryo lab had studied the mechanical arm he had left behind during his escape from the base. And this led to the acceleration of the plot, as well as to the acceleration of the creation of super soldiers. But it was clear that the modification had not yet fully affected the entire body of the super soldiers. The Black Ghost's mine launchers continued to fire shots, but the super soldiers easily deterred these attacks. Their shields reliably protected them. It was just child's play for them. Having fought off the attack, they rushed into a contour offensive. With a few powerful blows, they destroyed the mines that the Sword of Trouble had carefully placed on the territory. The Black Ghost noticed that the super soldiers had excellent defense capabilities, so he decided to release his powerful robots to meet them. The Black Ghost truck was parked in a safe place. He remotely opened its doors. And out came the robots that Han Xiao had prepared in advance. A fierce battle began between the Embryo super soldiers and the Black Ghost robots. The robots began to attack, and the super soldiers defended themselves with their super strong shields. But the robots had more powerful weapons and were able to shatter the super soldiers' shields. Several super soldiers were defeated. They got their first wounds. But this did not stop them at all, but on the contrary, made them angry, and they moved forward. The Black Ghost saw that the super soldiers were still alive, even after the attack of his robots. Apparently, the defense capability and strength of the exoskeleton significantly reduces injuries. It was also a surprise that the super soldiers had spare shields. One volley knocks out a fifth of their health. The Black Ghost realized that it was time to call for help, so he ordered the Raging Sword to take out a suitcase with a red triangular marking from the back. And he added that he had a little business for him. Swordfish was shocked at the great reward offered for this task. The task was called Brave Sacrifice. He had to gather together all his unfulfilled dreams and light up the sky with a brilliant explosion. And it was too late to refuse to complete this task. Holding the suitcase in his hands, Raging Sword saw that he was already being attacked by an embryo super soldier. The super soldier jumped up high. Raging Sword sat on the ground preparing to attack. Then he jumped up and closed his eyes and said he was ready to fight to the death. He took the super soldier's punch on himself. As a result, a powerful explosion occurred. This explosion completely shattered the super soldier. The violent sword was thrown aside. The wreckage of the super soldier landed on the ground after the explosion, completely destroyed. Now there were 2 more super soldiers left. The Black Ghost decided to deal with them on his own. He pointed his rifle at them again and launched the Flaming Will ability. The first super soldier rushed to attack. He menacingly wished the Black Reason to die. And then he was shot in the face. He was thrown back. With such a powerful shot, the Black Ghost eliminated 1 super soldier. He received 24,388 experience points for killing test subject 044. The Black Ghost saw that the assembly line soldiers were quite easy to deal with. He needed to eliminate 2 more higher-level ones to increase his rank. To get the 5th rank, he needed to eliminate 3 opponents of a level higher than his own. Meanwhile, the Violent Sword was very happy about the rewards he had received. He saw that dying in that game was not at all unprofitable. He hugged the Black Ghost and asked him to give him more suicide missions. The Black Ghost did not like to be touched in this way, so he angrily threw the Violent Sword away from him and ordered him to keep his distance. With a flash of risotto, he saw the Raging Sword, who was familiar to him. Then he also saw that the NPC, Black Ghost, was next to him. Bright Moon said that the 2 of them had left. A flash of risotto noticed that they were heading toward the Tedramira River. They all hurried after them. Embryo's executive Lin Yu ordered to shoot down the enemy shells. The Haiyu headquarters ship was there. The chief ordered his men to prepare torpedoes, and when the embryo entered the sea zone, they were to fire. He also ordered them to continuously scan the surrounding area with sonar in case the embryo received reinforcements. He asked where their fighters were. They need to sink the enemy battleships. Finally, the planes arrived. They started shooting at the embryo fleet. A fierce battle at sea began. Fighters were shooting at the ships. The fighters were satisfied with the first result. They continued their work. Suddenly, the pilot got into a thick fog that came out of nowhere. It was difficult for him to control the plane in this fog. Suddenly, right out of the fog, Embryo's executive director, Renee, appeared. With one blow, he smashed the window and rushed at the pilot with 2 knives. Then he slit his throat and said that the Hayas had started rejoicing too early. He called all the pilots weaklings because they could not withstand one of his blows. Then he returned to their command ship. He turned to Gila, putting his hand on her shoulder. He said that he had already done his part. Now it was up to her. Gila snapped back at him and told him to get his filthy paws off her unless he planned to die right now. Now the Red Viper also rushed to attack the Haya planes. It jumped up high and looked like it had turned into a real demon. Its eyes became furious. The Red Viper began to scream piercingly. Its scream set everything on fire. It was deafening and deadly. The opponents began to bleed from the eyes, ears, and mouth. They tried to cover their ears, but it was in vain. The fighters could do nothing but fall weakly to the floor, bleeding to death. As a result of the Red Viper's attack, not only Hela was injured, but also the embryo soldiers. Gila then landed on the command ship. Reneth was also affected by her scream. He asked why she was doing this to them. Then he asked if she was going to kill him, but the Red Viper would not stoop to his level. Embryo's leaders have destroyed the enemy fleet. It was time to act. The fighters rushed forward. Every second counted. The captain ordered Units A and B to go to the ground forces. Unit C was to remain on guard. The soldiers started acting very quickly on the order because there was no time to waste. They immediately rushed to the ship. The way was now clear, but at any moment a new attack could begin. Some of Embryo's ground troops broke through the blockade line and loaded onto the ship. Now they are unable to resist, so there was a fresh chance to attack them. Captain Hasey said to tell the squadron's peacekeeper to prepare to launch a guided missile and start firing. Soon the preparations for the guided missile launch were complete. But suddenly their radar detected several dozen objects moving very fast underwater. Captain Hasey asked if they were suspected to be embryo submarines. He was furious why they had not been detected by sonar earlier. How could they have missed it? A single strike from an unknown underwater object had sunk their ship. Being overly confident in their own rightness is the way the high people behave. They did not even realize that the black ghost would ambush them from submarines. Meanwhile, the embryo's ground forces had already fully loaded onto the ship. According to all estimates, they will join the command ship in 30 minutes. Now the embryo organization needed to prepare for the evacuation as quickly as possible. At the Star Dragon control camp, plans were underway. The Haya fleet would remain in place as before. If the Star Dragon continues to delay, there is every risk of missing the embryo. So the chief decided that he could not wait any longer. He ordered to gather special agents of the 13th Division, as well as elite soldiers. They were to attack Embryon. The special agents of the 13th Unit immediately responded to the order and boarded military boats. The purpose of the strike group was to sow panic on board the embryo. It was necessary to delay their evacuation. A small group of special agents had to find the right moment to kill the embryo's leader. The embryo people were being pushed even harder as they sensed a clear threat of another attack. They could already see the enemy fleet ahead, which was inevitably approaching them. The order was given to immediately gather together and take the fight. The evacuation was halted for the time being. The embryo ships were attacked by the special agents of the 13th Star Dragon Unit, Captain Zhang Wei, Li Yalin, and their newest fighter, Hu Yue. Soon they all landed on the deck of the embryo for evacuation. Li Yalin is a master in close combat. She was subjected to targeted fire. However, the girl was very skillful in fighting and also skillfully dodged the shells. Captain Zhang Wei was wearing the same suit that their mechanic Han Xiao had once made for him. He created some kind of cleaving fire. Everyone who was hit by that fire was scattered by the blast wave. Hu Yue held a pistol in one hand and an assault rifle in the other. He had excellent firearms skills. He quickly dealt with his opponents. Many fighters were defeated. Captain Zhang Wei praised Hu Yue. He said that he was good at something. The team was ready to continue attacking. Suddenly, something caught Hu Yue's attention. He turned his head in surprise in the direction of the sound. A terrifying flame in the form of a demon was coming towards them. It came from the burning embryo ship. It was the Red Viper who launched the counterattack. Thanks to her abilities, she jumped out of her destroyed ship and began to attack the fighters of the 13th Star Dragon Unit. She was immediately met by Li Yalin. She had already swung her sword at the Red Viper. The Red Viper immediately created its shield and protected itself from the direct sword strike. The Red Viper was absolutely furious. This was the second time she had fought a special agent who had something to do with Zero. This irritated her even more. Last time, Li Yalin managed to avoid getting hurt by Gila. Now the Red Viper continued her attack. The girls fought a fierce battle. The Red Viper struck Li Yalin with a powerful blow. Hu Yue saw that his partner was hurt and immediately rushed to her aid. He began firing 2 pistols at the Red Viper with hatred. But the Red Viper had an extremely strong shield. It did not allow a single bullet to reach it. After deflecting all Hu Yue's shots, Hila told him not to be too confident, and she fired her own projectile at him. Hu Yue was unable to defend himself against her blow. The pistols fell out of his hands and he fell to the deck. Meanwhile, Li Yalin had already recovered and was ready to fight again with the Red Viper, who had also jumped up, waiting for the battle to begin. Li Yalin shouted to the Red Viper that she was her opponent, not anyone else. The Red Viper just laughed at this claim. Did the girl really think she could beat her? She gathered all her skills together, used her abilities, and summoned her demon flame. Li Yalin did not expect such a quick attack from her opponent. She did not have time to defend herself. She thought with horror that it was all over and she was going to be defeated now. Hila's punches were very powerful. She was a high-level fighter. But suddenly her body was pierced by a sniper's bullet. The Red Viper screamed and started to fall down. Hu Yue saw that Hila was wounded. He wondered when such a powerful sniper had appeared in the new strike force. Li Yalin realized that there was no time to waste. They had to continue to put pressure on the Red Viper immediately. The Black Ghost was expecting this. This is what a future boss should be like. She has more abilities than Bennett. The only difference between them is sheer luck. Han Xiao took aim again. He decided to help them all. Li Yalin attacked the Red Viper strongly. She struck it with a powerful sword. The Red Viper had regenerative powers. Its wounds healed quite quickly. Most of all, she was confused by the sniper. His shots were accurate and unexpected. Hila was furious with him. The Red Viper was a bit distracted, looking in the direction where the sniper could be, and lost her vigilance a bit. The captain of the 13th Unit, Zhang Wei, took advantage of this. He immediately attacked her. However, the Red Viper managed to create her own protective shield and avoided the captain's direct attack. She recovered and said that it was all childish play against her. However, Zhang Wei continued to attack the Red Viper. He attacked before it to finally completely exhaust it. And in this way, He was preparing his subordinates to continue the joint attack on Hila. Li Yalin entered the battle again. She attacked the Red Viper with a sword. Hila managed to protect herself with her shield. Meanwhile, Captain Jiang Wei attacked the Red Viper from the opposite side. He opened fire on her with an assault rifle. The Red Viper turned around and began to defend herself again. She created her own shield and shouted from behind it, asking if they really hoped to corner her in this way. Then the Red Viper, without thinking twice, counterattacked Jiang Wei. Li Yalin shouted for the captain to be careful. But then the Black Ghost fired again with his sniper rifle. This was the second time the Red Viper was wounded by him in this battle. This did not allow it to attack Jiang Wei. The captain stopped in surprise. He gratefully thought that the unknown sniper had just saved his life. Li Yalin noticed that the unknown sniper seemed to understand their fighting style. It was necessary to continue to fight the Red Viper to give the other soldiers the opportunity to create an attack. The Red Viper began to taunt the men of the 13th Star Dragon unit again. She said that she was already bored with this battle. However, the special agents of the 13th unit continued to attack her. Hila was very angry with the unknown sniper. She wondered who he was because he was very skilled. The embryo's head honcho, Lin Yu, was watching this powerful battle from the command ship of the embryo fleet. He was worried about whether Hila had been defeated because nothing was clear yet. All he could see was that, judging by the style of the fight, the unknown sniper was Black Ghost. They were already approaching the sea. They would really need Hila's ability to deal damage in the area. It was imperative to free her immediately. Lin Yu ordered one of his men, Ugar, to eliminate the Black Ghost. Ugar gladly accepted this order. He said that he would gladly destroy the Black Ghost. He immediately rushed to find out where the sniper was hiding. First of all, he had to determine the place of his ambush, and he managed to spot the sniper's ambush. He headed there as fast as he could, but suddenly someone stopped him. Someone even shouted his name. One fighter blocked Ugar's path. He said he would never let him pass. Ugar was furious that someone dared to stop him, preventing his attack. It was one of the fighters of the 13th Star Dragon unit. He stood menacingly on the road and told Ugar not to even think about taking a step forward. Ugar arrogantly asked if he was going to stop him from doing so, and a fierce fight began between them. Each was a high-level fighter and had his own developed abilities and skills. The embryo's executive, Lin Yu, saw that Ugar had been detained. They had no time to lose. So he decided to send Renette to deal with the Black Ghost. Renette was only too happy to serve his organization again and gladly accepted the order. But when Renette attacked the Black Ghost, he was immediately protected by the Sword of Rage. He shouted to his boss to be careful and covered him with his body. The Black Ghost saw that Renette must have teleported. He managed to create a partial defense on himself. Renette was furious. He thought that Black Ghost was just a high-ranking sniper, but it turned out that he was also extremely strong in close combat. Renette saw that the Black Ghost was very difficult to overcome, so he decided to retreat immediately. But the Black Ghost did not want to let him go so quickly and grabbed his legs as he was about to teleport away. Then he decided to counterattack his attacker, but first he just wouldn't let go. Renette shouted at the Black Ghost as he managed to get through his teleporter. As a result, he was unable to escape. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost prepared to strike his opponent. With one powerful punch, he hit Renette right in the face with his hand, which was wearing an electromagnetic glove. In this way, the Black Ghost completely overpowered his opponent. Renette did not expect that they would travel together with his teleporter. He also believed that the sniper would be weak in close combat. And then the soldiers of the Embryo organization ran to attack the Black Ghost. They did not expect their opponent to teleport directly to their ship. It turned out that he had trapped himself. The Black Ghost stood in the middle of the deck over his opponent, whom he had just defeated. The Embryo soldiers surrounded him and pointed their guns at him. They began to fire with hatred at the enemy, fiercely wanting to destroy him. The Black Ghost opened his cloak with a smile on his lips. He seemed to be mocking his opponents. An incomprehensible device was attached to his chest. The Black Ghost was still pausing, and suddenly everyone saw the effect of that device. All the bullets flying at the Black Ghost stopped right in front of his body. The Embryo soldiers were shocked by this sight. None of their bullets hit the enemy. And then everyone was horrified to see that the bullets they had fired began to ricochet. A dome formed over the Black Ghost, which did not allow any bullets to reach it, and even reflected them in the opposite direction. A terrible massacre began. Everyone who surrounded the Black Ghost was killed. They simply did not have time to hide from their own weapons. The device that came in handy for the Black Ghost was called the Field Repulsor. Its type, an unusual machine. Energy capacity, 110-150, requires a charge. Effective range, 20 meters. Effect, generates a strong repulsive field and repels objects in the area of action. Recharge time, 6 minutes. Note, go away. The black ghost was satisfied with the effect of the field repulsor. He said it was his new useful toy. After a very successful battle for the black ghost, he pulled out his gun and was about to move to another place. Now the black ghost decided that since he was here by the will of fate, he would kill the Magnificent Seven. The embryo command ship received a report about the recent heavy losses. Chief Lin Yu couldn't believe it at first. After all, Reneth, that asshole, hadn't killed the black ghost. Moreover, he had brought this enemy to them, to their flotilla. Han Xiao, meanwhile, continued to implement his plan. Lin Yu contacted Hila. He told her that Renee was dead. He ordered her to come to them immediately and deal with the black ghost. Hila was very annoyed. She was tired of all the games that the black ghost was playing. She was frantic to end it all as soon as possible. As she approached the command ship, Hila immediately used her powerful attack. She opened her mouth and screamed. The black ghost put his hands over his ears and leaned back on the deck. Hila hung in the air. Han Xiao had taken 211 points of psychological attack damage from the Red Viper's attack. He was now in a state of concussion. He pulled out the pulse grenade he was carrying. This grenade uses high-frequency sound to destroy the eardrum. Range, 50 meters. Effect causes dizziness. The range is determined by endurance. The black ghost threw a pulse grenade at the Red Viper's feet. The grenade looked like an ordinary anti-tank grenade. Hell just huffed at that, thinking that the black ghost wanted to defeat her with such a grenade. How naive he was, she laughed at him. And then the grenade began to work. It made such a piercing sound that the Red Viper covered both her ears and eyes. As a result, it was temporarily paralyzed, unable to attack or defend itself. Before, the black ghost was dizzy from the Red Viper's scream, but now let him feel how terrible it is to hear such a sound. So he took out his pistols and started firing them at the Red Viper while it was semi-paralyzed. The bullets hit Hell. She could no longer resist, let alone counterattack. Then the black ghost kicked her, pushing her overboard from the ship where they were fighting. Thus the Red Viper, defeated, fell overboard into the sea. It no longer posed a threat to its rivals. The black ghost stood on the edge of the deck and watched the body of the Red Viper sink under the water. He realized that Hila was a difficult boss, not easy to defeat. It was better to let her leave the battlefield. Then the special agents of the 13th Star Dragon Division arrived. Li Yalin saw the black ghost, pointing at him with her finger, and shouted, "How dare he come here?" Then she lowered her voice and said in a friendly manner that she had been looking for Han Xiao for a very long time and had finally found him. The black ghost began to play dumb. He said that he did not know who Han Xiao was and that she was confusing him with someone else. He thought to himself that it was unfortunate that he had run into Li Yalin. The girl came closer to him, took him by the collar with one hand and clenched the other into a fist. She said that he was overdressed. Then she added that he shouldn't even think that the mask would help him hide. Hu Yue asked Commander Zhang Wei what was going on here. The commander rounded his eyes and could not believe that it was Han Xiao, the black ghost, who was standing in front of them. He wondered what he looked like now. Li Yalin continued to yell at the black ghost that it was completely useless for him to run away to the darknet. She demanded that he immediately give her the advance he had given her for Han Xiao Tong Diao a long time ago. The captain intervened. He said that Han Xiao had joined the darknet, but the top of the 13th Star Dragon Division had a mixed reaction. Perhaps Han Xiao is on a secret espionage mission. He walked closer to Li Yalin, put his hand on her shoulder, and told her to calm down and stop screaming. Han Xiao must be on a secret mission. While they were talking and arguing like that, they were attacked by the enemy. It was one of the embryo fighters. He landed next to the special agents of the 13th Star Dragon unit. He was wearing a gray cap with a naked torso. As soon as he landed, a transformation happened to him. He transformed into a huge white wolf. This wolf immediately rushed to attack the special agents. Everyone prepared to defend themselves and fight again. Li Yalin jumped up holding her swords. At this time, Captain Zhang Wei addressed the wolf. He told it to look at him, not up at Yalin, but at him. Then he jumped up and struck the wolf's head with a powerful blow. He knew the soldier well. As soon as the wolf was stunned by that blow, the black ghost entered the fray. He held his pistols ready. Han Xiao said that now was his chance. With 2 accurate shots, the black ghost hit the wolf right in the head. The wolf only opened its mouth. Blood splashed out of its head. Li Yalin praised the black ghost for being a damn good shot. Then she struck the wolf's back again. She ran her sword right through its spine. The wolf reared up, and the special agents of the 13th unit continued to inflict fatal wounds on it from all sides. Hu Yue only admired the way his colleagues worked. He watched the 3 special agents act so smoothly without even once speaking. He could see that with such a powerful attack, the wolf had absolutely no strength left to retaliate. The wolf began to whimper. His body was wounded everywhere with cuts and bullet wounds. It had less and less strength. The black ghost took up his sniper rifle and aimed at the wolf. He would not let it escape from the battlefield. The wolf jumped up, but a sniper bullet caught him in midair. Then he was put down by a punch from above by Captain Zhang Wei. The 13th Star Dragon unit took turns delivering devastating blows to the enemy in a coordinated manner. Afterwards, Black Ghost and Zhang Wei congratulated each other on their excellent work. They had done a perfect job. And then the captain received information over the radio that the embryo fleet was approaching the sea. They were ordered to intercept them immediately. Zhang Wei accepted the order for execution. He immediately relayed it to the men of his unit. The soldiers responded immediately. Then Zhang Wei turned to the Black Ghost. At first, he wanted to call him Han Xiao, as he had done in the past. But as soon as he said, Han, he stuttered and continued to address him as the Black Ghost. He asked him if he would go with them to intercept the enemy. The Black Ghost refused and waved goodbye to the captain. Meanwhile, the Red Viper emerged from the water. It was extremely angry with the Black Ghost. She threatened him, though she thought to herself that she remembered him well. The battle continued at sea. The embryo could not evacuate in any way. They were being chased and their ships were being destroyed. Hai's men were very nervous and wanted to make the embryo get out at all costs. But their leader calmed the soldiers down. He had his own strategy. He put his hand on the shoulder of one of the soldiers and told him to stop being nervous. He told him that this time, the embryo had lost 70% of its troops, while their losses had not even reached 10%. Therefore, they were the winners in this battle. The Black Ghost went on with the violent sword on their way, and Han Xiao decided to give the boy a new task so that he would not waste his time. He created a task whereby the Sword of Rage had to learn to bark like a dog, and he gave a lot of experience points for this. This incredible generosity of the boss surprised and delighted the Raging Sword. The Black Ghost said that this reward was for the boys defending him from an enemy attack. Meanwhile, Black Ghost's affairs were moving forward. He advanced and got the second improvement. Then Black Ghost and Raging Sword saw a supply helicopter arrive to pick them up. Fallen Embryo's progress advanced by 2%, and the total increase was 21%. The Black Ghost moved to the supply helicopter. In recent days, other continents have struck at the evacuated embryo forces. This could also slightly increase the completion of the task. The Black Ghost decided that after embryo completed the evacuation, it was necessary to go to its main base on the Andrea continent in order to earn even more experience points. When the helicopter that Black Ghost and Violent Sword boarded flew away to a safe distance, Han Xiao blew up his truck. Violent Sword was a bit shocked by this decision. He did not understand how it was possible to blow up his property like that. But the Black Ghost explained that he didn't want to leave any traces so that he wouldn't be tracked. The Raging Sword put it down to the fact that the Black Ghost was very rich, and money spoils people. At Embryo's command headquarters, the head of the organization complained that they had suffered serious losses in breaking through the blockade. About 70% of the performers alone were killed. One of the performers said that the Black Ghost had killed 3 of the performers by himself. He asked the leader if it was worth hunting him down and dealing with him. The embryo leader replied that the Black Ghost was a worthless killer, not even worth their time and energy. First, they need to put him under surveillance, and for now, their first priority is to figure out their next move. He said that they have already lost all their bases on 3 continents. 6 nations, all doing fine with their internal conflicts, could attack their main base on the Andrea continent at any time. Then the performer reminded the leader that they also had an intercontinental nuclear bomb just in case. He said that they could release it and then everyone would die. The leader objected that it was not yet time for that. For now, they needed to change the focus of the 6 powers so that they would not have time to start a war for resources. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who ran to them with a report that they had received a message from Base 13. It concerned a recent successful research subject from the genetic enhancement plan. The leader began to read the report. He was looking for an answer to the question of what happened to the subject. After all, he was wondering why there was some unpleasant news coming in every day. The soldier who brought the report said that cases like this one had happened to more than one person. This is a common phenomenon that is spreading like a plague. The head of Embryo was upset. He thought that some very strange things were happening in their laboratories. But it seemed to him that success was still on their side. And he said with satisfaction that now it was time for the six powers to worry a little. Meanwhile, the Red Viper had already managed to come to her senses. She washed herself in the bathroom and looked at her wounds in the mirror. She knew that no matter how many wounds she had on her body, they would all heal. What worried her the most was when all these clashes and wars would finally end. Only then would she be able to reunite with her sister and leave with her. They would be able to be together. The special agents of the 13th Star Dragon Unit told their colleagues that they had met Han Xiao, and he is the mysterious black ghost. Hacker Lin Yao could not believe it. He insisted that they were simply mistaken. Instead, Li Yalin confidently asserted that she would always recognize Han Xiao, even if he turned to ashes. Lin Yao then asked their captain if in that case they would stop looking for him. Captain Zhang Wei replied that he had noticed the sadness and confusion in the black ghost's eyes as he said goodbye to them. Most likely he is on a secret mission. He promised his men that he would check with his superiors about this when he gave them a report. Li Yalin then asked the captain to find out something for her, namely when Han Xiao was going to return the money he owed her. The helicopters returned to the base. The special agents of the 13th unit also returned to rest. Di Susu was the first to meet them. She came up to Li Yalin, hugged her, held her tightly, and asked if she, the little one, was injured. Li Yalin just tried to push her away. Then she said that she had heard that the black ghost was fighting with them hand in hand. She added that she had also met him before. This information touched Li Yalin. She asked Di Susu what the black ghost was doing when she met him. Di Susu replied that at the time they met, he was still called Mr. Black. Back then, he was a scorpion-level assassin who took part in the task of defending the city of White Gull. The head of the Darknet himself was very interested in him. Li Yalin grabbed her friend with both hands and frantically began to ask her if she had any more information about the black ghost. Di Susu wondered why Li Yalin was so interested in him. Li Yalin blushed and said she was just curious. Then Di Susu leaned over to her ear, put her palm to it, and quietly said that she was going to tell her something in confidence. She was going to tell the girls something that a friend of hers named Golden Fox had told her. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang Wei and Hacker Lin Yao listened as closely as possible to what the girls were whispering about. And then they were all taken aback by the information that Di Susu gave them. The girls said that she had been told that the black ghost was not interested in girls, but in men. Di Susu covered her mouth with her hand, giggled, and added meaningfully that if they met him again, they should be more careful. Captain Zhang Wei scratched the back of his head and said that the black ghost was their partner after all, so they shouldn't jump to conclusions and judge him. In the secret department of the Star Dragon, the usual daily work was going on. The head of the secret department was informed that Special Agent Zhang Wei had requested a video call. The head accepted the request, and Zhang Wei reported that they had met Han Xiao. The supervisor was extremely interested in this information and asked the captain to continue the story. He listened attentively. The captain reported that the black ghost from the Darknet had joined the battle. They fought with him hand in hand, understanding each other without words. And afterwards, they realized that it was Han Xiao. The black ghost is a top-level Darknet assassin. Although Han Xiao's strength exceeds all expectations, he is still far from the black ghost. The head of the secret department of the Star Dragon thought so. He told Zhang Wei that they must have made a mistake. Zhang Wei wanted to say something, but the head of the secret department interrupted him and told him not to say anything else. He said with certainty that Han Xiao could not be the black ghost. Zhang Wei disconnected from the video call, saying that he understood everything. He really understood that his boss was giving him a hint to stop spreading this information, and he decided that Han Xiao was most likely sent on a special mission by someone from above, and therefore it was necessary to keep everything in strict confidence. Another important meeting was called at the Star Dragon. At the meeting, the boss told the audience that Zhang Wei had told them that the black ghost had helped them a lot in the fight against Embryo. But it remains unknown whether this was an instruction from the Darknet or his personal decision. Recently, the Darknet organization was preparing to launch the shelter program and asked them to provide material assistance. Perhaps, by sending the black ghost, they intended to show them their favor. This opinion was expressed by the chairman of the meeting. The head of the secret department denied this, saying that the Darknet continues to remain neutral, and their gesture towards the 6 states is clearly a very good sign. The chairman of the meeting said that they would support the Darknet's shelter program and provide them with material assistance. He ordered to find a way to establish relations with them. The events moved to the River Valley estate. Wang Yuan was talking to someone on the phone and he was happy about it. He clearly received good news. After talking, he told Bennett Anderson that Star Dragon would provide them with financial assistance. Bennett Anderson was drinking tea as usual. He asked why Star Dragon would make such a decision. Wang Yuan replied that they were very grateful for their help. This surprised Bennett Anderson even more. He asked if they had given Star Dragon any help. They hadn't done anything. And then Mr. Anderson realized that perhaps the Star Dragon thought that the Black Ghost was a Darknet man. Now Bennett Anderson is in debt to the Black Ghost. The other 5 powers continue to evade answering and helping the Darknet, but there is probably still a chance to bargain. Wang Yuan said that with the material assistance of the Star Dragon, they will have enough funds for the first step. It is necessary to put the shelter program into operation as soon as possible. In the meantime, Mr. Black arrived by helicopter to the place he needed to go. Raging Sword asked him for permission to leave for a while, unless, of course, there were any tasks for him at the moment. And the guy simply disappeared from his seat, which shocked the pilot, who opened his mouth and said that the sword of lust had simply evaporated. The Black Ghost calmly replied that the guy had mastered a certain skill for this. There are a lot of unusual abilities in this universe, but sooner or later, the NPCs will realize the peculiarities of the players, and then interesting things will happen. For now, the most important thing is leveling up, to become the strongest in Aquamarine. The second level up. To advance, you need to defeat 3 strong opponents whose level is 5 higher than yours. Han Xiao planned his actions to increase his own level. In 2 months, he had accumulated 6,100,000 experience points, including what he had spent on improving his skills and combining blueprints. He was ready for a promotion. Now Han Xiao's training mechanic level has been raised to level 5. He gained plus 50 energy, plus 1 dexterity, plus 1 endurance, plus 4 intelligence. He gained 3 points of stats and 1 point of abilities. Han Xiao felt that the advancement seemed to have affected the development of his body. Now it feels more flexible and stronger, and his senses began to perceive everything more acutely. As a result, the world has become much more magical. The new strength and abilities had a great effect on Han Xiao's overall body tone. Now with his current combat power and mechanical equipment, he can be considered one of the best fighters, but he still can't compare to the main character, Bennett Anderson. The Black Ghost has used up all his experience. Now it's time for him to start improving his equipment and training players. To do this, he went to the village of Green Valley, where he could realize his current plans. The village was surrounded by a high wall, which was constantly guarded by local soldiers. Now they saw through their binoculars that the same Black Ghost from the Darknet was approaching them. The responsible person of Zelina Dolina, named Balsis, ordered the guard to go talk to him and find out why he had come to them. There were many new players in the village of Green Valley. As always, they were looking for a way to gain new skills and abilities. They all did their jobs and now noticed that the Black Ghost was approaching the village. So the players ran as fast as they could to meet him. They all wanted to get the most out of it. By the time the guard went downstairs on the order of the person in charge, a bunch of players had already surrounded the Black Ghost. He only wondered how all these new recruits knew the Black Ghost. Suddenly, the Black Ghost heard someone next to him reporting. The journalist introduced himself as Banhidog. He greeted him and said that he was starting a new issue of the Galactic Expedition. This boy also came to meet him to learn something useful. The Black Ghost was thinking, as if he was remembering something. It seemed that this Banhidog looked like a famous game graphic designer. One of the new players asked the Black Ghost why he didn't sell any items, but only taught various skills and demanded reputation points for doing so. He asked how to increase this reputation. Banhidog suggested that perhaps he could simply buy this reputation. It cost 2,500 aquamarine dollars to upgrade to the mechanic class. It is up to each individual player to agree to pay or not. Finally, the Black Ghost was approached by a guard sent by the man in charge of the village. He said that he was the deputy commander of Balsis. He asked to know why he had come to their village. The Black Ghost laughed to himself when he saw how the deputy commander was trembling while talking. Apparently, this is the effect of the various stories about him. He replied with a smile that he was just passing through the village. He added that they should not worry because he would not cause them any trouble. The deputy commander exhaled after hearing this information. He was clearly relieved. Then he invited him to their city of Alamera, and his commander Balsis invited him to dinner in honor of his arrival. But the Black Ghost refused. He said that he shouldn't worry about it because he decided to stay here. The deputy commander went back to his boss and told him about his conversation with the Black Ghost. He gave orders to keep an eye on the Black Ghost and to send someone to find out more about him. He suspected that the Black Ghost had come here because of the new players. The new players, meanwhile, were wondering how they could benefit from the Black Ghost's arrival. By the way, the players can see the Black Ghost's nickname, but they don't know how the NPCs know about it. The players wondered if the Black Ghost is so famous on this planet that literally everyone knows about him. And then Ben Hidog realized that the Black Ghost is a hidden element of the world. He thought that his identity could be used as a background in the prologue of this world. The story moves to the Dragon's Horn apartment building in Star Dragon. There, in a secret meeting room, a secret meeting of the leaders of different countries was held. Theseus, Raylan, and Star Dragon were in favor of sending troops. Haya and Maple were against. The Horde refrained from answering. They needed to discuss a detailed plan for a further expedition to the Andria mainland. 3 were in favor, 2 were against, and 1 remained silent. The 6 powers finally decided to proceed with the destruction of Embryo's main base. Everyone realized that this would soon start a new war. Meanwhile, in some newcomer village on the western continent, events were happening. The players saw the Black Ghost appearing in different newbie villages. He had already visited the village of Bighorn, and now he was in the village of Green Valley. No one understood whether the Black Ghost movements were simply the work of the game's developers. Some suggested that maybe the Black Ghost is the main character of the planet who manages the information recorded on the network. Another said that this was unlikely. The main character must be connected to the storyline. He cannot be introduced so quickly. Most likely, he is a mystical Easter egg character, but he has the ability and capacity to transfer to the mechanic class. Apparently, it is very difficult to transfer to this class, so the developers added it to the newbie villages. Some people didn't like this information because they didn't want to wait so long for the Black Ghost to arrive. They were all upset about when it would finally be their turn to have the Black Ghost come to their village. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was in the village of Green Valley. Han Xiao himself was continually amazed by the player's rich imagination. After all, he is considered to be both a mysterious merchant who is called upon to lead newcomers to prosperity and the head of the mechanic class. It was very interesting for him to read such incredible information about himself, and also a character who can lead to a hidden storyline. So it's no wonder that so many players come up to him to express their willingness to fight the embryo, and some even try to seduce him. And no one thinks he's just a simple, let's say, good trader. While thinking and reading information about himself, Han Xiao saw that a new program had been released. It was a program called Galaxy Times, which was dedicated to informing people about games. They said that players' gaming careers were their top priority. Han Xiao wondered if the content of this show would change after he changed the game's storyline. The program reported that open testing has been going on for the 10th day. The players are trying their best not to give in to each other. There was a suggestion to see what has happened during these days first. On the planet Brighton, with its highly developed magical culture, players have a very difficult time. It's extremely easy to reach the brink of death there. On the planet Winterfrost, a race of void freaks extinguished the possessions of a military association. They had a difficult start to the game, but there are also many newcomer planets rich in natural resources. The host of the program hopes that this information please their viewers. The host then added that the most popular planet is Aquamarine. The Black Ghost NPS there has caused quite a storm of discussion. Now everyone is wondering what role the Black Ghost actually plays in the planet's plot. The information they have shows that the Black Ghost holds a high position, and his identity is shrouded in mystery. Moreover, he and the Embryo organization are irreconcilable enemies. Perhaps the Black Ghost is on the side of the 6 powers. This remains unclear. To find out, you need to ask the game developers themselves. Han Xiao was not interested in listening to this, as there were no clear clarifications, only guesses. The program continued to say that the server had just launched, and the players were vigorously discussing the choice of class. It seems that those who did not choose the mechanic class are now very disappointed. And then the program showed a piece of chat where players expressed their opinions. They all wrote negative things about the mechanic class. Some of them didn't even hold back their emotions and wrote downright nasty things. The hosts urged the players to follow the rules of conduct. Han Xiao realized that sooner or later, players would realize that the mechanic class was completely unsuitable for combat, and then there would be more and more negative reviews, and this would have a very negative impact on his business. Meanwhile, the host said that if a player chose the mechanic class, they shouldn't be disappointed, and he offered to watch how the Black Ghost fights. The first footage was of a naval battle with the embryo. After watching this, some players on the forum have already begun to change their minds in favor of the mechanic class. The next footage showed a battle between robots created by the Black Ghost. Then the program showed how the field repulsor machine works, when all the bullets launched at the Black Ghost ricocheted and killed all the attackers. This was followed by even more positive feedback about the mechanics class. In the next story, the Raging Sword appeared next to the Black Ghost. The players thought that he could reveal a secret storyline to them. The Black Ghost didn't even realize that someone was recording such videos. Now players will have faith in the mechanics class again, which will increase its popularity. The village warden of Green Valley has been informed that new players have a special ability, resurrection. They are resurrected even after being eaten by monsters. The deputy warden saw this with his own eyes. The warden thought that if he could lure those players to him, they would not be afraid of any enemies. But as soon as he decided to bribe those players, the Black Ghost appeared. Apparently, he wants to get the players' support himself. Superintendent Balsas still didn't know what the Black Ghost's goal was. He was grasping for any information. Meanwhile, the village of Green Valley was once again attacked by huge gray wolves. There were a lot of wolves. They attacked the players and immediately gobbled them up. This is not the first time wolves have attacked the village, and not everyone always has time to hide from them. One wolf attacked a player named Big Cat Peppa. He knocked her down and bitten her to death. Supervisor Balsas ordered the alarm to be sounded immediately because they were being attacked by animals. Then he turned around and saw behind him the Black Ghost sitting on top of the tower, holding his sniper rifle. Balsas asked him how he got there. The Black Ghost calmly replied that he was sitting here for a while the wolves raged below. Balsas didn't have anything to say to that, so he just agreed. The Black Ghost did not really want to take on a task with a reward of a couple thousand experience points. He started an emergency quest to defend the village of Green Valley, but he decided to wait a bit and let the players work on their own. The players started a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. They fought together, helping each other. A player named Banhidog stood on the side, and despite the wolves' attacks, tried to record everything on his camera. In the fierce battle, he saw great material for himself. The Black Ghost was surprised that the player even had time to film the scene. In this case, he decided to help the newcomers fight the beasts. In one jump, the Black Ghost moved from the tower directly to the battlefield of the players with the wolves. He also thought that free advertising would not hurt him. After all, everything would be filmed. The only thing was that he didn't have much ammunition, and there was a whole pack of wolves. However, after raising the level of physical strength, the Black Ghost should have been able to deal with those wolves. At the same time, it was a good opportunity to test his skills. First, Black Ghost looked around for the leader of the pack, the Ashen King of Wolves. He knew very well that when you start hunting a pack, the first thing to do is to eliminate the leader. Bypassing all the wolves, the Black Ghost ran as fast as he could straight to the Ash King. To those wolves that got in his way, the Black Ghost gave out accurate blows and simply destroyed them. As you can see, his physical strength was really enough for him now. All the wolves' attention was now focused on the Black Ghost. They were watching where he was going. Finally, the Black Ghost reached the Ashen King. The king was furious at this unexpected boldness of the man. Without thinking twice, he rushed to attack the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost was ready to attack. He created a shield that prevented the Ash Wolf from harming him. The Black Ghost did not even feel the blow. He realized that his body had indeed become more resilient, stronger and stronger. The boy was surrounded by beasts on all sides, and the Ashen Wolf King himself was standing in front of him. The Black Ghost created a protective ball around him, which did not allow any attacker to approach him. The Black Ghost was angry. He was annoyed with the wolves who were attacking him, trying to break through his defense. So he jumped up high, using the power of his electromagnetic boots, and pushed his attackers away. Then he ran straight for the Ashen Wolf King. In his eyes, he could see death for the wolf. Then the Black Ghost dug his fingers into the wolf's neck. The boy's new abilities did not fail him. With one punch, he nailed the wolf to the ground. The Wolf King fell down. Then he got up and raised his huge paw over the Black Ghost. They were both very strong opponents. The Ashen Wolf King was about to bite the Black Ghost. The boy skillfully dodged it. Then he struck the wolf a second time right in the face. Blood splashed out of the beast's mouth. The Black Ghost continued to punch his opponent. He felt incredible power in his hands. He put a lot of hatred into his every move. The wolf was still alive, but the Black Ghost did not allow him to counterattack. Eventually, the boy gathered even more strength in his fist and hit the Wolf King very hard. This was the last blow. The Ashen Wolf King fell dead to the ground. The Black Ghost had defeated him. The pack of wolves cried out from the loss of their leader. As you know, animals are lost when their leader dies. For some time, they do not know what to do. But the death of their leader only made those wolves even more angry. They rushed at the killer of their king in one wave. The furious wolves ran, wanting to tear their offender apart. Then the black ghost decided to throw a grenade in their midst. While running away, he turned around and threw the grenade right under the wolves' paws. The grenade instantly exploded, scattering the wolves in different directions. The black ghost used his fist to kill the wolves that were not killed by the grenade. He was extremely skillful and strong. The other wolves received equally powerful kicks. The black ghost was showing a high level of fighting ability. The players were watching closely. They were shocked to see how the black ghost managed to kill 100 wolves at once. And Violent Sword, who was also watching the battle, expressed his opinion that the mechanic class was not only excellent at a distance, but was equally effective in close combat. He went on to say that he really likes this style of combat. For him, choosing the mechanic class was the right decision. He has absolutely no regrets about it and has never regretted it. Meanwhile, the players didn't waste any time and quickly uploaded a video of the Black Ghost's battle with the wolves to the forum chat. But there was one player in the chat room named Luzman. Every day he spoke very harshly and negatively about the mechanic class. And this time he joined the discussion of the latest video. He wrote that only one mechanic class NPC was fighting in the video, and the rest were all in a bunch, and that was it. He thought it was ridiculous. In his opinion, mechanics need to either work hard like the Black Ghost, or else they will not achieve anything. Players are players. They are not like NPCs. He wanted to be listened to, and he convinced those who chose the mechanic class to immediately quit training and choose any other class without even thinking about which one. He believed that in any case, every other class would be stronger than the mechanic class. In conclusion, he added that those who listen to him will thank him later. The Black Ghost noticed that Luzman was commenting on every post that was related to the mechanic class. If he continued in the same vein, it could reflect badly on his business. But he realized that he couldn't just say that he was also a player, and that NPC was just a status. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a raging sword who came up to him to express his admiration for him. The boy said that since the last time they had seen each other, the Black Ghost had become even stronger and cooler. But the Black Ghost was in no mood to receive admiring remarks, so he told Raging Sword to leave him alone and not to piss him off. And then he gave him a task to pick Sage. The Sword of Violence was not happy with this task. He would rather dance than pick Sage. Suddenly, a player named Laughing Blade spoke to the Sword. This player is one of the top 3 players in the night game. He has won the championship there twice, but no one has been playing this game for a long time. Violent Sword immediately remembered the Laughing Blade. He said that he didn't know that he had also started playing the Star C game and asked him how the night game was going. Laughing Blade replied that he was already bored with night. He then told Raging Sword that they were almost at the same level here and offered to exchange experiences in a PvP duel. Laughing Blade said that he was an Esper and asked who he was. He thought that he was currently known as the Night Champion, and if he defeated the player who was in contact with the Black Ghost, he would be even more talked about. And tomorrow, he may become a hot topic of discussion. Raging Sword simply replied that he was a mechanic, and he said that first of all, he needed to complete some work. But the Laughing Blade insisted on his point. He emphasized that they had known each other for so many years. He asked how he could refuse a friendly duel. Then he began to provoke him, saying that the Sword of the Storm did not respect him. The Sword of the Storm did not like this provocation, but the Black Ghost overheard this conversation, and he told the Sword of the Storm not to refuse to accept the duel. And then he handed him his electromagnetic gloves. He said that they were for him. The Swordmaster grabbed the gloves with both hands and said with tears in his eyes that his boss was very generous to him. The Black Ghost emphasized that he had only given him the gloves for temporary use. Then he tapped the Laughing Sword on the shoulder and told him to win, because if he didn't, he shouldn't come back to him. The Laughing Blade waited impatiently for the Violent Sword. Finally, he asked if he was coming to fight or not. Swordfish put on the electromagnetic gloves given by the Black Ghost and confidently replied that he accepted the duel and would fight. All the players were interested in the duel, so they decided to go and watch it. They had heard from the Galaxy Times program that the Raging Sword and the Laughing Blade were professional players. It would be interesting to see such a fight. Laughing Blade was the first to strike. He used his pistol to do so. Laughing Blade managed to defend himself using his ability to build a protective rock. He knew that there were only 5 bullets in the Sword of Rage's gun. His rock would easily deflect all the shots. But when Raging Sword ran out of bullets, he would attack. But when Raging Match fired all the bullets from his pistol, he switched to melee. This was a complete surprise to Laughing Blade. He did not expect it at all and did not understand how Raging Sword managed to move so quickly. Meanwhile, the Laughing Sword did not hesitate. He delivered a powerful blow to his opponent using his electromagnetic gloves. As a result, the boy defeated the Laughing Blade. For this, he received 632 experience points. All the players were shocked by this spectacle. They said that the Laughing Sword was very strong. No wonder he was featured in the Galaxy Times program. The players admired its speed. They asked if this hidden task gave him a huge advantage over the others. They also admired the electromagnetic gloves that Raging Sword was wearing. Everyone realized that this was high-level equipment. The players were also surprised that mechanics could do such things. They used to think that mechanics only made weapons. Laughing Blade finally recovered. He reproached the Laughing Sword that they had agreed to a friendly duel, and the latter simply killed him. However, Laughing Sword apologized and said that he had not expected his opponent to be so weak. Laughing Blade was very angry about this. After all, he had spent a lot of experience points. He had also embarrassed himself in front of the other players. He justified himself by saying that his internet was not working well, and next time he would take revenge on the Laughing Sword. After the resounding victory in the duel, the Lush Sword returned to the forest to his boss. Firstly, he came to return the electromagnetic gloves to the Black Ghost, and secondly, he decided to ask the boss if he could buy the gloves from him. The Black Ghost said that he had already drawn up the drawings for the gloves, so he could easily sell them. He announced a price of $80,000. This was incredibly expensive for the violent sword. He sincerely burst into tears and said that he would still try to save up the required amount, although it would take an extremely long time. But he would try his best. Suddenly, the Black Ghost heard someone calling his name. It was the Laughing Blade. He said he had heard that the Black Ghost was at odds with Embryo, and he expressed a desire to join him in this fight. But the Black Ghost said that to fight the Embryo, you need intelligence and strength. Therefore, let the Laughing Blade work hard on that. The violent sword began to chase Laughing Blade in the back, telling him not to listen to his boss, who actually meant to say that he could not join him. Only he is the chosen one. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost saw that the video of the duel had already been uploaded to the web. He saw that Luzman was once again continuing to create controversy. He is a newbie himself, but he doesn't mind expressing his opinion about mechanics. The Black Ghost was watching the chat and reading all these disputes. But then his attention was distracted. He saw that someone had arrived in SUVs. The cars had a Loomer's sign on them. He wondered who was in them and why. It was Mr. Xiao Jui, Alamer's messenger. The Black Ghost listened to what was going on. Xiao Jui folded his arms across his chest and said that he had not come here because of the disappearance of such a nobody as Han Xiao. Everyone in the family thinks he's dead. Who would have thought that Zero, for whom Embryon had put a reward, would look exactly like Han Xiao? He added that the search for this asshole had already cost him 6 months of his life. If he wasn't the son of the head, who the hell would care if he was already dead or not? Warden Balsas bowed respectfully and said that since Mr. Jui had already arrived in Green Valley, he should feel at home here, and if he needed anything, he should contact him. Then they went to rest at the table together. Xiao Jui asked why Balsas kept talking to him like that. After all, they, the foster children, grew up together, competed with each other, sparing no effort to get promoted. And Han Xiao is a bastard. Balsas laughed and told him to calm down. The family cannot force him to look for Han Xiao. 6 more months at the most, and Chairman Xiao will give up. At the same time, everyone knows that Han Xiao is not Zero. Xiao Jui decided to stop talking about Han Xiao. He asked him to tell him what had happened in the village recently. Balsas told him that the refugees outside had the ability to rise from the dead, but their fighting power is very weak. Xiao Jui was surprised by this. He decided to report this to his family upon his return. Balsas continued to talk about the village. He said that they had a killer from the Darknet, the Black Ghost. He's currently resting outside. This information made Xiao Jui tense. He thought that the Black Ghost had some kind of killing intent. Balsas said that he had spoken to the Black Ghost, and he said that he was just passing through. They did not interfere with him because it was better not to annoy him. Xiao Jui's bodyguard, Liu Chen, flexed his fists and said that his boss shouldn't worry because he would definitely protect him. The Black Ghost is not his rival. Just then someone sneezed outside. The Black Ghost was sitting there. The Alamera family is just a small military oligarchy in the secondary storyline and has almost nothing to do with the main one. The guy realized that there was absolutely no point in paying attention to her. He decided to wait until these simpletons finished harvesting here and then go to the next village of newcomers. Suddenly, he heard a shout that he had to sound the alarm because the army of the Black Pine village was approaching. All the players saw that they each had a new task. The Black Ghost saw that he also had a new task. which he did not expect at all. But when he looked more closely, he saw that there was a mistake. Liu Chen is the son of old Mr. Liu. And then the black ghost realized that the only way to get the task from old Liu was through his son. So he decided that he should join in the fun. Balsam reacted with dissatisfaction to the appearance of enemies from the Black Pine village. He was getting really tired of them. However, Xiao Jui told him not to worry too much. They have someone else to use as cannon fodder. Balsam agreed with that statement. They have a bunch of immortal refugee weirdos nearby. They would help compensate for Liu Chen's combat advantage. Then he called a servant and told him to tell the refugees that he demanded that they detain Liu Chen's army. He added that if they succeeded, they would receive a monetary reward. Xiao Jui warned Balsas not to give away too much money because the lives of those refugees were already worthless. The two of them continued to drink wine. Meanwhile, the military equipment of the Black Pine settlement was steadily approaching Zelena Dolina. The commander-in-chief of the southern continent, Liu Chen, said that this time it would be necessary to completely destroy the Green Valley. As he approached, he saw a group of refugees armed with improvised materials. He thought Balsas was a vile man. After all, he decided to use the refugees as human shields. Liu Chen pulled out a gramophone and addressed Balsas. He shouted at him, asking if he had decided to expose helpless people to certain death. Balsas said from the height of his tower that he had, and if Liu Chen dared, he could shoot. Liu Chen was irritated by this. He turned to the people, giving them the opportunity to leave. Let them not die in vain. But the refugees did not understand how they could leave. Then they would not be able to fulfill the task set before them. They decided that the NPC was simply out of his mind, but he was offering them experience as a reward. The commander-in-chief of the southern continent wondered why these people were not afraid of death at all, but he realized that his conflict with Balsas had nothing to do with those people. He could not open fire on innocents. Balsas laughed at Liu Chen's praise for the lives of refugees. He is losing his chance in this way, and he even mocked the fact that his opponent was such a charitable man. He ordered his soldiers to get ready for the attack. So the order was given to prepare for an all-out bombardment and not to take into account the lives of the refugees. But then the Black Ghost went ahead of the refugees. He boldly approached the SUV in which Liu Chen was riding and asked him to consider his request. He asked to postpone the battle until tomorrow if they were so eager to fight. Balsa saw that the Black Ghost had interfered in his and Liu Chen's affairs. He did not like it at all. It was strange for the commander-in-chief of the southern continent to see the Black Ghost here. He ordered all his soldiers to lay down their arms. The soldiers stopped the attack. The weapons were lowered to the ground. The refugees were surprised to note that the troops of the Black Pine settlement were saving after the Black Ghost's request. They did not understand who the Black Ghost was, who had such influence, and how great that influence is. They saw that the Black Ghost had subdued an entire army. They wondered what kind of reputation he must have on this planet to have such capabilities. And Ban He-Dog, as always, had his camera on and was trying to film another interesting story. 3,539. Liu Chen's soldiers were camped near the city gates and were getting ready for bed. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost decided to pay them a visit. He was about to approach the tent where Liu Chen was staying when a guard blocked his way, pointing a rifle at Han Xiao with trembling hands and ordering him to stop. The Black Ghost could clearly see that the guard was scared to death of him, but he was still trying to follow his instructions. So he told the soldier to calm down, because he was looking for his boss, and they needed to talk. A voice came from the tent with an order to let the Black Ghost through. Liu Chen was now finally convinced that the battle had been stopped by the Black Ghost. He asked him why he, such a glorified warrior, had interfered in his conflict with Balsam. The Black Ghost calmly replied that he just wanted to help him. He had no personal goals here. Liu Chen was very surprised by this and asked if this was not their first meeting. So on what basis did the Black Ghost decide to help him? Han Xiao said that he liked him better than Balsam. He's much nicer. Liu Chen replied that it was true. Balsam is a very mean person. He even used the refugees to stop him. But the refugees themselves also surprise him. For some reason, they are not afraid of death at all, and did not leave even when Liu Chen gave them the opportunity. The Black Ghost told him not to worry, he could help him deal with them. Liu Chen asked what the Black Ghost would ask in return, but he replied that he did not need anything. However, Liu Chen thought that perhaps in this case the Black Ghost had some hidden agenda, and as a result, he might end up owing him a huge debt. But he agreed to help. He said that he was completely relying on him. After the visit to Liu Chen's camp, the Black Ghost found the sword of violence and told him that he had one task for him. He had to spread some information that the Black Ghost had given him. Swordfish was very happy to have such an easy task. Han Xiao decided to use his reputation to his advantage. Violent Sword immediately ran to fulfill his new task. He told all the refugees that the Black Ghost would be taking part in the battle because he had joined the army from Lu Chen's camp. The refugees thought about this information. They realized that if they stayed to fight on the side of the Green Valley, they would become enemies of the Black Ghost. They even thought it was some kind of clue to the task. But some players had already chosen which side they would fight on. Now they were complaining about how they would fight against the Black Ghost himself. But Ben-Hideg was glad that he had waited to choose a side to fight for. He realized that by doing so, he would not only be able to earn more reputation for the Black Ghost, but also get more material for his story. It was very profitable for him. So he ran as fast as he could to the Black Ghost. When he arrived, he immediately attacked Han Xiao with a proposal that he wanted to join his camp. The Black Ghost remembered the guy with the camera. He already had some affection for him. So he praised Ben-Hideg for making the right choice. He added that he felt the boy had great potential. And then he asked if he wanted to become his assistant for a while. Ben-Hideg was shocked by the offer. He even thought that it might be a hidden storyline concerning the Black Ghost. So he unconditionally gave his consent to it. Meanwhile, other refugees were gathering in Lu Chen's camp. The other players were excited about this turn of events. They also wanted to be able to find the secret storyline with the Black Ghost, but it was not easy. One of the players guessed that it was because of the new task. You just need to take the side of the Black Ghost in this conflict. And he ran as fast as he could to offer his services. But the Black Ghost already had one assistant, and he didn't need anyone else, so he refused. The player stopped dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the offer to help worked only for the one who offered it first. Now he blamed himself for being so slow and missing his chance. And the Black Ghost thought to himself that it was extremely beneficial to have a reporter on his side. After all, controlling public opinion is the same as holding a weapon. It's great. He monitored his tasks. At the moment, 3 players caught his eye: Raging Sword, Maple Moon, and Ben-Hideg. This was not a small number at all. Now it was necessary to expand the number of reserve team members. But so far, Black Ghost had only visited 2 villages of newcomers, and there were about 10 more, and the local players are also eagerly waiting for him there. Meanwhile, Balsas carefully observed the events near the city's fortifications through binoculars. He could clearly see that the refugees had gone over to Lu Chen's side. He did not understand why and how this happened. Lu Chen's soldiers were helping the refugees to get comfortable in the camp. Balsas realized that now his opponent had a great trump card at his disposal. This meant that things could end badly for him. Balsam was also very angry with the Black Ghost. After all, he said that he was just passing through the village, but in fact, as it turned out, he came to help Lu Chen. He had a cowardly, spontaneous thought that it would be a good idea for him to run away with his soldiers. After all, his opponent was unlikely to pursue them. And then someone interrupted his chaotic thoughts, saying that the battle had not yet begun at all, and he was already looking for ways to retreat and escape. It was Xiao Jue. He grabbed Balsas by the arm and warned him against rash actions. He also reminded him that he hadn't forgotten what Alumera had instructed him to do. But Balsas was very frightened that half of the refugees had gone over to the other side. In addition, the Black Ghost was now against them. Xiao Jue replied that Alumera had never been afraid of any battle, and said that Balsas should order his men to prepare for battle. He suggested that his bodyguard personally deal with the Black Ghost. Then he turned to his bodyguard and said that he was leaving the Black Ghost to him. The bodyguard was ready. Balsas could not calm down. He was very worried. He hoped that Xiao Jue's bodyguard would be able to deal with the monster himself. That's what he called the Black Ghost. But Xiao Jue was more confident. He said that not all the refugees had betrayed them. He ordered them to mobilize. He believed that they were strong enough to fight. He also gave the order to prepare a car in case their soldiers failed. Then they would have the opportunity to retreat in this car. In Lu Chen's camp, everyone was ready to start the battle. Soldiers with loaded weapons were standing around the perimeter. Lu Chen was also monitoring the situation through his binoculars. He saw that Balsas and his men had decided to stay. So, the battle could not be avoided. He ordered everyone to tell him that they were leaving in 20 minutes. Lu Chen also thanked the Black Ghost for solving the refugee issue. However, he was worried about whether the refugees would obey his orders. In general, he was surprised that such an influential person was interested in him. Ben-Hideg was eavesdropping on the conversation. He was hiding behind a tree. He paid special attention to the words about an influential person. It seemed to him that this was another clue to the identity of the Black Ghost. At that time, the Black Ghost told Lu Chen that the refugees would definitely listen to him. There was no need to worry about it. And so the battle began. Lu Chen's soldiers shot skillfully and killed many of the defenders of the city of Green Valley. In the end, it was very easy for them to cope with that task. The refugees who came over to their side were also a help. The Black Ghost saw that the battle was won, yawned, and decided to go to rest. And then everyone around him heard someone from above calling the name of the Black Ghost. The soldiers looked up and saw a man approaching their camp from above. The man landed after a huge jump and ran quickly, saying that he had come here to fight the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost wondered who else had come here after the main battle and began to pull out his pistol. He was angry that he was not allowed to do his own thing. As soon as Han Xiao pulled out his gun, he immediately started firing shots from it, one after another. However, the man who had challenged him to a fight continued to walk toward him. The bullets simply bounced off him, causing no harm. He was protected by some kind of force field that did not allow the bullets to reach him. All the bullets that the Black Ghost had fired at him disappeared like blanks. Han Xiao was very worried about this. The man was absorbing kinetic energy. He realized that the battle would not be easy to win. The absorption of kinetic energy is the absorption of various forces exerted on the body. If the attack force cannot break through the limit of the ability, then it will be absorbed and converted into the opponent's force. Finally, the man came closer. He told the Black Ghost that Lu Chen's battle with Balsam was none of his business, and that he shouldn't have stuck his nose in other people's business. But the Black Ghost replied that, on the contrary, the man should stay out of his way. He suggested that he leave him alone. The man said he knew that the Black Ghost was an honored Darknet killer, the trump card of the Blood Pact community. Others might be afraid of him, but not him. And he decided to advise Han Xiao to stay away from this battlefield. Ban Hidog, as always, was watching all this from the sidelines and filming it with his camera. He was interested in the words Darknet and Blood Pact community. He wondered what kind of forces they were. He began to think that he had finally reached the tip of the iceberg of the Black Ghost's mystery. The Black Ghost, meanwhile, realized that it would not be possible to cope with the ability to absorb kinetic energy with simple bullets. So he reloaded his pistol with high-power bullets. After charging it, he immediately fired several of those bullets in the direction of the opponent. And he stepped back. Since the Black Ghost was a very accurate shot, his bullets hit the target. His opponent was about to retreat a little further. Suddenly, a dirty green cloud rose up around him. He realized that the Black Ghost had used poison gas bullets against him. But this did not alarm him either. He said that it was child's play for him, and he rushed to attack again. The Black Ghost could not see what was happening behind the poisonous smoke screen that he had created with his Haima balls. And then he suddenly saw his unharmed opponent jumping out of the smoke. Xiao Jui's bodyguard abruptly attacked him, stabbing him right in the chest. The punch was so powerful that the Black Ghost crashed into a tree trunk and broke it with it. However, his defensive abilities saved him from injury. Han Xiao had a few seconds to think about what to do next. He quickly analyzed that his opponent could use kinetic energy, turn it to his advantage, and move quickly. And also, he could not be hit by Heim bullets. The Black Ghost realized that it was not to his advantage to drag out the fight. He needed to do something as soon as possible. So while the opponent was making another attack on him, he quickly counterattacked. Approaching Xiao Jui's bodyguard closely, the Black Ghost asked if his ability and heat energy were absorbed. Then he struck his opponent in the face with a powerful punch. Xiao Jui's bodyguard fell to the ground. This blow hit him hard in the eye. This time he was unable to defend himself. But he pushed the Black Ghost away with his foot so that he would not have time to strike him again with the heat energy to which he was vulnerable. While the Black Ghost straightened up after being hit, Xiao Jui's bodyguard took off running. The Black Ghost was a little disappointed that his opponent started running away after the first strike. Meanwhile, Xiao Jui's bodyguard ran toward Lu Chen's camp. There were soldiers guarding the camp. They saw that the enemy was rapidly approaching them and decided to immediately open fire on him. And then the Black Ghost realized that his opponent was running, exposing himself to the fire of the camp's defenders, just so that they would start shooting at him. In this way, he would absorb the energy of those shots. Lu Chen's soldiers started shooting at the enemy. However, he was not injured in any way. Instead, thanks to his ability, he absorbed the energy of the bullets that were fired at him from everywhere, accumulated it, and turned it into his own power. The soldiers were shocked to see that their shots did not leave a single scratch on their enemy's body. They even thought that they were facing a monster. And then the Black Ghost intervened in the battle. He shouted to the soldiers that their bullets had no effect on the enemy. Now they just need to stop firing. However, Xiao Jui's bodyguard had already managed to heal himself and recharge his batteries. He told the Black Ghost that he had enough energy to destroy his opponent. Xiao Jui's bodyguard quickly turned in the opposite direction and rushed to attack the black ghost. He struck it hard because he had accumulated a lot of energy. The black ghost crashed to the ground with a thud. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The two opponents used their strength to create a deep pothole in the ground. The fragments flew in all directions. This blow was too strong for the black ghost. He was unable to immediately counterattack the enemy and simply lay at the bottom of the hole they created. The strength of his magnetic armor decreased by 132 points. He suffered 241 points of damage as a result of this blow. But Xiao Jui's bodyguard felt very strong. He charged up the bullets that were flying at him and turned them into powerful energy. Almost immediately, he began to attack the black ghost again. But the boy had already gotten up and was ready to defend himself. Han Xiao realized that here on the battlefield, his opponent had unlimited ability to absorb energy and use it for his own benefit. And this is not at all favorable to him. Therefore, he decided to immediately flee from there towards the Green Valley camp and take Xiao Jui's bodyguard with him. After all, the soldiers there would not start shooting at him. Then he would have nowhere to get energy from. On the move, the black ghost pulled out his pistol and pushing hard jumped over the city wall. He immediately started shooting the guards who were there. The soldiers shouted that they had been visited by the black ghost and needed to immediately inform their commander. They started shooting at Han Xiao. Xiao Jui's bodyguard, of course, chased after him. The soldiers guarding the city immediately stopped firing, because in the firefight, they could have accidentally hit and wounded Liu Chen. But Liu Chen's energy was running out, and he had no way to replenish it. No one was shooting at him. His kinetic energy ability was useless here. He needed to defeat the black ghost before his energy ran out. The black ghost landed on the wall and covered his eyes with his hand. Xiao Jui's bodyguard was already approaching. As soon as Liu Chen touched the stone to harm his opponent, the black ghost jumped high and used a sliding shot. Liu Chen's energy didn't hit the black ghost at all. The entire impact was on the stone wall, and pieces of it flew in all directions. Xiao Jui's bodyguard had already spent a lot of his energy and had almost completely exhausted his reserves. This slowed him down. Meanwhile, the black ghost jumped even higher. Liu Chen couldn't gather his strength yet. He was not as agile now. As the stones of the wall split and began to fall, a column of dust rose above the wall. That dust got right into Xiao Jui's eyes, preventing him from seeing properly. This was exactly what the black ghost was counting on. Liu Chen was trapped in the dust from the broken stones. He closed his eyes and began to cough, as the dust particles also prevented him from breathing freely. This was a real chance for the black ghost to win. He used Burning Will, a reset. He abruptly approached Liu Chen and hit him in the face with his gloved hand. He, of course, did not have time to defend himself. Liu Chen ran out of energy to continue fighting the black ghost. He fell to the stone floor of the city wall. Now Xiao Jui's bodyguard had experienced firsthand that the black ghost was a very strong warrior, and of course the fall of Green Valley was only a matter of time. Liu Chen coughed up blood. He had almost no strength left. He needed to inform his master that things were very bad. He began to run away from the wall toward the city, pulled out his radio, and began to report on the run that he had failed in his task, so he would speak briefly. He proposed his escape plan. He would personally distract the black ghost to lure him away from the Green Valley. In the meantime, his master must flee quickly. Xiao Jui's bodyguard was well aware that he himself might not return after such a battle. He also told his master about this. Therefore, he asked Xiao Jui to take care of his family if this happened. So the entire Green Valley command gathered together, got into their cars, and drove away from the city. No one pursued them. Balsam realized that Xiao Jui's bodyguard, Liu Chen, had failed to deal with the black ghost. The black ghost is a real monster. They shouldn't have messed with him at all. Balsam was very worried about this. However, Xiao Jui irritably replied that they should stop talking. At least they would be able to escape the city. But Balsam was still very worried. He was afraid that their escape would be noticed and they would be chased. And then the black ghost would catch up with them. Xiao Jui said that Liu Chen was storming the Green Valley, and accordingly the black ghost had no time to catch the fugitives. He is storming along with everyone else. Suddenly, Balsam saw through the window that the black ghost was rapidly approaching them. Han Xiao pulled out his pistol and started shooting at the fugitives. He couldn't let them just run away. After a few shots, the car stopped, unable to continue. Smoke was billowing around. The driver fell out of the car. Balsas was still alive. He was coughing a lot. It was hard for him to look because everything around was covered in dust and smoke. The commander of the Green Valley tried to get out of the shot car, but he was immediately met by the black ghost, who pointed his gun at him and smiled ironically. Balsas began to accuse him of lying. He said that the black ghost had deceived him when he said that he was just passing through the Green Valley. In fact, he had long since conspired with Lu Chen. To such accusations, the Black Ghost replied that it was all just a coincidence. However, Balsis did not want to believe that the Black Ghost's words were true. He said that he already knew he would not survive and asked the Black Ghost to kill him. The Black Ghost began to pull the trigger of his pistol if Balsis would forgive him for doing so. Then he shot him in cold blood at point-blank range. Han Xiao thought that at least Balsis had some courage left. After the murder, he calmly walked away, but suddenly something disturbed him. He turned sharply in the direction where the sound came from and pointed his pistol there, ordering no one to move. Xiao Jui looked out from behind a tree, frightened. He raised his hands and began to beg for mercy from the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost was a cold-blooded killer. He asked Xiao Jui why he should let him live. Let him give him at least some reason to do so. Xiao Jui covered his head with his hands, twisted like a shrimp, and told the Black Ghost that he could give him a lot of money. He could also recommend him to the Illumer family. The Black Ghost still did not lower his gun. He saw a piece of paper peeking out of Xiao Jui's pants pocket, so he ordered him to take it out. Xiao Jui pulled out the piece of paper and said that it was nothing worthy of anyone's attention. However, the Black Ghost took the paper anyway, unfolded it because it was completely crumpled, and saw that it had his picture on it and a $5 million reward for his head. This was all offered by the embryo organization. This surprised the Black Prince. He asked Xiao Jui why he was carrying an advertisement from Embryo in his pocket. Xiao Jui was frightened and told him that the wanted man Zero was Alimer's second son, who had died long ago. At least he knows this information. But since Embryo had put out such a reward announcement, he was immediately sent to find Illumer's son. The Black Ghost tried to make sense of all the confusion. He is Han Xiao, Zero, the son of the Illumer family. Then he brought the muzzle of the gun closer to Xiao Jui's head and asked him menacingly if he was lying to him. Xiao Jui replied that he would not dare to lie in such a situation. The Black Ghost thought about the fact that he had brothers and sisters. Xiao Jui was even more surprised. He couldn't believe that the Black Ghost belonged to his family, and the Black Ghost was thinking about how he could benefit from his status. At the very least, he could get help from the commander-in-chief of the Alumera of the northern mainland. Having received such valuable information, the Black Ghost did not hesitate to kill Xiao Jui with a single shot directly to the head. He realized that in his situation, it made absolutely no sense for him to rely on the influence of Alumera, his family. Meanwhile, refugees who had fought on the side of the city's command gathered near the walls of the Green Valley, and on the walls stood Lu Chen. He addressed the refugees with a message that the battle was over. He guaranteed the safety of their lives and their property for the future. The refugee players realized that their mission had failed. They would not benefit from it. They lamented that they should not have chosen a side to fight on so early. Ban Hidog decided to meet Raging Sword. He introduced himself and his name, and told his new friend what he was doing. Namely, he creates videos related to this game. Afterwards, he asked Sword of the Storm to tell him something about Black Ghost's past. Swordfire said that the Black Ghost's name was actually Han Xiao. He sneaked a glance at his master and, seeing that he was standing calmly aside and lighting a cigarette, decided that the Black Ghost did not mind his ward telling the other a little bit of his biography. This reassured him, and he decided to provide this information to Banhidog. Violent Sword began to recall what he knew. He said that the Black Ghost had once been in the service of the Star Dragon. However, he did not know any details about this service. Most likely, he knew someone from the Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Department. This information made Banhidog very happy. He was glad that he had asked the Violent Sword for this information. The Black Ghost stood silently by the wall and smoked a cigarette. Suddenly, he heard someone speaking to him. It was Lu Chen. He sincerely thanked the Black Ghost for his help. He frankly said that without him, he would not have been able to defeat Green Valley. He went on to say that the battle was over, and now he didn't know what to do with the refugees. He noticed that they are strange and can resurrect. Now he understood why they were not afraid of death at all. The Black Ghost said that Lu Chen could give them any task he wanted. He advised, for example, that he could use them as mercenaries. To do this, he would only need to pay them decently and nothing else. Lu Chen agreed with this proposal and decided to try to take advantage of it. And then he said that he was going back to Black Pine tomorrow. So he invited the Black Ghost to go with him and rest there for a while. He added that maybe there he could somehow thank him for his help. The Black Ghost agreed to go to the Black Pine. He also said that he would take his wards with him and pointed to Raging Sword and Banhidog. The boys did not expect such a turn. Finally, Lu Chen's soldiers broke camp from under the walls of the Green Valley and returned to their home in Black Pine. Lu Chen kindly invited the Black Ghost to his settlement. He began to talk a little about what was in Black Pine. He showed us which way the military factory was located. It is there that rifles and ammunition are made. The sword master was in awe of the scale of military production in Chorna Sosnya. The plant was extremely large, and the boy realized that there was no place for beginners. Banhidog also enthusiastically filmed everything with his camera. With the Black Ghost, he learned something new and interesting every day. Suddenly, Raging Sword's gaze rested on something that interested him greatly. He opened his mouth in surprise. He saw a large fenced area which was closed by a net on all sides, and there were some people there. Lu Chen closed his eyes and sadly informed his guests that those people who had contracted the acute form of the grouper disease were living in that area. The fence was erected to protect the city from the spread of the epidemic. It is a kind of quarantine. The guests noticed this, and the Black Ghost asked if it was the same highly contagious genetic mutation. They saw a scary monster near the grid, which a once ordinary person had turned into. Now it was infected with the grouper disease. This disease caused terrible mutations to its body. As soon as one of the infected approached the grid, specially trained security people in special protective suits shot them down. This mutation was irreversible, so the only way out was to kill the mutant. The grouper disease is extremely difficult to treat and progresses rapidly. To stop its spread, it is necessary to completely isolate the infected from the healthy. The fenced area was constantly disinfected. As soon as a new corpse appeared, the evacuation team in special protective suits quickly packed it in a bag and carried it away on a stretcher. It was hard for Banhidog to watch. He saw sick people being shot in cold blood. But the people of Chorna Sosnya had no other choice. Lu Chen said that at first only 10 people fell ill, but one of them knew he would never recover, so he escaped from quarantine. Because of this reckless act, the number of people infected with the disease increased dramatically to 300. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was thinking about what task to give the newcomers. Somehow, he did not really want to do it, so he decided to look for some more fools, that is, players who would move to the mechanic class. And so a new task appeared in the game. The Black Ghost's wards were excited about it. They wondered if they would receive any reward for the newcomers completing this task. The Black Ghost decided to give them this opportunity. Then Lu Chen approached them. He said that his people had already set the table, so he invited everyone to eat. All 4 of them went to the majestic stone palace, the House of Lords. In the Great Hall, a sumptuous table was set with delicious food. Swordfish and Banhidog immediately attacked the food, for they were already very hungry. They were very happy with the food and praised the cook. Banhidog said that the game had a very realistic flavor. Lu Chen was still worried that he did not know how to repay the Black Seer for his free help in the struggle for the Green Valley. He began to talk again about how he felt very uncomfortable in front of his guest. With that, he handed the Black Ghost his business card with his personal phone number on it and said that he could call him anytime he needed his help. The Black Ghost jumped at the opportunity and said that right now he would like to work in their workshop for a while and also use some of their materials. Lu Chen was glad that he could now repay the Black Ghost in some way and said that he would have his men prepare everything for him. The Black Ghost then explained that the groupie epidemic was a real disaster. In fact, he himself would need to leave, but his friends would stay here and help. At the same time, he patted Raging Sword on the shoulder in a friendly manner, and the latter almost choked on his surprise. He asked the Black Ghost why he wanted to part with him. The Black Ghost replied sharply that the Sword of Violence was talking like a homosexual now, but he told him not to worry, because he was going to come back anyway. And of course, he wouldn't leave them without a benefit either. He again issued tasks for his wards. They had to stay in Chorna Sosnya and cope with the pandemic, and also to improve the situation with the camp in general. Banhidog saw that they would be given a lot of rewards for completing this task, so he suggested that they stay in Chornaposa after all. But the Black Ghost decided to leave them there so that they would not interfere with him and spoil his personal effectiveness. After having a good lunch and giving out tasks to his wards, the Black Ghost went to the workshop of the military plant. There he immediately set to work. He had long needed to work on improving his skills as a mechanic. Finally, he did what he had wanted to do for a long time and happily began to look at the result of his work. It was a portable flamethrower called the Sunworm. Its grade, blue, good quality. Rate of fire, 27, 34 per second fire. Overheating, 60 seconds, maximum extension. Recharge, 20 seconds. Range, 7 meters. Output power, 92. Fuel type, flammable liquid fuel. Energy, 210 out of 210. Uses 1 point of energy per second. Weight, 9 whole and 4/10 of a kilogram. Additional effect, integration. Thanks to the additions to the fuel box, it is easy to carry. There was one more note that was confusing for the Black Ghost. Additional effect of the flamethrower. Concentrated fire, increase in fuel efficiency, plus 33% damage, attack radius, plus 25% damage, every 0.6 seconds for 12 seconds, uses 8 energy points per second. Overheating is eliminated immediately after 12 seconds of cooling. Additional effect, extends the burn time of the target and increases the effectiveness of burns. Note, dancing flame is a heat related to romance. It was this note that confused the Black Ghost. The newly created Sunworm flamethrower was worn on the forearm like a sleeve. The Black Ghost quickly made it and immediately put it on. With a strength of 69, he could ignore the strain. He liked his work. It looked pretty good on his arm. Then an old man came into the shop and picked up the Black Ghost rifle. He noticed with admiration that it was an electromagnetic weapon and asked what kind of craftsman had made it. The man then turned to Han Xiao and asked him if he could sell the rifle to him. He was willing to pay 500,000 for it. Then he quickly changed his mind and offered even 1 million. The Black Ghost was not happy with this unexpected visit from a stranger. He abruptly asked who he was. The old man said that he was the chief technical advisor invited by Lu Chen. Then he said his name, Lei Zhenyuem. Han Xiao knew about this man. He is a master mechanic from the time of old Lu. Lu Chen left his daughter and became the commander-in-chief, and old Lu sent Lei Zhenyu, his old friend, to help his son. The chief technical advisor repeated again that he wanted this electromagnetic rifle, and he said to name the price for it. This was said in a commanding tone. His whole appearance made it clear that he would not accept any refusals. But the Black Ghost was not going to bargain. He just asked the old man if he looked like he needed money. By the way, there were many different rare materials in this shop. The old man Lei Zhenyu replied that if the Black Ghost didn't need money, he could teach him some skills. He confidently said that the boy would definitely need a good master like him to become better. He added that the Black Ghost had nothing to lose anyway. The Black Ghost only laughed to himself. He noticed the striking resemblance between old Lu and Lei Zhenyu. Han Xiao knew that this man was the key figure in old Lu's 4 tasks. Therefore, he needed to establish a relationship with him. Meanwhile, the chief technical advisor asked the Black Ghost why he was staring at him like that. He even thought he looked bad. In addition, if the Black Ghost is not confused, then Lei Zhenyu has advanced knowledge. But players cannot learn from him. However, he had to try. He then told the advisor that he would sell the electromagnetic rifle, but in return, he asked for advanced information. Old Lei Zhenyuem thought about it. He understood that the electromagnetic kinetic weapon device was very interesting to him, but it was not valuable enough to share advanced knowledge for him. He waved his hand in protest and said that he would not teach the Black Ghost advanced knowledge. But he suggested that he would create a mechanism based on it that would give it to him. The Black Ghost was not going to agree to this, because advanced knowledge is not so easy to obtain, but he agreed to the chief technical advisor's proposal. However, he offered to make a new weapon for him. Lei Zhenyu was very surprised and asked if the electromagnetic rifle was really made by the Black Ghost himself. The guy calmly replied that it was. He had personally made such a kinetic weapon. The chief technical advisor had to admit that the Black Ghost's level was quite high. This embarrassed him a bit. In the same room, there was a guard with a gun. He approached Lei Zhenyu and whispered quietly in his ear that the Black Ghost was not only a mechanic, but also a famous darknet assassin. The chief technical advisor then bowed, showing the Black Ghost his respectful attitude, and apologized for not recognizing him at first. He then invited the boy to follow him. The Black Ghost rubbed his nose with satisfaction. He realized that if someone is very good at something, people start to take them seriously. Together, they went to the living area of advanced research. This area was fenced off by a high fence. Armed guards were constantly standing at the gate. In the large hall, one wall was lined with bar racks. Lei Zhenyu immediately went there. He picked up a bottle of alcohol. Under it was a small button, which the chief technical advisor was about to press. Immediately after pressing the hidden button, the door to the secret passage opened. Lei Zhenyu said that this was his secret hiding place. The advisor and the Black Ghost entered the vault together. Lei Zhenyu said that he had 4 items that were created using advanced knowledge. He told the Black Ghost that he could choose any of those items. One of the items was a Type 1 nurse. It was a living organism in pellets that floated serenely in some green liquid in a flask. When injected into the body, it quickly relieves negative effects, cleanses the body of poisons, and quickly clots the blood. The second item is farm condensate. It is used to cool the mechanisms from the inside, thereby reducing their recharge time. It looked like a ball filled with condensate, to which two tubes were attached, red and blue. The third item was an I-9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. After receiving an impact, it becomes elastic for a short time to dampen the kinetic energy, and then hardens again, capturing the object. It looked like different-sized transparent plates stuck into a black platform. The fourth object is a peo nanosynthetic fiber. It resembled the biological tendons of a living organism, both in appearance and properties. The Black Ghost thought, all four items were good, but two of them were expendable, and it was completely unprofitable to exchange them for anything else. And his titanium alloy is also quite resistant. He told Lei Jianyue that he was choosing the nanosynthetic PO fiber. The chief technical advisor shook his head in approval. He said that this was a very smart choice, because he also believed that this subject had the greatest potential. They shook hands in agreement. Then Lei Jianyue packed the nanosynthetic PO fiber into a special suitcase. He said that this was his entire supply and gave it to the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost was satisfied. There was a lot of nanosynthetic fiber. It would definitely be enough for the tendons of the skeletal system of light fur. Now he was one step closer to creating it. Taking the suitcase in his hands, the Black Ghost headed for the exit. But on the way, he said that he needed one more thing, but he didn't have the right connections to get it. He expressed his hope that Lei Jianyue would help him acquire a Vatra mini reaction furnace. The Vatra is the center of the energy source near the light mech, and it will not be easy for the chief technical advisor to get it himself. He promised to ask around, but it might take months to fulfill the order, and the price would be quite high. To this, the Black Ghost calmly replied that money was not a problem at all. After such a busy day, Han Xiao went to bed. The next morning he went outside, greeted his charges, and called them over. Raging Sword and Ban Hit Dog immediately ran to him. The Black Ghost told them that he would be leaving Black Pine that day, and they would stay here. If he needed them, he would contact them. Ban Hit Dog was not very happy about this turn of events. He had not expected it to happen so quickly. However, the Black Ghost emphasized that they would definitely need to find a way to deal with the epidemic. He then turned personally to Raging Sword and said that he would surely be able to show his full potential in that situation. Finally, the Black Ghost opened a suitcase of pistols and added that perhaps Raging Sword would need a better weapon to complete the task. Swordfish's eyes lit up when he saw the guns. He could not believe that the Black Ghost was giving him such a valuable gift. Then he pulled out one pistol, took it under his arm, and admiringly looked at his new weapon. Ben Hydog asked if it was a bonus from the secret storyline. He also wondered if the Black Ghost was rewarding him for his efforts if he played well. Han Xiao told Raging Sword that he had good potential. Let him level up his melee skill, and then in the future he could become a mechanic fighter. Lush Sword was incredibly happy to hear these words. He himself had thought about his potential more than once. Then the Black Ghost waved to his wards and left. In conclusion, he said that he would look forward to meeting them stronger than they were at the moment. A helicopter was already waiting for the Black Ghost to leave Black Pine. In the helicopter's cabin, Han Xiao began to solve his current issues. The Python Light Mech is an advanced rare equipment. It is extremely difficult to obtain its blueprints in the usual way. The Black Ghost decided to try to create it in modules. This way, he could reduce the risk of failure by several times. So he started trying to create the blueprints, but he failed. Failure was waiting for him everywhere. But Han Xiao didn't despair, because things don't always have to go according to plan. Unfortunately, his experience also came to an end quickly. Now the Black Ghost had to go to the next newbie village as soon as possible to gain more experience. And 10 days ago, there was a certain event in a rookie village on the southern continent. Everyone there was expecting the arrival of the Black Ghost. However, he was delayed. One player asked another if he would go with him to find the Black Ghost in order to learn some skills and buy some equipment. But the player refused because he lacked a certain amount of experience. He said that when he finished his current task, he would go in search of the Black Ghost. In the meantime, the Black Ghost continued to travel from village to village of newcomers and gain experience points. He was pleased with himself, because only 3 villages of newcomers brought him 9,023,000 experience points. Players were a gold mine for him. The Black Ghost was moving up the levels. Now he needed to move on. He really hoped that this time he would be given a simple task. He had a request to spend 894,530 experience points to upgrade to the trainee mechanic level. He will be given a new task to level up. The Black Ghost clicked the confirmation button and was issued a level up assignment. Trainee mechanic, level 15, maximum, reached. Received, plus 120 points of energy, plus 1 point of dexterity, plus 1 point of endurance, plus 4 points of intelligence. Additionally received, 3 points of attributes and 1 point of abilities. The task for advancement: create 5 mechanisms with an energy rating of at least 60, of excellent quality. This knocked the Black Ghost out of his tracks. He could not believe his eyes. Not lower than 60 means that low-level mechanisms are not good. A violet quality mechanism must be created. The Black Ghost did not know how to do this at the moment, so for now he could only improve his skills and temporarily forget about moving to a new level. Medium proximity to technology and molecular refinement improved. Now the Black Ghost cannot improve his skills. He has very few experience points left. He knew that experience comes quickly and goes just as quickly. He was done with the rookie village in the southern continent for now. Now it was time for him to move on. The Black Ghost thought that there was some hidden task on the western continent, so he decided to go there. So the Black Ghost went to the Fujian Unification Airport. While he was waiting for his flight, the airport workers were loading his personal belongings. The Black Ghost made sure that they were loaded carefully and periodically made comments to the workers. He said that inside the boxes were very valuable materials that were very expensive. And then his good old friend, who knows how to fly an airplane, came and asked if he was planning to go to the western continent. He also warned the Black Ghost that the operatives of the Maple and Horde nations would definitely want to meet with a killer like him, and their capabilities there are limited. So he advised the Black Ghost to be as quiet as possible. The Black Ghost only scoffed at this advice and said that he would not be violent on the western continent. The Darknet stronghold already knew that the Black Ghost was heading to the western continent. Bennett Anderson was going to invite the Black Ghost to follow up on the implementation of the hideout plan in the southern continent. But this guy moves like lightning. Mr. Anderson tried to call him, but only listened to a message saying that the caller's device was out of range. And of course, there was an offer to call back later. Bennett Anderson knew that the Maple Nation was just a bunch of bureaucrats who understood only power. They refused to provide them with material assistance, but he could ask the Black Ghost to talk to them. Meanwhile, the airplane with the Black Ghost on board took off and was flying across the sky to the western continent. The boy sneezed loudly. He wondered how it was that he had caught a cold while in a warm airplane. He thought that his players must be remembering him. He read the chat, and there were indeed many players saying that they would die if they didn't meet him, and were very sorry that he didn't come to their continent. By the way, based on the current situation, the NPCs should have already noticed that the players are not ordinary people. So the alien case will soon begin. As usual, the Embryon organization continued its research activities at the training grounds. One player was lying on an experimental table. He was thinking about the fact that other players were already around level 8, and he had no way to increase his level. He didn't understand why the NPCs locked him in there and conducted endless experiments on him. The guy's name was Electrolux. He had only level 1. His main researcher was Cyberloss, an embryo biologist. Cyberloss was sitting with a notebook and was proofreading something from it. And then a new forced task arose for Electrolux to postpone the operation. The operation immediately began, and biologist Kuberlos performed it. Electrolux's body was without pathologies. There was no organ in it that could cause resurrection. Disconnection of the respiratory apparatus reduces vital functions. Electrolux did not survive the operation. He died during it. The cause of death, an unforeseen situation. Doctor stood nearby and watched the patient. Meanwhile, Electrolux resurrected and sat on the operating table. The biologist Cyberloss noted that the patient came back to life again exactly 10 seconds later as usual. Then he looked at the operating table and saw that it still had the patient's blood on it after the operation. Cyberloss could not understand the biology of Electrolux. Many experiments were conducted, but nothing concrete was found. He wondered what kind of creature he was looking at. However, Electrolux was just mocking him in his heart, calling him a fool. He was curious to see what the biologist's reaction would be when he learned the truth. He tried to explain to Cyberloss that the world he lived in was just a game, and he was a player in that game. However, the biologist did not want to hear any of this. For him, it was complete nonsense. He remembered well that Electrolux had said the same things under deep hypnosis. Meanwhile, the system was changing Electrolux's words into some strange set of signs, so that he could not tell the truth about himself. He realized that the developers wanted the players to become a kind of aliens and integrate into this real world. That is why they are forbidden to disclose information about their world. The head of the embryo organization got in touch with Cyberlos. He asked the biologist how his experiment was going. Cyberlos replied that he still could not understand the nature of the strangeness of the Electrolux. In his opinion, the test subject came from another higher civilization or descended from a new race. He then asked if he could be given more samples. The supervisor replied that if the biologist's assumptions were true, the 6 nations, according to the Treaty on Contacts with Space Civilizations, would contact other civilizations to find out why they sent him here. This will buy them some time. The leader also promised that he would send people to catch more samples and let Cyberlos try to find answers. The plane with Black Ghost on board finally took off for its destination. The Black Ghost realized that for now, he needed to continue to wrap the newcomers around his finger to benefit himself. His task from the Darknet was as follows: to enter the residence of several Maple officials and leave some documents there. The Darknet agent would meet him on the Western continent and hand over the necessary documents, including specific information about the location and information about the Maple officials. The Black Ghost immediately called Bennett Anderson back to ask more specifically about the task he was given to perform. Bennett Anderson replied that there are a couple of rotten officials in Maple who run the finances. They refuse to help the Darknet with funding. They are simply afraid of losing their illegal accumulations. Black Ghost mentioned that the Darknet had asked the leaders of nations to help finance the Shelter project, but he asked Mr. Anderson to clarify this information. Bennett Anderson replied that their organization was preparing a large-scale project codenamed Shelter. At first, they planned to launch this project in a year, but the war broke out, so they had to ask for help from all countries, and only Maple refused them. The Black Ghost was happy because he had guessed that the main plot event in the game was the Shelter project. It would be great for him if he could take an active part in it, so he asked Bennett Anderson if they needed his help. To this, Mr. Anderson replied that the Black Ghost had helped in the battle on the Tedramira River. It was for this that the Star Dragon was the first to agree to support the Darknet, and so the Darknet is indebted to the Black Ghost. He then added that he really needed the Black Ghost's help. He offered to discuss the details when the guy returned to the southern continent. The Black Ghost smiled and said that he would help no problem, but let them give him something for it. Mr. Anderson liked this solution, laughed, said that the Black Ghost does not change, and that they would talk about it after the boy returned. The Black Ghost saw that there would be no special reward for completing this task, which meant that the task was ordinary, and therefore he would be able to complete it quickly. He launched a C-level task: Intimidation. Introduction. Some Maple officials are mired in corruption. It's time to remind them that those who don't share can accidentally get shot in the forehead. They're not robbers, but they might accidentally walk into the living room. The task was as follows. You had to break into the residences of 5 designated officials and leave evidence of the Darknet there. Rewards: 120,000 experience points, 500 Darknet reputation. On the southern continent, in the village of newcomers, another day was coming to an end. 2 players were resting on the lawn. They both belonged to the Guild of the Gods. One was Jupiter, the other was Poseidon. The first one asked the other why he was doing nothing for half a day, sad. He also asked what he was thinking about. Poseidon replied that the A-rank task of finding Zero was given to professionals, and he has to do menial tasks every day. That's why he was bored. Then Jupiter called his friend a braggart. After all, he had bought a bunch of equipment and skills from the Black Ghost with the guild's money, and now he was many times better than the others. Poseidon smiled smugly and said that it happened because the Black Ghost was on the southern continent at the time. They all saw the guilds on other continents howling with grief. Suddenly, Jupiter shouted and said to see what was being written on the forum. Another player moved over to him with interest. And they wrote that the Black Ghost was currently heading to the western continent. Poseidon asked, upset, if the Black Ghost was going to go around all the villages of newcomers. After all, this way, all the advantages of their guild would soon come to naught. However, Jupiter said that they had learned the skills before anyone else and completed more different tasks. Here, the computer told them that they could increase their energy. The Black Ghost could teach them a new skill, the energy training technique. Each training session consumes experience and increases energy. The players knew that the Black Ghost did not teach this on the southern continent. Jupiter thought that perhaps the later the Black Ghost visited the village, the more valuable the skills he taught there. He then said in disappointment that they were now at a complete disadvantage, as other players would easily overtake them. Poseidon was even more sad and said that they were very unlucky. Night fell on the western continent. An airplane with a black ghost arrived in the newcomers' village. All the players went to meet the black ghost in a crowd. The guy could barely fight them off. Finally, he said that he really wanted to rest now and let everyone come to him the next day. However, the players were not happy. Some of them shouted that they had been standing in line for 2 hours in a row, while others had been standing for 4 hours waiting for the black ghost to arrive, and now they have nothing to do. Resentment about the wait began to spread in the line. Everyone wanted to start learning the energy training skill as soon as possible. The players were pushing each other, figuring out who took the line when. Some of them had been in the line since the previous evening. The black ghost knew that the players had mastered the skill even after the first advancement, but the players themselves did not know it yet. Then, the black ghost went to rest. In bed, he was thinking about the fact that he would get experience, while the 10th level players would get skills that were only available at the 20th level. So there was no cheating in it. Suddenly, he saw that his ward Benhidog had released a new video. The video was called Starsea Research Diary, Black Ghost 1. It already had a lot of views, 5,543,000. It was #1 in the trends. The video revealed the real name of the black ghost, Han Xiao. It was mentioned that there was a time when he worked in the intelligence agencies of the Star Dragon. The black ghost did not care that his name was revealed. The exchange of information between players and NPCs is limited, with each side keeping its own. To the embryo organization, the black ghost is known as Zero, as Han Xiao, but not as the black ghost. The Star Dragon knows him as Han Xiao and Zero, but they are not at all sure that he is the black ghost as well. As for the players, they know him as Han Xiao and the black ghost who once served in the Star Dragon, but they are completely unaware that he is Zero, and this is unlikely to change in the near future. But to the Darknet, he is only the black ghost. Han Xiao was satisfied with this state of affairs because there was no way they could catch him, because the initial problem was created by Zero. Later in the video, Benhidog showed how the black ghost goes around the villages of newcomers, and so he took this as proof that the black ghost is the leader of the newcomers. Han Xiao liked the fact that Benhidog chose this topic to cover. Thanks to this video, his popularity increased significantly. Now players are interested in what Black Ghost offers, but they lack interaction with the game's plot. Only when they get closer to him will they have a desire to search for him on their own initiative. After reading the chat and watching Benhidog's video about himself, the black ghost wrapped himself in a blanket and soon fell asleep. Early in the morning, as soon as the sun began to rise, players gradually began to gather near the house where the black ghost was staying. They had no patience. They wanted to pay the black ghost as soon as possible, that is, to pay him, and to acquire a new skill. The players started banging on the door of the house unceremoniously. Meanwhile, the black ghost's morning began with great news. He had one unread message from Lei Jianyu. It said that the campfire stove the black ghost had ordered was ready. It also included the seller's number. The black ghost immediately called the number and asked when he could pick up the product. The seller replied that it could be picked up in 3 days, and he would send the coordinates later. Han Xiao got the money, and the seller got the product. And then the black ghost heard someone knocking loudly on his door and shouting that the sun had long since risen. But he was not there yet. The guy's phone vibrated again. A new message came from an unknown number. It read, Severus, a town near the border of the Horde. So the black ghost had 3 days to spare, which was a lot. Now he needed to calm the impatient crowd that had gathered outside his house. In 3 days, the black ghost was ready to leave for the border town of Severus. The sniper was already ordered to take his place, wait for the target, and keep everyone informed. As soon as the target appeared, the sniper was to shoot to kill. The leadership suspects that the target is connected to a political financial organization, but they need proof. He is quite insidious, so we need to remain extremely vigilant. The sniper was Special Agent Meg. He acted as insurance that the mission would be completed. Therefore, Meg had to be ready to shoot. The sniper took his position. It was raining heavily that day. There were several people at the closely guarded border who wanted to come to Severus. The black ghost also arrived here. He was sitting in his truck waiting for his turn to be checked. Finally, a border guard came up to his truck and asked to see his ID. The black ghost handed him his documents for inspection and put several $100 bills under them. The satisfied border guard said that the black ghost could go on and happily put the money in his breast pocket of his uniform. Thus, the black ghost entered the city of Severus without any obstacles. He was wearing a black cloak with a hood. Since it was raining outside, the boy's outfit did not raise any suspicions. However, such terrible, unpleasant weather irritated the Black Ghost. He wanted to find a nice place to take a bath as soon as possible. He thought about it and lit a cigarette. He went first to a coffee shop. It was there that he arranged to meet the seller. However, the Black Ghost was very vigilant and carefully examined everyone around him. He didn't like something here. Something was wrong. In one corner, near the window, he saw a man holding an open newspaper in front of him, but he didn't even look at its contents. Then he noticed a woman sitting at the bar. She had an open laptop in front of her. She was acting very tense and hadn't even taken a sip of coffee. The Black Ghost realized that someone was watching the coffee shop, but he didn't know who it was, whether it was the seller or some third party. Han Xiao exhaled. His life is such that every day is a new adventure and it doesn't get any easier. But the fire stove is the core of the mech. Therefore, he would have to take some risks for it. He decided not to guess ahead, but to get his bearings on the spot. And then the seller of the goods for which the Black Ghost had come came. He was dressed in a black coat, wrapped in a shish kebab, and his head was covered by a hat. The kebab even covered part of the seller's face. He put the suitcase on the table in front of the Black Ghost. The seller was very serious and silent. He looked at the Black Ghost sternly. The Black Ghost opened the suitcase, took out the stove, and began to examine it carefully. He was satisfied with the product, noting its good quality. He also saw that the battery did not deteriorate. After the inspection, the Black Ghost told the man in the coat that everything was fine and that he had already transferred the money. And then he decided to give one more little hint as a friend. He quietly said that they were definitely being followed. He doesn't know who these people are. Suddenly, the Black Ghost stood up abruptly and began to run away from the coffee shop. He also told his partner to run away. Then the shopkeeper quickly looked around and decided to flee through the window, breaking the glass. Then he jumped out into the street and started running. The police were already standing outside the coffee shop. The police immediately opened fire on the fugitives. Their work was complicated by the fact that the fugitives were divided. There were people everywhere in the street. The Black Ghost ran among them, not paying attention. Bullets flew after him. People began to wonder why the NPS opened fire in the open. Then the Black Ghost stopped for a moment, turned around, pulled out his pistol, and started shooting back. With a few shots, he killed some policemen, although they did not believe it would happen. Suddenly, someone's wet hand gripped the Black Ghost's ankle. It seemed to be made of water. The Black Ghost stopped in surprise. He was a little alarmed. This hand belonged to Esper. Esper is a strong special agent of the Horde. Han Xiao couldn't understand why he was sent here since he had only bought a furnace. Then the Black Ghost shot at Esper's water hand, and the enemy's hand spilled and freed his leg. Han Xiao continued to shoot at Esper. He needed to break out of the encirclement and neutralize his pursuers. The rain did not stop falling. The Black Ghost ran down the street with the suitcase with the stove in his hands. The police kept shooting at him. When he turned the corner of a building, 2 more police cars intercepted him. The Black Ghost wondered why a special agent had been sent after him and now a special unit. And there was no end in sight. The seller of the stove, with whom the Black Ghost had a business meeting, managed to escape and avoid being pursued. The management was very unhappy with the work of the police and special services. The boss slammed his fist on the table with great annoyance. He gave an order to all his subordinates not to miss at least one customer. It was still unknown what the purpose of the manhunt was. Sniper Meg was ordered by his boss to kill the Black Ghost. The soldier accepted the order and carried it out. First of all, the Black Ghost had to get away from his pursuers and then find a hidden place to change his image. Suddenly, a sniper shot at him from the roof of the building opposite. The bullet hit Han Xiao. Several more shots rang out. The Horde sniper knew his job well. The bullets flew one after another. These powerful shots stopped the Black Ghost. Some of the bullets hit him. He fell to the ground. The sniper was a 56th-level master gunner. The Black Ghost managed to run into such a strong opponent. The leader ordered Sniper Meg to capture the Black Ghost alive. The sniper replied that the boss shouldn't worry, because he knew the right amount. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost got up from the ground and began to climb up the building. From time to time, he was hit by sniper bullets in the body. He could see that the sniper was shooting from a high place, so he needed to get out of his range as quickly as possible. And the Sniper Meg was laughing at him. He could see that the Black Ghost had his electromagnetic boots on his feet, but he said to himself that they would not save the guy. So he decided to shoot those boots of the Black Ghost first to prevent him from escaping. Then he would see how the guy would run after that. The shots hit the target exactly. The sniper was really a high-level marksman. The bullets followed the Black Ghost's every move. But the sniper saw that his bullets did no damage to the Black Ghost's electromagnetic boots. He concluded that these boots were armored, so he decided to make another super powerful shot, which he thought would not be able to withstand any armor, but would turn into papier-mâché. The Black Ghost heard the sniper make a strange shot, so he turned around and saw a powerful projectile approaching him. Since Meg's sniper was shooting very accurately, the shell hit its target. The explosion fell right under the Black Ghost's feet. The force of the explosion threw the Black Ghost several meters away, but he did not let go of the suitcase with his purchase. This powerful blow caused him considerable damage. He stopped again and coughed. The sniper was watching from above. He was surprised that the Black Ghost could withstand such powerful blows. He used all his rifles in turn. The sniper was wondering how much longer the Black Ghost would last in that meat grinder. The shots came one after another. Stones were falling everywhere and smoke was rising. The sniper got a taste of his work. He was so engrossed in his shots that he forgot that he had been ordered to leave the Black Ghost alive as a witness. Meg was sure he had killed his opponent. He thought that as a result of his attack, he would only bring the enemy's corpse to the leader. But at least that's what he thought. But the Black Ghost used the field repulsor skill. Out of all the smoke created by the sniper's shots, he suddenly jumped out and stood right in front of his opponent. The sniper was shocked that the Black Ghost managed to survive his attacks. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost pulled out his sniper rifle and aimed it at Meg, saying that now was his time. Right in front of the enemy's face, he fired a powerful shot and pierced his opponent's body. The guy did not manage to kill the sniper, but he destroyed Meg Leslie's synthetic ceramic bulletproof vest and inflicted 772 points of damage to the sniper. Meg Leslie is in moderate bleeding condition. He will lose 5 health units every 60 seconds. Currently, Meg Leslie has the status lightly injured. His dexterity is -10% and his movement speed is -15%. Before the Horde's special agents could arrive at the scene, the Black Ghost needed to get away as quickly as possible. So without hesitation, he quickly began to run away to hide from his pursuers. Meg Leslie finally came to his senses and saw only that the Black Ghost was running away fast with the help of his electromagnetic boots, which he had not managed to damage. He immediately contacted his superiors and reported that the enemy had managed to escape and asked for help. The Horde's intelligence bureau was unhappy that reinforcements had not yet caught up with the Black Ghost. They started looking through street cameras to find him, but the Black Ghost disappeared into a blind spot. Intelligence compared his fighting style with the database, and they noticed that this style is identical to that of the Black Ghost, only their appearance was different, so they assumed that the Black Ghost was wearing a mask. Then the leader said that in that case it was not surprising that sniper Meg Leslie lost the battle. After all, only the Black Ghost is capable of doing that. Then the leader asked if there was any information about the seller of the stove. But the intelligence knew nothing. There were only phone records and messages. The intelligence officer played the recording. In that conversation, the buyer was heard asking when he could pick up the goods. In response, they said that it could be done in 3 days and the coordinates would be sent later. The buyer also said that he would send his subordinate. The manager thought about this information. After all, if that subordinate was the Black Ghost, then the customer was a dark net. At this time, Bennett Anderson was sitting in his house drinking tea as usual. He sneezed loudly. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost had already reached the border of Severus's town. It was still raining. There were more soldiers with equipment on the border. The Black Ghost approached one of the drivers and asked him to take him across the border. The driver asked for a price of $100,000. The Black Ghost was outraged because the previous day's transportation across the border had cost only $30,000. The driver calmly explained that there was no other way out because there had been an incident in the city yesterday. Because of this, the post was closed and it would be extremely difficult to pass. He added that he was taking a big risk by transporting someone across the border, so it was up to him to decide what to do. But Chorny had no other option. He simply had to leave the city, so he paid the driver $100,000. Already in the car, the Black Ghost thought that he was clearly out of luck. After all, he was just going to buy a certain thing for himself, and he ran into a special agent there. It was hard for him to remain unnoticed. Then suddenly, his phone rang. It was Bennett Anderson calling. He immediately attacked the Black Ghost, asking why the Horde's intelligence service was calling the Darknet with claims against him and asking for compensation. He asked the guy what he was doing there. The Black Ghost was a little embarrassed and modestly replied that he was not doing anything. However, Bennett Anderson started yelling at him even more and told him why he was lying. After all, they had been given a recording of the call on which his voice was very clearly heard. The Black Ghost said that he did not want to reveal his identity at all, but he almost succeeded. Then he told Bennett Anderson to calm down. There was no problem. There was just a small skirmish with the Horde people. Well, he pissed off a couple of special agents, destroyed a high-rise building, but it was nothing to worry about. The Horde was very hospitable. The Black Ghost went on to say that he didn't like the weather. It was nasty. It rained constantly. It was gloomy and nothing beautiful. Not at all like on the cozy southern continent. That's where he really likes it. The weather is warm. Nature is blooming and fragrant. Bennett Anderson just flashed and shouted what the weather has to do with it. How can you move on to another topic of conversation so smoothly? He was going to scold the Black Ghost some more, but the guy interrupted the conversation. He decided to call back later, when the boss calmed down a bit. For now, he had other things to do. Then he realized that he had really miscalculated. He hadn't thought that the Horde would react so quickly. His engagement mission was complete. 65,000 experience points were gained. The hidden requirement to detain Meg for 3 minutes and help the secret seller escape was fulfilled. The Black Ghost didn't know about this hidden requirement. Now he thinks he did a good job by not going with the salesman. He received a bonus reward, the Dion character prize card. This is a special level 30 dungeon crystal, a plan to infiltrate Olena. Additionally, 30 points of reputation with Dion, and also now trade was available to him. Dion is a mysterious NPC who resells things. His shop is hidden underwater. Previously, little was known about him, so you could only meet him by chance. The Black Ghost was happy with his work, because he was very lucky with that bonus reward. And then his phone rang. An unknown voice said that his phone was bugged. That's how he got the Black Ghost into this mess. The order was very well prepared. If not for the Black Ghost's observation, he would not have been able to escape, so now he is in his debt to him. It was Dion. The Black Ghost was happy to hear this information because he could buy rare materials for making fur from Dion. Then the voice on the other end said that the Black Ghost could call him Dion. He also added that he usually doesn't do business with new customers, but he was an exception. He would give him a 20% discount on his goods. The Black Ghost decided to ask for a slightly higher discount. Dion thought to himself that this was definitely the Black Ghost, because only a legendary level assassin could have so much chutzpah. But he said out loud that 20% was already too much. Then he said he was sending him a list of available items. If the Black Ghost needed any of them, he could contact him personally at any time. The Black Ghost knew that the mech was missing a few modules that required advanced knowledge, and he had it. Without thinking twice, the Black Ghost chose what he needed and asked where Dion could deliver it. In response, he heard that they would meet in a deserted place in 3 days. He would ask someone to give him the goods. That was the agreement. A special level 30th dungeon crystal, a plan to infiltrate Olena. Introduction. Olena is a secret research laboratory of the Horde. A few years ago, Dion infiltrated it and stole military secrets. This will be a test for the Black Ghost. Type of dungeon. A dungeon with a trip back in time. Number of players who have completed the dungeon. 0. Record speed. 0. Record holders. None. The dungeon tasks will appear only inside the dungeon. Such a task was extremely risky, so the Black Ghost decided to leave it for later. This is not an ability that gives absolute invisibility, but something like a power that changes the parameters of the body to blend in with the environment. A very useful thing. The Black Ghost arrived in a mountainous area where he created the mechanisms he needed. It was near the border with the Horde. Here he was waiting for the goods ordered from Dion. Finally, he had all the modules. Now he could start building mechs. The Black Ghost immediately set to work. When he was done, he decided to take a little rest, as he was very exhausted. The scan was successful. A prototype of the new drawing was created. Now it was time to name it. The Black Ghost chose a name. As a result, a customized drawing was created. A lightweight mechanical suit. Viper. The Black Ghost liked the name. He decided to put on the suit right away. Bone structure module. Nanotechnology, not PE0 fiber. Biological muscle internal structure. Strengthens muscles during movement. Strengthens muscles during protection. Armor module. Platinum alloy plate. Armor, plus 1,800 points. Protection, plus 30 points. Power output, none. External suit module. Optical camouflage. Reduces the clarity of the contour by refracting the rays. Output power, 20 points. Eye module. Multi-component optical membrane with scanning function. TV and PNV information is displayed on a holographic screen. Output power, 25 points. Hand module. Thermoelectric gloves. Produces huge amounts of heat and causes permanent damage. Energy consumption 1 2s. Damage level 94 points. Power output 50 points. Wrist module, mini flamethrower solar worm. Energy consumption 1s. Damage level 98 points. Power output 45 points. Left wrist module, repulsion field machine, directional. Releases repulsive energy in an arc of 150 degrees at a distance of 20 meters. Recharge 30 seconds. Energy consumption 10 per use. Output power 60 points. Leg modules, electromagnetic boots, energy consumption 5 per minute. Power output 30 points. This suit completely covered the body of the Black Ghost. Every detail of it was carefully thought out. The boy was extremely pleased with his work. The mechanical suit was complete. For long-range combat, he has a rifle. And for close combat, this suit. Now his combat power has increased by an order of magnitude. Armed in this way, the Black Ghost went to the La Potter area. Lonely animals roamed the deserted area. There was a kind of devastation everywhere. The local animals were infected with the death virus, which was spreading more and more, and posed a serious threat to all living things. Two men were watching the situation. If they failed to find a cure for this virus in the near future, the situation would become irreparable. The search party that had been researching the virus stopped communicating as soon as they reached the mountain valley ahead. The men realized that they were running out of time, so they had to hurry. The Black Ghost also arrived in the area of La Potter. He saw a lot of animal skeletons around him. The neighborhood also smelled very bad, so much so that he wanted to cover his nose. The air in this hellish place was saturated with poison, so the Black Ghost decided to put on his newly created fur costume. It would be safer for him to wander around that area. Wearing the protection, the Black Ghost felt much more comfortable in the area. At one time when creating the fur suit, the Black Ghost installed a filter element and a thermal constant on it, and it was a very smart decision. All sorts of monsters roamed the desert terrain. The Black Ghost landed in the middle of them. The monsters noticed him, but they were quite weak. The Black Ghost decided not to even waste mech energy on them. He simply turned on the invisibility mode. He realized that in this mode, a high-level enemy could see him, but these monsters could not. The Black Ghost decided to go deeper into the area to find a stronger monster and test the power of his mech. Finally, he met a few stronger monsters, but he easily defeated them with his mech suit. So the monsters of the 42nd level are still easy for him. The Black Ghost liked the way his suit worked. It was exactly the kind of power he expected from a mech. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble under his feet. He thought that maybe it was a frightened herd of animals running. He decided not to risk himself, but to reconnoiter the situation first. So he launched his mechanical bugs around the area. The Black Ghost saw that the further he moved through the area, the more dangerous the animals he encountered became. So he decided to go on alert. In the meantime, his little mechanical scouts crawled around the area to explore the terrain. They observed that a frightened herd of deer was indeed running. They also saw birds flying around frantically. One mechanical bug crawled onto the body of a deer from the herd to find out more information. Traveling on the deer's back, the mechanism collected additional information about what was happening in the area. All of this information was immediately observed by the Black Ghost, who could clearly see what was happening far away from him. He saw that all the animals were running in the same direction. The Black Ghost knew that only one beast could have had such a strong influence on them. That animal was the king of the beasts, a beautiful gray lion with a silver mane. Men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the area also came here. One of them said that the sound of the other's ability had lured the king of beasts here. But the other disagreed with his friend. He said that if not for the negligence of the other, they would have been able to quietly bypass the wolf pack. He added that the other should not complain, but rather think about what to do next. With the help of his mechanical bugs, the Black Ghost saw that there were people in the area besides the animals. This surprised him. The men who had been attacked by the wolves decided to run away because there were more and more animals. They needed to find some shelter, but the king of the beasts was extremely fast. With a few jumps, he quickly caught up with the fleeing men. The men noticed that there was a big crack in the ground ahead. One of them, who had some powers, told his friend to jump into it while he delayed the beasts for a while. The king of the beasts suddenly attacked the man and injured him with his claws. The other man quickly jumped into a crack in the ground and pulled his friend down by the hand. They both fell down into the ground, and this enabled them to escape from the whole pack of wolves. The crack was quite deep, and the king of the beasts could not reach the men with his paw. However, the monster did not give up. He tried to get through the crack to the men who were hiding at the bottom. The men could only watch the deadly monster approaching them. They were mentally saying goodbye to their lives. The wounded man said that now he was only a burden to both of them, so he suggested that his friend run away, and he would stay as bait for the monster. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a gunshot and realized that someone had come to their aid. The king of the beasts roared in pain and gave up his attempts to slip through the crack into the ground to his victims. The black ghost had arrived. It was he who shot the king of the beasts. He had finally found a monster worthy of fighting. 4035. The black ghost challenged the king of the beasts to a fight. The lion was no longer interested in the men who had fled from him into the gorge. He had already been wounded in one eye, which was bleeding moderately. Now he was ready for a new attack. Initially, the king of beasts was a boss that players would raid in groups. The black ghost realized that even though he was wearing a costume, he needed to be more careful. He decided to take some health from the monster first. He used a sliding shot on it. He needed to inflict a few more wounds on him. The king of the beasts screamed in pain. Each shot hit his body. Blood spurted out. The wounded beast became furious and rushed at his opponent. The black ghost skillfully jumped away, avoiding the attack of the king of beasts. Then from a relatively safe distance, he continued to shoot at him. All the bullets hit the target. The king of the beasts could not counterattack his opponent. His wounds were hurting. When the king of beasts loses a fifth of his health, he should be put into a state of exhaustion. The black ghost needed to use this to his advantage. Two men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the La Potter area came out of their hiding place and decided to run away while the black ghost distracted the king of the beasts. They saw this lion running after the black ghost, and then suddenly something made them very excited. The black ghost began to fight the king of the beasts to the ground. He jumped right up to the king's mouth. The men did not think that a fight would begin. They began to shout at the black ghost not to fight the king of the beasts at close range. But they saw that the black ghost did not pay attention to their warnings, so they unanimously decided that all was lost, and they were all going to die. But the black ghost had a new mechanical mech suit. The king of the beasts rushed to attack him, but the suit had a remarkable protective design. The men were frightened and covered their faces with their hands, but little by little they spied on the fight between the king of the beasts and their savior. They saw that the black ghost had stopped the white lion's attack. This was something incredible to them. The black ghost could see that the king of the beasts was exhausted and had lost his strength. His attacks were not very strong. The boy could fight him. He decided to test his mechanical suit to the fullest. Now he kicked the beast's back. With this kick, the black ghost knocked the king of the beasts to the ground, and he jumped to a safe distance. The men watched the fight with admiration. It was incredible to them that the black ghost had put the monster down with one kick. They did not know who he was. They had never met a mech before. Meanwhile, the fight between the black ghost and the king of the beasts continued. The black ghost was glad that he had met a strong opponent and could test all the powers of his mech suit. The king of beasts had many wounds on his body that were bleeding. He tried to attack, but the black ghost, not having a single wound, easily avoided the monster's sharp claws. Dodging the lion's blows, the black ghost continued to strike it to further weaken it. With the help of his thermoelectric gloves, the black ghost was able to strike his opponent with powerful blows. The king of beasts howled in pain. He did not have the strength to counterattack fully. The black ghost's fur costume gave its owner many bonuses. The lion tried again to wound the black ghost with his claws, but only slightly hurt him. The black ghost jumped away to avoid more damage from the attack and fell to the ground. But he never missed an opportunity to strike his opponent with devastating blows. Each time he inflicted fresh wounds on the king of the beasts. Now the lion was in a state of anger. The lion was in agony. The black ghost realized that he could not launch a frontal attack. He had to hit his opponent from a distance. Therefore, the boy climbed higher. The king of the beasts roared from his weakness. He could not jump high enough to attack. The black ghost tried to get as far away from the enemy as possible. The beast king was unable to even slightly hurt his opponent. Han Xiao decided to retreat behind a rock. In a few big jumps, he climbed to the top of the mountain. The king of beasts could only watch him. Now the black ghost decided to use the burning wheel, a reset. He pointed his rifle at the enemy and took aim. Then a shot rang out and the king of the beasts fell dead to the ground. The men who were searching for medicine in the La Potter area and watching the great battle were incredibly shocked to see how the black ghost had managed to defeat the lion. The defeated king of beasts lay on the ground. His lifeless body was bleeding. The black ghost, on the other hand, was not injured at all. This time, his ability increased the damage by 4 1/10 times. Finally, the king of the beasts was finished. The black ghost cut out a huge heart from the lion. He had succeeded in getting it. Having defeated the king of the beasts, he got a special object, a mutating heart. Han Xiao carefully put the heart into a special container and then into a suitcase. The potion forever increases the attributes of the person who took it. The men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the area sincerely thanked the Black Ghost for his help. They told him that they had come to this forbidden zone to save the search party. They were looking for a way to resolve the issue with the virus, but had stopped communicating. Then they hopefully asked the Black Ghost if he could help them. The Black Ghost looked into his computer. A D-class task popped up to save the research team, but it was too dangerous to lead people through the forbidden zone. Han Xiao was not interested in these troubles. He refused this task. He had already accomplished his goal and had no reason to waste time. However, one of the men was grasping at the last opportunity to apprehend the Black Ghost. He said that these men, who were part of the research team, had put themselves in danger to stop the disaster. They could not be left here to die. But the Black Ghost was relentless. He coldly replied, "Let them do as they please, but don't let him be involved in this story." Then he abruptly turned around and ran off about his business. He was no longer interested in further events in the area. The men were left with nothing. The Black Ghost was on his way to Louis's research facility. He had something to deliver there. Han Xiao changed his image again to conceal his identity and headed for the institution. He was carrying a suitcase. At the reception desk, a young receptionist greeted him warmly and asked what he could do for him. The Black Ghost put the suitcase on the counter in front of her, opened it, and showed that he had brought the heart of a dead organism infected with the virus. The receptionist led him to the lobby where there was a comfortable sofa and suggested that he wait here. She went to inform her superiors about his arrival. The Black Ghost sat down on the couch and waited for further developments. And then the men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the La Potter neighborhood entered the institution. They could barely move, supporting each other. One of them had his leg bandaged. His right hand was holding on to his friend, and he was leaning on a cane with his left hand. He had a plaster on his cheek. The other had a bandage on his right arm, which was suspended from his neck to secure it, and his head. An employee of the research institution came out to meet them, ran to them, calling them heroes, and rejoicing that they had returned. The man with the bandaged head said that they were very sorry, but they had failed in their mission. An employee of the institution asked in horror if the entire unit had died in that area. The man with the stick replied that all the people from the squad were infected and they could not help them. He apologized again for that. Then he handed the employee a suitcase and said that this was all that was left of those people. Inside the suitcase was a sample of the source of the virus. The employee took off his glasses. Tears spilled from his eyes. He said that they would never forget the sacrifices of those people, and when the research facility invents an antidote, they will name it after them. The wounded men also started crying. They said that the people from the unit were really heroes. The one with the bruised head said that he would regret for the rest of his life that he had not been able to get them out of the La Potter area. However, an employee of the institution put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he did not need to push himself so hard. Because if not for them, the will of those people from the detachment would not have been passed on. He added that they both did everything they could. Then he said that they had medical equipment here in the institution and that they could be helped to heal their wounds. However, the men refused the offered medical assistance. They said not to worry, they would take care of themselves. Then the men headed for the exit, still supporting each other. The employee of the institution sighed after them. Then he turned to the Black Ghost, who was still sitting on the couch waiting, watching the previous scene willy-nilly. The employee greeted him and asked if the boy had brought the mutated heart. The Black Ghost replied in the affirmative that yes, he had it in his suitcase. Then the employee invited the Black Ghost to follow him. They walked together along the long corridors. Along the way, the employee told the Black Ghost that the main object of their research at the moment was the deadly virus, but that the lack of appropriate samples was causing them problems. The employee then added that with the help of the heart, they could produce an antidote, and when it was ready, they could give the Black Ghost some of it and something else as payment. To this, the Black Ghost replied that he did not need any payment. He was only interested in the antidote. And then the guy asked what the researcher was carrying in his suitcase if he said that they were very short of samples. The employee laughed at this question. He said that what was in the suitcase was for something else entirely. Finally, they reached the laboratory. The employee of the institution said that outsiders were strictly forbidden to enter. He asked them to wait outside the door. The Black Ghost handed over the suitcase with the mutated lion's heart and sat down on the couch in the corridor. The research facility had excellent soundproofing everywhere, but it was nothing for the Black Ghost's senses. Therefore, sitting on the couch, he could hear everything perfectly and even see through the wall. In the laboratory, An old doctor asked the employee who had brought the suitcase with the mutated heart if everyone from the search party had died. The worker replied that the two men who had been sent by the institution to search for the missing team had not been able to save anyone. The doctor calmly said that they were fine. The main thing is that they now have samples for research. The employee then added that the two men were still very ashamed that they had not lived up to the expectations of the institution, so they did not take the promised reward. The worker also said that the men were stupid and naive, and that they were moved to tears by the lie that their actions were a great thing. The old doctor laughed out loud and said that the next time they had a dangerous case, they would definitely call those men. The Black Ghost heard all this perfectly, and he did not like this hypocrisy. He thought that the employees of the research institution would probably not give him anything good in return, so he decided to teach them a lesson. He waited for someone to come out to him. The employee to whom he handed the suitcase with the mutated heart said that it would take 1 day to make the antidote. Therefore, they would offer him a room to rest, and as soon as everything was ready, he would be handed his part. The Black Ghost agreed to this. The Black Ghost. So the facility employee took Black Ghost to his room in the guest lounge area. The Black Ghost decided to get to work immediately and hack into the research facility's database. He needed to check if there really was an antidote to the deadly virus. When the Black Ghost managed to hack into the database, he read what he had suspected. The antidote to the deadly virus was just a cover. In fact, the research facility is studying the virus's amplifiers using the samples they have obtained. The antidote constantly increases the attribute and with some probability can give away the skill. This is a very rare thing. It used to be extremely hard to get, but this time Black Ghost will get it. Soon after, an employee of the institution, with whom Black Ghost had been communicating from the very beginning, knocked on his door and handed him the so-called antidote. It was an amplifier of the death virus, low concentration. The drug is made from some kind of gene-mutated virus. Its essence can be used on humans without side effects. Effects of consumption: strength, +1, agility, +1, chance to awaken, unique skill. The color of the antidote resembled blood, and nothing was known about its taste. The researchers had indeed given the Black Ghost a low-quality product, but Han Xiao took what they brought him and politely thanked them, saying that he was satisfied. The employee then extended his hand to him and said that he would look forward to working with him in the future. The Black Ghost immediately said that he would like to buy more drugs and asked if they were available. The employee of the institution was a little worried about this offer and replied that they only provide long-term wholesale supplies to large organizations. The Black Ghost did not back down and asked encouragingly if this was really true. Then he decided to cheat. He introduced himself officially as the executive director of the embryo organization, and he called himself Heisenberg. This information surprised the employee of the institution. He wondered if the embryo organization hadn't left the Western contingent. He said out loud that the Black Ghost was quite suspicious and immediately apologized for saying so. Han Xiao then offered to demonstrate the secret of the organization. This should surely convince the researcher that his words were true. And the Black Ghost pressed the activator of the mech suit. Even the laboratories of the 6 nations do not have such technologies. And so he appeared before the employee of the institution in a mech suit, which he dared to show him because their organization has a good name. The employee was shocked by what he saw. He immediately needed to consult with his superiors. So he quickly made a video call. The management was incredulous at the information. They said that the fursuit was not yet proof that the Black Ghost was a member of the embryo organization. Then the Black Ghost stepped into the conversation and said that the embryo organization conducts its business in secret, and one should not expect him to shout that he was from embryo. The management of the research institution agreed with him, but the employee who spoke to the Black Cause was still wary. He said that it was quite dangerous to cooperate with Embryon. However, the Black Ghost assured them that their cooperation would be completely secret. They could even provide them with some financial support to set up new units in Andria. The management decided to consult among themselves. They knew that embryo had many mutated animals and plants. They felt that embryo was being very generous to them. This offer is very favorable for them. So, the leaders of the institution decided to take the Black Ghost to the room with the experimental samples. The Black Ghost took off his fur costume and went to see what was actually being researched in this institution. First, he was taken to the exhibition hall of medicines. An employee of the institution asked the Black Ghost how much medicine he needed. The Black Ghost began to look at all the specimens in order. Having examined everything well, he said that he needed a little bit of everything. Money was not a problem for him. And then he added that he wanted to see what else the research institution had in their warehouses. The leaders of the institution watched the Black Ghost's every move. They were excited about the fact that they were about to receive a huge order. So they called the employee who had been leading the Black Ghost around the facility and told him to sign a contract with him as soon as possible. After receiving this order, the employee briefly told the Black Ghost that they had enough stock. After the buyer made the payment, all the items from his order would become his property. But the Black Ghost stood his ground. He emphasized that he would make the payment only after he had seen the goods in the warehouse with his own eyes and checked their quality. However, the employee of the institution said that he shouldn't worry about the quality of their products. They were fully responsible for it. Then he took one of the tubes out of the safe and offered the Black Ghost to personally verify the quality of this product. He added that they would not dare to deceive him. But outsiders were strictly forbidden to enter the warehouse. The Black Ghost checked the contents of the test tube. It was an amplifier. It added 3 points of strength and lasted 3 minutes. It was not bad. He realized that he would never be allowed to enter the warehouse, but the drugs in the showroom weren't bad either. After waiting for a while, the employee said that he noticed that the buyer liked their product. He decided to continue the sale. The Black Ghost agreed that he liked the product on display, but he still had some reservations. Suddenly, he found himself back in a fursuit, pointed a gun at the employee, and said that this would be his payment for the goods. The employee only managed to remark in fright that the Black Ghost was just pretending to be a good customer. Han Xiao did not hesitate to confirm the employee's assumption and added that the bullets were real. He then ordered the employee to open all the locked supply cabinets if he wanted to stay alive. The managers were watching all this on their cameras. They saw what happened and ordered the employee not to stand still, but to immediately pull the alarm. The employee of the institution was scared to death. He thought he was being shot at and could not defend himself at all. Finally, he found the button that activated the alarm and pressed it with all his might. Immediately, all the loudspeakers announced that the attacker would not be able to escape. He was completely under their control. The employee of the institution who had been in the exhibition hall with the Black Ghost now recovered a bit and became more courageous. He told the boy that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to lay down his arms and give his name and position. The Black Ghost was surrounded by weapons that were activated by an alarm. If they opened fire, the guns could have turned him into a sieve. However, the Black Ghost was not going to give up. He activated the program launch, and all over the institution, various computer programs began to crash. No one understood what was going on. The system suddenly crashed. In the exhibition hall, as a result of a total failure in the programs, all the cabinets with drugs were opened. A Black Ghost walked past the shelves and gathered everything he needed in a bag. One of the executives frantically ordered the system administrators to immediately fix the system and regain control of the programs. However, the system administrator could not do anything about the situation because the virus launched by the Black Ghost was spreading through the system too quickly. The employee of the institution who accompanied the Black Ghost changed his audacity to fear again. He frightenedly asked the boy to let him live. The Black Ghost answered him menacingly, telling him to stay out of his way and not to bother him, and then he would live. He then added that he was not a psycho who killed for no reason, and he was even ready to cooperate with them, but this time they behaved incorrectly. In particular, he reminded us of the 2 men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the La Potter area. They are still heroes, even if they are a bit stupid, but they are decent and brave people. Then, the Black Ghost tied up the sack filled with trophies, threw it over his shoulder, and said that there are fewer and fewer good people in the world. This is why society is rotting. Thieves always get their comeuppance, and this is their punishment. Meanwhile, the manager attacked the system administrator, claiming that while he was dealing with the virus in the computer, the Black Ghost would escape. He gave the order to lock all the doors so that the security guards could detain him. He also told them to ask Maple for help. The Black Ghost was extremely annoyed that he was being obstructed, so he threw himself against the wall with all his might since the door was locked and broke through it. Having thus escaped from the exhibition hall, the Black Ghost ran as fast as he could through the corridors, looking for a way out of the institution. But then the guards of the institution stood in his way. They ordered him to stop on the spot and surrounded him. They had only sticks as weapons. They did not pose any threat to the Black Ghost. Therefore, he easily dispersed them in different directions and escaped through the gate from the premises. While running away, the guy laughed that a bunch of nubbins wanted to detain him. The manager was completely dissatisfied with this course of action, angry at the weak guards and angry that help from Maple had not yet arrived. Help was supposed to arrive in 10 minutes at the earliest. But 10 minutes was an extremely long time, and their thief would surely have gotten too far. Then the head of the institution ordered them to immediately contact the 2 men they had sent to search the La Potter area for a cure for the death virus. And those men were just in the hospital. They needed treatment for the wounds they had received during the previous mission. One of them was under an intravenous drip. The other had a cast on his arm. They were told that the research institute had been robbed. Among the stolen items was an antidote to the death virus. The men were very upset and outraged. They realized that the search party they had gone to help in the La Potter area had given their lives to obtain samples to create an antidote to the death virus. So one of them broke the cast on his arm, and the other took the needle out of his arm. And the 2 of them, without hesitation, ran as fast as they could to help the research institute staff to catch the thief. The institute was counting on this, that these desperate people would rush to save the situation no matter what, and they were sent the coordinates where the thief could be. In the meantime, the Black Ghost climbed onto the roof of a high-rise building to take a little rest and to watch from a height to see if he would be pursued. He was very pleased with himself because he managed to take a bunch of reagents with him. Now he can even drink them every day instead of water. Suddenly, the Black Ghost received information that 2 trackers of about the 30th level were approaching him. He turned around and heard an order in his direction not to move. Then he saw that a gun was pointed at him. And then the men saw that it was the one who had saved their lives in the La Potter area. But they were categorical about their task. They said that they would not allow him to take the antidote and pointed their guns at him. The Black Ghost was very surprised that the men continued to help those who had deceived them. So he launched the task of the Hero's Challenge. Introduction. Many people want to become heroes of justice, but not all of them follow the right path. Some people become corrupt and forget their original goals. Some lose their commitment and become those they swore to fight against. Some are deceived or used. The path of justice is a difficult one, and now you can become a test for those people. Help them find the right path to becoming true heroes. Requirement: defeat Yang Diane and Ned and reveal the truth about Lewis's Research Institute. Reward: random. The Black Ghost decided that the reward was worth the task. The men stood near the Black Ghost, ready to attack at any moment. But it was the Black Ghost who was the first to attack. He immediately turned around and ran at his opponents. His fist clenched, ready to strike. The electromagnetic gauntlet activated. And now the first blow was struck. The Black Ghost had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle, so he had to act with the utmost caution. Yang Dian took the first blow. He was thrown back with a powerful force all the way to the wall, which he broke through with his back. The man fell to his knees and held his stomach, recovering from the terrible attack. Ned immediately rushed to Yang Dian's aid. He shouted menacingly that the Black Ghost was about to visit his fist. However, before Ned could even touch the Black Ghost, he met him with a strong kick. Han Xiao threw the man far away. Ned fell down beside his friend. Both of them were consistently defeated. Yang Dian asked Ned if he was feeling okay. But Ned said that now was not the time to think about himself. He had to stop the Black Ghost and not let him escape. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost had already thrown the bag of drugs behind his back and was about to leave. Then Yang Dian approached him. He said that he had taken the antidote to the deadly virus and killed many people. Then he started to get up from his knees, bleeding incessantly. Yang Dian said that he would not even spare his own life. The man was going to stop the Black Ghost at all costs. He was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. However, the Black Ghost coldly asked what such a heroic death would give him. Only cut flowers, empty praise, and fake tears. But Yang Dian was unfazed by his actions. He said that he did not care how others saw him. If he was satisfied with himself, that was enough for him. Then the Black Ghost came close to him and put the muzzle of his gun to his head. He asked him if he still thought so. Yang Dian was frightened for just a moment, and bitter tears spilled from his eyes. Memories of his happy parents, who were happy to see him every time he came home, flashed through his mind. Then he remembered his beloved wife, his cheerful little daughter. Yang Dian had already mentally said goodbye to all his family and friends. He was ready to sacrifice himself for the common good, he thought. But the shot did not take place. This surprised the man. He thought that his opponent had simply run out of ammunition in his gun. He asked the Black Ghost aloud why he hadn't killed him. The Black Ghost calmly replied that it didn't matter why he didn't kill him. Only what Yang Dian was thinking at that moment was important. The Black Ghost then put away his weapon, threw the bag of drugs back over his shoulder, and turned around to walk away. Only finally did he throw something in Yang Dian's direction and say that it was for him. It was a digital storage device, a flash drive. Obviously, it contained some very important information that the Black Ghost wanted to share with the men. Yang Dian picked up the flash drive from the ground and was very surprised. He did not understand what exactly his opponent wanted to tell him. The Black Ghost left with his medicine, and the men returned to their restroom to treat their wounds and recover from what had happened to them on the roof. Yang Dian laid down tiredly on his bed, his mind racing with sad thoughts. He was tormented by the fact that his unshakable faith had been shaken by the sight of death. At that moment, he was not desperate and determined. He was angry because he had previously wanted to fight and be a hero just for fun, without thinking. The man slammed his fist into the pillow. Meanwhile, Ned sat down at the computer and inserted a flash drive to see what information the Black Ghost wanted to convey to them. Something alarmed him, and he called his friend to come over. Yang Dian went to the computer, and the two men saw that the flash drive had some secret information from Lewis's research institute. They opened a page that contained information about the antidote to the deadly virus. There was a report on the results of the research on the amplifier of the deadly virus. Yang Dian was very angry about this. Now the men realized that Lewis Research Institute was developing body enhancers and biological weapons. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost had already repacked the drugs he had collected at the Research Institute into his suitcase and moved on. His hero's challenge task was complete. His reward for it was plus 40,000 favor points from Yang Dian and plus 40,000 favor points from Ned. At first, the Black Ghost was unhappy with this reward. He didn't understand why he needed favor from those jerks he thought they were. But then he came to terms with it. He was satisfied with the fact that he had received a bunch of useful drugs, and he had also done a good deed by letting the two men know what the Research Institute was really like. Meanwhile, the Darknet had already received a call from the Research Institute and was told about the robbery. The Darknet replied that they would definitely find out the identity of the robber and then report back. Bennett Anderson concluded the conversation by saying that this time there was a big scandal. The boy had stolen a lot of important drugs, and now financial organizations were also being targeted. Anderson lit a cigarette. Then he ordered to put pressure on Embryo. There are now also reward announcements on the Darknet for catching the Black Ghost. And the Black Ghost returned to his room, rested, and then laid out all the looted drugs in front of him and began to examine them. He was pleased with himself. Rubbing his hands together, he decided to try his luck. Then he grabbed a test tube with some strange green liquid and said that he would start with this drug. It was a green lizard preparation, with an average concentration of 23 whole and 0.3%. It was made from the genes of a green lizard, a lazy creature. After taking this drug, the patient will feel relaxed. The Black Ghost angrily threw the drug away from him. He did not understand how the Research Institute could benefit from such a drug. He felt sad that he had chosen the drug so poorly to start testing. He thought he was just unlucky. Then the Black Ghost took the next drug. It turned out to be Eagle Predator, plus 3,000 points of agility. Now the guy was satisfied because this drug was more reliable. It was a pity that the effect of several containers did not add up. The Black Ghost also had 4 test tubes with a highly concentrated preparation of the deadly virus. He realized that he had a chance to awaken a rare ability. In the past, players chased this ability very hard. Without thinking twice, Black Ghost decided to drink that deadly virus preparation. It turned out to taste very nasty. Immediately after taking the drug, his strength increased by 4 points. Then he drank the contents of each of the 4 tubes in turn. He also gained 4 points of endurance. The Black Ghost was not satisfied with this, as he did not gain any rare abilities. As he drank the contents of the last 4th vial, he still hoped to get some rare ability. Finally, he felt that something had happened to him. The guy immediately decided to check whether he really got what he expected. He got a unique body constitution. He gained 10% more health, 180% more recovery time, and 8% more resistance to anomalies. In general, it was very rare to get a health boost. But the Black Ghost didn't understand whether the mechanic class needed it. It was evening. Something was happening at the Embryo base. The organization received a letter from Louis' Research Institute. The message said that an Embryo employee, Heisenberg, had stolen many different drugs from them. The head of the company was outraged and said that this was a lie, because there was no employee named Heisenberg in their organization. And since they lost, everyone started to think they were weak. The message from the Research Institute also included a photo of the robber and some videos of him. The head of Embryo said that the robber's mechanical suit was very strong. He decided to try to take possession of the suit. If he succeeded, the combat power of their soldiers would increase rapidly. He was tormented by the question of where such a mech suit could have been created. Perhaps it happened in one of the 6 countries. The head of Embryo ordered their organization's intelligence network to secretly follow the user of the suit. Let them find out all the actions and capabilities of that suit. And then the subordinate told his superior some more information. He said that recently, the non-humans had begun to avoid capture, and some of them even resisted capture. As a result, they managed to catch only 2,103 non-humans. The leader only asked if Cyberlos had learned anything new about this. The soldier read that the non-humans act purposefully. They lack a lot of basic knowledge and speak strangely. It also seems that they have some special way of communicating with each other. Cyberlos says that the non-humans remind him a lot of time travelers from the past. It was very strange for the manager. He asked what the position of the 6 powers was regarding this. The soldier reported that according to their intelligence, 6 states had sent their people to establish contact with the non-humans. Each of them had different approaches, ranging from friendly to outright violent. However, the leader understood that no one would give up preparing for war with their organization because of these non-humans. He ordered more efforts to catch the non-humans. He has a premonition that they are their means of winning the war. The action shifts to Maple's capital, Maple Leaf City, a multi-level 4-story villa. The doors open from the inside. 2 special forces patrols guard the outside and another inside the house, a total of 18 intelligence agents. The target leaves the house every day at 8 o'clock in the morning, traveling in an armored vehicle, with 2 squads following close behind. He returns at 6 or 7 in the evening. The same personnel guard the target on the opposite road. All this information was passed on by a man sitting on a bench in front of the villa. He looked like an ordinary vagrant. Suddenly, one of the special agents approached him and asked him menacingly who he was. Then he ordered the man to show his documents. The man started to shake, pulled his documents out of his torn jacket, and said that he was just a vagrant. He then climbed up onto the bench with his feet. The special agent carefully examined the documents that the man gave him, and then said that it was forbidden to be on this territory. He ordered the vagrant to leave. The man stammered and replied that he would leave now. The man's name was Hannes. He did leave the observation point and, while walking through the city, reported to the service he worked for that he must have gone completely crazy if he continued to work for them when he was retired. He said this to a man who was talking to him on the phone. There was also a woman in the house named Vernina. She told him to stop complaining like a woman, or to go to the dacha to weed the beds. Hannes said they were asking him for help instead of looking for Bennett. The man sitting on the couch's name was Garion. He told Hannes that he and Bennett didn't get along. It would not work during the day, so they would better kidnap the target at night. He then told Hannes to come back, and they would discuss the plan of action together. He hoped there would be no difficulties. Mapley had a darknet safe house. A Scorpion-level assassin, a man named Phantom Blade, asked why Black Ghost had suddenly become the darknet's trump card. Golden Fox replied that the Black Ghost was very strong, although he had some strange hobbies. As he smoked a cigarette, Phantom Blade huffed and said that it was unlikely that Black Ghost was stronger than him. He was trained as a special agent in Raylan. Just then, the Black Ghost entered the room. He was escorted in by an old lady who told him that 2 guests were already waiting for him. The Black Ghost saw the Golden Fox and was surprised that it was she who acted as a liaison. Then he added a compliment that she had become even more beautiful. This alarmed the girl very much. She asked him not to fall in love with her. Phantom Blade came up to Black Ghost and said that he had heard enough about the boy's military achievements. Then he said that everyone says that the Black Ghost is a legend, but he himself now sees that there is nothing special about him. Then the Golden Fox intervened. She said that the Phantom Blade should not compare himself to the Black Ghost. They all have a very important task, and therefore it is necessary to familiarize themselves with all the data first. The girl laid out the photos on the table in front of her and said that they had only 5 targets. All of them are high-ranking officials who oppose their plan. Both at home and on the street, they are constantly under guard. She then handed out maps of the targets' villas to the boys. The security and patrol forces are also marked there. The Phantom Blade confidently said that he had already developed his plan of action. Everyone just needs to follow it, and then everything will go smoothly. He walked up to Black Ghost, put his elbow on his shoulder defiantly, and pointed to the special symbols on the map. Then he said that if the Black Ghost didn't understand what they were, he could easily explain them to him. The Black Ghost did not pay attention to the Phantom Blade's words, but simply asked what their specific purpose was. Then the Golden Fox picked up some papers and said that they needed to put these documents in the houses of those people in a prominent place so that they could immediately notice them. Those documents contain certain information that could harm those people. If they realize that they are in danger, they will not do anything rash. To this, the Black Ghost quickly replied that he could easily do that and asked what they would do then. The Phantom Blade replied that he was only responsible for presenting intelligence. It was up to them to carry out the task. However, the Golden Fox said that if they needed help, she would be happy to do so. The Black Ghost waved his hand. He said that this task was too easy, so he would do it alone. Phantom Blade added that if Black Ghost followed the plan he had made, he would be able to do it easily. But the Black Ghost threw the papers that Phantom Blade had given him with his plan on the table and said that the plan was too complicated. He would figure it out on the spot as he went along. This angered the Phantom Blade because he had been working on the plan for 10 days, and the Black Ghost knew absolutely nothing about it. Nevertheless, the Black Ghost turned around and walked toward the exit. In conclusion, he said that such a task was easy for him. Then he slammed the door shut. The ghostly blade took off running and, through the closed door, said that the Black Ghost would screw up if he didn't follow the plan. The Black Ghost immediately went to fulfill the task. The first target, Maple official Dorasi Farami, had just left the building. He was on his way to his car. Armed special agents were standing all around him. The Black Ghost decided that he first needed to sneak into the escort squad and wait for a convenient opportunity. Then he suddenly saw that one of the security agents was stuck on the phone. The Black Ghost quickly ran up and neutralized the special agent. He didn't even have time to defend himself. The guy injected him with an anesthetic. It will last for several hours, and then the special agent will be able to regain consciousness. In the meantime, the Black Ghost took off his clothes and left him naked, only in his underwear. Then the guy put on the clothes he had taken. This special agent's name, by the way, was Anguston. Soon the Black Ghost heard that he was ordered to go to everyone. The guy mentally made a plan when he would be able to plant the documents on that official. He decided to do it when they got closer to the house. The car was passing by a high-rise building, and suddenly 3 rockets were fired at it from a window on the top floor. All 3 missiles hit the target, but the car was armored, so it remained unharmed. However, the explosion overturned other cars. Some of the guards were wounded. Dorasi Farami grabbed his pistol with trembling hands and asked what was going on. Vernina approached his car. She was holding an assault rifle. She ordered the official to shut up and get out of the car. Otherwise, she threatened to crush his dog's face. Then Dorasi Farami saw a sniper on the roof of one of the houses and said that they had tried very hard to catch him. Then he opened the car and got out, saying he had no other choice. The Black Ghost managed to hide from the blast wave. He saw that his target was being kidnapped and began to think about who else might be interested in that person. And then Vernina noticed him. She thought that all the special agents had already been neutralized. So she went to the Black Ghost through the smoke screen. Dorasi Farami stayed behind with his hands behind his head. Vernina was level 60 and a master of artillery. The Black Ghost didn't like the fact that a Bennett-level boss had appeared here. He realized that a person with such power must have hidden reasons for attacking Maple's official. The Black Ghost realized that first he just needed to get out of here. So he tried to quickly crawl out of his hiding place and deftly escape as far as possible. But Vernina immediately pointed her assault rifle at him. She was never going to let the guy go alive. Then the woman quickly fired a shot. An explosion occurred, but the Black Ghost managed to jump away. He could never have imagined that he would get into such a mess while performing a task that was not too difficult for him. Then he summoned his weapon. He had to defend himself. Vernina was determined, so the Black Ghost accepted the fight. Now a sword appeared in his hand. He counterattacked the woman. He swung his sword at her, and she managed to dodge the direct blow. Nevertheless, the Black Ghost managed to hit Vernina's arm. He inflicted a wound on her shoulder. The woman was confused as to where such a strong bodyguard came from in Doris. But she knew she was stronger, even though her opponent's level was quite high. Vernina continued the fight. She definitely did not like the fact that her opponent was smiling. Then she rushed to attack again. She was sure that she would win this fight. The woman struck the Black Ghost with a powerful punch right in the stomach, wishing him to die. The Black Ghost thought only that it was very good that his armor was able to withstand Vernina's blows. If they kept their distance, she would start to gradually lose health. Meanwhile, the guy took 68 points of damage, but his electromagnetic armor blocks the damage. Vernina was preparing for another attack. She didn't think she would have such an opponent here. Now she needed the Black Ghost in the face. The Black Ghost only just managed to cover himself. Dorasi Farami was shocked that such a valuable shot had been hidden among his guards. He thought that he was very much respected in the administration. Meanwhile, the battle between the Black Ghost and Vernina continued. The two strong fighters did not retreat. Han Xiao attacked Vernina again. The woman stood in a defensive posture. As soon as the black ghost approached her and swung his sword, Vernina jumped up and managed to avoid the blow. The woman told her accomplice Hannes that the agent she had fought was very strong. She told him to stop watching them and let him help her overcome the opponent. Hannes, who was playing the role of a sniper, took aim at the black ghost, but said that Vernina was too close to him and they were moving very fast. Therefore, he could accidentally hit her. And then Hannes saw something very important from above, which he immediately reported to Vernina. Many military vehicles were driving down the road carrying aid from Maple's office. Vernina heard from Hannes that they had to retreat immediately. Too powerful a force for Dorasi Farami was approaching. The woman immediately took note of this, turned around and left the battlefield. The black ghost was shocked by this turn of events. But he was tormented by the question of who the official was if his personality interested two people of the 60th level. Picking up a sniper rifle from the ground, the black ghost thought that this must be a secret plotline. Hence, Vernina must not be allowed to escape. So he took good aim, used the burning will skill, and fired a shot after the woman. Vernina angrily replied that she remembered the black ghost and would take revenge on him when she had the chance, because the guy had shot her in the arm. Meanwhile, help had already arrived at the scene, and the soldiers raised their weapons. They saw the enemy fleeing to the northeast. The leader of the unit that arrived to help ordered his soldiers to capture the fugitives. The black ghost wished he had shot Vernina in the leg. Then Dorasi Farami approached him, shook his hand, and thanked him for saving him. The black ghost took advantage of the opportunity and quietly put a flash drive with the necessary documents in the official's jacket pocket. He then modestly replied that it was just his job. So one of the 5 officials had already been given the documents. Dorasi Farami squeezed the black ghost's hand with both hands and asked him to become his chief bodyguard. He also promised to double his salary. However, the black ghost refused, saying that he had no plans to change his job for the time being. But the boy couldn't help but wonder what kind of secret the official had that 2 people of the 60th level decided to attack him. Meanwhile, Dorasi Farami turned to Colonel Danny and asked if they had managed to find out who the attacker was. The colonel replied that the attacker was Vernina, Raylan's former agent. She used to take an active part in various battles and was once one of the legends of the time. Then she disappeared for about 10 years and now suddenly reappeared. This information was also heard by the black ghost, and now he began to remember something. In the largest refugee camp that Bennett Anderson had created in his past life, there was a low hill with 3 graves. One of the tombstones bore Vernina's name. She was already dead when the players found out about her. Bennett Anderson came there more than once and said that his friends and teammates were buried there. They all deserve respect. Now the black ghost thinks that if they are all alive, it must be connected to a hidden storyline. Here the black ghost's memories and thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Dorasi Farami, who called him by the name of Engustin. He told the boy to go home and have a good rest, and that Danny would take care of the cleanup here, at the scene of the attack. So the black ghost calmly left. But his presence at that event interested Colonel Danny. He wondered why the Secret Service had hidden such a powerful man in their midst. He decided to check everything out for himself. Then the black ghost went to the villa of the second target of his mission, Harry Raymond. Fortunately, all the officials had returned home, unlike Dorasi Farami, who was constantly disappearing into the distance. The black ghost was watching the villa from afar. He decided to finish the task as soon as possible and go in search of Vernina. Waiting for the right moment, the black ghost got closer to the villa, climbed up on its roof, then jumped on one of the guards who were guarding the villa from the outside. After neutralizing him, the boy put on the guard's uniform and assumed his identity. Then the black ghost made his way closer to one of the villa's open windows to leave a flash drive with documents there. It was the window of an official's office. In the morning, he would be able to easily find the flash drive because it was left right on his desk. After that, the black ghost went to the next target. Now the guy arrived at Sen and Miller's estate. It was already night. A few successful cautious steps and another flash drive is on the desk in the next target's office. It was a piece of cake for the black ghost. Next up is Dick Van Vincent's mansion. A little more and the task will be completely completed. Here, the black ghost invariably used his usual practice of neutralizing one of the guards, disguising himself, and assuming his image. Then the black ghost looked for an open window and made his way inside the mansion. The guy put the flash drive on the table. It was the last item on the task list. He was about to leave the manor, and the old official, Dick Van Vincitia, suddenly woke up, complaining that this was the second time he had woken up that night. He could not accept the fact that he was already very old. Then his eyes rested on something strange, something he clearly did not expect to see in his home in the middle of the night. It was very dark around, so the official could only see the black outline of a person, as well as the curtains swaying in the wind, because the window was open. Dick Wang Wensit was extremely frightened by this. His eyes rounded with fear and his mouth dropped open. Suddenly the official fell to the floor and the stick he was leaning on fell next to him. Dick Van Wensit was dead. The black ghost had killed the official. He was awarded 1 experience point for this. The threat mission was completed. The guy received 120,000 experience points plus 500 points to his relationship with the Blood Pack community. Current relationship, respected, 4,456,000. But the black ghost did nothing to make the official die. Meanwhile, Darasi Farami returned home. He found a flash drive in his jacket pocket that the black ghost had left him and inserted it into his computer. Then he began to read the information on it. He shouted angrily that this was all crazy blackmail. Then a security guard entered his office. Darasi Farami ordered him to find out what was happening to the officials who had opposed the funding of the darknet. The guard said that he had come to the office just for this purpose. He said that each of these officials had been threatened, and Dick Van Vancy died of a heart attack. It was a big blow to Darasi Farami. He said he would have to agree to the terms of those bastards. Meanwhile, Vernina was reproaching herself for the fact that the task she had been given was very simple, and she had failed because of her own carelessness. Garion reassured her. He said that the intelligence was incomplete. It was not her fault. However, Hannes, who had studied the information, disagreed with this conclusion. He said that in Maple's archives, Special Agent Anguston is represented by the most ordinary person. Accordingly, the conclusion is that it was not him who fought with them, but someone who had nothing to do with Maple. Garion asked with interest who it could be. Hannes helped him to find out some more information and answered that it was a darknet person. His target was Darasi Farami. Vernina said that as far as she knew, only Bennett Anderson had that kind of power on the darknet. Apparently, they now have new recruits. Hannah suggested that they simply check with Bennett Anderson himself. He started dialing his number on his phone. The phone rang in Bennett Anderson's mansion. Mr. Anderson picked up the phone. He said in surprise that it was a very unexpected call from Hannes because he thought he had already resigned. Hannes replied that Garion had asked for his help, saying that he had an important matter. Bennett Anderson calmly poured himself a cup of tea as usual. Hannes asked if he had sent anyone on a mission to Maple. Bennett Anderson ironically replied that he didn't even know if the person he had sent was lucky or if Hannes and Vernina were unlucky. Nevertheless, Hannes kept asking who it was, who they had to fight. But Bennett Anderson asked them briefly if they wanted trouble. He advised them not to mess with the guy because he could easily kill them. Vernina said that yesterday's fight was a pure accident. She would not settle the score with that guy. Then Bennett Anderson did say that the guy's name was Black Ghost. He strongly advised her to memorize that name and not to get in his way. Then Harrion approached Hannes and said that he would like the guy to help them with something. There was a darknet safe house on the border with Maple. The Black Ghost arrived here after a successful mission. Golden Fox asked him in shock how he managed to deal with him so quickly. The Phantom Blade was also extremely surprised. He insisted that it was impossible. After all, according to his calculations, such a task should have taken at least a week to complete. However, the Black Ghost sarcastically replied that he had said from the very beginning that he did not need the Phantom Blade's plan at all. It was more like a child's play than something that could be used in a real battle. Phantom Blade was completely crushed by this remark, because he had tried so hard to come up with a really good plan. Then the Black Ghost picked up the phone and started talking. He said that it was about a task he had completed. He said that he had some difficulties. He called Bennett Anderson. He said that he had no doubt that the Black Ghost would be able to do the job. Then he added that he had something else for the boy. The enemy he met on the mission was actually his friend. The Black Ghost pretended to be surprised and said it was an incredible coincidence. Bennett Anderson said that he was even surprised that the Black Ghost did not lose that battle. He remembers that when they first met, the guy was much weaker, and he added that the Black Ghost's development is extremely fast. And Black Ghost listened to those praises and finally asked if that was why Bennett Anderson called him. But let him continue and don't stop. Then Mr. Anderson said that Hannes had asked him to tell the Black Ghost that he really wanted him to help him in one matter. The Black Ghost jumped at the chance. He was glad that the hidden task had come to him. However, he mentally calmed himself down because he needed to behave calmly, naturally, so that no one would guess anything. He told Bennett Anderson that he could help, but he needed to know the details. If the people who asked for help are his friends, it means that they are his friends. So there is no need to attach importance to the small altercation that happened during the task. Bennett Anderson said that this was a decent answer. Then he added that he would be in debt to the Black Ghost for this, and his debt was growing. The Black Ghost calmly replied that Mr. Anderson shouldn't worry and take his time. Just let him remember that. Then Bennett Anderson connected him with his friend Hannes. The old man immediately reminded him that they had met yesterday. The Black Ghost lit a cigarette and replied that Bennett had told him that Hannes needed his help. He asked what kind of help. Hannes told him it was about an unsolved secret buried deep in history. The Black Ghost had an A-class assignment looming. He thought it might be from a hidden storyline. So the hidden main storyline of the planet Aquamarine was activated. A-class task, new era, origins. The Black Ghost's cigarette fell out of his mouth. This hidden main storyline has never been activated before. There were 3 main storylines in planet Aquamarine. 2 of them were the war between the 6 nations and the embryo organization and the creation of a refugee camp. Another line was launched by the players themselves, but it was not the same. The Black Ghost was also tempted by the name Origin. This means that it will be possible to dig deeper into the history of the planet. The guy thought he knew the game's plot like the back of his hand, but suddenly a task appeared that no one had ever activated before. However, the guy was a little scared, because the task was extremely difficult if it managed to destroy 2 of Aquamarine's strongest people with 60 levels. His hand trembled. However, the Black Ghost convinced himself that there was nothing to worry about. After all, if no one else was able to complete the task, then that shouldn't be a reason to give up on it. The guy pressed the accept button with a still trembling hand. The Black Ghost decisively stated that since he was the one who had the task, he would do his best to solve all its mysteries. So the Black Ghost went to meet Hannes. The old man greeted him cordially. He said that although they had just met, the boy had already come to his aid. Hannes then added that he already owed him money. The Black Ghost thought that he already had many debtors and congratulated the old man on joining their ranks. The guy said out loud that he shouldn't worry about it so much. Better to let him tell me about the details of the mission. Hannes said that this mission was related to their attempt to capture Darasi Farami yesterday. Once upon a time, he was involved in a covert project. Everyone plunged a little into the history of Aquamarine. Before the war started, Maple was famous for his soft policy. It was an ordinary and not very strong nation. The leader of the nation gave orders to reduce taxes if there was a drought somewhere in the country. When the war broke out, the leadership introduced a policy that put a lot of pressure on the population. Many people expressed understanding and voluntarily contributed. When the soldiers came to collect taxes, the representative of the village himself said that they had already collected everything and asked the soldiers to take care of the rest at the front. The soldiers replied that it was their duty to defend their homeland. But after the war ended, the officials who had tasted the sweet fruit of evil refused to return to the previous system and increased the pressure on people even more. People could not continue to live like that. Many of them lost their homes as a result of the war. The situation inside the country was heating up. The old soft policy was gone. After Chancellor Ulrich passed a new bill on harsh levies, popular resistance reached its peak. Huge masses of people took up arms. All the rebels went to Ulrich's residence. They began to storm the walls using whatever weapons they had. Ulrich's residence was extremely expensive. After the attack by the rebels, it was completely destroyed to the ground. The Black Ghost replied briefly that he was well aware of what had happened then. Hannes, however, as if he had not heard the Black Ghost's remark, continued to speak. Chancellor Ulrich also died during this assault. And half an hour after his death, the special forces received an order to kill all those who took part in the attack. In just 2 days, Maple's leadership passed 24 strict laws. In particular, it was decided to divide civilians into classes. This led to the mass eviction of useless residents from large cities. Many people were deprived of their rights. At the same time, the leadership arrested and killed those who could threaten the country. Darasi Farami was one of those who drafted those ill-fated 24 laws. The Black Ghost asked how this whole story was connected to the secret that Hannes had been talking about from the beginning. Hannes replied that until today, all of these gloomy events were quickly sinking into the darkness of the past, and as eyewitnesses to those events, they were simply obliged to reveal them. Then the Black Ghost asked what the old man would personally benefit from this. Hannes answered briefly that there was no benefit, and then he added very menacingly that people have the right to know their true history. The Black Ghost thought that despite Hannes and his friend's intentions, the task was still extremely rare. Then Garion handed the Black Ghost a package of papers and said that this was the information they had managed to gather on the case. The Black Ghost took the folder and decided to read its contents later. This is an open-ended task. The more targets he can close, the more points he will receive upon completion. Moreover, the endings can be different. The new era, Origin's task, is a series of chain missions. At the moment, the following goals were available to the Black Ghost. Survivor's ending, in the city of Blades of Raylan. It was necessary to find a guy with the nickname Old Devon and get an incomplete copy of Sally's document hash 485. Forgotten key objective. In the ruins of the capital of the country Shishan on the southern continent. Coordinates. It was necessary to find a key item that was missing. Attachment. The appearance of the item. This was the final result of the last exploration of the country of Zishan before they were destroyed. First round reward, 350,000 experience points. Bonus rewards will be given out according to the task score. The Black Ghost thought about it because a reward of 350,000 points for the first round alone is a reward worthy of the main task. He decided to try it anyway. He told his customers about it. Garion said that he hoped that the Black Ghost would surprise him. He said about the task. To do this, he traveled to a newbie village on the western continent. The two players were talking about how everyone on the forum has been discussing NPCs lately. On an ancient planet, they, the players, are considered messengers of the gods who must be worshipped. On a magical planet, people were examined by witches and found to have a talent for magic. After that, they began to be accepted to various magician academies. And on the planet Winterfrost, players were not moved at all. But a player with the pseudonym Flying Naughty Shrimp said that it was better than risking being caught and cut to pieces by NPCs every day. He barely escaped from the research center. Another player said that a great expert told him in secret that the appearance of the Black Ghost on the planet Aquamarine was a kind of compensation for that. The Flying Naughty Shrimp was very happy to hear this information, but he was immediately sad because the Black Ghost has been missing for a long time, and there are great doubts about whether he will come to them at all. Suddenly, both players open their mouths in surprise. The Black Ghost has arrived in the village. The story task can be completed slowly, but for now, he had time to eat. The guy realized that these commoners missed him very much. All the players ran as fast as they could to meet the Black Ghost. They were waiting for him. Everyone wanted to get something for themselves from that meeting. One shouted that he wanted to buy a method of tempering his strength. Another wanted to change his class to mechanic. The Black Ghost could not believe his eyes and ears. He was surprised that the players had become more friendly. The player who had been talking to the Flying Naughty Shrimp asked his friend if the Black Ghost would react differently to players if he was an NPC. So he decided to go tease the Black Ghost a little bit. The Flying Naughty Shrimp said that it was better not to, because the Black Ghost would kill him in a second if he got angry. However, the boy did not listen to him. He said that it was only death. He would be resurrected many more times. And he ran. As he approached, he called out to the Black Ghost. Han Xiao turned to him. That bold player folded his arms across his chest and began to give out information. He said that the Black Ghost's name was actually Han Xiao. He used to serve the Star Dragon, but now he serves the Darknet. The guy was smiling smugly. He thought that the Black Ghost would panic since he was exposed in public. The other players were watching in fright. They thought it was a very bold move on the part of the daring player. They were also worried that they were going to be covered in blood because they thought that the Black Ghost would kill that guy. However, the Black Ghost only faintly agreed with that statement. Then the players admired him even more, impressed by his equanimity. After all, the Black Ghost himself had allowed this information to become known to all the players. The impudent player thought about it because his prank had no effect on the Black Ghost, so he decided to take more serious measures. He immediately announced that he wanted to join Embryo. He also asked the Black Ghost how he could do it. The Black Ghost realized that the bold player was trying to provoke him. That's why he took 3 reputation points away from him. The player realized that he had taken too much liberty and that he could not play tricks on the NPCs with impunity. The other players also realized the same thing, and the Black Ghost thought that he could help the players choose sides, since he had some influence in the game community. So having thought of something, the Black Ghost decided to announce it to the players gathered around him. He said that war is coming, nations are gathering an expedition, Embryo will surely lose. He then suggested that if anyone wanted to join the Darknet, he could write them a letter of recommendation. If someone wants to join Embryo, they should get out of his sight. Suddenly, one player shouted for everyone to come to the forum immediately. The Black Ghost had a new product, a letter of recommendation for the Blood Pact. The other players replied that they had already seen it, but none of them could pay 250,000. Then one player asked which side the Blood Pact belonged to. He had never heard of them being a guide for newbies. Another player recalled that the Black Ghost had said that 6 nations would fight the embryo, which would definitely lose. Another player said that 6 nations was definitely for newbies, so he decided to join them. He also knows about the Blood Pact community and has a mission to join them. Another player said that this community is very complicated and confusing. This community is positioned as an organization of killers. He doesn't understand what the point of it is. In his opinion, spending 250,000 to skip the previous tasks is a waste of money. The Black Ghost went to his room to rest. He wondered how many players would request a letter of recommendation. After a while, he was stunned to see that there was not a single request for such a letter. Then he analyzed that 250,000 is a very large sum for players. However, he thought that guilds would be interested in purchasing such a letter of recommendation. And then the Black Ghost received a notification that the task, the Source of the Stone Plague, or the Grouper Plague, which he had assigned to Raging Sword and Bandit Dog, had been completed. The guys quickly coped with it. The task had several requirements. Requirement 1, find the source of the plague. Completed. Requirement 2, suppress the spread of the plague. Completed. Requirement 3, cure all infected people. Not completed. 60,000 points of experience, plus 400 points of relationship with the Black Pine settlement. The Black Ghost thought that when he gave his tasks to others, he would be rewarded upon completion. And then he had a brilliant idea. He started rubbing his hands together with excitement. Then he quickly dressed as usual, smoked a cigarette, and went outside. The villagers immediately saw him there and rushed to him with their wishes. One player, also in a hurry, said that he would be the first to change his class today and quarreled with the others, so that they would not even think of preventing him from doing so. The Black Ghost told the players that the flow of time had taken everyone forward. The truth of the past was buried and forgotten by the people who kept moving forward to the future. Afterwards, the guy made a mysterious expression and continued that he needed a few reliable people to help him. And immediately the players had a new task with a very generous reward. This task was one of the main ones. The players were amazed that the Black Ghost could give main story quests. This meant that he was a very important person in the game, so they decided to accept this task as soon as possible. But the players failed. They couldn't accept the task because they didn't fulfill some condition. And then one player noticed that there was a prerequisite for completing a new task. And this condition was to buy a letter of recommendation. Players started to get outraged and complained that it was a scam. They knew that they didn't have to spend any money to complete the storyline task. And after all, no one had that much money. However, some of the players tried to borrow a certain amount of money from someone else, which they lacked to fulfill the condition to get the task. The Black Ghost calmly watched the fuss created by the players and smoked a cigarette. He divided the first mission of Era of Origin into 5 separate missions for the players to complete. The Black Ghost was well aware that not everyone would be able to do it, but he needed only those players whose guilds would be able to pay such a sum, because they would surely be reliable guys and girls. The Guild of the Nine Gates was very active in getting a new task. They discussed the fact that if they bought a letter of recommendation from the Black Ghost, they could join the storyline task. It was a very good chance for them. However, another player warned them that they risked losing and ending up spending a huge amount of money. He offered to unite with other guilds. The guildmates accepted this offer and decided to ask the Vagabonds Guild. And the Black Ghost calmly went to rest. He decided to stay in the newbie village for a few days, until the guilds raised the required amount of money. Han Xiao was lying on his lounge chair when he suddenly heard someone calling him. It was the players named Windrunner and Dragontail. He said that they wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. The Black Ghost stood up and took a closer look. He remembered the 2 players. He remembered them as highly skilled players. Finally, his fish took the bait. Then the Black Ghost got up, took the letter of recommendation, and handed it to the guys. He told them to show it to certain people, and they could apply to the Blood Pact community. And then the Black Ghost added that he thought he could trust those players, so he wanted to give them a few tasks if they didn't mind. The guys were all excited at the good news. They said that this was exactly what they expected. But the players were surprised to find out that they could only activate 1 task with 1 email. They thought they could accept all of them. However, the Black Ghost needed strong players. So, he couldn't give all the tasks to those 2. And he explained to the boys that if they coped with the task he had just given them, he might find a few more for them to complete later. The boys thought that perhaps this meant that after completing the task, the hidden storyline of the Black Ghost would be activated. So the players hurried to complete the task. After all, it was necessary to cope with it faster than other players. The Black Ghost went on to rest. The non-professional players were sincerely jealous of the professionals because they had a lot of money, because they had guilds to help them, and they could afford to buy a letter of recommendation. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was thinking that he had enough quota for the first task, but all the subsequent ones would be more difficult, and the quota would not be enough. Suddenly, he became interested in the news from the Galaxy Times. The news reported that another event had recently occurred that caused a wide discussion among the players. NPCs in the game expressed extreme interest in the unique characteristics of players. Each planet reacted differently to this phenomenon. Some called the players the chosen ones, others non-humans, and somewhere the incident was characterized as a phenomenon of genius. This is very exciting and amazing. It seems that NPCs have their own minds and are more flexible than NPCs in other games. If you give every NPC a mind, it's inconceivable how much computation you'd have to do every second. But Star Sea uses the latest computer technology with super powerful processors. It is even impossible to imagine what their limit is. And then the news anchors introduced a professional gambler they had invited to the studio that day. His name was Lee Gay. The player was asked to tell them what he thought about all this personally. Lee Jay said that he thought it was part of the game's plot to make players feel like they were in reality. For example, when he was playing, he sometimes forgot that he was in the game. He believes that this is exactly what the game developers are trying to achieve. Just like in the real world, in this game you have to constantly improvise, adapting to the general situation, and events almost never repeat themselves. This is all new and exciting. He has more hope for what Starry Sea can achieve in the future. The host interjected and said that the International Esports Association had confirmed that they were creating the first ever Star Sea Pro League. The host then asked Lee Gay if he would participate. Lee replied that he would hope for their support when the time comes. So all the major guilds will start preparing for the league. This means that the number of customers for Black Ghost should increase. The Black Ghost decided that now he would need to select his proxies. At the headquarters of the 13th Division of the Star Dragon, weekdays went on as usual. Of course, in order to get into the headquarters building, it was necessary to log in. The executive director entered the room to contact the Horizon communication window with Star Zone 9, the planet Aquamarine. He stood at the control panel. A message asking why they had been contacted appeared on the huge screen. The director began to type an answer. He sent a request for communication because of an anomalous phenomenon on their planet. They call it inhuman. The details are given below. Since they have not been able to solve this mystery with the technology of their planet, they are hoping for your help. If they succeed, the inhabitants of the planet Aquamarine will be very grateful for it. Ghidorah and Star Dragon will remain close friends forever. They will be looking forward to sending someone from Star Zone 9 to conduct on-site research. The answer was that they would have to wait a whole year. Now the only thing left to do is to use non-humans as mercenaries, because they like it. The embryo organization was also fussing about the unusual situation. Hell, the Red Viper was walking through the corridors. Finally, she came to a door with fully armed soldiers standing outside. They told her that she had only 1 hour. Then the soldiers let Hell pass on. The woman passed the door and continued on. Finally, she reached her goal. The Red Viper was shaking with excitement. She barely raised her hand to the glass. Behind the huge panoramic window was her little sister. She was very pale with big blue eyes. Her ash hair was cut short. Hell came to visit her. She always looked forward to those meetings. The Red Viper touched the window glass with a trembling hand, and her sister did the same opposite her hand. With tears in her eyes, Hell asked her sister how she had been doing all the time they hadn't seen each other. Her sister replied that the people in white coats came to her less and less. The last injection was given to her 13 days ago. The poor girl had all her arms covered in bandages. Red Viper clenched her other hand into a fist. She saw that her sister Aurora was recovering more slowly now. Every time they take blood and bone marrow from her, she needs more time to recover. Aurora sat down and asked her sister to tell her a story. She wanted to hear the one that Hell hadn't told her the last time. Hell was very sad because she saw the condition of her beloved little sister. She gently asked where she had stopped telling the story. Aurora answered directly that Uncle Zero had escaped from the base. She asked what happened next and if they had fought with him after that. Meanwhile, at the embryo base, the head of the organization was annoyed that Zero, like a rat, had hidden somewhere very deep. If he has the ability to foresee, he must be destroyed before the war begins. Otherwise, their strategy will be revealed. Then the leader went to the laboratory where they were conducting experiments. There was a huge capsule with many different tubes connected to it. Inside the capsule, in some kind of liquid, there was a creature that the head of embryo called a child of fate. The guy inside the capsule had white hair. The leader ordered him to wake up. The boy opened his eyes. They were a clear blue color. Then the leader held up a photograph of Zero and ordered the child of destiny to use his ability to influence the future and make Zero appear. Nothing happened for a while. The manager was waiting for any information. Finally, the child of fate replied that Zero would soon be trapped. He said that he had to go there. The leader asked hopefully when it would be. The child of fate only replied that it would happen soon. He didn't add anything else. Then Embryo's boss ordered Cyberlos to immediately launch cyber soldiers. Cyberlos immediately accepted the order. He pressed a button and said it was time for revenge. Thus, he activated the release of the super soldiers. The strong iron curtains rose. The first to be released was a high-level soldier, Valkyrie test subject number 2. He looked very ominous. The Valkyrie shouted frantically, 000, and threatened to kill him with his own hands. The black ghost was just flying over the snowy mountains in his helicopter. He suddenly sneezed. Then he rubbed his nose and wondered who was calling him again. He had already gained experience in teaching the players a skill. Now it was time to decide whether to change his class and upgrade his rank. His total experience was 140 million points. First, he decided to maximize the skills he already had, and then he would need to build the purple class blueprints that the task required. So the Black Ghost set all these processes in motion. He had a lot of skills. The merger began. The Black Ghost only had to monitor the process. As a result, he had 120 million experience points left. He never thought that spending those points would be so exhausting. So the Black Ghost created blueprints for 3 mechanisms that were best suited for the task of changing class, as well as could strengthen the mech in battle and allow for a combination of attack types. One of them was a folding blade with a magnetic chain. By using energy to adjust the structure of the magnetic chain, the blades can take on a variety of shapes. By combining certain actions, the blades can be used for both attack and defense in various forms. The second mechanism is the Iron Fist. This is a suspended heavy mechanical arm, can be disassembled. The third mechanism is a miniature maneuvering device. It shoots air currents, allowing the user to jump in the air. However, the materials that the Black Ghost had with him in the helicopter were not enough. So he decided to go to the northern continent to replenish his supplies. It was a long winter on the northern continent. The Black Ghost came to a village of newcomers there. One player was walking slowly through the snow, wrapped in a warm cloak with a hood. His name was Hao Tian, level 16. Suddenly, he received a call from the professional player Li Gay. Hao Tian lazily answered the call. Li Gay asked him if he had heard that the Esports Association had confirmed the establishment of a professional league for the Star Sea. Hao Tian briefly replied that he was a warrior. However, Li Gay did not give up. He said that he had an unusual ability. He invited Hao Tian to fight together in the league against foreign celebrities. Hao Tian replied that he would not be involved. Suddenly, Hao Tian stopped. Something alerted him and surprised him. A helicopter landed right there on the lawn in front of the village. The players went to meet the person who arrived on it. They asked each other if it was an NPC or a Black Ghost. There were already level 18 players in this village, and the Black Ghost needed to go through all the newbie villages as quickly as possible before any of the players reached level 20 and realized that the method of improving strength was just a lie. The players were happy to run to meet the Black Ghost. They had been waiting for him for a long time. Many of them wanted to change their class to a mechanic. Suddenly, one of the players saw Hao Tian nearby and was very surprised. The players parted to let the warrior pass. Everyone welcomed the Black Ghost to their village. Hao Tian went straight to the Black Ghost and said that he wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. The Black Ghost was pensive. He knew that Hao Tian was a professional gambler. It would be very appropriate to give him a task to test his strength. Meanwhile, some people appeared in the forest near the village, ready for a battle. They even had a plan of their own. They came to fight with the non-humans and decided that they could easily handle them. And if the non-humans resisted, they would simply kill them. The leader of the small group said that the non-humans looked like ordinary people, and they would not want to catch the wrong one. And then they saw someone in the distance. They began to look closely to see if it was a non-human. At first, they decided that it was, because in this forest, either animals or non-humans can walk alone. The men of the squad decided to attack immediately together, not to let the non-human escape. Suddenly, the leader of the squad stopped abruptly and shouted for all his subordinates to stop as well. The soldiers asked in surprise why he was stopping them, but obediently lowered their weapons. The leader took a closer look and said excitedly that he was not a non-human. The black ghost himself was walking toward them. The people were extremely surprised by what they saw. The black ghost immediately asked them who they were and what they were doing in the forest. He also pointed his weapon at the leader and asked if he would tell them everything himself or if he could help them. The people fell to their knees, bowed their heads, and said that they belonged to Alumer's family. They had been sent here to capture the non-humans. They meant him no harm at all. Then they began to ask for mercy. The black ghost remembered that last time he had helped Lu Chen attack Alumeru. So it is not surprising that these people are so afraid of him. He ordered those soldiers to return to their homes and tell their superior that he would visit him personally soon. The soldiers returned home with nothing and told the leader, Alumer Daryl, what the black ghost had told them. Daryl was furious. He said that not only had the black ghost killed his men, but he dared to visit them. They hadn't even had a chance to find him and take revenge, and now he wants to come to them. This is a complete disrespect for them. The third commander of the Alumera, Shi Qi, told the leader not to make any mistakes and not to do anything stupid. After all, jokes are not good with the black ghost. If he still dared to come here uninvited, it means that someone is behind him. Alumer's second-in-command, Xiao Jin, also supported this assumption. He said that if the black ghost wanted to attack them, he would not have given such a warning. First, we need to see what he wants. The Alumera leader then said menacingly that they would listen to what the black ghost had to say about Xiao Jui's murder. Meanwhile, the black ghost had already reached Alumera. He was standing on a nearby mountain and could clearly see the walls there. Alumera has one of the strongest commanders in the entire northern continent. The black ghost once treated them cruelly, but they did not go to get even with him. If he's already here, we need to be very vigilant. After all, it is not known what the leader and commanders of Alumera are up to. Finally, the black ghost moved on. He had now reached the gates of the city, where he was met by armed soldiers standing guard. The guards recognized that the black ghost was approaching them. The soldiers immediately pointed their guns at him and told him that he was strictly forbidden to enter the city. However, the black ghost boldly asked what would happen if he went through. One of the soldiers timidly replied that it would cause them a lot of trouble. Then one of the soldiers' leaders, Umil, came to the gate and ordered the black ghost to pass. Umil then turned to the black ghost and said that he had heard that he wanted to visit them. He also added that this surprised their commanders, because not too many unpleasant things had happened recently. Then Umil, accompanied by his armed soldiers, led the black ghost inside the city. Along the way, he said that since the black ghost had come to them himself, he hoped that his intentions were friendly. The black ghost knew that, according to intelligence, this family was involved in factional fighting every year. So he simply asked Umil which faction he belonged to, the house or the others. Umil got excited by this question. He answered briefly that he was a member of Alumer's family, and that was all. However, the black ghost continued to question him. He began to clarify whether his interlocutor was telling him the truth. But it was a rhetorical question. The black ghost was taken to the reception room of the leader of Alumera. The players who were there were surprised to see who the soldiers were bringing to them and what was going on in general. A player named Bamboo Rain, Flight decided to go take a closer look. He hoped that some new tasks would appear. And then he shouted with joy that it was the black ghost himself who had arrived. A player named Bamboo Rain Incense asked in surprise how the black ghost had gotten here. After all, he was in the same newbie village a few days ago. It seemed that everyone here had a special affection for him. Another player said that they were very lucky because it was an unexpected storyline. And there is hope that there will be hidden plot tasks. The girls saw that the black ghost went to the leader's reception, and there is a high-level area to which they personally have no access. However, the black ghost is very rarely seen, so the girls decided to wait for him outside. Meanwhile, the black ghost entered the reception area. There he was offered a seat. The black ghost gladly took the chair and asked the leader to introduce himself. However, the leader of Alumera, Daryl, snarled at him, calling the visitor a cursed little man. He began to shout that in the village of Green Valley, he had attacked their property and killed their people. The leader asked the black ghost to explain his actions. But the black ghost calmly replied that he had certain reasons for doing so, and it was better to let them explain their cooperation with the embryo organization. The leader of Alumera said menacingly that he was talking like that. They had never been in cahoots with embryo. The black ghost continued that Zero, for whom embryo had placed a huge bounty, was a member of their family. Daryl became even more furious. He shouted, wondering if the black ghost had gone completely insane. The reward was for Han Xiao. However, the black ghost asked if Daryl really thought he would believe these stories. What about the intelligence organizations of the Six Nations? He also suggested that the Alumera family was helping Embryo find the wanted man, or even that they were looking for him themselves. Daryl stood his ground. He said that the Black Ghost had it all wrong. They had certain circumstances. The Black Ghost said with interest that he would like to hear about those circumstances. Daryl thought feverishly that it was necessary to make it clear to the Black Ghost that they were against Embryo. The war between the Six Nations and Embryo was coming, and there could be no misunderstanding at such a key moment. Daryl then turned to the leader Xiao Jin to tell the Black Ghost everything in detail. Xiao Jin, the second leader of Alumera, thought for a while about how to begin explaining the situation. Then he decided to give the floor to his eldest son, Xiao Hai, and told him to tell the Black Ghost the whole truth. Xiao Hai began the story. He said that more than a year ago he was guarding a convoy of supplies. Halfway through the journey, they were suddenly attacked. The attackers headed for him, and he told Han Xiao to change into his clothes to distract the attackers and let him escape. But when they went back with help, Han Xiao was no longer there. Then the Black Ghost asked if his younger brother was willing to die for him. Xiao Hai in turn also asked what the Black Ghost thought about it, but the warriors in the hall were murmuring with discontent. They said that Xiao Hai had made a scapegoat out of his brother. This confirms that the people of the Xiao faction are truly heartless. This is very cruel. Leader Daryl intervened and shouted for everyone to stop talking. He then said to the Black Ghost that this is what happened. They can provide more evidence, but it doesn't matter to them whether he believes them or not. They don't cooperate with Embryo. The Black Ghost thought about what he had heard. He realized that what had happened to Han Xiao was terrible. Then his thoughts were interrupted. The second leader of Alumera addressed him. Xiao Jin said that his son had died at the hands of the Black Ghost and that this could not be ignored. The Black Ghost replied that it was better to discuss personal matters face to face. Xiao Jin agreed with that statement. He understood the hint. The leader of Alumera, Daryl, only huffed at this conspiracy, and the Black Ghost, crossing his arms over his chest, said that it was getting late and asked if everyone would mind if he stayed the night. Leader Daryl then ordered Xiao Jing to take care of the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost thought that it would be quite an interesting night in that castle. A boy came up to him and bowed to him. He introduced himself and said his name was Xiao Ming. He is the adopted son of Leader Xiao. Xiao Ming will take care of the Black Ghost during his stay here. Then he invited people to follow him. The Black Ghost noticed that Daryl's men had left and that Xiao Jin's men had taken over. It seems that the internal conflict in Alumera is very serious indeed. When the Black Ghost, accompanied by Xiao Ming, went outside, he was immediately bombarded with requests from players who wanted to learn new abilities. The Black Ghost was very friendly with the players. Xiao Ming asked if he knew them, and the Black Ghost replied that it was the first time he had seen them. A player named Bamboo Rain, Flight said that this was a sudden storyline. He wondered why there was no mission. The Black Ghost was brought to Xiao Jin's estate. He was fed. Now he was sitting at the table drinking tea and talking to the Xiao leader. He asked what he could do to compensate him for Xiao Jui's death. Xiao Jin coldly replied that he was only a son. His death was just the result of his bad luck. Then the Black Ghost asked why he was invited in that case. Xiao Jin replied that there was nothing wrong with meeting a famous murderer. The Black Ghost said that he was interested in Han Xiao, so he suggested that they return to talk about him. Xiao Jin told him that Han Xiao was his extremely talentless son, who unexpectedly became a criminal and for whom Embryon had set a monetary reward. Xiao Jin's eldest son, Xiao Hai, interrupted the conversation. He said that he thought Han Xiao was already dead, but as the saying goes, an evil man lives long. He intends to cause them trouble. The Black Ghost then asked if he was a troublemaker for them. Xiao Hai responded with a question and asked if he was. This dialogue was interrupted by Xiao Jin. He said that the time was very late and the Black Ghost needed to rest. He and his son went to their rooms. Then Xiao Ming approached the Black Ghost and handed him the information about Han Xiao. His father had asked him to give it to him. Thus, the conflict with Alumera was resolved, and the Black Ghost recognized almost everything about the original owner of the body. He saw that they did not want to conflict with him, so there was no point in provoking enmity again. And tomorrow he could leave. He laughed at the thought that if they found out that he was Han Xiao in Alumera, how would they react? Meanwhile, the estate of the first leader of Alumera, Daryl, was still awake. One of Daryl's sons reported to his father that the Black Ghost had left Xiao Jin's estate. The meeting lasted 1 hour and 37 minutes. Daryl said in anger that Xiao Jin was becoming more and more unruly. He dared to meet with the Black Ghost without his consent. Then the son asked if his father wanted to teach the Black Ghost a lesson, but Daryl told him not to provoke him. However, the son insisted. He said that the Black Ghost had the audacity to do whatever he wanted on their territory. But Daryl jumped up and shouted in anger that he had told him not to mess with the black ghost. Then he kicked his son out of his chambers and went to rest. The next morning came. The sun began to rise above the horizon. The black ghost slept well and rested in Xiaojin's mansion. He woke up and stretched himself sweetly. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He was surrounded by armed soldiers. They ordered him not to move. Their leader had been killed, and they suspected him of being responsible.